Chapter 1, The Wedding is Cancelled? Great, I was just about to break up with you. Lin Fan. My mom discussed this with me and said that raising a daughter is not easy for her, so she needs to give us an extra 300,000 yuan when we get married. Let's work hard together and try to help my dad buy a new car by the end of the year. Also, I'm going to Korea next month, so please give me another 200,000 in pocket money for cosmetic surgery. I love you so much. Magic City, Yunjin Oriental Large Flat. Lin Fan, who had just finished his engagement and sent off the guests, returned home exhausted and was about to wash up. Unexpectedly, before he even took off his suit, his fiancée Jiangjin sent him a series of voice messages. The voice is a bit seductive and clipped, and attached a photo of her wearing black stockings and hooking her legs. Lin Fan was completely speechless. No. Are you guys done yet? I did make some money, but you can't take it like this. It was clearly according to the temporary increase. In addition to the established wedding hardware, an inner ring apartment, and a 10-carat diamond ring, I also bought an iPhone 16 and a gold bracelet for your mother-in-law, and bought gold and a watch for your sister. My father-in-law also received a red envelope of 100,000 yuan. How come the engagement just ended and you're already asking for an offer? No. We've already agreed to many additional conditions for your family based on the original agreement. Jiangjin, you don't want us to get married in the future without having much money, right? After all, it's us two who will have to live together in the future. Can you also help me talk to your parents? Lin Fan and Jiangjin met at the end of their junior year. She was the campus belle of Hujian University, and Lin Fan was an outstanding student on the list of Hujian University. In addition to his outstanding academic performance and appearance, he was once famous both inside and outside the school for his touching song On the Shores of Lake Baikal. Known as the Prince of Love Songs. The two of them were in love with each other, and they were in the prime of their youth and hormones. As soon as they confirmed their relationship, they often hugged and kissed each other affectionately and cuddled together. Her slender waist and delicate body are indeed great. Very well behaved, making myself comfortable. But later Lin Fan found out that the school beauty Jiangjin actually didn't want to work. All of her monthly expenses were covered by Lin Fan, and she also asked Lin Fan to send her money from time to time. She just needs to dress up beautifully and live a life of luxury every day. The more we get along, the more I realize that she actually likes being kept. She also claimed that many people were pursuing her, and with her beauty, she knew how many rich men were coveting her. It also creates anxiety for Lin Fan. The current situation is that the two of them have finally reached the stage of engagement, but unexpectedly, not only does she not feel sorry for him, she also makes such excessive demands, making Lin Fan a big victim. Dream. Among the many people she mentioned who were pursuing her, there was a middle-aged wealthy man who had driven his luxury car to the school to find her many times a while ago. Although Lin Fan had already put his arm around Jiangjin's waist in public and declared his sovereignty, he drove him away. But she really dared to say it. I'm speechless. I really misjudged you. We just got engaged. I don't dare to think about the future. Let's cancel the wedding. You don't know how many people want to give my mother a house. I want to go to your place tonight. Beep, beep. The person on the other end suddenly hung up the phone. Lin Fan, who wanted to take off his dress and take a shower, had already unbuttoned his clothes, but the other party's action made Lin Fan stunned and paused. For some reason, he now had an urge to tell the other party clearly that the wedding was cancelled. Okay, you can cancel now. Cancel now. You have to return to me the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift, hardware and diamond ring that I just gave your family today. Anyway, we haven't got the marriage certificate yet. Your mother is blocking me to test my loyalty. I'm not poor. My career is booming. I have millions of dollars in assets. Where can I not find a pretty girl who's not too vain and just wants to live a good life? The two have been in love for almost 2 years. During this period, Lin Fan treated her well from the bottom of his heart and treated her like a princess. In the middle of the night, she said in a sweet voice that she didn't want to go to the bathroom, but Lin Fan carried her there. But constant indulgence has made her what she is today, vain and unscrupulous. Lin Fan suddenly realized that it was good to separate from her. However, what was even more coincidental was that Jiang Yu, Jiangjin's younger sister, who had secretly added Lin Fan as a WeChat friend, also sent a message at this time. Brother-in-law, can you also give me a new cell phone? The new iPhone 16 Pro Max is pretty good. I like the girlish pink color. Lin Fan, since you were so rich, just buy me one. Lin Fan almost blocked her. Sorry. Please don't contact me again in the future. Lin Fan sent a message feeling both angry and amused. Don't contact you? Suddenly, someone sent an emoji of someone eating a whale, and they were obviously confused. Do I need to say it a second time? Don't know Chinese characters? But Lin Fan had already sent a message back. You guys are like parasites, you're never ending. Do you want me to hand over all my bank cards? Since you like to take advantage of others so much, then let your sister find another rich man. By the way, please tell your sister to return the 300,000 betrothal gift, diamond ring, and hardware that I gave her. I won't serve you anymore. After saying that, Lin Fan threw his phone on the sofa and went to the bathroom to take a shower. He suddenly felt that being human could be so refreshing. On the other side, Jiang Yu, who was showing off to his classmates in the dance studio that he had a good brother-in-law and was preparing to buy himself a new phone, iPhone 16 Pro Max, was suddenly stunned. Is this still the man my sister found who was generous and kind to her family? For example, when his mother asked him to buy a house on his own, he agreed. He quickly agreed to buy a gold bracelet and a gold necklace for mommy. Even when my dad wanted to change his car, my sister just said it was no problem. My brother-in-law listens to her very much and will definitely buy him a new one later. But the current situation is that Lin Fan actually asked his sister to find another man and return the 300,000 betrothal gift. Drunk. What's wrong with him? My sister is the campus beauty of Hujian University, and so many rich men are chasing her. Isn't this guy afraid that my sister will run away with someone else? The little sisters who gathered around her dispersed immediately. Lin Fan took a hot bath, came out of the bathroom, dried himself, and looked at his clear face in the mirror. He may not be the most handsome man in Shanghai, but he is also suave, handsome, and good-looking. There are also many girls chasing him, and many girls taking the initiative to show their affection to him. He was thinking that since the decision had been made, he should look forward to the subsequent chain reaction. He took a deep breath and didn't rush to argue with them. He called his good friends Lulu, Zhangzi, and a phone to go to Crown Mall K to sing and relax. But I didn't expect that just as I drove to the parking lot, I heard someone behind me mocking. Oh, isn't this the big villain Lin Fan? He just got engaged, but instead of being affectionate with his fiancée in bed, he went to K to find a female model to comfort himself? Could it be that the campus beauty Jiang thinks this guy is not good in that aspect? Ha 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 ha. Look at how depressed he is. The general demand of beautiful women is big. The one who made the sarcastic remarks was Wang Yu, one of the sycophantic pursuers of his fiancée Jiangjun. Wang Yu had done something weird before. When he failed to pursue Jiangjun, he thought it would be easier to pursue her sister Jiang Yu. As a result, Jiang Yu offered to give her 2,000 yuan a month. He couldn't afford it and was ridiculed as a loser. Seeing Jiang Yu, one of the beautiful school beauties whom he had a crush on, smiling and licking Lin Fan, he felt jealous and dissatisfied in his heart for a long time. Now he saw that Lin Fan had just gotten engaged and came to Shan K alone with a bad look on his face. He finally found an opportunity and immediately started to attack. Ha ha. This guy did marry a top-notch beauty, but he couldn't satisfy her and was rejected right after the engagement. Don't you think he's a loser? Yes, he can only use money to shut them up. After hearing this, Lin Fan exclaimed, ahaha. This is how the world is. When you have a bad attitude, you are easily fooled by others. When you have a good attitude, you can easily mess with other people's attitudes. He has always possessed an unpredictable temperament. When you look happy, you may actually be about to get angry. When you have a bad expression on your face, you may be in a good mood. It was precisely this unpredictable temperament that made it difficult for others to figure out his moves in the business world, allowing him to overcome all obstacles and accumulate more wealth and courage. Wow, who am I? If you can't pursue someone, you say that they are not good enough. If you can't get them, you are jealous of others. You bastard probably don't know that these two campus beauties from Hujian University like me and stick to me all the time, right? You're a scumbag, you're being ridiculed and can't even lift your head, yet you're still here trying to get food and drink from young Master Zhang and barking. Are you really that soft-hearted? Why would you kneel down? Relying on empty talk to satisfy your pitiful self-esteem? Why do you live like a maggot? After Lin Fan finished speaking, the scene fell silent for several seconds. The man's face turned red instantly. Originally, there were 3 people coming over. Lin Fan also recognized one of the boys dressed in designer clothes. He was Mu Zihao, the heir of the famous insurance tycoon in Magic City. He seemed to agree with what Lin Fan said. This Wang Yu did come to him for free food and drinks, just like a pug. He looked at him with a little contempt. Wang Yu, who was repeatedly criticized, was embarrassed. When he saw that Lin Fan was alone, he suddenly became bolder and more furious. He rushed up to punch Lin Fan. As a result, there was a snap. A loud and precise slap landed on his face. You! It turned out that Lin Fan dodged and grabbed his fist in an instant, and slapped him hard with his left and right hands. A terrifying fist was still pointed at his face, dangling in the air, and he laughed. Brother, you are really awesome. Have you forgotten what I did in school? Lin Fan has been practicing boxing with a beautiful coach since his freshman year, and he also often plays basketball. The female coach was extremely strict with him. He trained him during the hottest days of summer and the coldest days of winter. He even saved the female coach once. The two of them had a very close relationship. But this spineless, sinister villain actually wanted to attack him. It really made me want to laugh. Chapter 2: Sexy and Lonely Beauty. The man obviously didn't expect that Lin Fan would actually dare to take action. Lin Fan usually seems gentle and easygoing, but I didn't expect that he would really take action when something happens. I felt a little embarrassed. His face was burning at this moment, and the pain was as severe as if it had been branded with a red-hot iron. He couldn't beat him back, and he couldn't scold him back. He was stunned for a long time and just stood there in a daze, subconsciously looking at Mu Xiao beside him with a look of grievance. However, he did not expect that Mr. Mu would not recognize him at all and even ridiculed him as a useless thing. Later, he followed Lin Fan into the store. Wang Yu suddenly felt as if he had eaten a fly. Why is Mr. Mu still talking and laughing with that boy? Lin Fan's fiancée, no, now she should be called the school beauty's ex-girlfriend or ex-fiancée's sister Jiang Yu, who happened to pass by here after coming out of the dance studio wearing black stockings. As soon as she came out, she ran into Wang Yu, who was standing there with a red mark on his face. She immediately laughed. Hey, isn't this Wang Yu? What's wrong with you? You offended your brother-in-law. I wanted to beat your brother-in-law, but I didn't expect that he would beat me. A lady wearing fur coat and waiting for someone who looked like a celebrity from Hujian University said rudely. My brother-in-law? Where is he? At that time, Jiang Yu was still shocked by the message her brother-in-law suddenly sent her. Now, he really dared to abandon his sister and play alone. In the past, whatever his sister said was the truth, and he dared not disobey. I go home from get off work obediently every day. Crazy, he's really crazy. Lin Fan. You bastard, wait for me. If you dare to slap me today, I'll make sure you pay for it. Wang Yu, with his face half covered, saw the goddess he secretly loved coming and immediately shouted at Lin Fan fiercely. But they left here a long time ago. Jiang Yu had not yet called her sister to tell her what Lin Fan had said to her before. Now, the situation seems a little bad. Is he really going to break up with his sister? After Lin Fan separated from Mu Xiao, feeling relieved, he went to the shopping room he had agreed to meet with his two best friends as promised. As soon as he entered, his two good brothers were already in place. The shopping mall is magnificent and spacious, with handsome men and beautiful women coming and going. Looking at the beauties is a comfort, which makes Lin Fan wonder what the point of making so much money in his life is. By spending some money, you can have any emotional value, any tenderness, any sweet love. What's more, the girl was wearing an intellectual and pure professional outfit, had a nice figure, and a sweet voice, and kept calling me brother. Lin Fan quickly ordered two of his good friends to sing with him. After ordering some wine and some fruit, everyone started drinking happily. Those who want to sing sing, those who want to dance dance, and some of them perform extremely sexy and bold Korean dances. The two good brothers were having a lot of fun, but Lin Fan was drinking alone in the corner. Seeing that everyone was having a great time, Lin Fan felt that he was a little out of place here. After 3 years of relationship, I didn't expect that Jiang Jin, the school beauty who was so pure and motivated, would now turn into such a greedy and annoying person. After singing for a while, Lin Fan felt really depressed. He used the excuse of going to the restroom, paid the bill at the front desk and came out of the mall. He wanted to go shopping alone to relieve his extremely lost mood. He. They are all liars, all liars. Unexpectedly, a pleasant and royal sister's voice came from somewhere and attracted him. It sounds really nice. Looking around, Lin Fan soon discovered that a sexy beauty was squatting on the street not far from Shopping K. She was wearing a tweed coat, a pair of 10 centimeters pointed rhinestone red-bottomed high heels, and had long black hair like a waterfall. He was cursing while drunk. She was wearing black stockings on her legs. The thin, transparent stockings tightly wrapped around her long and slender legs. A pair of beautiful hands were crossed, but her eyes were red on the side of her face. If Lin Fan hadn't glanced at her subconsciously, she would have also sneered at Lin Fan, and the two of them would have looked at each other in an instant. Lin Fan felt that he would definitely not have a second chance to see this woman's beauty. She turned her head, her beautiful eyes moving, and it was obvious that she knew Lin Fan was looking at her. But she seemed to be very disdainful and continued to sneer with her head down. She was muttering something behind her red lips, as if she was dissatisfied with the man. Lin Fan was thinking about how to get to know him. Unexpectedly, she found two men with bad intentions walking over and surrounding her, one in front and one behind. "Beauty, alone? We're driving, would you like to give us a ride? I just watched you for a long time over there. You're so beautiful. It must be very lonely at night." After sending the threatening message, Jiang Jin, who had been lying in the girl fan's bedroom watching Korean dramas, had actually been paying attention to the WeChat messages on her mobile phone. "But the people who send messages to me are all other people. That damn Lin Fan didn't reply to my message for 4 or 5 hours after I sent him those angry words. Is he crazy? Normally, as soon as I get angry, the other person will come to comfort me immediately. Today is a bit strange." In addition, in the past, at this time late at night, as long as he wanted, he would immediately ask Lin Fan to come over and massage his waist, legs and feet. Although it happened often, he would press her and then suddenly pounce on her, kiss her wildly and then eat her up. But today he is not by my side, and I am not used to it. At this moment, Jiang Jin, who was wearing a sexy lace nightgown, was thinking about whether to call the other party again, but she really didn't have the habit of taking the initiative to talk to people. So she snorted, threw her phone away, and continued to lie on the bed with her girlish white feet raised to watch Korean dramas. "Elder sister?" Suddenly someone knocked on the door. Jiang Jin shouted, "Come in." When the door was pushed open, Jiang Jin immediately saw that it was her sister Jiang Yu. As soon as she came in, she told her everything her fiancé had said to her today. She was so angry that she almost fainted on the spot. You. What did you say? He doesn't want to marry me? You also want me to return the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift and the diamond ring to him? How dare he?" When Jiang Jin heard the news, before she had time to ask why her fiancé would say these words to her sister, it was as if she had guessed the riddle in an instant. He said with sudden enlightenment, "I understand, he must be trying to make me angry on purpose. For many nights, I made him feel so comfortable that he was dying. What he loves most is his legs and body." No one would believe what he said. "Just wait, it won't be long before he comes back and hugs your legs and begs you. Thank you. Thank you so much today." On the other side, two men with bad intentions were about to press forward and try to seduce the elegant and sexy beauty. Adhering to the principle of helping others when seeing injustice, Lin Fan quickly used the excuse that he was her friend to drive the two men away. This sexy beauty seemed to have drunk a little too much, but she still said thank you politely to him. Judging from her age, she is about 27 or 28 years old. She is a bit plump. She looks gentle and charming in black stockings and a little leather skirt. Lin Fan planned to say goodbye to her and leave. Unexpectedly, the sexy and intellectual beauty suddenly called out to Lin Fan and said, "Sorry, can you take me home?" "Yeah." "Send her home?" Lin Fan was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, she just stood up and was about to walk towards him, but as luck would have it, her feet slipped. "Ah!" The sexy beauty screamed and was about to fall down. Lin Fan hurried over, and the sexy beauty instantly threw herself on him. Suddenly, a soft and fragrant feeling came from the front of him, and Lin Fan's hands instantly touched the waist of the beautiful sister. As for that beautiful sister, it just so happened that she kissed Lin Fan forcefully in an instant. Mooah! Chapter 3, Forced Kiss. Lin Fan had never expected that even though he was just trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress, things would turn out like this. Not only did she throw herself on him, but she also forcefully kissed him with her beautiful red lips. And she suddenly asked me to take her home. Is this a liar? At this moment, Lin Fan saw that she was a little drunk and could barely stand. He probably thought it was because she had just been harassed by a stranger and was very scared and alone. She felt that Lin Fan was reliable, so she had no choice but to ask Lin Fan to take her home. But the fatal situation at the moment was that as the opponent was about to fall accidentally, Lin Fan's hands accidentally touched the opponent's body, and at the same time, the two bodies collided with each other with a puff. I even stuck my face on it. Immediately, a hint of the quiet, elegant and fragrant scent of a beautiful woman hit the tip of my nose. Sorry. Lin Fan didn't say anything. He was not wrong in any way, and he saved her in time. After the other party realized it, she spoke in a gentle and graceful voice, lifted the hair by her ear with her beautiful hand, and quickly apologized. Then the two of them let go of each other's hands in an instant. Lin Fan said, "My car is in the basement. Do you really want me to take you back?" The beauty nodded apologetically. One in front and one behind, her high heels made a clicking sound, her beautiful hands tightly holding her windbreaker, and they followed Lin Fan and left here. But what happened next was something Lin Fan could never have imagined. First of all, after this sexy beauty sister got in the car and sat in the passenger seat, her face suddenly turned red. Secondly, she was obviously a little drunk. He kept talking in his delirium. In addition, after she got in the car, she tilted her head towards Lin Fan, as if she wanted to sleep. It was a bit dangerous, so Lin Fan quickly turned sideways and helped her fasten her seatbelt. Then he started asking her where she lived. But the funny thing was that just as Lin Fan was about to drive, he started to feel a little dizzy. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that he had drunk quite a lot tonight, so he smiled bitterly and quickly called a designated driver. When he finally found out that this sexy and lonely beauty lived in a villa area in Baguiohouding, Lin Fan, who was not surprised at all that she lived in a villa, helped her to the back seat and took care of her all the way until they finally arrived at the door of their villa. "Hello? We're at your house. Is it okay for you to go up there by yourself later?" The beauty in front of him was drowsy, but fortunately she was conscious. When the driver asked if she still wanted service, she was about to fall down if he let go of her. Lin Fan quickly reached out to support her. But the other party seemed to feel that this was a bit inappropriate, and subconsciously moved some distance from Lin Fan. However, she was wearing high heels and was about to faint after walking a few steps. Lin Fan pulled her up and supported her closely. "Sorry, if I didn't do this, you would have fallen badly." Then he paid the designated driver and helped the intellectual beauty with sexy red lips into the residential complex. After finding out that she lived in the top-floor villa of Building 35, he found out that she lived in the top-floor villa of Building 35. Elevator, facial recognition opened the door. What comes into view is a high-end room decorated in European Instagram style, which is fully equipped with a piano, records, minimalist sofas, and exquisite furnishings. The key point is that there are many European pastoral oil paintings in her home. To be honest, as soon as Lin Fan entered her house and turned on the lights, he was deeply attracted by the scene in front of him. And there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity, but he couldn't quite remember where it was. This made him want to know even more about what this sexy beauty in front of him did. Why did she appear outside of the shopping mall alone? And why did she look so lonely? At that time, she said in a disdainful voice, "They are all liars." Could it be that his relationship has been hurt? But perhaps the two people's interaction may have basically ended after Lin Fan sent the other person back home. The two did not know each other and met by chance. As a gentleman, he of course practiced the virtue of helping others when he saw injustice. Then he carried her to the sofa and found a blanket to cover her. Lin Fan looked at the scene in front of her. Her high heels fell to the carpet with a plop when she turned around. He stared at it for a moment, a faint smile on his face, and then decided to leave. However, at this moment, the most unexpected thing happened. After the sexy and intellectual beauty lay down on the sofa, she first began to toss and turn on the sofa, and then kept covering her forehead. Assholes. Did those two harassing men give me something I shouldn't have smelled? Too much. She seemed to have completely ignored Lin Fan as an outsider, or perhaps she was just half-conscious after being drunk. The moment her beautiful eyes suddenly opened, she didn't look surprised when she saw Lin Fan. Instead, she grabbed Lin Fan's hand, bit her red lips, her beautiful eyes rolling, and whispered, "Rogue. Rogue. You are lucky today, maybe it is my destiny." After she finished speaking, she stood up as if she couldn't control herself and slowly moved closer to Lin Fan. Lin Fan subconsciously shouted, "Miss. Are you drunk? What are you going to do?" However, when the other party approached, Lin Fan seemed to smell something at the tip of his nose. It was a faint and refreshing fragrance. At first, Lin Fan thought it was the other party's body odor. But in fact, it was different from the fragrance of the previous beauty. He didn't know why, but he suddenly couldn't help himself. After that, he kissed and hugged this intellectual beauty instantly. Lin Fan, who was dazed by the fragrance, did not wake up until noon the next day. He had a splitting headache at the time, and when he opened his eyes he saw the pink walls and ceiling. On the floor, there were very messy clothes, which formed a sharp contrast with the tidy room. When the person appeared in his arms, Lin Fan first felt a fragrance and softness. Then he lowered his head and found that there was a long-haired beauty in his arms. His hands were still on the other person's waist. From this angle, the beauty lying on him really has a beautiful figure. Then, the beauty seemed to be still asleep, and kept mumbling, holding. I really like this feeling. After she finished speaking, her beautiful eyes were still not open. The tempting red lips kissed Lin Fan's lips and neck again. While kissing Lin Fan and hugging Lin Fan tightly with both hands, Lin Fan screamed in shock. Chapter 4, Crazy, she still wants to hug me. Release. Release. What are you going to do? Lin Fan was shouting and struggling violently. Crazy. She still wants to claim me? The woman in front of him was intellectual, quiet, and beautiful. She didn't look like the type who would be very proactive, but in this situation, she was quite a contrast. Am I too obsessed with women? After waking up, she still wanted to be greedy for herself. In this regard, Lin Fan felt that he had some succubus qualities. No, I really like it. I like holding you like this. The woman was very bold as she hugged Lin Fan. When Lin Fan wasn't paying attention, she kissed his nose wantonly. That sudden feeling is simply devastating. It was as if she was tasting Lin Fan. Judging from her age, she should be over 28 years old, right? The key point was that her consciousness was still a little groggy, her beautiful eyes were blurry, and her obsessed look was clearly not normal. Could it be that she still didn't know who she was? Also, ever since she encountered those two malicious men last night, this woman has been acting a little strange. Could it be that those two men used something on her? This is the only explanation. Hello? Something was wrong, Lin Fan suddenly shouted angrily. The other person was stunned at first, and when he opened his eyes, he subconsciously looked at the scene in front of him, and then looked at the action of himself hugging the man in front of him tightly with both hands. With a cry of ah, the woman screamed sharply. Who are you? Immediately, this intellectual beauty began to cover her delicate body and hid aside. His face suddenly turned red. What's going on? Why am I in my own home with a strange man? The key point is, why don't I have any memory of it at all? What was even more embarrassing was that Lin Fan turned his head away, intending to avoid suspicion, but as soon as he turned his head, he found that there was a vertical mirror in front of him. It would have been better if he hadn't looked at the picture in the mirror. At first glance, I found that the beauty was hurriedly covering herself with her shirt. It's unbelievable. What was even more coincidental was that when he saw her in the mirror, her beautiful eyes also saw Lin Fan looking at her. Her eyes moved and her beautiful pupils moved instantly. Rogue! Rogue! Suddenly she screamed again. Lin Fan held his forehead. Perhaps he had anticipated that he would encounter such a problem, so he remained calm. You! How did you get into my house? A unique scream of a woman who had collapsed, almost piercing one's eardrums. Her face was full of disbelief and defensiveness. Stop yelling, I still want to ask you something. It was you who asked me to take you home last night, did you forget? Her body and memory kept replaying the things that Lin Fan had done to the sexy and intellectual beauty last night, as well as the things that she had asked Lin Fan to do to her. Lin Fan still felt hurt. What do you mean, I asked you to take me home? The woman was also confused. How come she doesn't remember anything at all? How could I let a stranger take me home? Then he said, I know, it must be you. You made me smell something that caused all my memories of last night to disappear, right? I want to call the police. Rogue. The other party's reaction was normal. Anyone who encounters this kind of thing would panic. Lin Fan then said, okay, go ahead and report it. Anyway, I have a clear conscience about what happened last night. I also wondered why you lost your memory of last night. It was clearly you who was harassed by two strange men, and I rescued them. Then I left, but you asked me to take you home, so I drove you to your house. Now you are turning the tables. As for why the two of us are like this now, it's simple. You kept hugging me last night, and I couldn't believe that we would encounter this situation. I have never met such a proactive woman. Actually, I should be the one who calls the police. When going out, boys must learn to protect themselves. Although Lin Fan remained rational at first last night, he could not resist the kiss and seduction from the other party, and the two of them spent the night together willingly. Her condition is indeed suspicious. When the woman saw the man's reaction, she was not afraid of her calling the police. She instantly realized that this boy was different. Think about it, if the boy had bad intentions towards her, would he be so calm now? It was obvious that he was confident in speaking clearly. Combined with the memory of last night, I really couldn't remember it no matter how hard I rubbed my head, which reminded me of the vicious spray incident that broke out in the news recently. He was startled for a moment, and then asked Lin Fan again. Are you sure what you said is true? Lin Fan nodded. I knew you would cheat. We saw your state along the way last night, and I recorded it. You can listen to it. The police can listen too. Bending down and finding his phone, Lin Fan opened the voice memo he had been keeping open. A full 12 hours. Then Lin Fan suddenly discovered something incredible, that is, if the recording was on all the time, then wouldn't the whole process of the two of them last night be recorded? Lin Fan subconsciously covered it. I realized later that this was a serious matter. The sexy beauty opposite, who used Lin Fan's shirt to cover her body and quickly put on a suspender dress, seemed to have judged whether the boy in front of her was lying or not through her eyes and expression. She stretched out a beautiful hand and said, "Pass it to me, let me listen. Let us just say goodbye." Lin Fan subconsciously wanted to delete the recording. But he knew he couldn't delete it either. Give me. The queen-like voice with a feminine aura is unquestionable. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief and said, "You wanted to hear it yourself, didn't you? If you're embarrassed by it, don't blame me for not warning you. Also, I think I've made things very clear. If there's going to be any problems, they should be caused by those two men with bad intentions last night. Think about it carefully, when the two of them came over last night, did they accidentally spray or smell something on you? The society is dangerous." Having said that, Lin Fan quickly picked up his clothes and put them on. Oh my god, those two really turned things upside down last night. The sofas were moved from their original positions to the door. The curtains were torn. Although Lin Fan had some memories, they were very vague. Oh, what a sin. Then Lin Fan suggested that she go to the hospital for a checkup to make sure there was nothing wrong. After saying that, he was about to leave. This is not a place to stay for long. Stop. But Lin Fan had just put on his shoes and was about to leave. The intellectual beauty quickly took a step forward, and seemed not to want to let Lin Fan go, and she shouted rudely. Let him stay where he is. Chapter 5, The Beautiful CEO of a Listed Company? What? Is there anything else? It's not that Lin Fan wanted to escape, but he had just ended his relationship and needed some quiet time. Even though this night was so different. There's even a bit of a romantic encounter involved. But he also wanted to go home and have a good rest. Besides, when I just checked my phone, his good friends sent me messages asking how he was doing and why he just paid and left after singing karaoke last night. Can you please be a little more responsible? Let me ask you, did we do that last night? At that time, the woman, after quickly putting on her suspender nightgown, was quickly clearing her mind. Nonsense, what else? Lin Fan secretly complained in his heart. Don't treat me like this, I also want to solve it properly. The woman said a little sadly. You were the one who was rude just now, okay? Lin Fan didn't indulge her either. I'm sorry, if what you said is true, I would definitely apologize to you, but I really have no memory of what happened last night. Also, if we really had sex, wouldn't it be irresponsible for you to leave now? Wow. When Lin Fan heard the other party say this, he almost laughed out loud. I thought she would hold me accountable, but the reality was that she had just been shouting about calling the police, but now she was talking to me about taking responsibility. However, fortunately, when I kissed her last night, I clearly remembered the sweet and passionate feeling with her. Otherwise, there would be no experience at all, which would be really melancholy. So how do you want me to be responsible? I picked up my phone and replied to a message, telling my brothers that I was doing well and had a romantic encounter last night. It would be fine if you didn't reply to the message, but once you did, the group chat that was originally immersed in it instantly exploded. A romantic encounter. Lao Lin, please tell me what the situation is. Boring, and you still ask me. The beauty in the lace suspender nightgown quickly snorted in disdain. Then Lin Fan suddenly laughed and said, "What else, should we be together?" He just said it casually. But the other party immediately said in a royal sister voice, "Don't be so arrogant. What do you think? I have a great figure, right?" Although the woman in front of him was wearing a lace nightgown with suspenders, after the night of passion they had last night, Lin Fan saw her squatting at the door of Crown Mall in red-bottomed rhinestone high heels and black stockings, then in the car, and finally at home, showing off her enchanting figure. To be honest, she does have a great figure. And it looks good too. But he seems to be a few years older than Lin Fan. Not bad. Lin Fan said this subconsciously. It's not really okay as he said, but very okay. What's the point of constantly praising such a beautiful woman? Good. Sure enough, the woman instantly became angry after Lin Fan said that. It's okay, but it's not okay. She has such a sexy body, and he actually said it's not okay? She was about to get angry, but she heard the handsome boy in front of her suddenly say, "In fact, figure and looks are just appearances. The real high-level sexiness is the soul. When I said you are okay, I meant that we don't know each other well. I only observed that your figure is okay, which is a compliment. As for the soul, it depends on whether we will have the opportunity to have a deep conversation with each other in the future." Lin Fan spoke freely and calmly. And he felt that the most important thing now, if she didn't call the police, was to go to the hospital for a checkup. After all, what happened last night was too bizarre. How could such a quiet, beautiful, and intellectual woman kiss him so madly? "Oh, I didn't expect you to have such profound thoughts. I'm telling you, I'm not the type of girl to make trouble for no reason. I'll investigate everything you said and collect evidence. What's your name? What's your cell phone number?" After listening to what Lin Fan said, the beautiful and intellectual woman in front of him carefully observed her body and mind, and found that she was fine. She immediately regained her previous sharp and courageous side. She looked at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes, and her aura gradually grew. But Lin Fan was not afraid at all, and asked, "What's your name and what's your cell phone number?" "Yes, why do you want to know my information?" "Oh, my name is Sunny, and this is my business card. You should be honored to meet me, you don't know how many people want to." Sorry, how many people want to meet you has nothing to do with me? What do you mean I should be honored to meet you? Actually, you should be honored to meet me. Business card, right? However, just as the beautiful and sexy woman named Sunny in front of him was about to show her advantage, she was immediately interrupted by the other party, who took the advantage instead. "This guy is really interesting." The woman stood there and folded her beautiful arms. "You are quite arrogant. Well, you don't look that old. How's work going? Do you want me to help you?" It was only after taking a look at the other party's business card that Lin Fan realized that the other party's exquisite minimalist business card actually read, "Sunny, President and CEO. Pili Culture." The more he looked at the company name, the more familiar it seemed. Pili Culture. Isn't that a well-known cultural industry giant in Shanghai? International listed company. It has diverse industries including 2D, animation, short videos, literature, etc. No, the sexy woman in front of me is actually the female president of this company? At this point, Lin Fan began to understand why she had spoken in such a helping tone. She is really confident. He actually had a one-night stand with a female CEO? She is so young and beautiful. Lin Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. No need, I have my own way of making a living. My name is Lin Fan, here is my cell phone number, please enter it. If an ordinary person met a sexy female CEO of this level, he would probably panic. But Lin Fan didn't feel that way. Instead, after the other party proposed to exchange contact information, Lin Fan walked over, immediately picked up her phone in front of her, entered his own phone number on her screen, and called her. Lin Fan's cell phone rang, and then he gestured to the other party and said, "Keep in touch if you need anything. You can let me take responsibility. As for love, it may be predestined and destined by God. Maybe this is the beginning of our relationship." After saying that, Lin Fan turned around and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, the sexy and beautiful CEO named Sunny seemed to be curious about his free and easy personality. Just as he was about to take a step forward, he said, "You are really arrogant. Brat." As a result, nothing happened, but her eyes suddenly flashed, and there was a bang. Then she fell straight to the ground. Please support me by urging me to update, like and comment. The next chapter will be posted around 8 p.m. Chapter 6 Urging Marriage. Hello? Hello? What's wrong with you? What's wrong? Telephone 120, Emergency Center. If the emergency doctor hadn't told Lin Fan that she just had low blood sugar, and her blood test showed a dizzy component, Lin Fan almost thought that her life was in danger. Fortunately, the diagnosis was not serious and he only needed to take 2 bags of 4-drip and eat some food to recuperate for 2 days. When he carried her into the ambulance, Lin Fan was really scared. Then Lin Fan became even more certain that the reason why the beautiful CEO Sunny was in such a state was because of those 2 malicious bastards last night. It's hard to imagine what the consequences would have been if I hadn't rescued her at that time. While the beautiful CEO was lying on the hospital bed receiving in 4-drip, Lin Fan also went to draw blood and make a test report. Sure enough, it was the same as the diagnosis in her report. It's just that his symptoms are mild and the values are relatively low. In other words, Lin Fan was an indirect victim. After coming out of the diagnostic clinic and figuring out the culprit behind everything that happened last night, Lin Fan took the report and told it to Sunny, who had just woken up. The beautiful president immediately said, "Insidious. I just wanted to relax last night. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing." As she spoke, she began to lightly bite her red lips with her pearly teeth. "Well, now that the truth is out, I think we still need to call the police and not let those 2 bastards get away with it." The doctor said that Lin Fan's symptoms can be solved by taking normal medication. It was really exciting as it lasted the whole night and morning. "Well, I will also ask the company's legal department to help me follow up on this matter." "Thank you." The beautiful CEO glanced at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes. "I thought I had really wronged him. But was this their fate last night?" Things went smoothly in the morning. Seeing that she was stable and he still had things to deal with, Lin Fan said to her, "Okay, take care of yourself. I'll be leaving now. Remember to call your family. I'll also notify you as soon as the police have any response." After saying that, he turned and left. Although the romantic scenes of last night kept appearing in my mind like a player. But such a thing was really unexpected. Nini? Why does mom feel that there is something wrong with my baby daughter's voice? In a separate ward, Sunny just watched the boy leave with a very strange feeling. My phone rang. It was my mom calling me. Sunny quickly said that she was fine, she just worked overtime a little late last night. A caring voice immediately came from the other end of the phone, "That one do, Nini, you are so successful in your career now, you have to keep in good health, have you practiced yoga? Also, I want to hold my grandson, Nini. No matter what, you must bring a boyfriend back for dinner next week. Did you hear that? If not, you know what mom will do." Alas, single, successful, and beautiful women often have an irreconcilable contradiction. That's the pressure from family to get married. Although I have told my mother that this matter cannot be rushed and requires fate. But my mother never listens. But having said that, she really needs to find a boyfriend. I just haven't been able to meet a man who makes my heart beat. But at this moment, bits and pieces of memories from last night suddenly popped up in her mind. She seemed to be quite happy and excited with that boy named Lin Fan. Never mind. If we still can't find it by then, let that kid come. By the way, she asked this guy to send her the recording of last night, and the entire recording is still in her hands. At this moment, the beautiful CEO Sunny, who was wearing a windbreaker on the upper body and a sexy lace suspender nightgown underneath, suddenly felt a little panicked. Later she realized that she must have lost her virginity. That was my first time. After leaving the hospital, he drove away in his E-Class Mercedes. As Lin Fan sped along the road, he was thinking back to last night. It turned out to be the first time for him to have sex with the sexy and beautiful CEO. There were marks on the bed sheets as well. Oh, what a sin. I just broke up with that hot school girl, but I didn't expect that I would meet a beautiful CEO who was rich and has a great figure. Therefore, when the relationship is not suitable, you must stop the loss in time. Who can guarantee that they will not have good luck? It was that the beautiful president seemed to need him very urgently and enjoyed it. He himself is having some aftertaste now. What a sin, what a sin. Jiang Jun. I love you, I love you. Can't you give me a chance? How am I any worse than that brat Lin Fan? Look, you're sick with a cold now, and he doesn't even come to see you. He doesn't even care about you. On the other hand, Jiangjin, the campus beauty of Hujian University, learned from her sister Jiangyu last night that her fiancé Lin Fan actually proposed to break up with her and asked her to return the 300,000 betrothal gifts and engagement jewelry to him. One night I almost suffocated and vomited blood. Last night, she immediately called the other party. As a result, the other party didn't answer the call. When I ran downstairs to his house to find him, I was shocked to find that he had originally planned to put my name on the house he bought, and even recorded a facial recognition password for me. Surprisingly, my own facial recognition is now ineffective. Court death. What is he going to do? Do you really want to break up with yourself? Jiangjin was so angry that she contacted all their mutual friends but still couldn't find the other person. Jiangjin, the beautiful campus belle of Hujian University, actually cursed Lin Fan all night long. She wants him to apologize. Just this morning, she didn't go to the company. The rich second-generation man named Wang Yu got the news from somewhere and ran downstairs of her house early in the morning, holding flowers and confessing his love to her. Who wants his confession, really? I simply asked the community security to kick him out. Girl, what's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? Instead, it was one of his previous backup men, the warm and wealthy uncle, who suddenly sent him a message. Jiangjin calmed down a little and replied to the other party. Yeah, scumbag. We're already engaged. He even disappeared all night. Jiangjin was so angry that her teeth were itching. At this time, Zhang's mother, who was still unaware of the progress of the matter, was still thinking that she had found such a good son-in-law, so she prepared a meal and called the two sisters to eat. On her wrist she wore a gold bracelet bought for her by her son-in-law Lin Fan. In her pocket is the iPhone 16 Pro Max bought for her by her son-in-law Lin Fan, and she has been showing it off to her aunts and uncles. Many things in the house, even this double-door refrigerator and all the furniture, were bought by my good son-in-law. She felt that she was the happiest mother-in-law in the world. Mom! I don't want to eat. Bother! She was in a good mood, but suddenly heard her good daughter Jiangjin suddenly get so angry, and then she came to her bedroom door and shouted, "Hey, with a good husband like Lin Fan, what's there to worry about? You must cherish it. By the way, yesterday I asked you to ask him for an extra 300,000 yuan. Did he transfer it to your account? I remember asking him to spend money to take us on a trip to the Maldives recently. I brought my best friend along too. Update early. Next chapter will be around 12 a.m. tomorrow. Chapter 7. I am really obsessed, she is always on my mind. Shoo. Sister, now is not the time to tell mom, right? My brother-in-law is such a fool. Why would he say that? He is so rich. At the same time, in the boudoirs of two beautiful girls. Jiangjin, who had just sent a message to Uncle Duojin, responded to her mother Chao Shoulan a little impatiently and didn't want to pay any more attention to her. But the door was opened with a creak. Jiangyu, her younger sister who looks very similar to her, came in. She has curly bangs in her hair, a pure and sexy outfit, exquisite sweet makeup, and a pink princess dress. Her job is to be a beauty anchor. Every time she dresses up and appears, there are hundreds of fans online. Many people commented below that they liked her pure and sexy look, so she dressed like that. It is said that she has been flirting with the big brother recently. She first told her mother Chao Shoulan that her sister might not have had a good rest last night, so she came to talk to her sister. Then she closed the door with a snap, opened her rosy lips, and spoke to her sister Jiangjin in a low voice. Well, Lin Fan definitely can't tell mom that we're breaking up, otherwise she'll be furious. Jiangjin was also a little flustered. This guy has been gone for the whole night, how come there is no news at all? He had never been like this before. Did you find him? Jiangyu, a beautiful girl with pure desire, asked. She seemed more anxious than her sister. After all, she wanted to change her cell phone and was counting on her brother-in-law for help. No phone, no residence, no one is there. You stinky scumbag, don't let me find him. The beautiful Jiangjin clenched her pink fists. Girl, don't be angry. Opening a blind box is the true meaning of love. Cherish the present and stay away from troubles. Why do you want to do something that hurts your energy? If he doesn't want to marry you, I will marry you. A middle-aged man with the note teacher Chin on WeChat kept sending teasing messages to himself. To be honest, Jiangjin now thinks that what Lao Chin said is quite right. However, compared to others, Lin Fan is the one and only good man who is successful, handsome, and has both high IQ and EQ. Besides, Jiangjin is also very satisfied with their private lives. What's on the internet is nothing more than a way for her to kill time. Then she replied, Teacher Chin, please don't belittle yourself. I have my own man. Teacher Chin, oh, I know, but who knows if I will have a chance in the future. Jiangjin, let us talk about it later. Gave hope, but actually didn't give hope. Jiangjin, the campus beauty of Hujiang University who has always been like this, turned off her cell phone. At this moment, she tried to call Lin Fan's cell phone again and found that the call actually went through. He finally turned on the phone. After driving away from the beautiful President's Villa area, Lin Fan drove alone to Qiandao Lake for a tour. The lake was shimmering, the air was fresh, and the view was breathtaking, making him feel relaxed and refreshed. He did not go home that day, just to go out and relax. At night, I stayed in an Instagram-style BB by Qiandao Lake. During this period, he called the police and described what happened between him and the young and beautiful president of Pilai Culture in Shopping Mall K. The police asked him when he could come to the police station. Lin Fan said that he had something to do today and would have to wait until tomorrow. Therefore, that afternoon and evening, Lin Fan relaxed greatly and wandered around Qiandao Lake alone. During this period, the sweet times he spent with his fiancée Jiangjin kept replaying in his mind. He used to feel very happy. You can find a girlfriend who is as pretty as a school beauty, and she has also practiced ballet and Korean dance. But that night, especially after he came back from the lake alone enjoying the sea breeze, he lay on the bed in the lakeside BB, tossing and turning, and his mind began to replay the time when he kissed the beautiful president last night. Then he suddenly discovered that this beautiful president was none other than the school belle Jiangjin, who was a little plumper, more intellectual, and more tender. The pleasant experience that this beautiful CEO brought to him could only be said to be even better than that brought to him by Jiangjin. Hiss. Just as Lin Fan was thinking about it, his hands seemed to touch the beautiful president's slender waist again. It's really obsessive. Lin Fan shook his head, wondering if this beauty had any charm. However, after working hard for so many years, can't we just enjoy ourselves? Around 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Fan called his parents. After getting engaged, they are now traveling to Iceland. My father is an archaeologist and often goes deep into places like mountains and deserts. My mother loves traveling and studying abroad, so the couple rarely get together. They shared a lot of their experiences on the phone and suggested that Lin Fan and his future daughter-in-law Jiangjin come on their honeymoon together. Lin Fan didn't want to spoil their mood, so he didn't tell them what he had said to Jiangjin and her sister when he got home yesterday. If they knew, this hard-earned journey would be ruined. Well, Mom and Dad had a great time. Remember to take more photos and share them. I only act like a child in front of my parents. Lin Fan hung up the phone. That night, when he was resting alone in his room at the BB, he seemed to hear the sweet whispers of a couple in the next room in the middle of the night. This made Lin Fan even more upset. If we really had sex last night, wouldn't it be irresponsible for you to leave now? In the second half of the night, Lin Fan suddenly recalled the words that the beautiful CEO had said to him. So, she actually wants me to be responsible for her? Also, when I was with that beauty last night, I didn't have time to think about anything else. If this unfortunately hits the target. Not to mention, Lin Fan felt that fate was quite teasing. That night, he tossed and turned, his heart was in turmoil, and he couldn't fall asleep for a long time. During this time, he saw his fiancée Jiangjin calling him frantically and making threatening remarks on WeChat. Lin Fan used an automatic shield. The next morning, after having dinner at the Lakeside BB, he drove his newly purchased E-Class Mercedes-Benz back to the Magic City and sat in the office of his company's CEO. Since he had decided to break up and would no longer accept their family's parasitic behavior, Lin Fan naturally had to face it head-on. As for Jiangjin, she didn't know where she got the news from, but Lin Fan had just arrived at the company a short while ago. She is dressed like a socialite, wearing all branded clothes, a glittery Chanel top, a small leather skirt, Valentino high heels, and a Chanel bag. She looks very beautiful. She also showed up at her fiancé's company office on time. Chapter 8 Shameless. What do you mean it's your honor to spend your money? Jiangjin came to the company founded by Lin Fan angrily and sat down in the office of her fiancé Lin Fan. Of course, when she entered the company, almost everyone in the company looked at her, and she walked in as if she were the future boss's wife. No, she actually regarded this company as her own a long time ago. My fiancé dotes on me so much and does what I want, so of course his company is my company. So she left a nice, beautiful, and coquettish back view to all the employees in the company, and then went to Lin Fan's office. Lin Fan. What were you doing last night? Why didn't you answer the phone? Also, you said you told her you wanted to break up with me? Is that so? Okay, you want to separate, right? Jiangjun, the campus belle of Hujian University, used to be a celebrity in the school. There were so many people pursuing her that she couldn't even count them with one hand. Among them were those with good family backgrounds and handsome looks. She never takes the initiative, but today is an exception. Because her fiancé disappeared overnight and said such words. She couldn't bear it. As for Lin Fan, he had already expected the other party to use this trick. Although the storm came a little faster, he was still sharp, wise, and calm. Sitting in his boss chair, he responded while looking at the stock market. I am free to do whatever I want. What I hate most is that others control me. You should understand that, right? I control you? Obviously, Jiangjun found it a little difficult to understand when she heard Lin Fan say this. Isn't this how they have been getting along since they met and got together? Besides, regardless of whether it is control or not, there are so many men who want her to control them, but she doesn't give them the chance. Yes. Lin Fan pursed his lips and smiled. Look, I just went out for one day and you come to blame me. Sometimes people need to relax and have some time alone. Do you agree with this? I hope that the way we get along with each other is happy and comfortable. But you, although you are beautiful, are full of roars and greed when we live together. Lin Fan spoke very directly. And after he finished speaking, he felt refreshed and relaxed all over. Yes, in order to pursue her and be with her, I endured it for so long. He even doubted whether this was what was called happiness. You. When Jiangjun heard this, she immediately threw the Chanel bag she was holding onto Lin Fan's desk with a thud. Lin Fan just found it funny. The gentle, pure, and beautiful school beauty in the past was just her surface. She is now her true self. I roar. Am I greedy? Lin Fan. You're so good. You kept it to yourself before, but now we're engaged, and the whole world knows I, Jiangjun, am with you, Lin Fan. Are you starting to show your true colors now? Exactly the same. Lin Fan, who accurately predicted what the other party was going to say, watched her performance quietly. In the past, Lin Fan was very worried about what would happen if she threw a tantrum and made a scene like this. Usually, the two would either kiss passionately to reconcile, or end the farce with Lin Fan apologizing. But now, Lin Fan wanted to laugh. This woman really doesn't know how much she has gone too far. Do you want me to record it and see what you look like now? Jiangjun, I have always believed that a person should have a brain program for self-examination and self-improvement, but you, on the other hand, seem to remain unchanged. You think that such roaring emotions can make me surrender. In fact, I am not very happy every time. Also, you don't respect me. If I hadn't been successful in my career, looked decent, and treated you very well, I'm afraid you wouldn't be with me. After all, what you like is my money, my looks, and my goodness. Oh, by the way, your whole family likes my money. You may not know that once I don't provide benefits to your family, you will make all kinds of sarcastic remarks, compare with others, and create anxiety. You are really a good family. He felt relieved after speaking out, and after that, Lin Fan realized how good it felt to speak out all his innermost thoughts. From today on, he will no longer be the person who swallows his anger, no longer be the person who can only comfort the other person when he loses his temper, he will no longer be the ATM machine in other people's homes, and he will no longer be the person who has to go along with the other person in everything and put himself in a difficult position. And what about Jiangjun at this time? After hearing what Lin Fan said, her originally pretty face quickly became angry. She screamed, and the sound spread throughout the company. Then, the school beauty, wearing a small leather skirt and showing off her beautiful legs, came straight to Lin Fan. Zhao shouted, "You! What did you say?" Lin Fan. It's your honor that I'm interested in your money, okay? No matter how many people want to give me money, I don't want them. I will only accept your money. Besides, I'm so pretty, so what if I take a little more money from you? What's wrong with my mom taking a little money from you? Isn't that what you deserve? Why do you still think this way even though I gave you a chance? Asshole. Asshole. Jiangjun was screaming loudly in Lin Fan's independent office. In the past, Lin Fan would definitely be worried about the bad influence and would focus on coaxing her. But now he just wanted to laugh. Look at what kind of shocking remarks this beautiful designer woman in front of you is saying. Spending your money gives you opportunities? How many people want to give you money, but you don't want it and only want my money? What's wrong with giving my mom a little money? Isn't it yours? Lin Fan admitted that if his mother-in-law was in urgent need of money, he could give it to her if he had enough, but you can't be so arrogant. Are you so shameless and direct and don't you have any shame? Boring, please leave my company. I will arrange for my lawyer to negotiate everything with you. Also, please don't yell in my company. I really don't like it. Lin Fan started working again while laughing and ordered the other party to leave. As for the beautiful woman in front of him, Jiang Jin, it seemed as if she had misheard or was dreaming. What did he say? Is that what my fiancé is saying? Is this what the boy who has been chasing me and wants to be with me said to me? She was a little bit unconvinced at first, but the sound of the familiar man's nimble hands quickly typing on the keyboard, as well as his handsome profile and good-looking face, reminded her all the time that it was the man in front of her who was saying these words to her. Then Jiang Jin yelled like crazy, Lin Fan, are you sure you want to break up? Yeah. Don't regret it. Jiang Jin was so angry that she almost overturned the table. Chapter 9: The Message from the Beautiful President. Yes, we want to break up. I won't regret it. You can also record the evidence. Anyway, it's you. Whoever gets along with you will be in trouble. Please don't harm me anymore. Ha! Jiang Jin, the school beauty's fiancé who had dressed up beautifully and thought she could save the day, was completely shocked. She couldn't believe that the man in front of her was her fiancé. Is he still the talented Lin Fan who had been chasing after her and courting her? She had just said those words in anger, with the purpose of forcing this guy to coax her. As long as he told her that he didn't want to break up, she was still willing to continue to be with him. But I didn't expect the other party to be so decisive. Later on, she stopped pretending. She said in a sweet voice, good. Very good. Lin Fan, I have seen through you. There are so many men who want to spend money on me. Goodbye. Jiang Jin walked on with her high heels, tapping, then turned around and ran out. The moment the door was pulled open from the inside, the whole door made a bang as if it were a spring. This resulted in her employees in the company working outside being shocked by the situation when she came out in such an arrogant manner, and they all looked at her sideways. Lin Fan, meanwhile, rose from his office chair and hurried to the door, calling out to the beautiful woman, Jiang Jin, who had already left. Hey! Don't forget to return my betrothal gifts, and give me cash for all the gold and silver jewelry I bought for your family. My bank account is still the same. You! With a thud. Jiang Jin was so angry that she subconsciously kicked the glass in front of the main door. My toe was hit instantly. His face instantly became more angry. However, as soon as she angrily stepped down from the elevator on the 18th floor in her high heels and arrived at the lobby of the company building, she instantly began to regret it. Lin Fan is very nice to me and I like him very much. I was planning to be sweet with him for a while tonight. The key point is that Lin Fan's career is now booming and even more popular than before. The live broadcast company he founded is on the rise. It is said that the sales of the live broadcast room have exceeded 1 million a day. He also has several female anchors with great potential. It is only a matter of time before we become a leader in the industry. If he is compared to a stock, then he is naturally a stock with very good prospects and is very strong. She also thought that she could become a shareholder and make a lot of money. But now, it's also a contradiction. She was so arrogant before, claiming that many people wanted to spend money on her, but now she is downstairs of the company and it's time to leave. Suddenly, her steps in high heels slowed down, and she kept biting her lips. Hello? Are you still outside? Jiang Jin felt more and more regretful the more she thought about it. She felt that the other party seemed to be deliberately trying to kick her out, so she immediately contacted her sister Jiang Yu who had just come with her. Jiang Yu is now a beautiful female anchor, but to put it bluntly, after experiencing little traffic, she often took some borderline selfie videos, and her fans increased rapidly immediately, giving her the illusion that everyone liked her very much. One of the reasons why she is close to her brother-in-law is that she wants to get a share of the profits from his company. Now she was broadcasting live in the BMW outside. When she heard her sister's somewhat flustered and anxious phone call, she knew that things were not going well. She immediately apologized to the people in the live broadcast room and said that she had something urgent to do and had to end the broadcast. I'll dance for you again when I have time. Here, sister, what did your brother-in-law say? Jiang Jin told her sister Jiang Yu everything that had just happened over the phone. When Jiang Yu heard this, she immediately said, "Sister, were you making trouble again in Lin Fan's company just now? You are stupid. With Lin Fan's IQ, he is just waiting for you to make trouble. If you want to win a man's heart, sometimes you can't confront him head on, you have to be soft on him." But after hearing this, Jiang Jin immediately treated what her sister had just said as a joke. Jiang Yu continued on the phone, "Listen to me, sister, go back and calm down first, I will talk to your brother-in-law about the rest. Also, sister, you have to change your temper. No man likes a woman with a bad temper. If a woman is gentle, obedient, beautiful and sexy, no man can resist her. This sister Jiang Yu is right. It's nothing, she has just been reading recently. There are many ways to control your husband in it. Although I haven't put it into practice yet, I have the theory in hand and am eager to try it out." As for Jiang Jin, after hearing what her sister said, although she was still tough and stubborn and refused to give in, she felt that she had no choice but to let her sister give it a try. "Yes, when did I become so bad-tempered? Maybe it was because mom wanted this and that, which broke Lin Fan's heart?" She decided to talk to her mother now. "Girl, how are you feeling today? Do you want to come over for a cup of coffee?" My younger sister Jiang Yu is dressed coquettishly, and her delicate face is no less beautiful than mine. She still had earphones on her beautiful ears. After getting off the car, she immediately waved goodbye to me and went to Lin Fan's company. As soon as I got in the car and started the engine, a WeChat message popped up. It was that rich uncle who was one of her backup options and who kept chasing after her even though she was engaged. It's terrible. I'm not in the mood to drink coffee. Jiang Jin doesn't mince words at all. Oh my, who is so blind as to mess up this little princess? I'm in a bad mood, I definitely need to adjust. How about this, I'll book a Western restaurant, you come to me and we can have a good chat. The other party is obviously taking advantage of the situation and taking action. Unexpectedly, Jiang Jin, who was furious at the moment, immediately replied, "Okay, send me the address." She actually agreed to go to the appointment. If her younger sister Jiang Yu knew about this, she would definitely blame her sister to death. At such a critical moment, you still go on a date with another man alone. Isn't this just asking your brother-in-law to leave you alone? Sister, you are confused. Sonny, where are the people? Sonny, the police just called me and asked me to go to the police station to explain the matter clearly. They also said that you will go with me. Sonny, let us meet at the entrance of Lanling police station later? Meanwhile, Lin Fan, having just experienced a farce, had thought things through clearly long ago, and now felt nothing but relief, relaxation, and freedom. Far from being affected by his fiancée ex-fiancée, his mood was actually becoming even more cheerful and joyful. Seeing that the 70 or 80 employees in the company were whispering thoughtfully, he simply told them the whole story of his ex-fiancée, Jiang Jin, the campus belle of Hujiang University, and her family. When everyone in the company heard this, the whole company was in an uproar. Many people complained. At this moment, his cell phone rang. It was a message from Sunny, the beautiful CEO who had a romantic night with him the night before. Please take care, the next chapter will be posted around 8 p.m. Chapter 10, Get in her car? Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin? The scenes of himself and that cold and elegant beauty having several romantic encounters the night before and yesterday morning suddenly emerged in his mind. As a result, Lin Fan was stunned for a moment when he saw the other party's message. Sure, the female secretary in a professional suit and tight skirt, was reporting to Lin Fan gently and politely. After being called a few times, Lin Fan came back to his senses and quickly glanced at the female secretary. He found that she was smiling and very excited. Well, you say. Lin Fan judged that she must have something good to tell him, and quickly responded with a smile. Mr. Lin, the female anchor who just came for the interview is quite good. She was previously the top anchor for the internationally renowned skincare brand, Melaleuca, and once sold a single show with the highest sales of 10 million. I need you to come for the final interview to finalize the decision. The female secretary was reporting to me on the progress of anchor recruitment. In order to achieve a breakthrough in the company's performance, Lin Fan naturally took charge and said, "Okay, bring her resume and herself to my office." Then he turned around and replied to the beautiful president with a few words. Lin Fan, okay, I was busy just now. Lin Fan, let's meet at the police station entrance at 5 p.m. Be neither humble nor arrogant, and respond calmly. To be honest, Lin Fan was quite happy to see that beautiful CEO sending him a message. At least from her tone, I could tell that she didn't intend to do anything to threaten me. But at the same time, this beautiful woman who has been single for so long suddenly encountered such a thing, and now she can remain so emotionally stable. Her inner cultivation can be said to be very strong. Sunny, yeah. Sunny, see you then. Lin Fan didn't reply. Instead, he quickly returned to the office and sat down. After a while, the female secretary Shershur brought a dignified and mature woman into the office. As expected, it should be the top anchor in the same industry that Shershur mentioned. Lin Fan chatted with the other party for about 10 minutes. I asked her 3 questions about how to improve performance, how to deal with conflicts between colleagues, and whether she could stay for a long time. Her answers were sharp enough and she understood the ways of the workplace. She gave examples of similar incidents she had encountered before. The only requirement is to keep the same salary as the previous company. Lin Fan looked at her salary structure, basic salary plus commission, about 100,000 yuan a month. He quickly calculated the expected profits and costs, and felt that she was steady and passionate, so after letting her leave, he synchronized his ideas with Shershur. Ha! What a coincidence, we arrived at the same time. After a 30-minute drive, we arrived at the parking lot in front of the Zhenghuan Lanling police station. Lin Fan had just parked her car and got out of her E-Class Mercedes-Benz sports car when she saw an intellectual beauty walking towards her. She was wearing a glittery, ladylike Chanel-style top, a red skirt underneath, and sunglasses. Very good, I thought you wanted to run away and didn't dare to come. A day without seeing you feels like 3 years. Lin Fan didn't know why he felt this way. In short, it brightened my eyes. She is indeed a great beauty with a striking temperament. Who said I don't dare to come? I haven't done anything wrong. The beautiful CEO wears sunglasses and has a face with tempting red lips. You just feel that she is a little cold and disdainful, even a little playful. Ha, you know clearly whether you have done anything wrong or not. I was unconscious last night, and you were awake, right? Don't think I don't know. The woman's words seemed to be teasing Lin Fan. But soon after she finished speaking, Lin Fan discovered that her snow-white face suddenly turned red and warm. And her skin is really white, as if you can squeeze out water from it. Today, she is wearing a pair of silver sparkling high heels, a pair of long beautiful legs and slender feet, and her skirt swaying as she walks. It is truly a beautiful sight. However, the two of them had just arrived at the police station. The beauty stopped at the door and looked at the hall inside the police station, then turned her head and said, "Forget it, let us not go in." Lin Fan was suddenly shocked. Not going in? Didn't this woman ask me to come with her to the police station to explain the situation to the police? Well, the results of the hospital examination are out anyway, and I'm fine after the 4 drip, so why don't we go? At first, Lin Fan didn't understand why the other party did this. Besides, those 2 bastards dared to do this to her, and they might attack other drunk girls if they encounter the same situation in the future. If the disaster is not eliminated, it will be against the will of heaven. But then Lin Fan asked bluntly, boring, why, do you feel too embarrassed? What else? The beautiful CEO said in a royal sister voice. It may not be a big deal for you men, but if a girl repeats what she said, it will be a secondary hurt. Life and work should be the main theme. When Lin Fan heard this, he almost laughed out loud. He immediately said, according to what you said, if you encounter such a situation in the future, will you also swallow your anger? It will never be possible in the future. Sunny's red lips were very determined. Nothing is impossible. As long as you are alive, you may encounter various dangers. I knew you would say that. Sunny glanced at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes. Then he said, I don't usually drink much, but I was in a bad mood that day and had a few extra drinks. Who could have known it would turn out like that? I've learned from my mistakes and I will definitely not do that again, so there won't be any similar dangers. But you, having gotten such a great deal, you must be eager for everyone to know, right? This beautiful CEO has her own reasons for speaking. After listening to her, Lin Fan felt that although her arguments were reasonable and well-founded, he still believed that she was trying to escape. So I said, okay, I get it, you are a coward. Forget it, I will explain the whole story to the police, and as for you, I will tell the police that it is not convenient for you. The woman nodded. Then she immediately scolded him, Bah! You are a coward. Let me ask you, were you awake that night? Did you intend to do something even worse to me? She also talked about the details of what happened between them that night. Lin Fan just said, yes, how can you ask me to stop in that situation? Also, you are actually very proactive, even more so than me. I can't tell. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. That afternoon, the two of them were chatting and felt hot all over. The beautiful female CEO of Pili Culture named Sunny blushed several times. Until Lin Fan went into the police station alone to take a statement, and then came out to describe to her the situation asked by the police and the follow-up. Sunny immediately said, "Okay, that's it. If there is any progress later, please keep me updated. Anyway, those two bastards cannot be let go. Okay, now, it's time to resolve the issues between the two of us. Get in my car. Chapter 11. Come fall in love with me and let us be together." Get in her car? Lin Fan looked shocked. What is this beautiful president doing now? Logically speaking, if the current reporting issue is resolved and there are no other problems afterwards, the two people should have no more interactions. Lin Fan had to hurry back to the company to see the new anchor. This is the capable female assistant he recruited to help him make a lot of money. But the fact is, the beautiful president didn't seem to discuss it with herself. She first turned around and got into the car, then turned her head, with a delicate and charming face, and said, "I advise you to hurry up, don't drive your car, it's a different era and you're still driving an ordinary car. I will give you a Maybach some other day. Get in the car. Don't make me say it a second time." As she spoke, the beautiful CEO started the engine and began to reverse. But what is an ordinary car series? When he had no money before, he thought Mercedes-Benz was great. Now that he finally made some money, he rewarded himself by buying himself an E-Class Mercedes-Benz sports car, which cost him 500,000 or 600,000 yuan. Now you're running to the stinky woman and she's still complaining about you? But what does it mean to give yourself a Maybach one day? Use money to hit yourself. Before getting into her car, Lin Fan felt that she was a little strange today for some reason. The two people in front were still chatting casually. Now, the situation has changed completely. Tell me, how do you plan to resolve the issue between us? The car is speeding. This beautiful president's car is a new energy vehicle. In addition to the top-of-the-line decoration, the passenger seat also has a massage function. In addition, she had decorated the room carefully, so as soon as Lin Fan entered, he was attracted by the romantic atmosphere. Look at this beautiful president again. She is wearing a glittery, celebrity-style Chanel top with a ladylike skirt underneath. Her jade feet are wearing glittering high heels, revealing her slender jade feet with shallow toes and open mouths. It makes people sigh that she is really a beauty in a car. How are you going to resolve the issue between us? It's not my fault. Sure enough, she would not give up easily after spending a night with a beautiful CEO of such a level. But what Lin Fan said was also true. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. You slept with her for a whole night and a morning. Just say it's not your fault and that's it? When Sunny heard this, she immediately became angry. It seemed that he didn't expect the other party to say that. As soon as she stepped on the accelerator, the car speeded up immediately. Lin Fan was so scared that she quickly grabbed the armrest on one side and said to her, "Auntie, what are you doing? If you have something to say, just talk it out. There's no need to do something so dangerous. To be honest, human life is the most important thing, and many people get into trouble because they do irreversible things in anger." Lin Fan quickly comforted the other person. Unexpectedly, the other party said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen to you. I have been driving for many years, okay? I have driven on all roads." Wow! It sounds quite fierce. But she was a very steady driver. After the car sped up, Lin Fan observed the condition of the car again. He didn't expect that her driving skills were really top-notch. Although the car was going very fast, Lin Fan felt very comfortable sitting in the car, and even felt like he was flying. Forget it. If you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. No matter how stable your driving skills are, you still need to be extra careful and never lose your safety awareness. Lin Fan intended to criticize her harshly. But the other party seemed not to listen at all, and said in a soft voice, "Don't change the subject, I want to ask you, how do you plan to resolve the relationship between us? Answer positively." Actually, Lin Fan was a little confused at first. Why did she treat him so arrogantly and even let him get in her car? Now that I heard what she meant, it suddenly became clear. She actually wanted to ask herself whether she should just let it go like this, or was there another possibility with her? But she is a woman, so it is not convenient for her to say it. Lin Fan smiled, thinking of the unprecedented emotional experience he had just experienced, and subconsciously said, "What else, do you mean you want us to be together?" SKR sound. A sharp turn almost knocked Lin Fan down. After getting off the highway, the car quickly stopped on the street near an Instagram-style internet-famous homestay. Lin Fan shouted, "What are you doing?" "Sunny, you are so awesome. You clearly took advantage of me, but you still said that I wanted us to be together." "I'm so beautiful, don't you want to be with me?" The beautiful CEO was wearing sunglasses and had a charming face. She immediately turned around and looked at Lin Fan. Her beautiful eyes are moving, reflected behind the sunglasses, her lips are rosy and tender, her teeth are neat and clear, her neck is tall, and her skin is snow white. Every time people see her, they can't help but be stunned. "That's weird. Just because you're beautiful, I want to be with you? What kind of logic is this?" Lin Fan also deliberately avoided following her. "You." Sunny's upper body rose and fell. Lin Fan stared at Rin Fong for a while. But it would have been better if he hadn't glanced, because as soon as he glanced, he would be discovered by the other person's beautiful eyes. Lin Fan cried out in pain. Before he could react, the beautiful CEO instantly pinched the flesh on Lin Fan's arm with her beautiful hand. "You rascal, are you looking again?" Seeing Lin Fan in so much pain, Sunny instantly felt a little relieved and proud. But she still pretended to be angry. Lin Fan said, okay, I want to look, but we are so close to each other, and I am a man, it would be abnormal not to look, right?" It would have been fine if she hadn't pinched herself, but once she did, she twisted her body even further, revealing a wider range of features, and Lin Fan's aim became even bolder. This caused the beautiful president, who discovered this, to blush instantly. "Rogue. Goat. Ah. No." It was as if the dragon's soul was squeezed out. As soon as the other party finished speaking, Lin Fan also restrained himself. After all, the two had only known each other for one night. But then the beautiful president accidentally lifted Lin Fan's arm and bit Lin Fan's arm with her red lips. The taste is absolutely amazing. A feeling of soul-shattering and spirit-leaving the body suddenly came over me. Lin Fan felt that this beautiful CEO was indeed not someone to be trifled with. And it seemed as if I would never love again. I fully felt the bite of the other person's jade mouth. "Wait until the other party finishes biting." He wiped his mouth with satisfaction. She said in a delicate voice, "Humph, you got the advantage of me for free." "I thought about it, since we had sex, and I've never had sex with anyone else, you're lucky." "Lucky? What's the meaning?" Lin Fan was startled when he heard the other party say, "Come date me." The two of us joined together. Sunny, the beautiful CEO, drove her own luxury car and took Lin Fan to the passenger seat. At this time, she took off her sunglasses, revealing a beautiful face. She was determined and seemed to have thought for a long time before finally speaking out what was in her heart. Chapter 12: A domineering, arrogant and charming woman. Talk about love? The two of us? If he hadn't heard the beautiful CEO in front of him say these words with his own ears, his red lips would open and close like the pistil of a rose. Lin Fan definitely felt that what he heard was fake. No wonder she said before that she would give herself a Maybach someday. It turns out that this is where the foreshadowing is laid. Yes, didn't you just say that we should be together? Wow, she actually took the joke I just made seriously. No, she might not have taken it seriously, but she needed an excuse to break up the delicate relationship between the two of them. "I was just joking," Lin Fan said. "People who tell jokes are often not joking," Sunny retorted. But as soon as she finished speaking, she immediately said in a soft voice, "What? Are you at a disadvantage by dating me? No matter how many people are lining up to pursue me, I don't pay any attention to them." Ha 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 ha. After the beautiful president said these words, she thought that this boy should be moved. But unexpectedly, the other party started laughing wildly, as if full of sarcasm. What she didn't know was that Lin Fan had heard his fiancé, no, his ex-fiancé, say the same thing before. When I was pursuing her, she told me the same thing. It was very sweet at the beginning, but later on, she and her family became parasites, taking advantage of everything they could get. Why are you laughing? Sunny's rosy lips opened slightly, as if testing Lin Fan's reaction. Lin Fan didn't joke with her and said seriously, "I have heard you say this so many times. You say it nicely, but in the end you are just raising fish and looking for a backup." Pooh. What fish pond, spare tire? What I hate most is people who are fickle, you know? Either I love you to bits, sweet and loving, or I don't love you at all. Sunny responded very straightforwardly. Okay, from now on it is the first day of our love. I'll take you to get some transformation first. No, did I say I wanted to date her? She got out of the car, wearing high heels, revealing a pair of beautiful legs, feet and delicate hands, and walked in front. Lin Fan originally followed her, but later also walked side by side with her. Her beautiful hands really make people want to hold them, but at the same time, they feel that they shouldn't think so. What, do you want to hold my hand? Well, it's not impossible. It depends on your performance. Since it's our first day of dating, we'll just hold hands lightly. After saying this, Lin Fan was still a little surprised. But the beautiful CEO's jade fingers rubbed against Lin Fan. It was not known whether she did it intentionally or not, but she actually stretched out her 5 fingers as if to cross them with Lin Fan's 10 fingers, but she was obviously about to cross them, and then she quickly pulled away. Ha! Come with me, the men's wardrobe in here is quite nice. Lin Fan was stunned as he watched everything in front of him. This domineering and arrogant woman. Girl, the environment here is nice, right? Live happily, but don't let unhappiness occupy you. On the other hand, Jiang Zhen, who was originally extremely anxious, planned to wait for news at home after listening to her sister's advice. But the uncle who liked me sent me a message saying that he would take me to a French-style Western restaurant, so I came there immediately. She looked at the middle-aged man in front of her who was dressed up carefully, and for some reason she suddenly remembered the time when she was dating Lin Fan. It would be fine if I didn't think about it, but once I thought about it, I felt that the middle-aged man in front of me was too greasy. She even wondered why she came here. Thanks. Actually, you don't have to do this. Jiang Zhen responded politely to the other party's courtesy. I thought I would just have a quick bite and then go back to call my sister Jiang Zhen to see how things were going over there. But the uncle opposite quickly said, "Thank you? Girl, why are you saying thank you to me? Being good to you is the happiest thing in the world. Please don't be polite to me, otherwise I will be sad." The man in front of me, wearing a suit and tie, with a slicked back hair and a bossy air, is 38 years old. The name suits the person, Qin Qin. The reason why others call him Teacher Qin is that he is now a self-media blogger with millions of fans, and he often posts videos on some of the opinions and experiences of men's counterattacks on TikTok. Most people would discard it after seeing it, but the actual situation is that the number of fans is increasing, which naturally shows that there is a certain market. He saw that the girl he had been coveting for a long time finally agreed to go out with him to have Western food alone. I was already very happy. Now, when he saw that the other party was being polite to him, he immediately used all his tricks to brainwash her. He felt that no girl could resist his attack. You're exaggerating. We didn't do anything wrong. How could we make you sad? Jiang Zhen didn't want to talk to him much. I just ate my steak in small bites and sipped my red wine to make myself feel happier. Unexpectedly, as soon as she said this, the man in front of her immediately said, "Jinjin, don't you understand how I feel about you? How painful my life would be without you. Jinjin, since you and that boy have already broken up, why don't we stay together?" As he said this, the greasy-haired man Qin Qin secretly looked at Jiang Zhen, the campus beauty of Hujian University, in front of him. She has a Japanese-style aesthetic. Very pure and ladylike. A curvy figure is every man's dream. He subconsciously moved his leather-shod feet closer to the opposite side under the table, wanting to touch the other person's pure and beautiful legs. At the same time, his fingers also intended to touch over and hold the hand of the beautiful school beauty in front of him. However, it was caught by Jiang Zhen, the always sensitive campus belle of Hujian University, who quickly dodged away. Sorry, thank you for your invitation, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After he finished speaking, while wiping his fingers with a napkin, the pink sneakers he was wearing suddenly sensed someone approaching. He stood up immediately. He said, "Teacher Qin, I respect you very much. Please don't do anything that you will regret. Also, some people are just friends, but they don't realize it and do some inappropriate things on their own, which is disgusting. Let us not meet again in the future." Quick withdrawal. Looking at the disgusting behavior of the old man in front of her, Jiang Zhen felt like vomiting. She immediately thought of the time when she was dating Lin Fan. I've also been to similar Western restaurants. But at that time, Lin Fan kept saying sweet words to himself. He even writes love poems to himself. To be honest, his romance and emotional value are unmatched by others. After saying that, she left the Western restaurant carrying her Chanel bag, looking like a pure and ladylike woman. Only Chin, a middle-aged man who thought he was successful and rich, was left standing there in a daze. Go. Chapter 13. What, you like me? Not bad, you look quite handsome when you dress up. Shopping mall, fitting room. Only Sunny and Lin Fan, who were wearing high heels, were inside. There was a mirror in front of them and a curtain behind them. But intentionally or unintentionally, the two of them were very close to each other, which made it a little ambiguous. In the afternoon, Sunny took Lin Fan into a clothing brand store and picked out several pieces of clothing for him. Some of them are styles that Lin Fan has never tried before. He looked at the prices written on the sign. A shirt was over 5,000 yuan, a top was over 8,000 yuan, and a pair of shoes was 12,000 yuan. Lin Fan was really surprised. It doesn't matter what kind of clothes you wear, as long as they're clean. So he was a little reluctant to do this. But this charming Sunny, wearing silver high heels and showing off her beautiful legs, was going to be given to Lin Fan. Whenever Lin Fan showed an expression of disapproval, the other party immediately said, "What? Do you have to interfere with me buying clothes for my boyfriend?" Lin Fan was speechless after hearing this. "But when did I say I was your boyfriend? Didn't you say that?" But Lin Fan knew that this woman had just been through something like that and now she was holding him back. He thought it best not to expose her scars. "Right? Actually, I think I'm pretty handsome too. I just need to work on my abs. Looking at the handsome self in the mirror and putting on high-quality clothes, my overall mental temperament has indeed improved a lot. The clothes fit well and the style is trendy and fashionable." During this period, there was a beautifully dressed young saleswoman standing by the door, asking customers about their experience trying on the clothes. To be honest, the beautiful CEO didn't seem to mind at all that he had to change his clothes in such a narrow fitting room. She lowered her head to reply to messages on her mobile phone, and took no time to look Lin Fan up and down. "It doesn't matter whether you have abs or not, I think you're great. Can I touch it?" Grass. At first, Lin Fan thought he had misheard, but when he saw that the other party was looking at him meaningfully, and felt that she had a bit of the beauty of a female gangster, Lin Fan was not afraid of her. He lifted it up, letting the other person touch his body, although his six-pack abs were gradually covering up his breath. Preferably in her face. However, when she ran her beautiful fingers along Lin Fan's chest to his abdominal muscles, she felt and teased, not bad, hard, you have a good figure." Lin Fan was extremely itchy. When Lin Fan put the clothes down, he suddenly looked down at the intellectual and elegant beauty beside him in the fitting room and found that they were very close. In such a narrow space, they can see each other's bodies by turning their heads or with their peripheral vision. Suddenly, their eyes met, and she sucked his rosy lips lightly from time to time, which made them feel an ambiguous feeling. And her skin is so crystal white, tender and dense. If the salesgirl outside hadn't suddenly heard no movement in the fitting room, she would have immediately asked politely, Sir, ma'am, do you have any questions?" "No problem. These are all packaged." Sunny's arrogant and domineering voice. "What, you like me? Look at me from your perspective, in a fitting room like this, Lin Fan, do you have any bad thoughts?" Her voice was teasing, but also seemed curious and knew what Lin Fan was thinking. When Lin Fan heard this, he immediately said, "Don't tease me. As adult men and women, we can see each other's bodies in such a narrow space, and in a shopping mall. Who wouldn't feel anything and wouldn't want to try it?" The beautiful CEO was stunned by what she said. The beautiful face suddenly turned red and warm. Rogue. This guy is really bold. Or are all the young people nowadays having so much fun? Coincidentally, I don't want to try it. Sunny picked up the clothes that Lin Fan had just tried on and walked out of the fitting room while deliberately whispering this. Unexpectedly, when Lin Fan heard this, he immediately said, "Stop pretending, food, sex and men and women have their basic desires. As long as you are a living person, you cannot avoid this feeling. By the way, Ms. Sang, you are quite good at hiding it." This beautiful CEO was very efficient. When Lin Fan was still thinking about changing his old clothes, she had already picked up the expensive clothes that Lin Fan had tried on, put them in the basket, pushed it over, and asked the saleswoman to remove all the labels and pay the bill. Lin Fan said, "No need to buy it for me, I will transfer the money to you." What a joke. I buy clothes for my boyfriend, so why should he give me money? I have money. On the contrary, you should save more money to marry me at such a young age. Every word Lin Fan said made his hamstrings twitch. What's wrong with her? Didn't they just sleep together? It would be fine if he just proposed a relationship, but now it seems that he needs to have a clear goal and directly marry the other person. Lin Fan put on his clothes. The newly bought clothes were also packed. Sunny smiled and handed her beautiful hands to Lin Fan. Then he walked out of the store. When he was at the door, the beautiful president suddenly stretched out her beautiful hand and said to Lin Fan, "Come, you have been obedient today. As a reward, you can hold my hand. See if you will be moved." Ah, I never thought that this beautiful CEO could be so seductive. Although I predicted that she was rich, I didn't expect that she could touch a man's heart so well. When Lin Fan heard this, he immediately dissed her. "You were so good at saying sweet words, you must have had many relationships." "Pooh. Just you, okay. What? Do you want me to talk about a few more?" Sunny smiled lightly and walked elegantly and calmly in the mall. Every time I see her, I can see the sight of a beautiful woman. Many passers-by glanced over at him. As a result, Lin Fan quickly glared at the beautiful Sunny and said, "Hey, why do I feel like you have changed? You shouldn't be this kind of person." "So what kind of person am I? Don't talk to me in that tone. We didn't know each other before, so why do you feel like I've changed? What if I've always been like this?" She just has a quiet, beautiful, and cold face. Just let the other person say everything. The two of them spent the next period of time shopping in the mall. As the sky grew darker, Lin Fan looked at the time. Although there was nothing to do in the afternoon and his colleagues in the company had handled their affairs well, as the boss he still wanted to go back and take a look, so he proposed to say goodbye. He would go back and check the price and transfer the money to her. However, he didn't expect that the other party would immediately say as soon as he heard Lin Fan say this, "Why, we haven't even lived together yet, and you want to separate from me?" I said, "That was something I bought for you, well, I want to see a more handsome you tonight." After saying that, he left the mall. Lin Fan thought about taking a taxi to the police station to pick up his car, but as soon as he turned around, the other party said, "Which way are you going? You haven't been to my house yet. Come home with me for dinner in the evening." "No, didn't she just say they were just in love? How come we're going to her house soon? Is it progressing so quickly?" Chapter 14, Going Home with the Beautiful CEO. "Don't look at me in surprise. I said, we will be in love from today on. You are very lucky. Can pick me up." Snort. Sunny is showing off her figure intentionally or unintentionally. Lin Fan had seen it before, and it was indeed quite good. Her figure is top-notch with curves in all the right places. When you look at her close to you, the sense of distance feels like extreme torture. But at that time I was just thinking about how I could be so lucky. Could it be that after breaking up with Jiangjin's family through the KonMari method, I had changed my fate? Sometimes, fate is really unpredictable. But Lin Fan immediately said, "What do you mean I'm lucky? You're the lucky one. Then tell me what blessing I have." Sunny asked back. "Of course, it is a blessing to know me. I know a lot of things, which can not only provide people with abundant emotional value, but also give them romantic surprises, and even amaze them physically and spiritually. Let's put it this way, but. He was saying this. I was about to describe it with words like, there's no girl I can't get who I like, and they all love me very much. But he soon stopped. Up to now, Sunny gave herself the impression that she was not a playboy and was even a virgin. If it weren't for the accident with Lin Fan, she would probably have remained like this for a long time. She is busy with work and protects herself well. This is also the reason why Lin Fan often thinks about her. Whatever. You keep talking. As they were chatting, they were planning to go back to the company, but as soon as Sunny interacted with Lin Fan, she couldn't help but get into the other's car. When I realized it later, I suddenly remembered that when I was free today, I checked the company's current business status and the live broadcast rooms of several brands under it, and they were all operating normally. At present, he only needs to look at the financial report every day, plan benefits for the company's employees, and stabilize the morale of some important core employees. Nothing. Lin Fan suddenly let out a long sigh of relief. "Ha, I know it even if you don't say it. You must be saying that you are very good at picking up girls and there is nothing you can't get if you like. I don't know you yet. Wow. The car is speeding." In just 2 days, they had reached the overpass. The wind from outside the window blew into the car, blowing up the long hair of the intellectual beauty next to him, and then blowing into Lin Fan's chest. Lin Fan immediately said, "I didn't say that, it's you who should think that way." Hey, I realize that Ms. Sunny is really good at adding drama to yourself. This beautiful CEO was used to hearing compliments from others. Occasionally, someone would dare to say such compliments. Instead of getting angry, she smiled. She glanced at Lin Fan's handsome profile with her beautiful eyes and said in a delicate voice, "Then tell me, how did I add to the drama?" Of course, Lin Fan expressed his true thoughts. The final result was that not only was she not angry after I argued with her, but more importantly, she laughed heartily. Damn, she seemed to really like this part of her story. Later, when the two arrived at the villa area in Begu Mansion in Central, the car stopped at the familiar main entrance and drove into the basement. She was wearing high heels, making a clucking sound. The intellectual and beautiful figure was in front, and Lin Fan was behind. We got on the elevator where only two people were. During that time, a neighbor here brought over an Alaskan dog. Miss Sunny bent down with a beautiful smile and stroked the dog's head. It's quite enjoyable. Lin Fan subconsciously moved away. He had been bitten by a dog when he was a child. Although he knew that dogs in the city were basically pets and would not cause any problems, he subconsciously wanted to stay away from it. Then Miss Sunny smiled and joked, "Oh, you are afraid of dogs? Who's afraid?" Of course, Lin Fan denied it. At critical moments, he will definitely be the one standing in the front. Okay, don't be afraid. I'll get one in a couple of days. Lin Fan rushed forward and almost whipped the other person's fairy-like white body. Is she teasing herself on purpose? She looked like a particularly cold beauty. The following night, Lin Fan returned to the place where he had a one-night stand with Sunny, the beautiful president. After entering her house, I found that the messy sofa and the two people's clothes on the floor had all been tidied up. The queen-like high heels and the two high-end dark shoe cabinets at the door were also neatly arranged. Turning his head to look, Lin Fan finally understood what a wealthy high-heeled shoe enthusiast was. There are both PVC and heel-free ones. There are all kinds of Valentino ones, with red rhinestones, 10 centimeters pointed roots, and dazzling diamonds. Compared to his ex-fiancée, Jiangjun, the campus beauty of Hujian University, although she has a great figure and is a ladylike type, she will never wear it unless Lin Fan asks her to. She would never wear it unless asked. This is probably another important reason why Lin Fan broke with her family. When two people are together, they must be suitable for each other and they must be very infatuated with each other. Then, the time came to 7:40 in the evening. My stomach is rumbling. Soon, the two of them just went in and changed their shoes. Sunny said in a soft voice, "Here, can you help me put my high heels in the closet later?" Lin Fan was about to refute. Why do I have to help her put on her high heels? But then a virtuous voice came immediately, "Miss, you are back. Is there anyone home?" At the same time, Lin Fan was equally surprised when an auntie who looked noble but was obviously over 35 years old came out of the kitchen wearing an apron. Aunt Shin, is dinner ready? I'm so hungry today. Oh, let me introduce you. This is my live-in aunt, Aunt Shin Rue. She has been with me for a long time. Knows my diet and daily life best. This is my boyfriend, Lin Fan. Your name is Lin Fan, right? As she took off her pink perfumed outer garment, revealing her graceful waistline accentuated by the dress underneath, she introduced the two people to each other in a somewhat tired voice. This boyfriend? Didn't the lady always say that she didn't want to find a boyfriend? How many times did her mother urge her? She actually has a boyfriend now, but it seems like she didn't have one a few days ago. Also, why does she seem unfamiliar with his name? The live-in nanny, Aunt Shin Rue, originally planned to say hello to the young lady after she came back, and then start preparing meals and see if the young lady had any instructions. As a result, the CPU was burned out by the lady. Chapter 15. This female hooligan. Nanny Aunt Shin has been with the family since before Sunny's mother settled abroad. Both mother and daughter trust her very much, but because Miss Sunny has now established a very big career in China, she definitely cannot leave, so mother and daughter are currently separated. The young lady is a workaholic and doesn't even want to fall in love. But the current situation is, Miss actually has a boyfriend? She thought for a while, and then looked at the handsome guy named Lin Fan for a while. Although the lady was delicate and stern, she was very affectionate and called him her boyfriend. Brought him back home. This has never happened before. Later, Aunt Shin suddenly understood that the young lady must have had sex with the handsome man in front of her. That's why the lady said that. That's why the lady introduced it so openly. Then, wouldn't this villa be welcoming a male owner from now on? Okay, the meal is ready. I've prepared it for you long ago. I'll go to the kitchen and serve it to you. Mr. Lin, please join us. Don't hesitate. The beautiful woman in front of him, Sunny, also saw Anshin, who was usually gentle, looking at her boyfriend Lin Fan in a daze, and she quickly glanced at her. Anshin responded immediately and smartly. Of course she has this kind of insight. When the other party brought the prepared meal to the table, Lin Fan discovered how this beautiful CEO was nourished on a daily basis. In addition to the rich dishes such as braised pork, green bean ribs, fried chicken, braised sea bass, bacon steak, etc., there are also bird's nest and chicken soup. Let Sunny enjoy it comfortably. In addition, there are very fresh, peeled imported raisins, grapes, kiwis, papayas, etc. with various chewy flesh. It looks very tempting. No wonder this beautiful CEO has such good looks and skin. In addition to food, she must have played the piano and danced since she was a child. Otherwise, how could she be so charming and seductive? Alas, women brought up in wealthy families are just different. What are you looking at? Eat. This will be your home from now on. After Sunny came out of the shower, she changed into cherry blossom pink pajamas, with her long healthy black hair draped over her shoulders. She wore shiny black glasses and sat face to face with Lin Fan. She didn't feel anything, but Lin Fan felt that everything in front of him was like a dream. Her villa has 3 floors in total. Each floor is about 100 square meters, which is equivalent to a villa, but it is decorated in the Instagram style. While eating, there is also nice light music. I don't feel like eating much, I'm trying to lose weight recently. Lin Fan laughed. Are you worried it won't taste good? Anshin's cooking skills are pretty good, and my girlfriends always praise her every time they come. Seeing that her boyfriend had no appetite, Sunny quickly and elegantly tasted other dishes in small bites and found that they actually tasted quite good. So he stood up and picked up a piece of braised pork for Lin Fan to eat. Anshin was still doing something in the kitchen. When she heard the noise, she came out and stood at the door looking sideways. It seems to be saying that you have to eat it to know. This nanny is confident in her cooking skills. Sure enough, when Lin Fan took a bite of the braised pork, he exclaimed wow and praised it highly. So delicious. Tasty. The crispy outside, tender inside, chewy and smooth, sweet taste is so eye-catching that it makes your soul jump with joy. To be honest, she had never eaten anything so delicious. This may be because my parents were not around when I was young, and I always feel like something is missing in my life. When he was with Jiangjin before, Jiangjin had something that Lin Fan didn't have. But now it seems that what I lack is the warmth of home and the cooking skills that will be praised by everyone. Humph, I said it was delicious? I'll give you another piece. Don't worry about not being in good shape. We can exercise together every day. I'll do yoga and you can do fitness. If that doesn't work out, you can also do yoga with me. The beautiful CEO is smiling sweetly. Looking at her figure, it is proud and graceful. Even though she is wearing pajamas, you feel that it cannot hide her charming and delicate body. She is so beautiful. Dignified and elegant, with tenderness. Lin Fan sighed. She has a very feminine air about her, and I don't know if she does it on purpose or if I just like it. It's like a dream. What Jiangjin couldn't give him, this beautiful CEO now has it all. Humph, what are you looking at? If you look at me again, I'll dig out your eyes. Suddenly, Sunny shouted. As a result, the chopsticks fell to the ground with a bang. Lin Fan bent down to pick it up, but it was too close to the inside. After bending down to pick it up, he subconsciously wanted to stand up, but he didn't have time to move away and was bumped. With a cry of ah, a sharp pain came from the head. This made the other person burst into laughter. You deserve it. If you keep looking, I'll step on you. She sat upright, elegantly, crossed her beautiful legs, and seemed not to care. Then she spoke harshly in a reserved, queenly voice. If you have the guts, step on it. Lin Fan doesn't spoil her. So what if she is beautiful and gentle? If this female hooligan dares to do this, Lin Fan will definitely take care of her. I can't cure you yet. Humph, then I really stepped on it. Sunny said softly. He seemed a little flustered. Well, you step on it. Come quickly. Lin Fan half stood up, looking at the other person with his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. But when Sunny looked at Lin Fan's arrogance, it seemed as if she thought of something she shouldn't have thought of. Her face suddenly turned red, and she immediately said in a delicate voice, Humph, you wish. This caused Lin Fan to simply give her a cold look. Still thinking about beauty. However, the situation of the two of them today has just made some progress. Even the live-in nanny in her house was a new encounter. It wouldn't be good if the nanny heard the dirty talk between them. Sunny pointed to the kitchen, Lin Fan sneered, and then both of them were a little restrained in their words. After tasting the dishes, the nanny cleared all the food from the table and went to wash the dishes. There were imported fruits with the skin and core removed placed on the table, and the two of them took turns eating. Everyone was busy with their own things, and then Lin Fan discovered that the beautiful president always grabbed the papaya to eat. It seems that he pays great attention to health preservation. Lin Fan quickly teased her, "Eat more. Do you want me to peel it for you? Papaya is very nutritious." As a result, the other party subconsciously covered himself with his hands and said in a soft voice, "Rogue, don't think I don't know what you want to say. Here, give me a grape to eat." She is still quite pretty now. Like a shy girl. Lin Fan laughed and said, "Okay, if you don't mind my hand, just take it and eat it." Then he took a grape and handed it to the other person. But the other party quickly shook his head, lowered his head as if busy dealing with something, and said in a soft voice, "Being a boyfriend shouldn't be so rude, feed me with your mouth." Chapter 16, It seems like the relationship is just like that? That night, Lin Fan seemed to have opened the door to a top-level love experience. After eating and drinking, when leaving, Sunny jokingly asked me if I wanted to stay tonight. Lin Fan said okay, maybe he will appear in your room in the middle of the night, don't be surprised. As a result, the beautiful CEO immediately groaned, "TSK. That was because I appeared in your room, you should be careful about yourself." The two people behind seemed a little reluctant to leave. But I'd been out of the company all day today, and it would be unreasonable if I didn't go back. So say goodbye to each other. But I didn't expect that before leaving, the other party said to me tenderly, "Don't forget to pick me up after get off work tomorrow." It seems that this relationship has begun. What's more, she still has a program reserved for herself. The next morning, Jiangjun couldn't sleep for the first time because she had no news from her fiancé Lin Fan the whole night. But fortunately, I usually get enough beauty sleep, so even if I stay up late and suffer from insomnia, it doesn't affect me much. As the campus belle of Hujian University, her primary productive force is naturally her appearance. Therefore, since being supported by Lin Fan, she has only been doing some work at work, paying 5 insurances in one fund, and her job is very leisurely. Her current job is as a co-executive director in her best friend's company, which may also be related to her talent. You say that her working ability is weak, but in fact she is quite strong in practice. Lin Fan was initially worried that she would be a drag, but later realized that he was overthinking it, as Jiangjun had her own strengths. Otherwise, you will not be invited to become a partner and hold the position of executive director. What's wrong? Are you feeling a little off today? Their company is in the fashion industry and is currently preparing for a fashion show. The idea is based on a handsome man named Venus who sees his own beautiful self by the lake one day and is so frightened that he turns into a daffodil. Vivian, the best friend and owner of this fashion company, saw that Jiangjun was in a down mood. In the interval, he handed her a cup of coffee. Lin Fan wanted to break up with me. I haven't seen him for 2 days in a row. Jiangjun spoke directly and stated the reason. Separate? Inside the venue, the new model was still auditioning, and Vivian asked the other party in surprise. But then he said, that shouldn't be the case. The handsome Lin pursued you so hard in college. I was very envious of you at that time. Vivian said this was the truth. At the time, they were all students of Hujian University. If it weren't for her best friend Jiangjun who was more popular, she might be the one who was with the handsome Lin now. There is nothing to envy. Once a man changes his mind, it is difficult to get him back. However, I believe he is just sulking and will come to me and ask for reconciliation in a few days. After thinking about it all night, Jiangjun finally figured it out. She and Lin Fan could not be separated, and Lin Fan could not be separated from her. As for the reason, not to mention that all his current property is under his name, he can't move forward without him. Another thing is that the intimate life between the two of them is at a level that ordinary men and women cannot reach. The two of them often feel that their life is worthwhile because of the stimulation and excitement they get from each other. That day, Lin Fan told himself with great satisfaction that she was the only woman he loved in his life. No one can compare to my charm and beauty. I think you should be careful. Lin Fan is so handsome and his career is so successful now. There are many women eyeing him. You can't be careless. Although she was unwilling, Vivian still wished her little sister the best. She felt that Jiangjun was too confident. The key is to manage the business with care. But then Jiangjun said, there are so many women eyeing him, so I feel a sense of accomplishment when I am with me. So many girls like him but can't get him, but he only loves me. Vivian, let's make a bet. He will definitely come back tonight. Do you believe it? I don't know how deep their relationship is now, but Vivian is worried about their current emotional crisis. Before, where has anyone ever seen the handsome Lin willing to leave the school beauty Jiangjun for even an hour? It's been 2 days and 2 nights now. Okay, it's okay as long as you know it, but I think you should pay more attention to men's inner thoughts, and pleasing each other is the long-term solution. Jiangjun nodded and said, I understand, it's okay. Mr. Jian? Someone is outside sending you flowers. However, at this moment, the receptionist suddenly came to the model audition venue and called out to herself. Jiangjun took a look and subconsciously asked, who is it? If someone gives it to you, just take it. Jiangjun, who was used to receiving flowers, didn't understand the nature of the flowers and just distributed them to the girls in the company as usual. But I heard the lady at the front desk say, a man who claimed to be Mr. Qin said that he would always love you and asked me to convey his message to you. The front desk just spoke. Vivian burst into laughter. Speaking of this feeling, why does it look so much like the role played by Mr. Fanwei? There was a burst of laughter in the venue. Okay, got it. Tell him I'm a little busy right now and I'll meet him after work. It would have been fine if she hadn't said it, but as soon as she finished speaking, Vivian was immediately shocked. Jinjin, aren't you in a sensitive period emotionally with Lin Fan now? In this situation, you still want to go out with other men and keep other people's appointments. If Lin Fan knew about this, he would break your legs. Jiangjun disagreed. Said, Wei, do you know why you can't fall in love? It's because you don't understand the relationship between men and women. I actually hope that Lin Fan can see me going out with another man. That way, his emotions will be aroused and he will frantically beg me to get back together. I'm afraid the noise isn't loud enough. When Vivian heard this, she was completely shocked. Quickly advise, sister, you are playing with fire. Aren't you worried about causing irreversible consequences? If someone is pursuing you and giving you flowers, just reject him directly. The fact that he is pursuing you means that he feels there is hope. Now that you have agreed to go on a date, he will be even more likely to pursue you. Vivian had also heard of this uncle. I've met him once before, but he looked like a playboy and a veteran in the love field. He was nothing compared to a clear-headed and loyal man like Lin Fan. It's good to be entangled. The entanglement reminds me that there are many people who like me. If that guy doesn't come over and ask for reconciliation, I'll continue. Wei, why don't you take a video of me holding flowers and send it to him? Let me say that a man was pursuing me and came to the company. He was a rich old man. Vivian was almost frustrated by the other party's logic. If she really did this, she was 100% sure that Lin Fan would no longer want her. She is acting like this. If you don't do it, you won't die. Then she will cry and beg Lin Fan to get back together. Please support the new book. The next chapter will be updated around 12 o'clock tomorrow. Chapter 17 Open Air Hot Spring. After get off work, Open Air Hot Spring. Lin Fan, who had originally rested for a day, saw that it was almost time to get off work. Seeing that the company employees were busy preparing for the big promotion, he thought he might as well watch the palace for a while. Unexpectedly, she suddenly remembered that the beautiful CEO said last night that she would pick her up from get off work today. In the morning he was wondering how he could pick you up since he didn't even know the exact location of your company. Besides, I didn't say I would pick you up. But at noon, she sent the coordinates of her office. Magic City, Global Harbor, Studio. We will be off work at 6 p.m. Later, the other party sent me a voice message, saying that we should go to the hot springs in the evening. Oh, I didn't want to pick her up. But the weather has been getting colder recently, and he has been exhausted from work this month, so he is thinking about where to go to relax. As a result, the other party said this location. Well, I have nothing to do after get off work anyway, and I don't have to deal with that parasite anymore. It would be so nice to go out to soak in an open-air hot spring with a beautiful girl after get off work. Lin Fan secretly complained in his heart. When he drove his E-Class Mercedes-Benz and sped all the way to the downstairs of their company, he saw from afar a woman dressed elegantly in a silk shirt and a slit skirt, revealing a pair of beautiful legs, waving at him on the side of the road. Lin Fan opened the car window and parked the car in front of her and suddenly laughed. "Hey, how did you know it was me?" "My boyfriend came to pick me up, of course I knew it was my boyfriend." "What? Do you think we're starting to get along?" Today's Ms. Sunny is elegant and decent, and her legs look very intellectual. "Come on, sister, how can you live so coherently even though we just had an accident?" Now, she doesn't seem to be sad at all about losing her virginity that day. "Oh, don't mention it, or I'll step on you. Come on, stretch it out, if you have the guts, step on it." It would have been fine if she hadn't said it, but as soon as she did, Lin Fan glanced at her intentionally or unintentionally. When the beautiful CEO saw that it was a trick, she immediately said in a sweet voice, "TSK, I won't be fooled. I won't step on you so easily. What if you like me?" She subconsciously glanced at Lin Fan. Lin Fan also looked at her. "Walk, drive, go to this place." After Sunny got in the car, she spoke in a sweet voice while extending her beautiful hand and clicked on the address to forward it to Lin Fan. It took about 40 minutes. After a while, the car got on the elevated road, crossed the Yangpu Bridge, and sped along the road. During this time, Lin Fan saw her posture of getting into the car, and immediately teased her, saying, "Hey, Sunny, do you know that sexy and beautiful women need a ritual when getting into the car?" "What ceremony?" She lowered her head to deal with things on her phone. When she heard Lin Fan talking to her, she raised her head, revealing a pretty face. The two looked at each other and then looked away immediately. The waves in my heart surged up in an instant. It must be the way a flight attendant sits. "How do you sit?" Sunny was asking. Lin Fan said, after opening the door, "Turn your back to the car door, be more elegant and gentle." The beautiful president seemed to be busy with something. I didn't hear it clearly, but I didn't want to spoil the other person's interest, so I subconsciously said in a soft voice, "Okay, I got it." The words are still well behaved. Lin Fan was immediately delighted and said, "No, you have to sit like this every time you see me in the future." "Okay." Sunny answered subconsciously. I am really screwed. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the two arrived at the open-air hot spring on time. Lin Fan originally thought he needed to go in and buy a ticket before entering. Unexpectedly, the waitress at the door, dressed in a traditional cherry blossom dress, immediately became very polite when she saw that it was Sunny. She said, "Ms. Sunny, you are here. It seems like you haven't been here for a while. Please use the SVLP channel." SVLP channel? Forget about SVLP. Why didn't Lin Fan realize there was a VLP channel here before? Limiting the imagination of ordinary people? Besides, there is no marking here. Knowing that Lin Fan was surprised, the beautiful president said to Lin Fan as they walked, "This hot spring spa was opened by a Dutch friend of mine, and I am also one of the shareholders. Ting ting, if this gentleman and his friends want to come in the future, they will all get a free meal. Okay, Sunny, this is how you want to play, right? You have to show off your advantages one after another, right? Okay, then I will give you a good time in the future." When the two entered the VLP room to change clothes, Lin Fan took out a cool black bathrobe, and Sunny took out a cherry pink one. When we went to the dressing room to change, she said, "I actually wanted to choose this cool black suit for you too. I didn't expect that a boy like you would have such good taste." He is indeed my boyfriend. Husband, see you later. What on earth just happened? Lin Fan only felt a little teasing beside his ears. The beautiful CEO's rosy lips suddenly came close to her ear and whispered to her seriously, "Husband." The beauty of her red lips even caressed Lin Fan's ears. This stinky woman is really good at it. While waiting for the other party to leave, Lin Fan changed his clothes inside and posted what had just happened to his daily small group of friends nicknamed "Do a Job" for potential stocks. My friends and buddies immediately exploded in the group. "Lulu, get her. After breaking up with that bitch Jiangjun, I've been having lots of luck with women." This is a message sent to me by my good friend Lulu. He is very supportive of his decision. It should be said that he noticed very early on that something was wrong with Jiangjun and her family, and advised Lin Fan to stop the loss in time. "Jiangzi, is it true that your wife is a shareholder of this high-end hot spring resort?" "Offing, I'm so jealous. Can I make an appointment in advance?" Lin Fan smiled bitterly when he saw the message in the group. He replied, "What wife? I just met her not long ago. Lulu, I just want to ask you if you got it? Did the relationship happen?" Yes. Lin Fan, I don't know if it counts as winning or not. Anyway, we had a pretty intense fight that night, but it was a complete accident. Lulu, ha 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 ha, that means you're in. You're being too Versailles, too Versailles. Zhangzi, ha 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 ha. Offing, ha 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 ha, Lulu, you're still my sixth brother. Lin Fan. No, he just shared his experience. Why are you guys still making fun of me? After being immersed in the group for several days, I suddenly felt really restless. I almost forgot that among his good friends, except for one who was currently in a relationship, the other two are still single. The boy's joy. Chapter 18, Pink Bikini. Lin Fan finally said in the group, okay, if everyone wants to play, come here anytime. Sunny said that if you are my friend, everything here is free. Everyone please don't feel restrained. When the friends in the group heard this, they immediately felt that Lin Fan had found a great girlfriend and was really generous. No problem, just say you're free and go after work in the evening. Lin Fan hummed. See you then. The group was filled with booing voices once again. Red wine bath, sand bath, lavender bath, water curtain bath, ancient tree spring bath, free bath. Not to mention, the design of the bathhouse here is quite unique and full of ancient style. Lin Fan had just changed his clothes and came out when he saw people in costumes singing Liang Shanbua and Zhuingtai not far away. Young men and women come and go in the hot spring hall, some of them are shirtless, showing off their muscular lines. Some beauties were wearing bikinis, running and laughing. When Miss Sunny came out, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. She was wearing a cherry blossom dress, which was slim-fitting like a classical beauty. Her lazy long hair was pinned behind her head with a Korean vertical clip, revealing her tall, snow-white neck. When Lin Fan first saw her, she greeted him and said, "Have you chosen? Which bathhouse should we go to?" Don't worry, we are SVLP. In addition to the public baths, all the baths here are private all-inclusive baths. The water is clear, changed every time, and there will be no one else inside. Lin Fan sighed. It's so fucking nice to have money. You don't have to worry about queuing or crowds when taking a hot spring bath. I remember when I went to the hot springs with my friends, there were so many people there. Just like making dumplings. Red wine bath bar. Lin Fan thought about it. In fact, he also wanted to see what a free and easy bath and an ancient tree and sacred spring bath were. Since we are here, we might as well make the best of it. The beautiful president nodded and asked the waitress to take them away. During this time, Sunny looked back several times, her beautiful eyes looking at herself thoughtfully, and whispered, "Why, do I have a good figure?" So like behind me. When Lin Fan saw her teasing him, he immediately said, "Yes, who said it wasn't true? Miss Sunny, you have such a good figure, is it because you eat papaya often?" Sunny subconsciously thought of the joke about eating papaya. When her face flushed slightly, she stopped, waited for him to come over, and said, "Don't talk about papaya anymore. Can't I just be born with a good figure?" "You have such a great figure, is your mother pretty good too?" Lin Fan followed the other party's thinking. "Of course not. My mother has such a figure that any man would be stunned when he sees her." "I don't believe it." Lin Fan actually wanted to see it, so he said that on purpose. "TSK, just wait, we'll show you after we finish taking a hot spring bath." Lin Fan was quite looking forward to this journey. He thought, as expected, like mother, like daughter. Who says a daughter is not a replica of her mother? But Lin Fan felt that this intellectual, quiet and beautiful CEO was definitely better than his teacher. Look at how charming she is when she walks. The key is a perky and peachy butt. When the two arrived at the VLP territory of the red wine bath, the thatched huts surrounding it were opened, and fresh fruits and snacks were placed next to them. As soon as the waitress left, Sunny untied her cherry blossom bathrobe, revealing a beauty in a pink bikini. Lin Fan was stunned. The key point is that she also pinned a cherry blossom in her hair. The delicate and elegant face instantly gave off the feeling of being a stunning beauty that could overwhelm the whole country. "No, no, no. Miss Sunny, how dare you appear in front of me like this? TSK, you're surprised by something you haven't seen before. Didn't you see me like this that night? Compared to that night, I'm pretty decent now." Sunny seemed to be meeting a family member. Although she walked a little shy and timid, her fair skin and enchanting figure were truly the most beautiful in ancient and modern times. "What are you still standing there for? Go get dressed. Come in." "All right." Lin Fan was almost frightened by what the other party said. He shrugged and said, You are a pretty woman, can't you be more reserved? In fact, he has always liked beauties who are somewhat shy and timid. They may not be so proactive, but when you guide her to do something, she will appear in front of him like a lotus flower emerging from water. It is so fresh and unworldly, so beautiful beyond words. When Sunny heard Lin Fan say this, she immediately smiled and said, "So you like to be reserved? Well, I will start to be reserved now." As she said this, she went into the water, reached out and let her long hair fall down, and it fell into the red wine bath. With her beautiful back exposed, her figure was faintly visible in the bathtub, displayed to Lin Fan. Lin Fan cursed inwardly, "Okay, Sunny, you are really good. You know that pure and beautiful women are very attractive to men, right? The way she looks now is exactly the pure goddess in the hearts of men." She was already very beautiful, but she had cherry blossom petals pinned in her long hair. Her skin was already very white and delicate, but she wore a girlish pink bikini. It's really beautiful. What? Why aren't you coming down yet? If you like, you can watch me as much as you want. By the way, I want to take some photos later, and I would like to ask Mr. Lin, the photographer, to help me take better photos. Come quickly. Lin Fan. Lin Fan spent more than half an hour taking pictures of this pure beauty in the red wine bath. At first he was too lazy to take the photo, but then he saw in the camera that she was extremely photogenic. She is even better than the so-called Hwadan stars today. She also has a bit of a Japanese beauty feel. This then aroused Lin Fan's desire to take pictures. Not only did he take many pictures of her beautiful back in the bathtub, he also went up to the shore of the bathtub, where she sat beautifully, and took many full-body pictures. Moreover, she put on the moves. He is also very good at finding shots. Lin Fan was shocked by his cry. When Sunny came over and saw the photos Lin Fan took of her, she was also amazed and said, "Husband, you are so good at taking pictures. I want more, I want more. From now on, you will be responsible for all my photos." Lin Fan. Oh my god, I just took a picture of you on the spur of the moment. Although Lin Fan's photography skills were indeed good, he used to just take a few pictures while walking on the street. When others saw it, they would rush to ask Lin Fan to take pictures of them. But now this pure beauty has to let Lin Fan work as her laborer. I want another ghost. If we were together in the future, wouldn't it be the end for me? In the red wine bath, the two people's bodies touched each other intentionally or unintentionally, and their eyes looked at each other intentionally or unintentionally. Lin Fan sighed, "What a sin." Update in advance. The next chapter will be sent out at 12 o'clock tomorrow. Remember to hit me if you don't send it. Chapter 19 Hot Search. A female anchor named Zhang was banned? The wonderful night passed quickly. For this reason, after returning home, Lin Fan did a 10-minute plank and 500 Pilates exercises in one go until he was sweating profusely. There was no way, as the image of the beautiful CEO in a bikini, with a face and figure like a lotus emerging from the water in a red wine bath, began to flash in his mind non-stop, her beautiful eyes looking at him proudly and affectionately, penetrating into his heart as if a soul collision. One can't help but miss her. The only way to relieve it is through exercise. What's even more outrageous is that when I was sleeping at night, I dreamed that the other person suddenly appeared in my bed. She hugged herself, kissed herself, and she was kissing her too. What a sin! If it wasn't for the fact that the next morning, after Lin Fan finished his regular meeting at the company, he was sitting in the office drinking tea brewed by his female secretary and basking in the sun, when he suddenly saw a hot search on Weibo. He almost completely forgot about Jiangjun, his ex-fiancée, the campus belle of Hujian University. The key trending search on Weibo is this. Hashtag a female anchor named Zhang was banned. There are several other hot searches. Hashtag Zhang surname. Hashtag female anchor exposed. Hashtag big. In fact, it is not uncommon for anchors and internet celebrities to be banned these days. As spectators, we can just watch the show and watch the show. But the female anchor who became a trending topic is surnamed Zhang. His ex-fiancée's surname is Zhang, her sister's surname is Zhang, and the whole family has the surname Zhang. Because the explosion of his 3 views is beyond imagination. It's inevitable that one would think that it might be one of them. When Lin Fan saw this trending search, he vaguely felt that this female anchor surnamed Zhang might be related to him. When I clicked on the blurred screenshot of the beautiful woman in the hot search, it looked a bit familiar. Could this be Zhang Yu, the younger sister of my ex-fiancée? Every time I see her, she always looks like a sweet cherry blossom girl wearing JK. If you look at her appearance alone, she is indeed a sweet girl, and many men like her and fall for her. Therefore, when she was broadcasting live, the number of online viewers was quite high. She is quite good at acting cute and coquettish. Don't worry about what she did to break through the traffic. When thinking about this, Lin Fan felt that if she really did it, it would be like a fly not biting an egg without a crack. You reap what you sow. Anyway, I have almost cut off all ties with her family. As long as I return my betrothal gift and the hardware and diamond ring I gave them before, I will be completely free of all ties with them. Whatever happens in her family in the future has nothing to do with me. But having said that, I've passed on the message 3 or 4 days ago. Why haven't they responded yet? Oh, I realized it later. Lin Fan remembered the last time Jiang Jin was angry and Ling Ran came to his company to make trouble. That was also their reaction at that time. But there was no follow-up. Don't want to pay it back? No, I have to continue asking them for the betrothal gift and diamond ring to warm up the relationship. What a shameless family. At that time, Lin Fan was humming a song and eating melons in the office, and also chatting and bragging with his friends in the group, when a phone call suddenly came. When I saw the number, it was marked Jiang Yu, with the note, sister-in-law, Jiang Jin's younger sister. Lin Fan sounded suspicious. Strange, why is she calling at this time? Could it be that the banned female anchor is her? Hang up, busy. Lin Fan was quick-eyed and quick-handed as he continued to browse the news. Although the stock market had slowed down recently, he could still make some money if he operated diligently. He had just switched to the app, invested 1 million yuan in it, and was waiting for the price to rise or fall. Unexpectedly, my ex-sister-in-law called again. The aura feels quite fierce. Well, with the attitude of watching the show, I would like to see what the other party wants from me. Lin Fan answered the call. But unexpectedly, as soon as the call was connected, the person on the other end started crying and begging in panic. Lin Fan. Lin Fan. Woohoo. No, why is this girl crying to me? Also, I have nothing to do with your family now, why are you calling me so attentively? Hey. It's not good for you to be like this now. I have nothing to do with your family anymore. Last time I asked you to tell your sister that I wanted to break up with her. This time, just tell her to return all my 300,000 yuan betrothal gift, hardware, and 10-carat diamond ring to me immediately, okay? He was polite when asking for money, but once he got the money he raised the price, otherwise the wedding would be cancelled. Ha, the wedding is cancelled? I turned around and kissed the beautiful CEO passionately. I. However, just as Lin Fan finished speaking, the person on the other end of the phone began to sob softly. Then he hesitated for a few seconds, and soon started crying. She said, Lin Fan. How could you do this? You said you wanted to break up, but I didn't agree to break up with you. If you just give in, I'll stop making a fuss. Besides, my sister has already planned to talk to my mother about the extra betrothal gift, asking her not to be too excessive and to negotiate it out. Oh, give in? What are you going to say? Let's negotiate? How can you be so thick-skinned? Let us not talk about whether you will return the betrothal gift or not. If I am still in contact with your family, your sister will be the one who cares about me. Then come to me. Don't call me, talk to your sister instead. Your sister has a lot of rich men chasing after her, so it's a piece of cake for her to deal with you. Just about to hang up the phone. But suddenly, I heard someone on the other side whimpering coquettishly, Lin Fan. My sister likes you so much, she rejected all the boys who pursued her for you. You still treat her like this, how heartbroken you make her. After hearing the other party's remarks, Lin Fan could no longer listen. Heartbroken? Do you like yourself so much? Yes, I like to make the whole family take money from me day and night. Afterwards, Lin Fan complained in his heart, wondering why he called him directly when something happened. So that's how it is. Lin Fan suddenly felt like 1,000 alpaca horses were running through his heart. Jiang Yu, please watch your words. You only consider things from your own perspective and never consider that I am tired and too lazy to waste time on internal matters. So let it be. Lin Fan was about to hang up the phone. Unexpectedly, the person on the other end heard something was wrong and immediately screamed, Lin Fan. Lin Fan, don't hang up. I've thought about it and you're the only one who can help me. If you hang up, I'm going to go to the rooftop. You'll never see me again. Never see me again. This really shocked Lin Fan. Is she threatening herself? This one. The key is that I have no direct relationship with her. She thought she was doing well in Shanghai, and because of her sister, she could pull me in to help her? Feel sorry. You guys are really a bunch of troublemakers. When Lin Fan heard Jiang Yu act like this on the phone because he didn't agree to help her, he was speechless. Chapter 20, You've had a crush on me for a long time? You. Don't do anything stupid to me. Don't go to the rooftop. Hearing that the other party was about to do something stupid, Lin Fan quickly called her back. But the person on the other end hung up the phone immediately. I give up. These two sisters are more difficult to discipline than each other. Why did you have to call yourself when something happened? Lin Fan immediately called back, but the call was rejected directly, indicating that the call was in progress, and it seemed that the caller was very angry. When people are impulsive, they are likely to do stupid things. Sometimes they may just make a joke and end up in trouble. You can never bet with your life. While Lin Fan was sending a WeChat message to the other party, he also called her. His ex-sister-in-law Jiang Yu answered the call after about 10 minutes. Why don't you answer the phone? Lin Fan asked anxiously. Then I heard a voice with sobs and grievance on the other end saying, Lin Fan, guess where I am? Lin Fan. Did this woman really go to the rooftop? No need to guess, just come down. As Lin Fan was speaking, he had already started to call the police with another mobile phone, but the person on the other end quickly whispered, Lin Fan, don't call the police. If you call the police, I will jump down right now and will never tell you a lie. Lin Fan. This is really like putting a knife to someone's neck. So, Lin Fan, you definitely didn't call the police, right? Lin Fan remained silent. The other party said again, Lin Fan, I need to hear your voice. Please hurry up. Lin Fan nodded and said, I want to report it, but only if you listen to me and send me the address. No. But soon Jiang Yu's voice suddenly became weak. He said, I originally coveted you, but unfortunately Jiang Jin also liked you, so I could only hide my love for you in my heart, thinking that as long as you were happy with her, it would be fine. But I didn't expect that the final result would be like this. Lin Fan, my dear Lin Fan, you probably don't know that I have been secretly in love with you for so long, and how much I like you in my heart, right? I even want to hug you when you are sleeping alone. If you want to hate someone, hate that I didn't have the courage to confess to you before her. Otherwise, I would be the woman with you now. Jiang Yu kept saying that he was in despair. Lin Fan was extremely anxious at the company. Sometimes, it's against one's will, but it still hurts others. It is also possible that the other party is pretending, but in this case it is better to believe it than not. Seeing that the timing was not right, Lin Fan immediately synchronized the message and situation with Jiang Jin on his mobile phone and asked her to call the police. As for why Lin Fan could still find the other person even though he had deleted her, it was because when Lin Fan was pursuing Jiang Jin, the pure school beauty, he had already memorized everything about her in his heart. Jiang Jin, jump off the building? On the other hand, Jiang Jin, who was helping to supervise the model show rehearsal in the company, was still a little bit unbelievable after seeing the news. But then the other party sent another sentence, which made her believe it. Husband, this is true. I am on the phone with her right now. Call the police immediately and use the phone to locate her. Otherwise, you may not be able to see your sister again. Even so, Jiang Jin was still a little surprised as to why her sister would jump off the building. There was no time to think about it, so I called the police immediately. When the location was determined, Lin Fan asked Jiang Jin to synchronize a copy for him as well, and told her, if you encounter anything strange and shocking later, please don't be afraid. You also know your sister's character. At this moment, Jiang Yu, who had just been broadcasting live in the company's live broadcast room, had actually reached the top floor of the building. She also came to the edge of the cliff top of the building, wearing a campus-style JK, and sat on it with her waist tilted. Because the sun was shining brightly today, her peach-like but felt a little hot after she sat on it. Because he had promised the other party and quickly calmed the other party down, Lin Fan followed the address given by the other party and arrived at the top floor of their company building first because it was relatively close. Jiang Yu, here I come. Once on the top floor, the door that was originally locked was open. When Lin Fan saw the girl's location, he immediately shouted, Don't come over here. Lin Fan was about to move forward when Jiang Yu suddenly screamed a warning. Lin Fan immediately stopped moving forward and said, Okay, don't go forward. The other party retreated a little. Then, Lin Fan began to list in detail the situation she might encounter if she were to jump off the building. Not to mention that she would need to overcome her huge fear. If she accidentally fell, her pretty face and figure would be deformed by the heavy fall. When she heard this, she immediately got scared. Lin Fan took the opportunity to say, "Although you didn't tell me what it was, I probably guessed that you were on the hot search today, right? That female anchor is you." He didn't want to wait for Jiang Yu to feel any more anxious. "So I said, actually, there is nothing to be afraid of. You can still work in the anchor industry, but as long as you don't do anything illegal, with your looks and dancing skills, becoming a big anchor is just around the corner. If it's on the trending search, just let it be." Lin Fan comforted the other person. But the other party said, 200,000 fans, I worked for several years before and only had 10,000 fans, but after your suggestion, it immediately increased to 200,000. Now, you want me to do it again? Yes, in the future we will make the content healthier and more positive, such as doing finance or playing the piano. If that doesn't work, you can come to our company to be a live streaming host. Finally, the words were spoken. Lin Fan meant that you should come down now and we will talk about the rest later. The beautiful girl immediately stood up and cried, "Then you lie to me? No way." Lin Fan responded straightforwardly. "Then you swear." "Damn, is this ever going to end?" Little girl, she swore. This is reality, not an idol drama. At the same time, there were suddenly many footsteps coming from the door behind. Turning around, Lin Fan found that it was the police. And his ex-fiancée, Jiang Jun. But, it's such a coincidence. The beautiful girl Jiang Yu had just calmed down a little, but immediately after seeing her sister Jiang Jin and the police uncle coming, she immediately returned to the dangerous place on the rooftop, and even seemed to want to stand up. Questioning Lin Fan. "Oh, I knew it, Lin Fan, you lied to me, you lied to me. You promised me you wouldn't call the police, so why are they here now? And my sister, she doesn't know that we are together yet, right?" Oh my god, Jiang Yu's actions made Lin Fan not know what to do. We are together? Chapter 21 Husband, did you lie to me? You guys want to be together? After receiving the news, he immediately called the police and found his sister Jiang Yu and came up with the police uncle. She was originally feeling a little relieved that her fiancé had finally given in and started talking to her, but she didn't expect that he was talking about her sister Jiang Yu who was going to jump off the building. Lin Fan. Are you really not going to live with me anymore? Don't you know how many people are pursuing me? Don't regret it. But that's all. Now, the police came, obviously to save his sister, but now his sister actually said that she wanted to be with Lin Fan. Speechless. Jiang Jun was immediately furious. What the hell is this? You're Lin Fan? Are they secretly together? No, it's impossible. Jiang Yu, who was originally stunned, suddenly shook and stepped back. Then she laughed and said, "One of you is my sister and the other is my boyfriend, how could you be together?" Impossible. Husband, you lied to me, right? Jiang Jun was obviously very unconvinced. At that time, Lin Fan was also shocked as to why Jiang Yu suddenly told such a big lie. What is she going to do? Destroy the relationship? The relationship between the two families had almost been sorted out, but now, with the addition of her sister, a green tea who often dressed up as a pure lustful person, things became even more intense. Also, classmate Jiang Jun, what husband? Didn't I already break up with you? Why are you still yelling? Return my 300,000 yuan betrothal gift. Of course, it is also possible that the two sisters made their own moves, intentionally confusing Lin Fan's thoughts. Lin Fan thought so understandably, and then quickly calmed down and responded. He first said to Jiang Yu, "Don't talk nonsense, what good will it do you to slander me? Do you know that spreading rumors can bring bad consequences to a person? I've already said I'm going to cut ties with your family. Are you threatening me?" He tried to warn the other party with these words. But then Jiang Yu began to speak vividly, "Lin Fan. Who slandered you? Didn't you promise me that you would part ways with her when the time was right? We have prepared ourselves mentally. Have you forgotten?" This girl's remarks completely changed Lin Fan's perspective. Now, he knew why her live broadcast was blocked. She is a person who has no bottom line in doing things. What good things can you expect her to do? Ha! At the same time, Jiang Jun, who was already very angry, felt that she suddenly understood why it was her sister who told her in the beginning that Lin Fan wanted to break up with her and asked her to return the betrothal gifts, hardware, and diamond ring. It turns out it was for her dowry. Although she knew that her younger sister liked her brother-in-law more, she thought it might be because of her relationship. Now, she came to the conclusion that the two people were colluding to deceive her. Moreover, now, the two of them are secretly together? We've all been to bed. Ha ha ha, I hope he doesn't sleep in his own bed. I never thought that the most beautiful girl in Hujian University would suffer such a ridiculous incident. She subconsciously took 2 steps back. A bitter look appeared on his delicate Korean face. Today, she is still dressed like a ladylike campus beauty, wearing a light floral dress and white tennis shoes. Very pure feeling. Realizing that something was wrong, Lin Fan subconsciously said, "No, don't listen to her nonsense, she is talking nonsense just to threaten me. Jiangjin, don't let your imagination run wild. Pooh. Don't believe Jiangjin. Why should I consider her feelings? It's obvious that their family is the best. Why think so much?" Lin Fan resolved the situation himself and planned to hand the place over to the police and leave as soon as possible. Jiang Yu, on the other side, seemed to be worried that her sister would be persuaded, and said in a delicate voice, "Lin Fan, you have such a cruel heart. You won't help me at all. If you do this again, I'll jump." Enough. That's enough. What on earth is Jiang Yu doing? What Lin Fan could certainly confirm was that this incident had never happened. She just made it up out of thin air. Her goal now is to make Lin Fan surrender and be tied up with her, right? If he was to talk about peeking at her, Lin Fan remembered that there was one time when she came to his house to play and lay down in the bedroom to sleep because she was tired. Lin Fan saw that she was wearing thin clothes, so he covered her with a blanket. That's all. I didn't expect that this could become an excuse for her to make a fuss. Lin Fan sneered, "Is it interesting? Aren't you afraid of retribution for making up stories?" But the result now is that Jiang Yu exaggerated this fictitious matter to the point that Jiang Jin actually believed it in the end. She instantly cried out on the rooftop, "Great! You guys did this behind my back, and now one of you is jumping off a building while the other is acting. What? Do you think I'm easy to fool? Why do you all bully me?" Then, before anyone could react, she ran straight to the edge of the cliff on the rooftop. Jiang Yu originally thought that his sister was acting and now she was trying to grab him at the right time. But the fact is, she seemed to have collapsed and jumped to the edge of the cliff on the rooftop. There is a 30-story building below. At this time, the police uncle immediately began to comfort her. "Girl, I am a police officer from the police station. I can see that you must have suffered a great injustice now. Sometimes emotions are unreliable, which is normal in the world. There is no need to hurt yourself because of others. Come, think about your parents at home, and think about your own youth. There are still many wonderful opportunities that have not yet happened, so come over, okay?" The police officer took a few tentative steps forward. But Jiang Jin suddenly screamed, "Don't come over. Come one more step and I'll jump." Lin Fan and the police officer were so frightened that they stood still. As for Jiang Yu, he was shocked when he saw his sister coming to his side. She was even braver than him and stood directly on the dangerous cliff platform on the rooftop. Quickly shouted, "Sister! Sister! What are you doing?" "I was just joking just now, sister, please don't be like this." Jiang Yu originally wanted to scare Lin Fan, so he told him not to call the police. "But I didn't expect things to get to this point, and I don't know how it will end." He quickly relaxed. Putting aside other things, the two sisters have had a good relationship since childhood, and the elder sister takes good care of her. But Lin Fan is now the only person she knows who has the ability to help her. If she doesn't threaten him and put him in the storm of public opinion, he will not help her at all. How did the situation become like this now? Shouldn't she have called him? She didn't know what to do. Chapter 22, The British Director is a Fierce Friend. The final result of this incident was that the ex-fiancée Jiang Jin and her sister, two beautiful women, had a fierce quarrel on the rooftop. When Wei Wei was stunned, the police were also shouting at them not to get excited. Lin Fan rushed over, hugged Jiang Jin, and pulled her down. Seeing the crisis resolved, her sister felt that she could not act like this anymore. Several people came up and surrounded them. Finally, they went to the police station for education and recorded their statements. But Lin Fan was exhausted. Just at this time, Sunny, the beautiful president, called her and asked where the person was. "Why didn't you reply to my message?" After Lin Fan explained the whole story to her, Sunny, who was sitting at the entrance of a cafe drinking coffee, responded. Ha, so your sister-in-law has a crush on you? Lin Fan nodded. I just went through such a farce and don't feel like explaining anything. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the other party said, You still, huh? Now you are my boyfriend, please keep a good distance from these people. Also, how can they find you if they want to make trouble? If you don't contact them, they won't make such a fuss. Lin Fan said, I saw the trending search on Weibo today and thought it might be her. Turns out it was really her, and she even called for help. She threatened that if I didn't go, she would jump off the building. Ha, you are just innocent and don't even know that you are being used. Now, I have blocked all their contact information. If they want to bother you again, just let them contact me. Honey, do you understand? Come to me, I'll buy you a coffee. On the other end of the phone, Sunny, the beautiful CEO with a queenly voice, was quite protective of herself. It's like taking care of yourself. Lin Fan felt warm inside and said, No need, I can handle it myself. The person on the other end immediately said in a sweet voice, Okay, then you want me to delete all of them when I am with you. Lin Fa laughed heartily. He said, Miss Sunny, your words are really lingering. I will take care of things here today and explain things clearly to them, so it won't happen again in the future. Then, Lin Fan took advantage of the opportunity to check the time. It was exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I immediately asked curiously, So cool, drinking coffee leisurely during work hours? Sunny said in a sweet voice, Yes, isn't being a boss about managing people? I have already supported a few good people, and they are all super beautiful and capable young ladies who listen to me very much. I will introduce you to them when the time comes. Lin Fan? Lin Fan? At that time, the police officer in the police station was calling his name. Lin Fan turned around and laughed into the phone, saying, Okay, your cultural company does have a lot of beauties, I'll go see them some other day. Well, the record over there is almost done, I'll go back and cooperate with the mediation. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the mature voice on the other end of the phone said, I am alone now, come and have coffee with me when you are done. At this time, Lin Fan didn't know yet that today's Sunny, the beautiful president, the intellectual and beautiful big sister, was wearing a black slim ballet skirt, revealing a pair of white arms, a small green watch, and high heels with bows on the hollow heels. From a distance, you can tell that she is beautiful, of noble status, with elegant manners and endless charm. There was also a faint sweet and pleasant scent emanating from her body. But because Lin Fan didn't know about it in advance, he subconsciously refused and said, Not now, after I finish dealing with things here, I have to go back to the company. There is a female anchor who wants to quit because she is discouraged and can't compete with others. She has broken the sales record of our live broadcast room before. Oh. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, he was scolded by the other side. Am I more important or is she more important? By the way, I've known you for such a long time, but I still don't know what you do for a living, Mr. Lin. I was curious these days. It turns out that you have a lot of beautiful female anchors under you. Lin Fan laughed out loud. Said, Okay, we are all adults, just do our own things every day, there is more to life than just love between men and women. He said it rather gently. So what you mean is that you want me to go to the police station to find you? Well, it's a good opportunity to meet your ex-girlfriends. Lin Fan, no more. I'll come find you when I'm done. Lin Fan is not afraid of anything now. It is actually a more rational choice. Jiangjin, the campus belle of Hujian University, is already making enough noise, and now her sister has come. If the beautiful CEO Sunny comes and says that she is now Lin Fan's girlfriend, the scene will probably make the earth explode. TSK, are you worried that I can't deal with them? I haven't punished you yet. Why didn't you tell me about your ex-girlfriend? It seems that you want to be stepped on by me tonight. The voice of the police was heard again, and Lin Fan quickly said, Okay, if you have the guts, step on me tonight, or I will tear you apart. Immediately, he hung up the phone. Came to the mediation room. Nini, how is your boyfriend? Is he obedient? On the other side, the beautiful CEO Sunny, who had just been hung up on, bit her red lips and thought to herself, You little bastard dared to hang up on me. Sitting at the door of the cafe, enjoying the beautiful afternoon, the elegantly seated beauty received a voice message from her British bestie. During college, Sunny also studied abroad. That's when the two met. It's just that Sunny likes to start a business in the field of animation that she loves. My best friend chose to continue her master's studies and chose to study directing. She is also an exquisite beauty. She has a slender figure and is also a talented woman. It's okay, but I just found out that he has an ex-girlfriend, and his ex-girlfriend's sister also has a crush on him, and the two are threatening to jump off the building. I say I don't mind, but deep down I still mind it to some extent. She was worried that her best friend who was far away in England would misunderstand her, so she chose to explain, as she would chat with her in her free time. It wasn't his fault, he was a good person and a bit arrogant, and it was probably because those two girls were not reconciled that they were making such a fuss. Wow, you haven't even been together for a few days and you're already speaking up for your future husband? Those two girls really did it. But, Nini, when I return to China in a few days, you must introduce me to your future husband. Why am I so unconvinced? Also, is your job good? When Sunny heard the other party say this in a sweet voice, her face suddenly turned red. Immediately, he whispered, Shanshan, you silly girl. Isn't life in England enough for you? What kind of job is good? You are such a tiger and wolf. Besides, if he is not good, would I let him be my husband? My God, the private conversation between these two people was also quite explosive. But at this moment, Lin Fan had no idea that he was being talked about. Chapter 23 Oscar-winning actress? So, who of you is lying? Lin Fan, your name is Lin Fan, right? Are you sure you didn't have sex with your sister or kiss her? You are responsible for your words, right? Police station, mediation room. The police officer sat in the middle of the table to mediate and first question Lin Fan. Lin Fan sneezed twice for no reason and subconsciously said, Who is scolding me? The beautiful girl over there, who is also my sister-in-law Jiangyu, immediately whispered, See, it must be another woman who holds a grudge against him. Maybe two more. Lin Fan glanced at the other person and was truly stunned. Until now, she is still restless. Yes, I am responsible for my words. My younger sister Jiangyu and I have had no relationship from the beginning to the end. I was only in love with her elder sister before, and even got engaged to her. Although after the engagement ended, I decided not to have any contact with her family anymore. But the betrothal gifts and jewelry must always be returned. Jiangjun over there looked very unhappy. In her heart, she originally thought that Lin Fan was just being angry and would not do it seriously. Now, he actually proposed to separate from me. When she heard this, she immediately stood up and said in a soft voice, What do you mean the betrothal gifts and jewelry must be returned? Why didn't you tell me when you were pursuing me? Now we're engaged, and you're backing out? Are you treating our family like a fool? At first glance, what Jiangjun, the campus beauty of Hujian University, said makes a lot of sense. What's more, she is a pure beauty with exquisite dress. But wait, that's not the case, is it? So, your family is holding on to my betrothal gifts and jewelry and won't return them? Lin Fan felt like laughing. Those are crocodile tears. It was clearly his own fault, and his whole family are parasites, but now he is trying to turn the tables on others. You. Did I promise you to break up? You were the only one who initiated the breakup from the beginning, right? Let me tell you, since we are engaged, everything belongs to us as joint property, and I own half of the shares in your current company. The truth is out. The truth is out, brothers. I asked why you wouldn't let go of me. He also plans to extend his hand to the company founded by Lin Fan. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan stood up immediately and said angrily, Don't change the subject. I just said why I want to break up with you, right? The reason is that your family wants an additional 300,000 yuan in betrothal gifts and also wants to buy a house for you with full payment, right? We have been together for so many years, and you have never worked, and you have been spending all my money, right? You guys are going too far. I don't want to be a scapegoat anymore, okay? Officer, I can retrieve the transfer records for her and her family over the past few years, as well as the witness and recording of her mother telling me in person on the day after the engagement that she wanted to increase the betrothal gift. Is it easy to make money these days? Even if I have made some money and have assets now, I won't be exploited by them like this, right? After saying this, Lin Fan subconsciously glanced at the beautiful girl Jiang Yu. He had not mentioned the financial support given to her sister. As for his fiancée Jiangjun, when she heard Lin Fan say this, tears immediately fell from her eyes. Her chest rose and fell, and she cried out in a delicate and aggrieved voice, Okay, you are telling me this, right? You're telling me this, right? You have your contribution, so I don't have mine? My family trusted you so much, and you recorded it. Despicable. Mean. It looked like they were about to quarrel again. The police immediately calmed everyone down. Said, "Don't be emotional, emotions can't solve any problems." "Mr. Lin, let me ask you again, are you responsible for everything you say?" "Responsible." Lin Fan nodded. "This is actually the truth." The police then asked Jiang Jin the same question again. But Jiang Jin kept crying. And she was a little nervous at this time. He kept emphasizing that he had suffered a great injustice. In the end, I felt like I was about to die. Shouting, 120. Call 120 for me. Breathe, I feel like I can't breathe. The police at this time found something wrong, but they were also afraid that something might happen. I could only call 120 and ask the ambulance to take the other person to the hospital. Lin Fan was stunned by the scene before him. Play like this? As for her younger sister Jiang Yu, she knew that she had gotten into quite a bit of trouble, and she was thankful that her elder sister didn't blame her. When the ambulance arrived, she was the first to get on the car and expected Lin Fan to get on as well. But Lin Fan smiled bitterly and said, "I'm at the police station. Come to me anytime if you have any problems." That scene was so fake. She has been with Lin Fan for 3 years. Lin Fan has been supporting her. She eats well, uses good things, and is smart and exercises regularly. When did she become so fragile? Lin Fan also wondered if she really was having trouble breathing. But when the police questioned her just now, she had evasive eyes and suddenly exaggerated by saying that she couldn't breathe. This made Lin Fan even more certain that she was just pretending. It would be unreasonable not to give her an Oscar for Best Actress. What a good actor. Now, this strange family made Lin Fan think that he should just give up on the betrothal gifts and jewelry. After returning to the police station, Lin Fan briefly explained a few things to the police. The police officer said, "I understand the situation. Please leave your phone number. We will inevitably need to mediate again later. I'm ready to answer your call at any time." Lin Fan nodded, sighed, and left the police station. On the other side, the ambulance had just taken Jiang Jin to the hospital and dragged the bed to the emergency room for emergency treatment. After the doctor asked about the situation, he also quickly asked what happened at that time. Jiang Yu explained the situation and said that she had never seen her sister act like this before. "Why can't I breathe suddenly?" The doctor's advice was to give her sister oxygen first and connected her to an oxygen device. "But I didn't expect that I had just inhaled for a while. She's fine now." But at that time, she was secretly pinching her sister Jiang Yu's fingers. At first, her sister was a little puzzled why her sister was pinching her fingers when she was about to faint. Later, when the doctor was about to use the instrument for examination, Jiang Jin coughed twice, suddenly opened his eyes, and said, I seem to be feeling better." The doctor observed her posture. In addition, she kept hinting to her sister, so the doctor finally said, "Okay, observe in the hospital for an afternoon. If there is no problem, then it's fine. Oh, don't forget to pay the fee." Eventually, the doctor left. There were only 2 sisters, Jiang Jin and Jiang Yu, left in the ward, no one else. Jiang Jin immediately got up from the bed full of energy. "Sister, why are you up? Your body?" Jiang Yuji shouted. Unexpectedly, Jiang Jin suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, wandered around the room, and said, "My dear sister, I was pretending, can't you see it?" Chapter 24. Your brother-in-law can't live without me. Today, Jiang Jin has completely muddied the waters. She even felt a little regretful about going to the police station. Almost got exposed. But putting aside the fact that Lin Fan was breaking up with her, the first thing she had to deal with right now was her younger sister, Yu, who had always been single, was just as beautiful, and even younger than her. Was she really in love with her fiancé? Huh? Are you pretending? Why are you pretending? I think you just need to have a good talk with your brother-in-law about this. He was so good to you before, but now our mom suddenly asks for an extra 300,000 yuan in betrothal gifts and a large flat. We can go back and talk to mom and apologize to our brother-in-law. That should be enough. That's not the question. But Jiang Jin quickly rejected her sister's idea. What's the problem? My sister was surprised. He is now taking advantage of the situation and doesn't want to cherish it after getting it. There are a lot of men out there who want to pursue me, but I still think that an extra 300,000 yuan in betrothal gifts and a large flat is not enough. He has changed. Jiang Jin thought seriously about countermeasures. At the same time, Teacher Chin, the teacher who had been pursuing her, sent her a message again. Said, "Girl, are you still angry? If he wants to break up, then let him break up. I will support you from now on." After saying that, he sent a screenshot of his deposit. About 2 million. Jiangjin shook her head and showed the chat history to her sister with disdain. Then she remembered that she had just asked her about her and her fiancé, so how did she end up asking for an extra betrothal gift? This is not about the bride price at all. He doesn't love himself enough. But when Jianyu saw the chat history, she immediately said, "That's not right, sister, aren't you and your brother-in-law doing well? Why are you chatting so passionately with other men?" She glanced at the chat history between the two. This is the kind of thing you would say if you at least chat with them often. It's equivalent to the level of a male best friend. When Jiangjin heard this, she immediately refuted, "What do you know? If a man doesn't keep you in suspense, will he always be loyal to you? You try your best to be nice to them, but they don't cherish you. You are stupid, no wonder you can never fall in love. Please learn more from me in the future." Jiangjin said this, and finally stopped by the window of the ward and asked, "Let me ask you, do you like Lin Fan?" Jianyu didn't say anything. Jiangjin asked again. Jianyu lowered her head and made an excuse, "Sister, I'll buy some fruit for you." After saying that, he left. "Stop making excuses, that's you admitting that you like him." Jiangjin said this. Jianyu was stunned for a moment. About to leave. At this moment, she felt a little complicated. She just wanted to threaten the other party to help solve the problem of being banned. Unexpectedly, Jiangjin said, "Who am I, your sister? Don't you know that many people like Lin Fan? Did you know that many girls pursued him when he was in college? Who doesn't like Lin Fan?" Jiangjin stood there and stamped her feet. Then she felt that it was better to find out now than to find out later when the consequences were irreversible. "So I said, I can understand you, but Lin Fan can only be mine, do you understand? We will still treat you well as before." This can be regarded as Jiangjin's final warning ultimatum to Jianyu. She also thought her sister would agree. After all, in her eyes, her sister is always the child who has not grown up. Although she is dressing more maturely now. But Lin Fan, he no longer likes you. However, Jiangjin had just finished speaking and was about to breathe a sigh of relief and leave this place quickly. The company still has things to do. But I heard my sister suddenly say this. "Sister, I know it's inappropriate for me to say this, but you're a really nice woman. Please stop hanging on to those men, okay? If you keep doing this for a long time, you will destroy yourself. Facts have proved that he is a good man, isn't he?" Jianyu thought, since his sister had opened the topic, he might as well say out his inner thoughts. But unexpectedly, Jianyu, who was already very taboo about this, suddenly became angry. "Stop. Stop. Stop. Didn't you understand what I just said about Jianyu?" Jiangjin, the campus beauty of Hujian University who loves her younger sister very much, called her by her real name for the first time instead of your. The words started to get heated. "I said, I can handle my own affairs, but please stay rational. Lin Fan belongs to me alone, Jianyu, please don't say anything more. Lin Fan is just angry with me. He will come back to me sooner or later. You have no idea how much he loves me, okay? Moreover, what I can give him, you may not be able to give him." Jiangjin seemed to have something on Lin Fan. Always confident. This is also true even in the recent court case. But her sister didn't know this. She is a naive person who has just entered society and has never been in love. She usually admires the plots of idol dramas. How can she know what two men and women who have lived together for so long have actually given to each other? Seeing that her sister was still insisting, she immediately said, "Whatever you can give him, others can definitely give it to him." "What if others can give as well, and give better than you?" "Okay, sister, I know I shouldn't talk too much, but you don't have to be so mean to Lin Fan. Christmas is coming soon, and I want to dress up as a sexy Christmas reindeer with you again." Jianyu said it lightly. Jiangjin saw that no matter how hard she tried to explain it to her sister, she just couldn't get it through. She got worse. She suddenly became annoyed and shrilly, "Jianyu, did I not express myself clearly or do you have some misunderstanding? We won't break up. We won't break up. Lin Fan, your brother-in-law can't live without me." After saying that, I was too lazy to explain to her. She put on her clothes, opened the door, and left, wearing a denim miniskirt that revealed a pair of slender legs and white socks, and a light yellow t-shirt that wrapped her peak lines for a pure and sexy look. The younger sister was left alone, standing there in confusion. Although she was quite dissatisfied with the fact that her sister was often kept by Lin Fan, her sister was not the kind of person who would say such nonsense. How could she be so sure that Lin Fan couldn't leave her? Chapter 25. Anchor Suner and Stewardess Secretary Shirshir. Speaking of which, Jiangzhen, who was so confident, mentioned why Lin Fan can't live without her. Of course, real events have happened. It's just that she was not willing to agree with Lin Fan treating her like that at that time. And at that time, her fiancé Lin Fan said that he liked her to dress in a more ceremonial, romantic and atmospheric way when they were together, and it would be best if she wore the clothes and makeup of the woman he liked very much. For example, campus-style JK, bunny girl, stewardess, female secretary, etc. Lin Fan said that he really likes beautiful girls dressing up like this to please him. Although he also liked it very much, he was also addicted to being close to Lin Fan. But Jiangzhen's way of controlling her husband is to always believe that a woman must be reserved and often refuse in order to get everything she wants and make the other party fascinated. If she keeps Lin Fan on suspense, he will chase her desperately to satisfy his desires. The facts also prove this. And now, the two sides have encountered conflicts. Jiangzhen believed that as long as she used this trick again, even if you take the initiative, your fiancé will definitely come back and stick to you. She doesn't know him yet? When they were together before, Lin Fan even used ice cubes to massage his back in the hot summer, and the two of them played happily together. The feeling of living a life of drunkenness and dreams that only he and himself can experience. Can others give these? Besides, Lin Fan also said that she was the most perfect type of woman he liked and wanted the most. Only I can satisfy him. So she was not afraid at all. The other side. After leaving the police station, Lin Fan first drove back to the company to deal with the matter of Han Suner, the company's core female anchor, who was planning to resign. Her problem was simple: she had just broken the sales record of 1.3 million in a single show, and she felt a little proud of herself afterwards. My performance was declining, my heart was broken, and it affected my condition, but I was unable to adjust in time. The human resources director was originally a flight attendant. She provided good service, but her human resources management skills were average. I had no choice but to let myself, the founder, come and talk in person. Afterwards, when they met, Lin Fan didn't talk about anything else, he just let Han Suner watch a video. The content of the video says, #the fact that you can become a world champion shows that your cognition is not bad. Luck and hesitation, wanting to win but fearing to lose are the root causes of failure. If you are hesitant, you are actually doubting yourself. It is better to be resolutely wrong than to be hesitantly right. Keep a low profile, fight and battle. Han Suner was a little confused at the time. Boss, shouldn't you talk to me about specific things? Why are you showing me the video? But after she finished reading it once, she read it again, and then the fourth time, and the fifth time. Afterwards, I seemed to understand the root cause of my current state. Boss, so you think my recent ups and downs are due to my mentality? Lin Fan nodded, and asked the female secretary to brew a pot of tea for him and poured a cup for Han Suner, saying, yes, your ability to break the company's sales record proves you're capable. The desire to win, the fear of losing, the reliance on luck, and hesitation are the key factors affecting your mindset. Once you adjust these, remain humble, and humble yourself, you'll regain your glory, or even reach greater heights. Yeah, thank you boss, I see, so that's how it is. After listening to this, Han Suner stood up and was about to leave. Lin Fan actually planned to chat with her for a while longer. But the other party seemed to think that he was the boss and did not dare to disturb him any further, so he left. As for Shirshir, the female secretary at that time, she smiled at him after seeing it. The difference is that today she is wearing a professional suit, a slender figure, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Suddenly, it exudes a feminine scent. Lin Fan teased, what, it's Gao Qilan's style today. Shirshir laughed out loud and said in a sweet voice, did Mr. Lin find out? Actually, I have something private to do today and I would like to ask you, Mr. Lin, for help. I wonder if you could do me the honor of having dinner with me. As the female secretary spoke, she reached out and lifted the hair by her ear. He looked up and glanced at himself again. In fact, Shirshir has been with Lin Fan since he founded the company. At the beginning, the company was in a difficult situation and there were only 5 employees. As a result, 3 of them ran away, leaving only Shirshir and him. This kind of loyalty is rare. Since she had something to do, Lin Fan naturally wouldn't sit idly by. It was better before. At that time, you called me Lin Fan and Lin Fan. Now the company has grown bigger and Mr. Lin keeps calling me that. Now it's your turn, right? I said, your business is my business. Well, actually I just came to the company early, and everyone calls you Mr. Lin. If I don't call you that, everyone will criticize me. It's okay, but I can't today because I have an appointment. How about this, you arrange my schedule and we can have dinner together when I'm free. That's it. I'll be leaving first. I looked at the time and realized it was already 5:30 p.m., almost 6 p.m. I was busy dealing with company affairs. I forgot that the beautiful CEO Sunny asked me to go have coffee with her. The agreed time was 4 o'clock? Now it's more than an hour and a half late. Lin Fan felt like he was doomed. After he left, the office was left empty with only the female secretary Shirshir. She bit her teeth and muttered to herself, "What? Is there a new target? It's that beautiful woman who is coming for the appointment, right?" To be honest, the female secretary Shirshir originally dressed up beautifully today because she wanted to get closer to her boss Lin Fan. Unfortunately, I didn't seize the opportunity. As soon as Lin Fan left, she sighed deeply. When I was a flight attendant, I was the most beautiful one. On the other hand, I was about to miss the appointment. Lin Fan hurriedly went to the basement to start the car while calling Sunny. Unfortunately, the phone on that end was always busy. Are you angry? Lin Fan subconsciously thought so, and quickly left a voice message on WeChat, saying, Sorry, I'm really busy today. I just finished my morning work and now I have company matters to deal with in the afternoon. Miss Sunny, you won't be angry, will you? The latest chat record above was Lin Fan agreeing to the other party's request and trying to arrive before 4 p.m. The time was up and the other party didn't say anything. The status of the two people is now empty. Seeing that the other party still did not reply, Lin Fan continued to send voice messages. Okay, don't be angry. I didn't mean it. Besides, I really have a lot on my plate today. How about this, I'll give you a gift tonight. Or, I will leave the evening time to you? Really, my dear readers. It was obvious that Lin Fan had not agreed to date the other party. But why did I feel like I was interacting with that beautiful CEO Sunny without realizing it? Chapter 26, the car drove to the female CEO's house. Hiss. You. What are you going to do? At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Fan, who couldn't contact Sunny, was planning to go home if she was silent. Although I live alone in the large apartment at home now, I feel very free. If all else fails, I'll call Lulu, Zheng Chen, and the others to come home and play games. Ever since I almost cleared Black Myth Wukong last time, I'm still itching to play him. As a result, I don't know what gust of wind came, but while driving, I actually arrived at the Begu Houding villa of the beautiful president. It happened that she saw her nanny, Anshin, driving a BMW back from buying groceries, and the two met at the door when they parked the car. Hey, young master? Young master, why are you here? No, what young master? I am Mr. Lin from Lin S Live Broadcasting Company, not young master. Besides, although my family's financial situation is okay, my parents are not at home all year round. My father is out doing archaeological work, and my mother likes to travel. Now that she has left Iceland, she should go to Norway. Oh, I don't know either. I was just about to go home and I don't know why I came here. Lin Fan touched his head a little embarrassedly. I am really that kind of person. I don't know what happened. But the next second, Aunt Shin's face lit up with joy. She looked Lin Fan up and down as if he were her son-in-law and said, TSK, I think young master, you miss my young lady. Ha, not bad, you are a perfect match. I must tell the young lady about what happened today. The young lady will definitely be moved by you, young master. How could you just walk downstairs to a single rich lady? Wow, young people are really so romantic. Anshin took a basket of vegetables from the car. There are fruits, vegetables, chickens, ducks, fish and lamb. It looks like we'll have another delicious meal tonight. She has been single since her divorce in middle age. If it weren't for the young lady who took her in because she was kind and cooked delicious meals, she would have been fine. She didn't know what to do. No, Anshin, I really didn't expect to come here. Your young lady was clearly angry with me in the afternoon, and I don't know where she is now. No reply to messages. Also, don't call me young master. I'm just an ordinary person. Even though I own a company, I'm still an ordinary person. If that doesn't work, you can just call me Lin Fan. Anshin Rue is a nice person. Not only was it verified by the beautiful president, Lin Fan also felt that she was a good and kind person. He then took out an apple, wiped it, and asked Lin Fan if he wanted to eat it. Lin Fan waved his hand and said that dinner was about to start and it was better not to eat now. Just about to leave. As a result, Anshin suddenly said, "What a coincidence, the young lady is at home now." Lin Fan. At home? The message Lin Fan received earlier was that she was drinking coffee outside and would not be coming back for the time being? Anshin nodded. She said, "Yes, it was the young lady who asked me to go buy groceries. How about coming to your house to taste your Anshin's cooking? I'll tell the young lady right away." When he saw the other party pulling him towards Sunny's villa, Lin Fan immediately declined. But soon, Anshin's phone rang. She picked it up and said immediately, "Well, here I come, miss, guess who I met at the door?" Who? On the phone, you can clearly hear the pleasant voice of a woman. Lin Fan immediately made a hushing gesture. "What I mean is, Anshin, please don't sell me out." As a result, the nanny Anshin first responded, "It's Mr. Lin, I'm calling you now." She also hissed and asked me not to tell you. The nanny's actions really made Lin Fan lose control of himself. What the hell? You sold me out right after we started chatting. However, Anshin is the beautiful CEO's person, so she will tell her everything. Later, Anshin said on the phone that Mr. Lin just said that he didn't know why he came to the villa, and it looked like he must be missing you, miss. Anshin seemed to be hinting at something. Unexpectedly, the person on the other end of the phone immediately said, "Okay, let him in, Anshin, please step aside for a while." Lin Fan. "What do you mean?" you finally replied. Although she didn't say it to Lin Fan in person, Lin Fan also heard that it was Sunny's voice. It's just very indifferent. Lin Fan felt that something was wrong and said, "Anshin, if Miss Sunny is okay, I'll go back first. I have something to do at home." After saying that, he was about to leave. Unexpectedly, a tender voice came from the other end of the phone, "He dares. If he leaves now, Anshin, please bring him back to me." Lin Fan immediately looked at Anshin's virtuous and slender figure, and listened to the voice on the phone that seemed to be really angry, and stopped where he was. "Mr. Lin, hurry up. If you annoy a lady, there will be no good consequences. Last time, a man insisted on asking for the lady's WeChat. The lady refused to give it to him, but the man insisted on asking for it. As a result, he was beaten up by the lady's bodyguard. The lady's bodyguard is quite powerful. I advise you to listen to her and go upstairs. The lady only appears fierce on the surface." As soon as the person on the other end of the phone finished speaking, he hung up immediately, as if he was worried that Lin Fan wouldn't come up. Lin Fan was indeed busy with today's matter first, and thought that since the relationship between the two had eased, he might as well go up. When Anshin saw that her son-in-law was about to follow her upstairs, she immediately smiled and said, "That's right, young master, if you don't go up, the young lady will definitely punish me. Master, please stay with the young lady. She's actually a very nice person. Still so beautiful." Anshin kept chatting along the way. Lin Fan was thinking about bodyguards. What bodyguards? He didn't see any bodyguards around the beautiful president. I think he must be a very fierce and strong man. I didn't think much about it. But then he followed Anshin into the elevator, and when he came out, a capable woman in black came out from Sunny's big villa. The woman in black also glanced at Lin Fan. She had a ponytail, a slender and straight figure, and an outstanding temperament. It was obvious that she came from the army. Anshin greeted her immediately after seeing her. Through the content of the chat, Lin Fan realized that this was actually Ms. Sunny's bodyguard. I didn't expect that even her bodyguard has such outstanding temperament. Anshin said, "Young master, don't underestimate the young lady as bodyguard. She was born in the 2000s and just returned from the army. It is said that she is a special female soldier." Lin Fan suddenly felt a chill on his back. The look in the other person's eyes just now was indeed very meaningful. When the two finally arrived at the beautiful president's private villa, as soon as they opened the door, they were shocked to hear a beautiful, lyrical, and somewhat familiar piano melody coming from upstairs. Yes, it's 1,000 years later? Chapter 27. A baby-faced special female bodyguard who looks like IU? What a nostalgic song, and the performance is so beautiful. The sound of the piano not only makes people feel happy, but also makes people feel that the person playing the pianist is delicate, romantic, and free-spirited. Yes, it's the lady playing upstairs. Sounds good, right? However, the lady usually doesn't play the piano. She only plays a few songs when she is in a bad mood. Son-in-law, please be careful. Aunt, uncle? Didn't he just call himself young master? What a quick change. Lin Fan laughed and said not to worry. She naturally has a way of coaxing women. Otherwise, Jiang Jin, the campus beauty of Hujiang University, would not have been with him. Nanny Shin nodded and said, "Okay, uncle, I'll go cook first. You go upstairs later. I guess the lady is angry because of you. You better be careful. Don't be tortured by the lady." After saying that, without waiting for Lin Fan's response, he quickly went to the kitchen with the dishes. Only Lin Fan was left standing in the lobby on the first floor, looking up at the ceiling on the second floor while listening to the piano. But I don't know why, I was so confident that I could coax her. But now I feel anxious. I feel like there's no way I'll escape this disaster today. Otherwise, shall we go back? Lin Fan felt that the best strategy was to flee, so it was not impossible for him to escape now. Come back when Ms. Sunny has calmed down. Unexpectedly, just as he turned to the door, the electronic door suddenly creaked and the door was pushed open from the outside. The straight female Special Forces soldier who had just left came back. Where are you going, Mr. Lin? The other person had a very long ponytail. Her hair is fresh, and she is well behaved and cool. Now looking at her face, I suddenly remembered that she is a bit like South Korea's top star Lee Ji-eun. They all belong to the category of baby-faced. When Lin Fan heard the other party's words, he was subconsciously shocked. You know me? After all, it was only today that Lin Fan found out that Miss Sunny had a bodyguard. Of course, the lady has shown me your information and photos, including where you live now, Mr. Lin, and who you usually socialize with. I have a pretty good idea of it. I would like to advise Mr. Lin that if you want to escape now, you can try it. As she spoke, the female bodyguard who looked like Korean actress Lee Ji-eun took 2 steps forward, touched her elbows with both hands and stretched out her fists, as if she was ready to subdue him at any time. Lin Fan quickly changed his strategy. I didn't want to leave, I just suddenly remembered that I needed to go to the bathroom. The toilet is on the 2nd floor. The female bodyguard gestured. Then he sat on the sofa in the lobby on the 1st floor. While turning on the TV to watch the news, he stood there and watched himself with his peripheral vision. Lin Fan had no choice but to go upstairs. This is like walking yourself into the tiger's mouth. The wonderful music was still playing as Lin Fan carefully walked up the spiral staircase to the 2nd floor lobby. As soon as I turned around, I was amazed by the scene in front of me. The long red hair fell down behind her in big waves. The black hollowed-out hip hugging off-shoulder miniskirt wraps around her delicate body. The waist part is faintly visible, and the tender skin is clearly visible. Not to mention the beautiful back and shoulders, which are white and delicate. She wears a colorful necklace on her high neck, and unique earrings that only socialites dare to wear on her earlobes. A pair of beautiful legs are elegant and graceful. On her feet were black high-heeled sandals with stilettos. The slender beauty played the piano gently with her arms, her beautiful and delicate face was focused and a little cold. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Lin Fan only took one look at her and realized that she was the most beautiful woman in the world. How lucky am I to be able to see such a charming beauty? The piano music ends after 1,000 years of singing. Sunny's beautiful back swayed gently, perhaps it was the light in front of her that illuminated her skin, making it holy and beautiful. While Lin Fan was hesitating whether to go over, the other person's charming red lips began to speak. You are here. Her beautiful eyes did not look at Lin Fan. Instead, he picked up the glass of red wine beside the piano and took a sip. Then wait for Lin Fan to speak. Lin Fan hummed. He now felt a little at a loss for words. If he were given the opportunity to get closer to her, he would be able to describe her as a more stunning beauty. Also, she is now wearing a low-cut dress, and the beautiful area formed by her snow-white ridges, collarbones and neck seems to be emitting fragrance. And Lin Fan seemed to have smelled it as well. If only I could get a kiss. Even kiss her neck, be a little wilder, and hear her royal sister's sweet voice. His hands were still holding her beautiful legs. That is truly one of the beautiful things in life. I heard you wanted to leave here just now. The other party spoke in a cold and arrogant voice. Lin Fan didn't panic and said, "No, I just came here to see you." I wondered what she was up to now. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the other party said, "That's better, but don't worry, if you run away, Xiao will tie you back." At this point, the beautiful CEO who was playing the piano in front of him glanced at Lin Fan deliberately. Lin Fan spread his hands. He retorted, "This is illegal. Dare to tie me up. It's almost like tying you up." Lin Fan smiled. "Of course, if I let someone kidnap you and you think it is illegal, then you can call the police to arrest me." The beautiful president, with her shoulders exposed, raised her head and took another sip of red wine. Then she turned her body and crossed her beautiful legs. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't say anything, she sat in front of him with a somewhat cold and angry look, and said in a royal sister's voice, "So, have you thought about how to accept the punishment?" There was even contempt in her beautiful eyes. Lin Fan said, "Punishment? What punishment? It's true that I was too busy to attend to today's events. I have already said on WeChat that I will buy you a gift, or I will spend all my time with you tonight and come to your house." Lin Fan felt that this sincerity was enough. But the other party then said, "Forget about the gifts, just give me all your time tonight, that sounds good." But it is far from enough. Lin Fan, so what do you want? Sunny, you'd better be nicer. Are you going to resist me again? Lin Fan, don't be like this. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, she crossed her beautiful black silk legs again, hooked her fingers like a queen, and said in a soft voice, "Humph, what about me? Don't treat me like that while holding a glass of red wine and wearing such beautiful clothes. You know that it's easy for people to make mistakes this way." Lin Fan's performance was very real. This beautiful CEO was outstanding in both figure and talent for flirting. Whispering sound. Rogue. Are your eyes growing on my legs? Look again. Realizing that the man in front of her was staring at her, the beautiful CEO seemed to be enjoying it. She thought so in her heart, but said it jokingly. "So what do you say? If I don't look at you dressed so beautifully, wouldn't that be a disservice to you? I also want to appreciate you up close." Lin Fan was both arrogant and bold, actually daring to say so. Unexpectedly, the beautiful CEO snorted coldly, "Okay, if you dare to admire me up close, I will definitely torture you to death." Chapter 28, Top-Level Torture? Sunny said she wanted to torture Lin Fan. "Okay, fine, if you don't torture me to death, then I will definitely torture you to death." I saw that the other party wanted to play high and low positions with me. Lin Fan, who was already an expert, laughed when he heard it. "Do you know how Jiangjin, your ex-girlfriend, ex-fiancee, and the former campus beauty at Hujian University who was pursued by so many people, became obsessed with you?" At first she was also disdainful of herself. As they got to know each other better, the two of them became ambiguous and eventually started dating. It was because Lin Fan made her unable to bear it and yet obsessed with him that she finally won him over. You will never know what it feels like for a college boy to be sleeping in the dormitory but be watched by a pure campus beauty who comes to the downstairs of the dormitory. "TSK, who was afraid of who? Come here." As she was speaking, Sunny gave Lin Fan a meaningful look. Lin Fan asked what you were going to do. The other party said, "What should I do? Didn't you say that I wanted to appreciate it from a close distance? Don't be scared." Lin Fan. She also deliberately stimulated herself. Lin Fan, then don't regret it. Sunny was still thinking about starting to torture Lin Fan right now. Unexpectedly, the other party came very fiercely, stepped in front of him, and looked down at him. And pinched the chin of her pretty face with his hand. He said, "Indeed, it is a pity if such a beautiful woman like you becomes a vase that can only play the piano. A beautiful flower will naturally show its most beautiful side. Now Miss Sunny is just a lonely and isolated soul. Do you think I am right?" As Lin Fan spoke, he wanted to lower his head and kiss the beautiful CEO's rosy lips hard. That must feel good. Not to mention holding it now. But he was not in a hurry. He wanted the beautiful president in front of him to follow him willingly and please him. Then, when Lin Fan playfully pinched Ms. Sunny's delicate chin, she was a little panicked at first, but soon she sneered. "What, husband, are you surrendering now? It's no use for you to control me, you have to make me willing. I tell you, there is no one in this world who can make me do this." Then suddenly there was a scream from upstairs. "I don't dare anymore. My husband doesn't dare anymore." Xiao, the meal is ready. The young lady and the son-in-law are still upstairs. Downstairs of the villa, Anshin, who had just prepared a sumptuous meal, was wearing an apron and brought all the dishes for tonight to the table. The special female bodyguard who was sitting in the living room watching the launch of the Shenzhou 19-man spacecraft smelled the aroma of the food, immediately turned her head, stood up and came to help. Well, I went up there an hour ago and haven't come down since. The female bodyguard, who looked healthy and had a baby face, described the facts clearly. Unexpectedly, when Anshin heard this, she immediately started laughing. Xiao, you said the young lady and her husband wouldn't be upstairs. Anshin whispered something into Xiaoyu's ear that could not be said publicly. Then, Xiaoyu exclaimed in shock and said, "Isn't the lady in danger?" Subconsciously, I rushed upstairs to look after the young lady. But Anshin immediately stopped him and said in surprise, "Ha ha ha, Xiao, have you never been in love?" Xiao nodded. "Not to mention falling in love, I rarely have time to go home when I'm in the army." Anshin, no wonder, I tell you, don't bother the young lady and the uncle now, they might be. He. Ha? Xiao was a little confused. She didn't quite understand why Anshin looked a little abnormal. She was very curious, but she also tried to persuade herself not to go up and disturb them. As for you, Xiao, you will know when you have a boyfriend. I really envy your youth. The lady has been single for so long, she really wants to be with a man she likes. Let's not bother them. Anshin divorced early and has been single for several years now. Having experienced sexual intercourse, she knew how happy it was. As for the young lady, she is beautiful and kind-hearted. She has never been in love before. Now that she has met the handsome son-in-law Lin Fan, she can finally taste the sweetness and happiness of love. But, just as she finished speaking. But suddenly a familiar cough came from upstairs. Anshin, please pour me a glass of water. I'm a little thirsty. It was Miss Sunny, the hostess of this villa. Oh, okay, miss, please wait. The young master will want a cup too, right? Anshin sees it clearly. It's normal to feel thirsty after coming out of the room, so I suggested. Well, you can bring him a drink later. By the way, what were you talking about just now? At this time, Sunny came out of the room with a rosy face. My body felt lighter and lazier, and I even held onto the handrail after walking a few steps downstairs. It's nothing. I just met Xiaoyu. I was asking her what she likes to eat and what dietary restrictions she has. I want her to be more careful in the future. Right, Xiaoyu? Maybe that was just what the young lady asked, but Anshin quickly winked at Xiaoyu. Xiao smiled. I thought to myself, is what Anshin just said the thing that men and women should do before getting married? Miss, you are really good. Maybe this is the happiness of rich people. However, she glanced at Anshin and did not respond to her. Instead, she asked the beautiful President Sunny with concern, Miss, did anything happen just now? If there is any problem, please inform me in time. I will do my best to ensure your safety. Yeah, it's okay. What could happen? Usually, I'm the one who deals with others. How could anyone dare to bully me? I invited you here because I feel more at ease having you around. Miss, I just tested the temperature of your water and it's just right. Anshin was very thorough. She knew that the young lady didn't like water that was too hot or too cold, so she handed it to her. Sunny, a beautiful lady wearing pink pajamas, smiled and said, let's send a cup to Mr. Lin as well. She tilted her head back and took a cautious sip. It seems that he is just exhausted. Anshin nodded and tiptoed to the room on the second floor with the water. Just as I took a step forward, I noticed the little strawberry on the lady's neck. He also chuckled. As she went upstairs attentively and carefully, she called gently, Mr. Lin, the lady asked me to bring you some drinking water, saying that you were a little thirsty. Would it be convenient for me to come in now? Well, come in. There was a rough male voice in the room, as if it had no effect. Anshin walked in respectfully. Chapter 29 A Gift from the Beautiful President. Tasty. Dinner, Begu Haoding Villa, the home of the beautiful president. Lin Fan, who had finished 3 bowls of rice in a row, had a gleam in his eyes and continued to sit and enjoy the food made by Anshin. She is really good at cooking. For example, her braised pork was slightly charred and coated with just the right amount of sugar, melting in the mouth and leaving you wanting more. Even Xiaoyu, the taciturn female special forces bodyguard, ate it with gusto. Anshin stood up with a smile and said, "If it tastes good, eat more." The owner of the house she served was rich and treated her well, and he also had retired special bodyguards, so she felt very safe. Lin Fan laughed and said, "No, if you eat any more your abdominal muscles will be gone." Anshin subconsciously glanced at Sunny and said jokingly, "Just exercise more with the young lady. The lady practices yoga regularly and has good physical strength." Upon hearing this, the beautiful CEO Sunny hummed softly, then crossed her legs and said in a cool and arrogant voice, "Do you have abdominal muscles? Let me see." The moment she looked up from below, a pair of beautiful eyes looked at Lin Fan, her red lips teasing. Lin Fan thought to himself, "No, what do you mean? Didn't you just see it? Why do you want to see it again? Obsessed with yourself?" Just now, his abdominal muscles were barely covering her face. So he said, "Okay, I'll show it to you some other day, and you can touch it and feel it." Xiao didn't show any expression. It's not surprising that she came here after retiring from the army. Anshin, however, understood the tug of war between men and women very well, and her face was filled with envy. Thinking back to the past, wasn't it the same between me and that dead husband? Lin Fan was just about to see how Sunny would respond, but unexpectedly he saw a small strawberry on her neck. Abnormally obvious. It appeared so clearly on the neck of the beautiful president. Lin Fan immediately thought that this was his masterpiece. He wanted to hint to the other party with good intentions, but the other party didn't quite understand what he meant. As a result, Lin Fan sent her a WeChat message. "Lin Fan, Miss Sunny, there are little strawberries on your neck." The beautiful president who was drinking tremella soup heard her cell phone ringing and picked it up to take a look. I was suddenly shocked. Then he quickly stood up and walked to the mirror in the living room, raised his neck to look around, and then snorted coldly. Good, so annoying. This beautiful president has mysophobia herself, and now that she has discovered such an obvious strawberry mark, she immediately feels bad. Although I know that this is proof that the other person loves me. But it still feels weird. Oops. Anshin and Xiao Yu, one couldn't help but observe the other's reactions, while the other lowered her head to eat. Obviously, the two of them seemed to have discovered it early. Seeing that the two of them were silent, the beautiful CEO blushed slightly. He hadn't finished eating the tremella soup yet, but he ran upstairs holding his neck. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Being around her was truly dangerous. No one knew when they would suddenly find themselves in an awkward and difficult situation. Unexpectedly, as soon as the other party walked upstairs and reached the safe area on the second floor, he immediately shouted downstairs in a tender voice. "Mr. Lin, could you please come up as well?" Lin Fan, me? Sunny, do I need to say it again? It's normal for you to come to my bedroom with me as my boyfriend. Lin Fan. What is going on? When Lin Fan took a look at the house, he saw that Xiao Yu and Anshin ignored him and were busy with their own things. Lin Fan followed the beautiful CEO to the second floor. Then, he went up to the third floor and entered the other person's bedroom. Only then did he realize how amazing her room was. Not only the area, but even the space of the floor-to-ceiling windows is ridiculously large. You can also see the green forest outside. This place is really suitable for living. What did you call me here for? As soon as Lin Fan entered the room on the third floor, Sunny asked him to lock the door. Lin Fan did as he was told. To be honest, even though there were people on the first floor, if this femme fatale wanted to do anything to him, it would be better for the two of them to deal with it face to face. But then, the beautiful president came to the bedside and showed her neck to Lin Fan in front of him. Inquiry, when did you kiss me here? How come I didn't know? They all became red. The two of them were so close that Lin Fan's breathing quickened a little. You can feel her neck sparkling. Lin Fan, it's okay. It's your fault for treating me like that before. TSK, you just said it on purpose. If you dare to do that next time, I will punish you severely. Lin Fan laughed, how to punish? Sunny, let me kiss you a little strawberry too. Lin Fan laughed and said, don't even think about it. Sunny, without any fear, slowly stood up and moved closer to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, stop. But the next second, with a bow sound, the other person kissed his neck. Don't move, let me kiss you. In the interval, the beautiful president spoke softly. Why does it feel so like a dream? At this point, Lin Fan knew that if he didn't make the other person happy, the other person would find ways to torture him. Okay, it's not impossible to be kissed. In the following time, Lin Fan felt that he was holding his breath while letting the other person kiss him. After she finished the kiss, she seemed to check whether it was effective, and then suddenly said jokingly with her red lips dripping with temptation, "Husband, you like me, right?" Lin Fan. In fact, he never admitted that he was the other person's husband from beginning to end. Nor did they agree to be each other's boyfriend. But the situation now is that everything is going this way. Lin Fan was too lazy to pay attention to her. It was a bit too fast to say that she liked him now. How long have they known each other? After he finished speaking, he turned around. After all, you dare not move when someone is kissing you. Because it's too sensitive. Sunny said from behind, you are quite obedient. Actually, I am trying to please you and me, do you know that? Honey, do you like me doing this? Lin Fan had no time to deal with her. I looked at the time and it was getting late, so I thought about leaving and going home to have a good sleep. Unexpectedly, just as he made the suggestion, the other party's beautiful hand suddenly touched Lin Fan's waist. What is she going to do? Lin Fan thought that the other party was going to hug him from behind. He sighed inwardly. Although he was very charming, he didn't expect that he would be so attracted to the beauty who had slept with him once. I think I have a bit of a succubus physique. Afterwards, she didn't know what she was doing with the sound of her high heels, and a pair of rosy lips came closer from behind. A burst of fragrance hit her nose, and her delicate hand found her own hand and seemed to have stuffed something into her. When I let go of my hand, I saw. Lin Fan blushed at first, then looked at her angrily. In addition, after turning his head, the other party had a cold expression. Lin Fan really wanted to teach her a lesson. It's true. It's true. What are you going to do? Lin Fan wanted to throw it away right away. Humph, of course it's a gift from me to you, Mr. Lin. If you dare to throw it away, I'll punish you. After saying that, the beautiful CEO stood in front of the mirror and admired herself with her slim figure. Honey, how did it feel when I kissed you just now? Lin Fan, stinky woman. Sunny, how dare you scold me? Lin Fan, what's wrong with scolding you? Sunny, I'll step on you. After saying that, he started to attack. Lin Fan almost knocked her down. Chapter 30 Hospital, The Backbone. Mom, what's wrong with you? The other side. Jiangjun, who had just sneaked home from the hospital, was planning to take a shower and have a good sleep. What happened in the past few days was too risky. She had to think carefully so as not to lose Lin Fan, her hardworking, wealthy and handsome fiancé. He hasn't been with me recently, and I miss him so much. I want him to hug me and kiss me. Oh, the night is so lonely. Jiangjun felt that if she implemented that plan, her fiancé Lin Fan will definitely come back. But she was thinking about these things, and soon bought a set of Yao's cosplay costume in a high-end store. I just paid and went out to get some fruit from the refrigerator. As if things weren't bad enough, as soon as I came out of the bedroom, I found my mother lying in the living room. Mom! Jiangjun subconsciously panicked. When I lived with Lin Fan before, he helped me solve all the big and small things at home. Now he really doesn't know how to do it anymore. Fortunately, I had some basic common sense and called 120 while pressing my mother's chest to help with first aid. If my guess is correct, Mom must have fainted again. It happened once before. It was said to be due to insufficient oxygen supply to the brain, reflex and situational syncope. Lin Fan helped his mother to receive timely treatment. But now I was the only one at home, and I had such a quarrel with Lin Fan, so I quickly called my father. But after she called, the first thing Jiang Shangqian asked was, "Hello? My dear daughter, did Lin Fan agree to change my car?" Jiangjun. Can you let me blame my son-in-law to help me buy a Su-7? This thing has been very popular recently. When Jiangjun heard what her father said, she was suddenly confused. Can't you hear that you are very panicked and confused? Besides, it's already this late, and you're still thinking about changing your car? Dad, do you know that Lin Fan is about to break up with me? So he said, Dad, Mom just fainted and we are on the way to the hospital. Could you please come over? But before she finished speaking, Jiang Shangqian said, "Oh, let Lin Fan go. Lin Fan is now an outstanding young entrepreneur with a wide network of contacts. You can just call him. When will you replace my car? When will you call me again?" I just hung up like this. What an unfilial daughter. No, unfilial daughter? Jiang Jin wondered why her father was like this. Does he still have this family in his eyes? She subconsciously thought of this moment and immediately called Lin Fan. She didn't believe that he wouldn't come just because his mother-in-law fainted. When the ambulance arrived and we carried my mother onto it, that familiar and warm voice suddenly hit me. What's wrong? Are you on your way to the hospital? Lin Fan received a call from his ex-fiancée just after returning home from the beautiful president's villa. He didn't want to answer, but the other party called several times in a row. Lin Fan was simply curious. Well, Lin Fan, you should come to the hospital soon. Mama's condition looks really serious this time. The voice of Jiang Jin, the campus beauty of Hujian University, has a bit of a green tea flavor. Lin Fan immediately said, I'm sorry, it was possible before, but now we have nothing to do with each other. You should handle your own family affairs. Lin Fan would not be fooled by the other party now. Do you still think you are a big grudge? What did you say? Jiang Jin was in disbelief at that time. She couldn't understand why he would be so cruel even though her mother had fainted. And the attitude over there is also very resolute. For the first time, she felt desperate. Okay, don't act so surprised. Didn't we make it clear in my office a few days ago? We broke up and all the betrothal gifts and jewelry were returned to me. Also, I'm very sorry that your mother fainted. We can put the betrothal gifts and jewelry into consideration later. Let's send your mother to the hospital first. Jiang Jin's heart suddenly felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. I don't know why my fiancé, whom I have always trusted, is like this now. Okay. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan, do you think I can't live without you? I will never get back together with you even if you beg me to. Jiang Jin spoke decisively. After Dudu hung up the phone, she immediately remembered to call Wang Yu and Qin Qin, the rich second generation who had pursued her before. But it turned out that one of them was in a nightclub. When she heard it was Jiang Jin calling, she suddenly said dizzily, Mom, your mom is sick? Just go to the hospital and she will be fine. You tell Lin Fan that I can't forgive him. Brother Wang. There was a jumping sound coming from the other end, and also a sweet girl. Jiang Jin was so angry that she hung up the phone immediately. Wang Yu deserves to be beaten by Lin Fan. As for the middle-aged Uncle Qin Qin, he currently has a certain number of fans and social influence on the internet. After he answered the phone, Jiang Jin asked him for help. The other party spoke ambiguously at first and said, Hey, why did you think of me? Girl, do you agree to be with me? But after understanding what happened, he said with some embarrassment, I'm sorry, girl, I have an important live broadcast tonight. Jiang Jin was really mad. What kind of man is this? None of them can be trusted. Mom! After a while, the ambulance arrived at the hospital and Jiang Jin's mother, Zhang Xiuxiu, was quickly pushed into the emergency room for rescue, but what she didn't expect was that she was blocked outside the emergency room door. A familiar handsome figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Lin Fan. You don't have to come. Jiang Jin was still in disbelief at that time. Didn't you speak so resolutely on the phone just now? Why are you coming to the hospital now? Oh, she knew, she must be just being stubborn. Otherwise, I wouldn't come here. But the other party quickly said, I'm not here to quarrel with you, how's my aunt now? The last time, definitely the last time. After Lin Fan answered the phone, he felt that his words were a bit heartless. Although the two have separated now, the sick are the most important. Who let Lin Fan know about it? No matter what others do, as long as you have a clear conscience, that's enough. Besides, Jiang Jin's family is indeed very weird sometimes. This is the last time I will help you. Jiang Jin didn't say anything and was always in a bad mood. Lin Fan, who had already understood her character thoroughly, was too lazy to coax her when he saw that she was still like this. He just said, I know a few experts in this hospital. I can call them and ask them to take a look. Maybe it will be effective. Who wants you to care? Jiang Jin was furious. But in fact, she was very proud and anxious at this time. See? Lin Fan loves me, otherwise, he wouldn't come here. He also said he wanted to break up with me. Can you leave me? It was strange. She was so panicked before, but now when she saw Lin Fan coming, Jiang Jin seemed to have found a backbone, and her panicked and frightened heart immediately calmed down. Chapter 31 Where to Find Such a Good Son-in-Law? Fortunately, Jiang Jin's mother Zhang Xiuxiu was rescued in time. But this time it is more serious than before and requires hospitalization for observation and treatment for a period of time. After several hours of treatment, Zhang Xiuxiu was now on an 4 drip, and all indicators were stabilizing. The only problem is that this time the surgery is quite expensive, costing 30,000 yuan. Zhang Jin in the ward and her mother Zhang Xiuxiu, who had just woken up, looked at Lin Fan at the same time. Don't make your intentions too obvious. Lin Fan smiled bitterly and thought to himself. No wonder, this family has long regarded him as a cash cow. Was I out of my mind or what, that I chose to be with Jiang Jin, such a scheming woman? In the past, I helped the Jiang family with all their matters, big and small, and now they feel like asking me for money has become a habit, and they feel uncomfortable if they don't ask for it. It's also amazing. In comparison, the beautiful president named Sunny is really a world of difference. No, it's hell. I'm sorry, my coming here today has exceeded the rules I set, Auntie. It seems that you still don't know what happened between Jiang Jin and me. We have broken up. Jiang Jin. What? Separate? Cough cough. Cough cough cough. At that time, Zhang Xiuxiu had just woken up and saw her son-in-law standing in front of her. He looked so handsome and rich in connotation. As soon as she saw that it was Lin Fan, she felt relieved even though she had just been to the gates of hell. With her, not only can I rest well in the hospital, but she will also give me a red envelope of more than 10,000 yuan for my recovery. Where can I find such a good son-in-law? Now when I heard that we were going to break up, my body seemed to be unable to bear it again and I suddenly started coughing violently. Jiang Jin saw that things were not going well and immediately started to blame him in a wifely tone. Husband. It's normal for couples to quarrel. Can you please not talk about our daily life when mom is sick? If you continue like this, and if mom falls ill again, I will die too. After saying that, tears started to fall and she started crying like a green tea leaf. Lin Fan was speechless. When Zhang's mother heard this, she realized that the young couple was arguing. Suddenly, I felt relieved and stopped coughing. I said earnestly, all right, stop crying. We quarreled at the head of the bed and made up at the foot of the bed. It's the same. I quarreled with your father in the past, too. By the way, where is your dad? At this moment, Zhang's mother thought about why other people in the family hadn't come yet while she was providing emergency treatment. But then I heard Jiang Jin say, my dad? Forget it, I called him and told him that you fainted, and he said that you and I could take care of you. Jiang Jin was speechless. Zhang Xiuxiu seemed to be worried that her family affairs would affect the feelings of her son-in-law in front of her, and hurriedly said, your father has his own things to do. Is there something wrong with you or two? Jiang Jin nodded and said, she said she was going to Hangzhou to attend an internet celebrity conference and just left this afternoon. Lin Fan watched them start chatting about family matters, then quietly stood up and left the ward. He also sent a text message to his ex-fiancée Jiang Jin, reminding her, remember to pay the bill, I have something else to do, so I'm leaving first. However, he didn't expect that as soon as he reached the door from the ward, he heard the sound of footsteps chasing him quickly. Lin Fan. Are you sure you want to do this? Mom is in the hospital, can you please give her some more time? I know I haven't been very nice lately, but don't worry, I will make it up to you, including the things you asked for before. If you want, I will give them to you. But please don't keep making trouble like this, okay? It is true that the beautiful girl who caught up with him was Jiang Jin. She also subconsciously grabbed Lin Fan's hand and said gently, Fan, I know you still love me. You said those things to me out of anger. Stop it. If my mother is okay later, let's go to the hotel next door, okay? If you go to make a reservation, it's a national resort hotel. The atmosphere must be great, right? At that time, Jiang Jin made some ambiguous hints. He also took the initiative to hold his hand. Lin Fan felt a little uncomfortable. She had never been like this before. If I guessed correctly, her next sentence would definitely be, but dear, I want to save money to have a growth fund for our baby in the future. Can you pay for Mom's hospitalization this time? We are all family, there is no need to distinguish between you and me. He. Lin Fan could imagine anything he wanted. But I never expected that she would become even more aggressive. Fan, after you pay the bill, go to the hotel opposite and wait for me. The guy who pursued me before also said that he wanted to come to visit my mother, and I couldn't stop him. He also wanted to pay for my mother's hospitalization fees, and he even helped to change my father's car. You see, if you don't hold on to me, I might become someone else's. Husband, I will definitely make you happy tonight. Brazen. Brazen. What kind of language logic is this, Jiangjin, the campus beauty of Hujian University? Create a sense of crisis for yourself? Still think your tricks are useful? My elder is in the hospital and I don't want to spend a penny, but I also want to benefit myself through Xiong. It's so shameless that he opened the door for his mother. Who do you think it is? It would be fine if they just paid for the room for free, but they also made you feel uncomfortable and wronged in bed. Lin Fan was very curious. How could she say such a thing? Lin Fan shook his head. He really regretted coming to see you, such a scheming woman. Stop. If you think someone else is willing to pay for your family's medical expenses, then go find someone else and don't tell me, okay? I came to see you today because of our past relationship. Now I tell you, this is the last time. Please don't contact each other in the future. After saying that, he shook his head. What a weird girl, she quickened her pace and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, the woman behind him suddenly burst into tears, shouting, Lin Fan. Lin Fan. Lin Fan, you are not allowed to bully me like this. I have given so much for you, why are you so cruel? Why? Her voice immediately spread throughout the hospital. Many people around her looked in the direction where she was crying, which was the direction where Lin Fan left. While his eyes were burning, he was also complaining. It seems to be saying, how could he do this, bullying a little girl? Alas, the world is so fickle, there are so many scumbags nowadays. Lin Fan, however, heard what they were saying, and he rebuked them. Can you please stop jumping on the bandwagon? Do you understand the truth of the matter? Why are you taking things out of context? Jiangjin was still there, taking advantage of the atmosphere to cause trouble. Lin Fan shook his head, turned back, and retorted, stop acting, no one is stupid. Who is like your vampire? Who plays with people's feelings like you every day? Crocodile, why are you pretending to be aggrieved? As for her, I have already broken up with her, but she still wants me to pay for her family's medical expenses, and if I don't, she will make all kinds of excuses. What a bad guy. After saying this, Lin Fan turned around and left in a leisurely manner. Chapter 32. Enemies meet on a narrow road. Jiang Yu was in a bad mood because of the public opinion on the internet. After she told her sister about the situation, she told her family members that she had gone to attend an internet celebrity conference. In fact, she just wanted to find a place to relax. Or you can go on vacation abroad. She blocked all the messages on her phone and spent a night alone in a Japanese-style tatami guesthouse. I woke up early the next morning and turned on my phone to see what the online public opinion about her was. However, I found that there are endless topics on the internet about hashtag a certain anchor was banned, hashtag female anchor surnamed Zhang, hashtag who was the banned female anchor, etc., which have been on the hot search for 2 consecutive days. What's more, he even dug out photos of himself during the live broadcast. Now, netizens are very sharp-eyed. They are all Detective Conan, and a large number of people have come to my small account that I use to post daily news. It made her want to quit the internet. But the internet is her means of making a living. She was in a depressed mood and didn't want to stay in the tatami BB. In the morning, she dressed up specially. Although she was still wearing her favorite college-style JK short skirt, she looked very sweet. But he put on sunglasses and a mask. When I walk on the street, almost no one can recognize me. At most, she is just a mysterious and beautiful girl on the street. Fortunately, the boys passing by kept looking back at me. With such attention, the beautiful girl Jiang Yu felt a little better. And at this moment, she subconsciously thought of Lin Fan again. He was so powerful that he must have a way to save her. What should I do to let him help me? Jiang Yu, who was walking aimlessly on the road, suddenly started talking to himself. At this moment, she looked up on the street and subconsciously seemed to see a familiar handsome figure. It was unbelievable at first. But if it's not Lin Fan, then who is it? She was happy and was about to go over to say hello. But he saw a pink Rolls-Royce suddenly stopped at the entrance of the street where he was waiting. The window was open, and a beautiful and elegant lady was sitting inside. As for Lin Fan, he seemed to be particularly familiar with that beautiful sister. He got into the car while smiling. The beautiful sister seemed to have turned around and fastened the seatbelt for Lin Fan personally. Oh, it's an eyesore. Did I see it wrong? I must have seen it wrong. How could Lin Fan get into another woman's car? But just when she was questioning it, the Rolls-Royce passed by her quickly, and she happened to see Lin Fan's handsome face that she was so familiar with. There's no running away, it's him. But, who is that beautiful woman? It seems that he is older than Lin Fan, right? New girlfriend, sister-brother relationship? While she was in shock, Lin Fan, who had just finished his work and got into the beautiful president's car, subconsciously noticed the girl who was looking at him at this moment. Although she was wearing sunglasses and a mask, he could not mistake her temperament and dress. Besides, those sunglasses were a gift that Lin Fan bought for her in the UK when he went abroad. What a narrow road for enemies to meet. What are you looking at? Like sweet girls? At that time, inside the pink Rolls-Royce, the beautiful President Sunny also noticed this scene. She was driving and saw her boyfriend Lin Fan's eyes suddenly turned over there and started teasing her. Lin Fan came back to his senses and said, "It's okay, it depends on what kind of girl is wearing it." He had a bad feeling about what would happen if his ex-sister-in-law saw it. This also means that his ex-fiancée should also know about it. I'm afraid something big is going to happen. But I have already made it clear that we have broken up, so I am not afraid of anything. I get it. My husband likes sweet girls. So, tonight, I will dress sweetly for my husband, okay? I also wear a campus-style short skirt JK. Cough. Cough cough cough. At this time, Lin Fan had just taken a bottle of mineral water and took a sip, but was choked by the words of the beautiful president. Dress up, dress sweeter? Still wearing a campus-style short skirt JK? Spare yourself. She is already very beautiful and likes to torture herself. If she does a contrasting cosplay, wouldn't she be completely defeated? I never thought that being with each other would be like this. The strong Lin Fan naturally did not shy away from it, but he felt that the two of them had a good impression of each other at the beginning, so they should take it slow and steady, and not be too explosive. It's better to slowly feel the beauty of life and all the romantic and wonderful things and stop when you're done. But she said it so charmingly. Look at her outfit today. Yesterday she was an intellectual beauty, wearing high heels and playing the piano elegantly at home. Today she wore a halter dress, gold jewelry on her neck and earlobes, and drove a car in low heels. The tempting red lips, exquisite makeup and beautiful eyes look at me from time to time. Oh, husband, why don't you pay attention when drinking water? Come, let your wife wipe it for you. She actually noticed Lin Fan coughing the moment she saw him. She immediately stopped the car on the side of the road, wiped Lin Fan's mouth with a tissue, and gently patted his back with her delicate hands. The royal sister said gently, "How is my husband? Is he feeling better? Do you want your wife to smooth your throat again?" Smooth the throat? How to smooth the throat? When the word throat was mentioned, Lin Fan instead saw the tall and snow-white neck of the beautiful president. He wanted to appreciate it for a while. But at this moment, the beautiful president suddenly seemed to think of something, and her cheeks turned a little red. She said shyly, "Oh, husband, you are such a hooligan. By the way, it's better that my husband is gone. I was thinking that we should quickly find a place to enjoy some delicious food," Sunny said as she restarted the car. Unexpectedly, they saw the beautiful girl they had just passed by running towards them from the back of the car. She thought to herself, could he be coming to see them? I had a bad feeling for a moment. But just as I turned the car onto the main road, I heard the beautiful girl in sunglasses behind me shouting, "Lin Fan! Lin Fan? Stop the car, stop the car." Wow, he actually came to find them. But, can't you see that you are in the car with your husband? The beautiful CEO Sunny glanced at Lin Fan, then glanced at the sweet girl. She was not afraid and backed the car back to the side of the road again. Chapter 33 Sunny, ex-girlfriend? Who is this? At this moment, seeing her boyfriend Lin Fan's attitude towards the sweet campus girl, it seemed as if they knew each other. Sunny looked at the other person from inside the car and asked subconsciously, "A friend?" Lin Fan responded. In this situation, if Sunny knew that she was the younger sister of his ex-fiancée and his former sister-in-law, it would be disastrous. This beautiful CEO was eating herself up in her pink Rolls-Royce. Friend? And what about Jianyu, the beautiful girl dressed in campus-style JK? Why is she so unconvinced? Especially since the other person is so beautiful and a charming sister, I feel even more that Lin Fan may have found someone else in advance in order to separate from his sister. What a coincidence, why are you here? Lin Fan tried his best to maintain peace in the situation. But the beautiful CEO Sunny obviously also noticed that the other party was very good looking. Her boyfriend's eyes kept staring at the other party, and then one of her beautiful hands quickly slipped into the gap between Lin Fan's fingers. Lin Fan also suddenly felt the beauty and love of interlaced fingers. He immediately glanced back at Sunny. Sunny smiled with her red lips and said, "Little boy, do you want us to take you out to play?" Lin Fan is my boyfriend now. Since he is my boyfriend's friend, he is naturally my friend too. Zhang Yu, little kid. Compared to this beautiful sister, I am indeed younger. Oh, let us not talk about that. It was just a coincidence that I met Lin Fan. Lin Fan, in that case, I'll be leaving first. I wish you a happy marriage. I may have to go out for a few days. Zhang Yu looks a little pitiful now. He had just experienced cyberbullying and had a falling out with his sister. He wouldn't do anything stupid, would he? The current situation is that both of them know the truth, but in front of Sunny, they behave like the friends that Lin Fan said. However, the delicate relationship between them naturally cannot be discussed. Otherwise, Sunny would definitely get herself into trouble. Okay, then you should be careful and call me if you have any questions. After a polite conversation, Zhang Yu left. But as she walked, waving her hands, crystal tears rolled down her cheeks. This was the first time she had this feeling. As soon as Lin Fan's car left, she stopped. On the autumn street, under the sycamore tree, the beautiful girl looked at the scene in front of her with a sullen look. Ex-girlfriend? On the other side, the beautiful CEO in the car just drove away and turned around to ask Lin Fan. Lin Fan glanced at her and knew she would ask this, so he quickly asked back. Are you jealous? Oh, it seems that she is really your ex-girlfriend. However, just as Lin Fan was about to tease the other party, the next second, the car speed suddenly increased. Scared Lin Fan, he quickly grabbed the handrail and shouted, What are you doing? Oh, it's not my ex-girlfriend, it's just a friend. We don't usually interact much. This woman is so jealous that she's going crazy. Lin Fan quickly rebuked. Oh, you two have such affectionate eyes even though we have nothing in common? I see that your eyes are about to fall off staring at my white stockings and legs. Husband, do you still like to admire me? Fuck. Lin Fan cursed twice. What do you mean by I still like to smell it? Sunny, you jealous woman, can you stop thinking about it like that? Oh, by the way, I didn't agree to be her boyfriend, so why do I start to care about her now? I'm warning you, don't act unreasonably. Lin Fan was obviously excited. Thinking that the other person is jealous, I actually feel pretty good. But she can't keep making such a fuss. You have to take good care of her. Don't think about meaningless and draining things. Oh, how am I being unreasonable? Unexpectedly, as soon as I said it, the other party responded immediately. You two must have stories to tell you, and I'll call you if there's anything. Huh, have you two ever liked each other? My intuition is not wrong. Lin Fan said you just like to daydream. Sunny stepped on the accelerator and sped down the highway, and Lin Fan shouted, Are you crazy? He quickly grabbed the handrail to keep his body safe and balanced. However, he never expected that the other party was an extremely skilled and steady driver. Without saying a word, she parked the car in the underground parking lot of the shopping mall. After getting out of the car, the beautiful president suddenly stretched out her beautiful hand and spoke to Lin Fan. Here, now I'll give you a chance. Hold my hand from now on, I don't want you to be with anyone else. Lin Fan shook his head and said, You just like to make wild guesses. When the two of them arrived at an internet-famous restaurant one after the other, there were many young ladies wearing hanfu, playing the role of palace maids, dancing tenderly. But Sunny said, Husband, we must hold hands when we are on the road, otherwise, others will think we are lovers. After she finished speaking, she looked at Lin Fan with a smile in her beautiful eyes. Then he said, Oh, by the way, your story just now was very good, I want to listen more. For example, how did you two meet? Honey, you actually like her style, right? It's okay, it's normal for you to like other pretty girls. Just tell me all the details of how you met and got along with each other. Pit. This is definitely a trap. Don't be fooled by the beautiful CEO's gentle and generous words. In fact, she is just waiting for Lin Fan to explain before she delivers a fatal blow. Lin Fan is not stupid. But as I walked, I realized that even though I had just reached the top floor of the shopping mall, there were still so many people there. The beautiful CEO suddenly said in a sweet voice, Husband, put your hand closer to me, I like you to hug me. The next second, Lin Fan saw it. It turned out that there were a few young and tall girls walking towards me and looking at me. The expression is still wow, look at the handsome guy. Sunny immediately began to assert her sovereignty. She said that she was Lin Fan's only girlfriend. Quite arrogant. On this day, Lin Fan saw every move, every frown and smile of the beautiful president. And from time to time she will tiptoe to put herself close to your ear, and she will suddenly kiss you with her red lips. And reminded, husband, yesterday we were in front of the piano on the second floor, and I really like the romantic feeling of just you and me together. Do you like it, husband? Lin Fan kept looking at her in disbelief. Snort. I still want to cuddle with my husband tonight. Husband, please don't think about other women. Lin Fan. Chapter 34, Honey Trap. Be honest. Can you be more reserved outside? Are you really the female president of Pili Culture Company? Seeing that the beautiful CEO in front of him was about to lose her temper again, Lin Fan quickly tried to calm her down. Although their intimate life is intoxicating, there is no need to tell you about it in broad daylight. When Sunny heard this, she was still the aloof, calm and beautiful woman who seemed difficult to communicate with. Who would have thought that such a cold and beautiful older sister would actually say such words to Lin Fan in private? Ha ha. Man. Soon, Lin Fan showed a little more strength, and the other party immediately became disdainful. Lin Fan was a little angry and immediately said, "Stop talking about men doing this and that all the time. If you didn't do anything wrong, why would you be so angry? Is she controlling herself?" When Sunny heard this, her beautiful jaw dropped. Biting her red lip, she leaned forward, her arms crossed, and said to Lin Fan in the hall, "Okay, now you're teaching me a lesson. You dare to hit me? I think you really don't know your place. Okay, no eating today. Come with me." Go with her? What is she going to do now? Lin Fan, a grown man, was naturally not afraid. He just didn't want to eat. He also didn't like eating in noisy places. But then Lin Fan regretted it. Because the place that the beautiful president would call Lin Fan to go next was something that Lin Fan could never have imagined in his dreams. The two were in a pink Rolls Royce, speeding along, but their destination was not in the city. Instead, they drove around the ring road, out of the city, and headed directly to a forest island northeast of the Magic City. At that time, Lin Fan didn't know where she was taking him, so he asked her, "Why take me so far away? We will be alone together then." Yes, Lin Fan is a hot-blooded boy. Sunny is a sexy and lonely beauty with an elegant temperament. No matter how Lin Fan looks at her, he will not feel that he is at a disadvantage. While waiting for the traffic light, Sunny lowered her head and typed a message on her phone, but Lin Fan didn't take it seriously. Now he just wants to find a place to take a shower, have a rest, and even camp outdoors at night. But unexpectedly, after the car drove into the forest, it arrived at a quiet villa in the suburbs. There are woods all around and a lake not far away. Walking through it is different from the hustle and bustle of the city, and it feels like you are in another world. In the afternoon, the sun is shining brightly, and it is so beautiful here. Then the car stopped inside the villa. There are swings, a swimming pool, accommodation, and a barbecue area in the yard. Lin Fan praised it highly. "Since there is such a place, why don't you just come here in the first place?" Sunny didn't say anything either. After getting out of the car, she put on her favorite high heels and walked straight forward in a red dress that wrapped around her curvy figure. Lin Fan, hey, what do you mean? Is she really angry? This is the first time I see her like this. But the scenery here is beautiful, the sun is shining, the air is fresh, and you can see mountains in the distance. The extremely comfortable environment makes it easy to ignore other emotions. Afterwards, Lin Fan wanted to sit on the swing and swing for a while. Then I saw Sunny, the big weighty beauty, come back out, with a sweet and well-behaved face and called out to me, "Husband, come in quickly." Come in quickly? What is she going to do? Honey trap? Without thinking too much, Lin Fan quickly jumped off the swing and quickly followed her into the room. But, Lin Fan should never, ever, believe her. Perhaps, one should have been aware of the other person's subtle emotions from the very beginning. Just as Lin Fan entered, the door was closed with a bang. Afterwards, several women appeared in the room, sitting upright and drinking red wine, dressed elegantly. Behind him, the person who closed the door after he took a few steps forward was a very agile figure. "Is that you? How come you are here?" At that time, Lin Fan was still thinking about what surprise was waiting for him after he came in, but he didn't expect to run into the female special bodyguard Xiaoyu whom he had just met yesterday. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin." What sorry? At this time, Lin Fan was still a little confused. But soon she swept her leg and Lin Fan subconsciously dodged and fell. Almost in the blink of an eye, she made Lin Fan lose his balance. He put his hands behind his back and screamed. She subdued him, stripped him naked except for his underwear and tied him to a chair in the hall. What is going on? Also, Xiao, could you please be a little gentler? You are such a lady, you should look very gentle. But in fact, Lin Fan was tied to a chair in the hall by Xiao Yu. As for the other beauties, seeing that the time was ripe, they quickly surrounded Lin Fan, found a seat and sat down. Hey, Nini, the boyfriend you found has abdominal muscles and a nice body. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-pack abs. Wow. She looks good too. Pooh. Tell me, what do I look like? Don't I know it? Also, why are there 4 women here? What did Sunny bring me here for? Sister Nini, may I touch it? I'm really curious. Some girls also joked that the girl looked small but had big breasts, an internet celebrity face, and a slim figure. When Lin Fan looked over, he found 2 plump half balls. Okay, touch it if you want. Lin Fan. What are you going to do, smug CEO? At this moment, Sunny looked like a beauty who would make things difficult for anyone who provoked her. Stop. Stop. Sunny, what are you doing? There's no need to treat me like this. Looking at the situation in front of him, Lin Fan seemed to understand something and asked hurriedly. But Sunny said in a tender voice, what are you doing? Didn't you say you were going to spank me just now? This is too much, sisters. Today I was kind enough to pick him up for dinner, but he actually flirted with a beautiful girl in the street, staring at her legs, and then said to call him if there was anything. I asked him who, and he said a friend. Friends talk so intimately to each other, who else could it be but the ex-girlfriend? He also wants to educate me. You mean I shouldn't mention this, right? He bullied me, sisters. What is going on? Are these beautiful and good-looking women all good sisters of the beautiful CEO, Sunny? Sunny had just finished speaking with a bit of grievance when all the women's eyes were instantly focused on Lin Fan. Chapter 35 fainted. Can you let me go first? At this point, Lin Fan finally understood Sunny's previous actions. She first asked me to follow her mysteriously and took me to a forest villa. Secondly, she behaved very gently and tenderly all the way, as if she didn't mind the rude things I did to her before. Then, he was attracted by the environment of the villa and swung happily on the swing. She called her husband affectionately and used her beauty trick on him. Finally, he asked his special female bodyguard Xiao Yu to ambush him, subdue him, and tie him to a chair. Lin Fan now recalled that Sunny was sending a message to someone in the car with her head down. It turned out to be her bodyguard Xiao Yu, who came here to ambush in advance after receiving the news. It's impossible to guard against. I originally thought that Sunny would come on vacation with her. The scenery here is unique, the air is fresh, the view is open, and the mind is so free. Cough, cough. Don't be in a hurry, let me introduce them to you first, so that Nini 1T have to know who her best friends are after she marries this guy. The first person to speak was a cute-looking girl wearing a baseball cap. She said her name was Wan Wan. She is the talkative type among Sunny's best friends, and you can tell from the moment she opens her mouth. Then, 2 girls named Chi-Chi and Jiang Yaro sat on the sofa next to her. A woman of 163 centimeters height, wearing a small leather skirt, with delicate makeup, slim figure, long black hair hanging at her waist, snow white and slender legs, and a little shy. The other one is too open, proud and outstanding, with almost no covering, a straight body, an internet celebrity face, and obvious micro-dosing on her face, but you have to admit that she is really good looking. She looks very much like a sweet dancing travel blogger on TikTok. There is another person who has a very good relationship with Sunny, but he is studying in the UK. He is a master's student in directing and has not returned yet. Lin Fan said, okay, I'm very happy to meet you. This one is Chi-Chi, this one is Jiang Yaro, and yours is Wan Wan. Now that we know each other, can you please help me untie them first? Cannot. But just as he finished speaking, the girl named Wan Wan immediately looked at the beautiful CEO Sunny and refused with a smile. We are here today to seek justice for Nini. Tell me, what's going on with the girl in white stockings that Nini just mentioned? You are not allowed to lie. As she spoke, the girl named Wan Wan stretched out her index finger and shook it. Yes, you can't lie. Then, 2 beauties named Chi-Chi and Jiang Yaro sitting on the sofa also did the same action. Lin Fan said anxiously, "It's really nothing, I just met an old classmate on the road, we knew each other at that time." "You said you recognized each other when you saw each other, it would be inappropriate not to say hello." He has already explained it. But the beautiful CEO Sunny didn't believe it at all. "There is nothing wrong with saying hello, but I seem to have heard that before the other person left. You said you would call me if there was something." Who would believe it if you two had no story? As soon as Wan Wan finished speaking, everyone's eyes were instantly focused on Lin Fan. Lin Fan knew that it was because of this sentence that caused the trouble, but he was not afraid and said, "You misunderstood, there is really no story between her and me. The reason why I said that is because I heard that she is now an anchor, and my own company is engaged in e-commerce and continues to attract high-quality anchors. It is logical to have a good relationship with her, right?" "Oh? Did he tell you, Nini?" Wan Wan felt that this was new information. A pair of smart eyes looked at Sunny and immediately asked. Sunny quickly shook her head. Wan Wan immediately said, "Look, your girlfriend said you haven't told her yet. It seems that you don't take our Nini seriously at all. Sisters, what do you think we should do?" This woman Wan Wan is indeed very capable of stirring people's hearts. With just a few words, the people on the scene were ready to skin Lin Fan alive, drain him dry and get rid of him as soon as possible. "A female robber." Lin Fan said, "What do you mean you didn't take Sunny seriously?" "If I didn't take it seriously, I would go to her house, or I would walk there without realizing it. Also, I have thought a lot these days. My acquaintance with Sunny was indeed an accident, but after spending a few days together, I found that I quite like her. Now, are you satisfied?" Snort! Snort! At that time, Sunny was thinking about how to deal with her man. Unexpectedly, the sister's actions really made the boy finally tell the truth. "As far as I can remember, this was the first time he confessed his feelings to me like this." "Oh. Unfortunately, I just finished speaking." The group of girlfriends yelled in unison, as if they were about to start a commotion, but the next second the girl in the little leather skirt and long black hair said, "I just like it." Lin Fan looked at her reflexively. But it was too late. Wan Wan, who was standing by, found out and immediately said, "It seems that Mr. Lin's love is not deep enough. Sisters, what do you think we should do?" Chi-Chi's little brain suggested, "Why don't we go have a barbecue and leave him here alone?" Wan Wan, "Okay, I agree." "I agree too." The girl with the internet celebrity face and proud breasts also raised her hand. "Nini, what about you?" Wan Wan asked. Sunny nodded and said in a royal sister voice, "Okay, he just likes me, not loves me anyway." Lin Fan. God damn it. Did they do it on purpose? Lin Fan shouted, "No, don't do this, I haven't eaten yet and I'm starving." In short, the final situation was that Lin Fan was tied up in the living room of the forest villa. The female bodyguard was standing at the door, watching him the whole time. The other sisters all went into the yard and asked the housekeeper to prepare barbecue tools and ingredients. Some people take photos, some chat, and once it gets dark and the lights are turned on, the atmosphere becomes lively. Some people were blowing colorful bubbles and playing romantic and cheerful music. Lin Fan could only be tied up in the living room and watch them having fun. What a sin. He didn't expect that Sunny, the beautiful CEO, would treat him like this. The other side. In the afternoon, the beautiful girl Jiang Yu saw Lin Fan leaving in a beautiful sister's car, and suddenly felt that there seemed to be something to eat. "Sister, you should know that there will definitely be something good to watch." But the relationship between the two sisters is now strained, and I don't know if she will listen. It's good enough that my sister didn't have a big fight with me or break up with me. But she didn't know where Lin Fan and the beautiful sister driving the Rolls Royce had gone. In the end, when there was no other option and I couldn't go home, I saw a nice forest villa for vacation on the internet. Just think about going here. She doesn't even want to read the overwhelming comments about her on the internet. However, fate is so cruel. When Jiang Yu, a beautiful girl in white silk stockings, drove all the way to the forest villa here. As soon as I came in, I found many beautiful young ladies in the courtyard humming songs, dancing, and dressed very exquisitely. She found that she could fit in as well. After all, I see a lot of girls dressed exquisitely. However, just as she was dressing up to blend in, she unexpectedly spotted the beautiful sister who had just met Lin Fan when Lin Fan got into the pink Rolls Royce. Is that such a coincidence? Chapter 36. Are they kissing now? Is that such a coincidence? Oh my god, I was just doing a blind audition and wanted to get some fresh air. I didn't expect to actually meet him. God really knows how to arrange things. At that time, the sweet and beautiful girl Jiang Yu had just arrived at the forest villa she had booked online. After a moment of shock, the person in charge of reception came and warmly welcomed her to check in first. There is free breakfast here, and you can also pay for lunch and dinner. The dishes are rich and the ingredients are good. The key point is that Jiang Yu had just put away his luggage when the person in charge of reception immediately walked into the hall. The beautiful sister in a red sexy long dress seemed to say something after seeing the receptionist. The receptionist immediately said respectfully, "Okay, boss, although this place has just opened, we will serve every guest attentively." She is actually the owner of this forest villa. Absolutely amazing. Jiang Yu hurried back to his room and disguised himself again. Firstly, her photos are everywhere on the internet now, so it is inevitable that she will be recognized. Secondly, the person he likes who claims to be his wife is also here. The encounter was really bloody. Also, why didn't she see her brother-in-law? Where is he now? Jinjin, I'm sorry, the company may have to rely on you from now on. My body. On the other side, fashion companies. Originally, the company was opened by her best friend, but now, Vivian, whose body is overwhelmed by years of work, wants to retreat to the second line. All the frontline work of the company is handed over to Jiangjin, the campus belle of Hujian University. At that time, Jiangjin was still exhausted because her sister fell in love with her fiancé proposed to break up with her, and her mother was sick and hospitalized. She had never felt such a heavy burden on her before. She now hated Lin Fan very much. He used to bear all the responsibilities, and not only did his parents stay healthy, but even the Pomeranian she raised was taken care of and became lively and energetic. I'm a little uncomfortable with Lin Fan's departure. Originally, she was thinking about whether she should just quit the company and continue to live her own life at home. After all, the 2 million she got from Lin Fan was enough for her to live for a while. But now, her best friend wants her to take over the company. Jiangjin wanted to decline politely, but then a thought came to her mind. What do you mean I'm being kept? Didn't you do this voluntarily? I said I didn't want to go to work. It's not like this school beauty is incapable. In that case, why don't I try to take over this fashion company? Vivian kept persuading herself that you just don't want to go to work. It doesn't mean that you have bad aesthetics or poor execution, your job is just to become an exquisite woman. Jiangjin felt that what Vivian said made a lot of sense. Then after Vivian knew about the current situation of Jiangjin and Lin Fan, she gave Jiangjin a suggestion. In addition to the beauty trap, there is another important ability, which is to make him feel that you can still live a good life even without him. If he knows next time that you have become a company executive now, won't he regret it? Jiangjin thought that was the case, so when she saw that her mother's condition was gradually stabilizing, she simply agreed to the other party. This will not only make Lin Fan look at him with new eyes, but also allow him to continue to hold on to Lin Fan as a cash cow in the long run. Besides, isn't Lin Fan's cousin still a top artist in the entertainment industry? His resources are inexhaustible. That's right. From today on, this office of mine is yours. I will post a new appointment notice in the company later. Congratulations, Ms. Jiang. This afternoon gave Jiangjin a lot of confidence. In addition, Jiangjin, who had been angry for several days, wanted to win back Lin Fan as soon as possible. So while Vivian was out of her office, she entered it, quickly locked the door, and changed into the cosplay bunny girl costume she had just bought. Also wearing an eye patch. Not to mention, when I look at myself in the office mirror and show off my figure and beauty, I'm really stunning. Her fiancé Lin Fan would definitely not be able to stand this. Therefore, Jiangjin posed in several poses, including selfies and selfie videos, just waiting to find her fiancé Lin Fan's WeChat and post the photos and videos to him. Caption: Fan, I forgive you. I'll wait for you at home tonight. As a result, the video had not yet finished buffering and was sent, and the text message popped back immediately. There is also a red exclamation mark after it. Pull, blocked? No, it was just deleted. But what is the difference between blocking you and deleting you? Suddenly, Jiangjin, whose career was booming, was struck by lightning and even had difficulty breathing. Lin Fan. Are you so heartless? She subconsciously called her sister Jiang Yu to ask clearly, but just as she was about to call, she suddenly remembered that when she was with Lin Fan had set up family sharing for their iPhones. As long as they are within the country, we can basically know their location. She first opened it and took a look. Her fiancé Lin Fan's location was shown to be on an island northeast of Magic City. How did Lin Fan appear there? Then, she took another look at her sister's position. What he discovered was that his sister's location also appeared on an island northeast of Magic City. Zoom in and look at the specific location at the same time. Lin Fan, Forest Villa. Zhang Yu, Forest Villa. Okay. I originally thought that my fiancé Lin Fan blocking me was enough to make me angry. The current situation is, what is the situation between the two of them? How could my sister be in the same position as Lin Fan? However, she didn't dare to think too much about it. Maybe it was a coincidence, or maybe her sister was helping her to seek justice. After all, my sister is a few years younger than me. She also knew Lin Fan's strength. However, when Jiang Jin, who was dressed like a lady, noticed this situation, she subconsciously swayed her body slightly backwards. I felt that I couldn't just sit there and wait for death. She must find Lin Fan and ask him clearly. Chapter 37 Dance Floor, Sexy Dance, Villa Party. Miss, there are guests here. I am worried about the bad influence. How about moving my son-in-law upstairs? On the other side, inside the Forest Villa. At that time, Sunny and her little sisters were playing music, singing and dancing, and having fun together. One of them was a girl named Chi-Chi. Although she was quiet and shy, when the sexy music started, she couldn't resist the urge to dance. She put on her high heels, took off her braces with both hands, and started shaking her hips to the rhythm of the music. There was a sudden scream at the scene. For this purpose, Sunny, as the owner of this forest villa, specially arranged a bonfire party. Suddenly the atmosphere on the scene became more lively. Well, okay, let Shio go. The beautiful president gave instructions to the housekeeper who came to report and give suggestions. That kid is running rampant right now and needs to be disciplined. I'll go see him later. But just as the housekeeper was about to leave, Sunny called him again, pointed to the second floor of the villa in front of her, and said, "Let him go to this room, open the curtains, we will play downstairs, and let him envy us. By the way, tell him that if he sincerely admits his mistake, you can let him come downstairs to play with you. If he doesn't admit his mistake, keep him locked up." The beautiful Sunny also speaks sharply. If you want to be your own man and your own husband in the future, you have to start now. But he has good innate conditions, abdominal muscles, and he is a very strong boyfriend. After giving the instructions, she continued to have fun with her little sisters. She also opened the red wine. Everyone played for free together. The quieter internet celebrity girl, seeing how generous Sunny was, suggested that they do one together to celebrate their best friendship and Sunny. The atmosphere was filled with a wow sound and reached Gao again. Let us go up. Lobby, first floor, sofa area. Xiaoyu, the female bodyguard who had just been informed of the young lady's news, exchanged a glance with the housekeeper, then stood up and asked Lin Fan to follow her. Lin Fan, who was tied to the chair, said instantly, "No, Xiao, how can I get up there when I'm tied up now? You can't just jump up. Besides, I'm tired, thirsty, and hungry. And you, the housekeeper here, right? Please bring me all the delicious food and drinks. It is impossible to surrender. Even if you are tied up, you must have backbone." Besides, Lin Fan felt that he had done nothing wrong. If he couldn't even look at other girls now, what would happen in the future? Lin Fan felt that the beautiful CEO Sunny was using her privileges to force him to obey her, but he refused. She obeyed herself more or less. "Sorry, Mr. Lin, that's not possible. The lady just told us that she won't let you go unless you admit your mistake to her. Xiaoyu, if that doesn't work, can we both carry Mr. Lin to the second floor?" The lady also said that she wanted Mr. Lin to watch them having fun upstairs. The female bodyguard at that time glanced out the window, then glanced sharply at the butler, and said coldly, "Good idea, but I should be able to do it alone." After saying that, she walked quickly towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan was surprised and asked, "What? What are you doing?" The next second, she helped Lin Fan stand up. "My feet are not tied, so I can walk." Lin Fan refused. The female bodyguard immediately smiled and said lightly, "It seems that Mr. Lin wants to taste my boxing." Lin Fan subconsciously walked forward quickly and went up to the second floor. Then, in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor, I saw a group of young, beautiful and sexy beauties having a happy party downstairs. They really know how to have fun. Several girls were swaying freely while showing off their graceful figures. The scene was extremely ambiguous. As for Sunny, she was standing in the middle of the dance floor at the moment. She was wearing high heels and swaying her sexy body with her sisters. Her beautiful hands were touching the big waves, as if she had planned it. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes looked up at Lin Fan, who was on the second floor at the moment. A beautiful hand was stroking his neck, and his body was trembling as he squatted down, then he twisted his hips towards him. It was so exciting. She was deliberately trying to seduce Lin Fan. Her little sisters were also infected by this. They screamed, took videos, danced, and had a lot of fun. Now, Lin Fan, watching them having so much fun in the courtyard of the villa, wanted to crush that conceited Sunny into pieces. You want to stimulate me, right? However, Lin Fan on the second floor was watching with a ruthless determination. He would not let any of the girls downstairs go. Unexpectedly, when he was thinking of an idea, he suddenly saw a familiar girl appear downstairs. Although she was wearing a mask, she was also wearing a baseball cap. But she knows her figure. Besides, she was wearing those shiny little pig kidney leather shoes. If it's not Jian Yu's beautiful girl, then who is it? But why is she here? Didn't the two of them separate in the afternoon? Could it be possible that she followed me all the way here? He was a little confused, but soon, the beautiful girl looked up and met Lin Fan's eyes. She was also surprised. But then he quickly entered the hall of the villa. Haha, he is disguised like this, it seems he is afraid of being recognized by Sunny. She came to see me, could it be that she wanted to continue to confess her love to me? Lin Fan admitted that Jiang Yu is young and beautiful now, and has tens of thousands of fans on the internet. She is the type of beautiful anchor that everyone likes. The pure and sexy style always gives people a seductive feeling. Her sister was a school beauty in her early years and was a pure and ladylike type. These two sisters really can make a living by relying on their looks. Just pretend you didn't see it. Lin Fan muttered to himself. But soon, there was a knock on the door on the second floor. It was the voice of the housekeeper, saying, Xiaoyu, come down and have dinner quickly. The lady wants you to come over and play too. Xiaoyu nodded, looked back at Lin Fan, said nothing, closed the door behind him, and went downstairs. A good time to escape? Lin Fan subconsciously jumped to the door, but found that the door had been locked from the outside. Damn it! Could it be that I, Lin Fan, who has had a great reputation throughout my life, will now be imprisoned forever? Fortunately, I am an expert in using ropes. If I were tied up with a rope under normal circumstances, I would have saved myself long ago. But it was the female bodyguard who tied me up. She was in the army and must have practiced before. The more you struggle with the rope that ties you, the tighter it gets. I give up. Looking at the current situation, Lin Fan felt that he could either escape or take a strategic approach, pretending to agree with the beautiful CEO that he was wrong, and then take the opportunity to escape. But in order to escape, he needs cooperation, and he is isolated and helpless here. Then the only option left is the second one. The next chapter will be released before 8 p.m., or possibly earlier. It will be released today, so please support me. Chapter 38, Miss, it's bad. The young master ran away. Bang, bang, bang. Soon after the female bodyguard left, Lin Fan, who was about to change his strategy and settle the score later, returned to the floor-to-ceiling window. Since that is the case, I might as well take a good rest and analyze the beauties here. They all seem to be wealthy, and all their girlfriends were wearing designer clothes. Doesn't this mean he has a net worth of several million or even tens of millions? Sunny alone must be worth hundreds of millions. Yesterday, I checked Pili Culture Company and saw that its stock price had risen significantly. He also bought 1 million shares. Who? Lin Fan subconsciously became alert when he heard the knock on the door. Could it be that the female bodyguard just left and he forgot to take the key? But since the other party didn't say anything, Lin Fan didn't take it seriously. However, not long after, someone suddenly opened the door with a key, making a sound. Then there was a creaking sound, and the door was opened, and a girl wearing a mask and a baseball cap came in. Lin Fan. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Fan immediately realized it was Jiang Yu. Hey, but he then slapped his head. Didn't he just see this beautiful girl downstairs? Jiang Yu? Lin Fan expressed surprise. The door was locked from the outside, so it's not easy to get in. Jiang Yu was quick, and said to himself as he walked forward, I just saw that they all went to eat, so I went upstairs and knocked on the door, only to find that it was locked. I stole their key and came in. Close the door first. At that time, Lin Fan was shocked. Yes, there is help. Oh, Lin Fan, look at my head, I forgot to close the door. But they are just going to eat now, they won't be back soon, right? This beautiful girl and Lin Fan are now having a lot of secret feelings with each other. He spoke in a low voice. Of course, but I have to find a way to get out. Jiang Yu, why are you here? Help me untie the rope. Originally, Jiang Yu was sad the whole day when she saw Lin Fan got into another beautiful woman's car, but now she realized that he didn't do it voluntarily. Otherwise, he wouldn't be tied up now. She quickly helped Lin Fan untie the rope and looked at the marks on his wrist with heartache, her heart aching again. A pair of beautiful hands gently held Lin Fan's wrist, saying, "Too much. Too much. How could they do this to you? They must be kidding." Lin Fan gave a wry smile. He felt that God was still on his side. Otherwise, he would not have sent the beautiful girl Jiang Yu to save him. Joke? Lin Fan and the others have tied you up, and you still think they are joking? Aren't you a bit of a masochist? What the hell? Abuse? You are the one who is being abused. Seeing the beautiful girl in front of him asking this question, Lin Fan almost slapped her. I will definitely spank that beautiful CEO Snow White, but hard, it's too cruel. The beautiful girl in front of you can't let go either. This little hoof. What masochistic tendencies? They saw you and me greeting each other on the street today, and they suspected that there was something going on between us, so they interrogated us. But we are the story. Jiang Yu's question made Lin Fan confused. What a story. What's the story with you? There is no story with you. Lin Fan was too lazy to pay attention to her. He took a look at the layout of the room and found a set of women's clothes in one of the wardrobes. A bit big. I don't know whose it is. The housekeeper's figure isn't that exaggerated. Just go all out and change it. After Lin Fan dressed up in a fisherman's hat and a windbreaker, he looked at himself in the mirror and laughed to himself. Okay, who can recognize us now? Then, he quickly packed up his things, pulled Jiang Yu out of the room, and went to the first floor from another place. At that time, the beautiful President Sunny and her sisters were still singing, drinking red wine and chatting happily. Two people with strange clothes quickly walked around them and left. During this time, Chi-Chi, who was a little drunk and had long hair hanging down to her waist, blushed and pointed at the two people over there and said, look at those two people, they are so funny, ha ha ha. Come and drink, come and drink. They drank even more happily. As for the female bodyguard Xiao Yu and the housekeeper, they had already been pulled to the center of the dance floor by Sunny. The beautiful President Sunny also said to Xiao, remember, if you follow me, I will make you happy in the future and you will also make money. If you want to know how much money your mother needs, just go to the company's finance department tomorrow and tell them. Your only task is to keep a close eye on my man, my husband, Lin Fan, and don't let him flirt with other women, okay? He is mine, he is mine. Sunny also drank a lot. She has worked very hard throughout the year and earned so much money. Now she has a boyfriend, so can't she enjoy herself? The Korean sexy dance MV was played again. She and the other ladies were in the middle of the dance floor, dancing even more happily. Until the party was over, Sunny called out in a sweet voice, husband, husband. After being single for 28 years, she finally found someone she liked, and now she really misses him. Oh, Sunny, can you please stop showing off your affection in front of us? Mr. Lin is so handsome, be careful or he might run away with us. We will definitely fascinate Mr. Lin. But I won't let her go so easily. Ha 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 ha. Chi-Chi, the girl with a slim figure, long hair hanging down to her waist and fair skin, was talking nonsense. Jiang Yaro, the quiet and elegant internet celebrity standing nearby, immediately tried to persuade her, Chi-Chi, please be alright, stop talking nonsense. Instead, it was Wan, the most eloquent girl, who said arrogantly, yes, I will snatch your husband away, Sunny, and let him sleep in my bed tonight. Touch his abs. He. Ha? Abs? They're mine, Mr. Lin. Chi-Chi already knew that Lin Fan had abdominal muscles when she interrogated her today. Now that she was drunk, her inner desire was exposed. She dances beautifully, Mr. Lin will definitely like it. At this time, although Sunny had also drunk a lot, she was very happy to hear that her sisters were so concerned about her man. My man welcomes me so much, but he can only be my own. There's no point in worrying about it. If you have the ability, go find one that is exactly the same. After the group finished chatting, they staggered back to their rooms. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Xiaoyu ran over hurriedly from the hall, looking panicked and hesitant to speak. Sunny smiled and said, Xiao, why are you panicking? Don't you have a very good psychological quality? Mission failed? It's okay, this is my home, it's okay, help me go to the second floor, I want to find my husband. But Xiaoyu suddenly said, Miss. Oh no. Mr. Lin is missing. Sunny. Chapter 39, A Lonely Man and a Lonely Woman. A Quiet Forest. Lin Fan. Lin Fan, wait for me. Don't walk so fast. I'm almost out of strength. Lin Fan, will you carry me? Forest, unknown path. There were tall bushes on both sides, the air was humid, and the day was getting dark. Lin Fan and Zhang Yu, who escaped, ran all the way, as if they were afraid of being caught up by the beautiful president again. She is beautiful, but when it comes to dealing with people, she is very decisive. Walk faster. It's only a few steps. Lin Fan strode ahead. Compared with ordinary people, his pace is indeed fast, not to mention that the person following behind him is a beautiful female anchor. Lin Fan, girls definitely don't have as much physical strength as you. You were the captain of the basketball team in college, so you must have had good physical strength. At that time, many people threw themselves into your arms. Zhang Yu's tone sounded as if he was blaming Lin Fan for being too eye-catching. She remembered that one time a woman from outside the school came to the school to find him, dressed very coquettishly, and offered to give him a car so that he could follow the woman. But Lin Fan did not agree and rejected the other party on the spot. From that moment on, Jiang Zhen's heart began to stir. If her sister had not taken the lead, she would be the one with Lin Fan, the most handsome boy of Hujian University. A hero never brags about his past achievements. You, why are you here? If she hadn't been quick-witted today, who knows what kind of torture she would have been in. In this matter, Lin Fan was grateful to her. Ha! It still sounds better when Lin Fan calls me by my nickname. Although it's quiet here, it would be nice to be here with you forever. It had been 2 days, 2 whole days, and only now did Zhang Yu feel a little relieved. She has suffered a lot in the past 2 days. You haven't replied to me yet. Standing in the middle of the long path, I looked up and saw that the sky was almost dark. At this time, Lin Fan stood on tiptoe again to look behind and in front. After confirming that no one was chasing him, he breathed a sigh of relief. From the looks of it right now, the beautiful CEO Sunny and her few little fairy sisters are all having fun and drinking, so it's unlikely that we'll find them tonight. Furthermore, they specifically chose a small path. Most people would never think of it. However, although the path is nice, it also has its dangers and loneliness. For example, there is no one in front and no one behind, and the lush greenery all around makes it even more terrifyingly quiet. Occasionally there is a cool breeze, and it feels chilly. It was an accidental encounter. I'm so bored. Only at this moment did Zhang Yu remember to take off his mask and baseball cap, revealing his fair and delicate face in the evening light. She kept stroking her hair bangs. She also took out a makeup mirror from her bag and touched up her makeup. Under the light and shadow of the night, her graceful figure is set off, and her well-behaved and quiet appearance is even more charming. The beautiful girl is naturally good-looking. A chance encounter? I don't believe it, how could it be possible? Lin Fan, you can't think that I, with my small body, would follow you all the way here, right? I was just feeling sad, so I randomly found a place to play. I didn't expect to see the woman you were with this afternoon when I got here. Humph, Lin Fan, what is your relationship? She is very elegant and beautiful. As he spoke, Zhang Yu had already come to Lin Fan's side. Although it is quiet and deserted here, I feel warm in my heart with Lin Fan here. It doesn't matter, she might want me. Lin Fan sighed. I knew you could do it, Lin Fan. Zhang Yu looked at himself with a very arrogant expression and began to call himself by his full name. Lin Fan. What the hell, what does she want to do? Oh, by the way, I don't know if she is still on the hot search list. Lin Fan quickly glanced at Zhang Yu and picked up his phone to check Weibo. But weirdly, there's no signal here. I lifted it up and shook it, but it still didn't work. Where did they go? It shouldn't be. Then let me ask you, Lin Fan, what do you like about her? If there is such a person, who knows how to be content, can occasionally occupy you, and is also very well behaved and sensible, would you like her? And she didn't make a fuss. I want to spend the money I earn on you. Lin Fan, please tell me whether this kind of girl is good or not. Lin Fan felt that Jiang Yu must have been frequently doing live broadcasts that skirted the line between right and wrong, and his mind had become somewhat unfocused. How can there be such a good thing? Okay, Lin Fan, since you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. If you meet a girl like this, you will definitely like her. Besides, although this girl doesn't have many fans, there are still hundreds of people watching her live broadcast online every day. As she spoke, she came to Lin Fan. A pair of pretty faces and dark eyes looked up at Lin Fan curiously. Lin Fan immediately knew she was talking about him and said, "Stop it. Work hard and you'll naturally meet people who resonate with you and share your energy. There are still many handsome guys in the world." Jiangjin, humph, Lin Fan, it's no use telling me this. A woman may only love one man in her lifetime. Lin Fan, you are stupid. Jiang Yu, I'm not stupid. I admire you very much for telling me that day that you wanted to break up with your sister. How much courage does that take? Lin Fan glanced at her and said, when a relationship is draining you endlessly, and you keep trying to change it but it's still hopeless, then cut your losses in time. That makes sense. She agreed. Okay, let us not talk about this for now. Let us go out quickly. There is no signal here and it looks like it's going to rain again. Looking up, the sky began to be covered with dark clouds and the temperature began to drop. Lin Fan was vaguely worried. TSK, Lin Fan, don't you want to consider the girl I just mentioned? She sometimes dances in her live streams, and her fans all say she looks great. When she's free, I'll ask her to dance for you, too. Lin Fan. I give up. What a witch. Who is she talking about? Lin Fan looked at her in surprise. Why is she so anxious to find a partner for herself? The beautiful girl in front of me danced on the spot while speaking, and the sweetness of the beautiful girl instantly came over me. Although she was now wearing women's narrow black trousers. Lin Fan subconsciously glanced at her. She was indeed talented in dancing those sexy dances. But at this moment, the beautiful girl suddenly took out her mobile phone and showed him a video of a beautiful woman pulling her pants with a small beautiful hand. She said in a sweet voice, Lin Fan, look, isn't it beautiful? Lin Fan. Ha ha, blush, you are blushing. Ah ha 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 ha. At that time, Jiang Yu was laughing so hard that he fell over. It's nothing, it's normal for young girls nowadays. I visited Longpu a couple of days ago. Who says it's a pity not to be born a few years later? Now universities are full of girls who are very good at pleasing others. Okay, you can wear it like this from now on. As a girl, you must play to your strengths. Lin Fan smiled. He looked in front and behind and decided to keep moving forward. Once he reached an open area, he should get a signal. But the beautiful girl suddenly became playful and called out to Lin Fan, saying, Humph, Lin Fan, do you also like girls like the one I just showed you? Sweet, lively, and warm. Pretty man killer, right? Lin Fan. Chapter 40 Lin Fan, do you like sweet girls? Lively, enthusiastic, and sweet girls are really good. This is Lin Fan's own inner answer. In certain specific environments, the visual experience brought by such a beautiful girl is also amazing. For example, wearing ancient clothes. Another example is sexy cosplay. But after the other party finished speaking, Lin Fan ignored her and just complained in his heart. If I respond to her now, it will definitely be a bit ambiguous with her. It is easy for lonely men and women to have this feeling when their eyes meet. He didn't expect things to develop to this point. It was obvious that the conceited CEO was already giving him a headache, and now there was another one. Of course, it was also possible that the beautiful girl was just joking. Lin Fan pretended not to hear and took 2 steps forward, continuing to search for a signal with his mobile phone. Isn't it strange that there is no signal in the forest? At the very least, there should be a weak signal. Humph, Lin Fan, you don't say anything. Did I get it right? Let me tell you, no boy can resist such a queen. Especially girls with good figure and fair skin. As she spoke, she also showed herself off. At this time, the beautiful girl Jiang Yu was feeling quite proud. If Lin Fan had responded to her just now, it would mean that he didn't care that much, but if he didn't respond now, it meant that he really liked her. Thinking of this, she suddenly became very happy. While running and jumping on the path, he cheered, you like girls like this. Not saying anything means admitting it. Lin Fan couldn't hold it anymore. Lin Fan didn't want to pay attention to her, and she said, why are you still shy? He. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Fan's reaction, she ran in front of Lin Fan and playfully stuck out her tongue at him. Lin Fan, you can take a good look at me. Shocked, Lin Fan stood there and waved his hands quickly. This beautiful girl is such a person that whatever she says will become a handle for the other party, and even if she doesn't say anything, the other party will understand it as approval of what she said. It's getting late, so let us hurry up and get out. Where are the people? Where are the people? On the other side, the beautiful President Sunny in front also drank a lot. I am happy today and get drunk with my girlfriend. But after Xiaoyu came to report to her, Sunny initially thought she had misheard something, that Mr. Lin had run away. Mr. Lin, her husband, is now tied up by her and is guarded by the newly hired bodyguards. How could he possibly run away? Later, she saw Sister Ye, the housekeeper of this forest villa, coming up to her with a heavy face. He held his forehead and quickly calmed down. Then Sunny realized that her husband should indeed have run away. Old husband. The beautiful sister Sunny with big wavy hair screamed in a panicked and mature voice. The housekeeper, Sister Ye, quickly apologized. The female bodyguard Xiaoyu felt that she had failed in her duty, and this was the first time the lady had given her a task. She immediately checked the scene for clues and asked everyone at the scene, but did not find any other suspicious phenomena. Furthermore, the door was locked from the outside and the rope was tied very tightly. It was absolutely impossible to escape under such circumstances. What the hell? But then the girl named Chi-Chi with long hair hanging down to her waist said, "Oh, are they the two people who left when we were dancing?" At that time, I was a little surprised why one of them was so tall. Sunny, when? Haven't you seen my husband? Chi-Chi, yes, I have seen them, but what I saw at that time were two women. Now that I think about it, it must have been Mr. Lin who escaped dressed as a woman. That is for sure. Ha, Mr. Lin is multi-talented. There was a burst of laughter at the scene, and with the help of alcohol, the young sisters became more and more bold in their words. Among them, the internet celebrity named Zhang Yaro looks very quiet, but now, she is dancing sexy dance next to Chi-Chi's slim figure. The scene was unbelievable for a moment. That is for sure. But who is the other one? Chi-Chi, didn't you say too? Sunny inquired. Chi-Chi shook her head and said, I haven't seen him, I don't know him. Instead, the housekeeper's sister Ye suddenly noticed that there was an open room among the guests who came today. She walked over subconsciously, only to find that the person had already left. Wanwan suddenly exclaimed, Nini. Could it be that someone followed you and Mr. Lin when you came here today? I think you said that Mr. Lin is being stared at by several girls now. Yes. When a person is drunk, he will sober up on his own. Sunny suddenly realized that it might be the sweet campus-style girl who was flirting with her husband today. She was in a hurry to find the car keys and go out to look for them, but Xiaoyu immediately stopped her and said, Miss. This is my negligence. I will go find him now and will definitely bring him back to you, don't worry, miss. I'm going too. Sister Ye, the housekeeper of the forest villa, also volunteered. But she had also drunk a lot with her boss tonight, and as soon as she finished speaking, her body began to stagger. Sunny, who was wearing a red sexy long dress, insisted on going, but was stopped by a group of young sisters, who said, Don't worry, didn't Xiaoyu go find it? Xiaoyu is good at fighting, so there will be no problem leaving it to her. Nini, you should go to your room and sleep early. Sunny refused. But in the end, she was helped back to the room by several young sisters to accompany her. All that was left was for Xiaoyu to go out and look for it alone. At the same time, Lin Fan's ex-fiancée, who had hurried here according to the location navigation on her mobile phone, had just driven here and passed by Xiaoyu. Zhang Jin didn't care too much. Instead, she is now extremely angry and wants to find her fiancé and sister. The location of the two people on the phone was correct. As soon as she entered the hall, she found the housekeeper's sister Ye who was calculating today's bill in the hall. After she explained the situation, Sister Ye was also stunned for a moment. Another one looking for the young master? The young master is really lucky in love. Sister Ye asked her what was wrong. It would have been fine if she hadn't heard it, but once she did, even Sister Ye, who had experienced a lot, was shocked. Catching an adulterer? And he is a young master. The lady's husband? Ah. Although Sister Ye was shocked, she quickly figured out the whole story. She was a little confused before, but now she knows it immediately. It turns out that she suspected that her sister had a relationship with her fiancé. The two came here together to have an affair. Well, that's what the script should be. But then she suddenly became confused. No, what does this have to do with the young master? But everything described by the beautiful girl in front of him was all alluding to the young master, Mr. Lin Fan. It's a big weekend, and things are really explosive. But when she looked at Mr. Lin himself, he didn't seem like that kind of person, did he? Chapter 41, Catching an Adulterer. After learning the other party's intention, Sister Ya, the housekeeper of the forest villa, quickly responded by saying that the person was not there. But the person who came looked quite elegant and good-looking. Seeing that the other party didn't believe him, he immediately took out his mobile phone and said, "I have their locations here. They are here with you. Do you need me to call the police?" Position? Call the police? Sister Ya was in disbelief at first, but when she took it and looked, she saw that there were indeed two Apple phones located here. This made her feel a little embarrassed. The problem she faces now is 1. The young master just ran away with a girl. It was probably the two of them. The young lady is very angry right now. If I tell the lady now, she will definitely be furious. The young lady was very good to her, and she couldn't let her overwork herself. 2. Is the young master and the woman in front of him a fiancé? She has no say in this matter. This matter is quite explosive. It's not an idle drama. But she was not someone who would avoid trouble. After understanding the whole story, she quickly and politely said, "Madam, the person you are looking for is indeed not here. However, there were two people out at night. I wonder if they are the ones you are looking for. Or, where is the location now? Xiao has gone out to look for it." At this time, the young lady was discussing countermeasures with her best friends in her room in the villa, but they couldn't come up with anything because they were all drunk. Now lying down. I saw it, and it's located here. I haven't moved it. The beautiful girl dressed like a lady and tied her ponytail with a handkerchief was resolute again. She was Lin Fan's fiancée Jiangjun, and they had just held their engagement party a few days ago. That's impossible, they're clearly gone. Sister Ya also felt a little strange, wondering if the phone had fallen or there was some other reason for the lack of signal. Then he took her to the room of the lady who had escaped with him, and sure enough, it was empty. What happened next was that the visitor firmly believed that her fiancé and her biological sister were here, but Sister Ya said that they had indeed left. The two sides were deadlocked and were about to call the police. There was no choice but to call the lady. However, when she went up to the third floor to look for the young lady, she was already asleep. Later, Sister Ya apologized to the visitor, saying that it was getting late and they might as well rest here for a night and see what would happen after the person in charge woke up tomorrow. Jiangjun thought that since they had already arrived at the location of the two people, and they didn't believe that they would fly away, they might as well take a night's rest. I'll catch them both. However, Jiangjun was also panicked at this time. What if Jiangjun and Lin Fan were really caught together? How would she deal with it in the future? That night, she tossed and turned. Boom boom boom. Meanwhile, deep in the forest. As Lin Fan and Jiang Yu walked one after the other, dark clouds gathered. After a while, there were bursts of thunder and cold rain began to fall. The two men ran forward quickly, but they could not outrun the rain. They were soaked before they had run far. Here. Put it on. Otherwise you'll catch a cold. The rain was already flowing down Lin Fan's forehead. The rain was so fast and heavy. It was already late autumn and it wouldn't rain so heavily. What a coincidence. No, Lin Fan, you put it on. You are already wearing two pieces of clothes and the inner one is already wet. If you give me the outer one tea you catch a cold? Lin Fan was soaked to the bone, and Jiang Yu wasn't much better off. She was even wetter than herself. When Lin Fan looked at her, she was covering her body with her hands, and her clothes were sticking to her body. I couldn't help but sneeze. Lin Fan insisted on taking off his clothes and then covering the other person with them. Then, while holding her to shield her from the rain, the two ran forward. As for the beautiful girl Jiang Yu, although she was soaked all over at this time, she felt Lin Fan's care and the aura of Mac's boyfriend power. Instead of feeling that encountering such bad weather was a bad thing, it was a good thing for her. Hee, Lin Fan, you are doing well. My sister is so lucky. She was grinning. She looked up at Lin Fan's Adam's apple and handsome, wet face. The sound of the rain was so loud that Lin Fan could only hear her whispering. So I asked her, "What are you talking about? Why are you laughing? What a horrible weather. He lowered his head and used his clothes to cover the beautiful girl in his arms. Her pretty face was looking at him with a smile. You are so optimistic. It's raining so heavily, but you are still so happy. My shoes were soaked and full of water. There was thick fog ahead, and we could only walk slowly. If we accidentally ran into the woods on either side, our feet would get covered in mud and we would slip. What is funny is that the two of them were clearly trying to escape, but unexpectedly they were trapped in the end. I heard the forest here is quite large. The key point is that there is not even a place to shelter from the rain. Humph, I really hope the rain doesn't stop tonight. Haha, I'm so happy. This beautiful girl is about to rush into the rain to feel the soaking and fierceness of the rain. The key point is that both she and I are soaked at this moment. It's so cold. Be good and stop making trouble. Let us get out of this damn place as soon as possible. It was obvious that continuing like this was not going to work. There was no signal on my cell phone and the map was useless. I had to rely on the small asphalt road in front of me as a guide. Even if you meet a forest ranger during the trip, it's fine. No, I've fallen into this state now, so I can just vent. Lin Fan, what do you think we should do if neither of us can get out? Lin Fan glanced at her and immediately said, don't make a fuss. How could you not get out? Even if you can't, I will take good care of you. Also, don't mention Jiangjun. I don't want to associate her with you. Education still needs to be provided. Unexpectedly, it would have been fine if Lin Fan hadn't said anything. As soon as he said it, he was almost fooled by her. Don't want to mention Jiangjun? Let me ask you, what is your relationship with my sister now? It doesn't matter. Lin Fan had already broken up with Jiangjun. It's just that she has always disagreed. Then congratulations, you are free now and can date whoever you want. There seems to be nothing wrong with her logic. But Lin Fan still sighed, love is entirely up to fate. Even if two people like each other, it may only be temporary. It is still a question whether they can persist no matter what happens next. After Lin Fan broke up with Jiangjun, he felt very lonely. I never thought that the future of the two of them would be like this. But Jiang Yu said, I have figured it out a long time ago. We must be optimistic. Beautiful love still exists. You'll know if you try it. Lin Fan delivered an explosive output of language. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the beautiful girl burst into laughter. She said, just give it a try. By the way, Lin Fan, are you looking for a sweet type of girl as your next girlfriend? I'll help you look for it. Lin Fan. I don't need it. Chapter 42 The Best Man in the World. What is the matter, Lin Fan, are you moved? Such girls are innocent, sweet, slender, and have proud temperament. You guys will definitely like it. Seeing Lin Fan was silent for a moment. Beautiful girl Jiangyu, step up your output. I really don't understand what she is trying to do. Judging from her expression, it seems that she is just bragging. She can easily win over the men in this magic city as long as she wants. Stop. Stop. Seeing that things were getting more and more outrageous, Lin Fan decided to make things clear. Well, Lin Fan didn't expect that you can be quite charming when you get angry. Oh my god. My brother hasn't spoken yet, can you please stop talking for now? But seeing that she wanted to say more, Lin Fan quickly pinched her mouth and said, I hugged you just now because it was raining and I couldn't let you get wet. It would be fine if you were not by my side, but if I let you get wet in the rain when I was with you, it has nothing to do with you, but I just feel bad about it. So you understand? Then when two of you are talking, you have to leave me some room to breathe. If you keep talking like this, you will suffocate me. After saying that, let go. Humph, so you like to control people. Okay, come again. I give up. Lin Fan spoke the truth, but he never expected the beautiful girl in front of him to become so eloquent. Not only does his mind work incredibly fast, but his words are also terrifying. Sneeze. As I was trying to argue, the rain got heavier and heavier. The beautiful girl Jianyu is thin to begin with, and she has to maintain her figure for the live broadcast. She is a little sexy, but she is also working hard to make money. Okay, save some energy for walking. Here are the clothes. Lin Fan took off both of his clothes, leaving his chest bare, leaving the care to others and leaving the excitement and storm to himself. He is such a wonderful man. No. Lin Fan. If you do this again, I will feel sad. Don't do this. Hiss. Looking down, he saw the distinct outlines of his 8 abdominal muscles. Sometimes Lin Fan even felt that he could fall in love with himself. What a handsome boy. He found that Jiang Yu was also looking at him. Forget it, just watch it. Beautiful women like to look at men's abdominal muscles, just like men like to look at beautiful women's slim waists. When the damn creator designed humans, he intended to nest men and women tightly together, right? Stop talking nonsense and walk forward. If there is no other way, I will have to drag you and run as fast as I can. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew over, and not only did Lin Fan's abdominal muscles disappear, even his chest began to break out in goosebumps. It was so cold that it felt like a chill to the bone. I don't want to run. I'm almost out of energy. The beautiful girl's voice gradually faded away. She was obviously suffering from a cold and was weak, but she was still holding on. Then I'll carry you. Originally, Lin Fan was just talking. But the other party immediately relaxed her eyes and said, okay. You squat down. This is the first time I do this with you. What a devil. Can you please stop joking like that? Do girls who are a bit skilled like to magnify the effect when flirting with men? The rain was pouring down on his body. Lin Fan felt that he couldn't continue arguing with the other party like this. He saved some energy and continued to move forward. When I bent over, the beautiful girl rolled up her sleeves, leaned back, and called out, "Here I come." He ran forward a few steps and then jumped with all his might. Snap. Puff. I don't know how such a watery sound could be made. The beautiful girl came onto Lin Fan's back. Her beautiful legs were about to slip, so Lin Fan quickly held them. He tilted his head and said, "Hold on tight, I won't be responsible if you fall." Jiang Yu, that won't do. If you fall down, I'll hit you. After saying that, she pinched Lin Fan. Stop. From now on I won't talk to you and you won't talk to me either, okay? Shut up, I'm shutting up now. But Jiang Yu was laughing so hard on Lin Fan's back that she fell over. I really didn't know whether she was weak or just pretending to be weak. But suddenly, Lin Fan felt his shoulders sink. The beautiful girl's chin suddenly rested on Lin Fan's neck. Lin Fan was about to start cursing. But then he heard the other person's voice very weakly say, "Lin Fan, you must be happy after you break up with her. I will introduce you to the girl I just mentioned." Snap. Jiang Yu's arms suddenly dropped down. Lin Fan was really scared. When he put her down from his body and wanted to wake her up, he found that she had fainted. The body temperature also begins to drop. Fuck. Lin Fan cursed loudly. Why is today so unlucky? I took out my cell phone again, but there was still no signal. Just as Lin Fan instantly carried Jiang Yu on his back and was about to retreat in the direction they came from, he suddenly seemed to see a light in the rain. Lin Fan wiped the rain off his face and looked over there again with wide eyes. It was indeed the light. But the light appeared in a tent. Came here camping? The tent looked of good quality, and not far away there was the outline of a motorcycle. Never mind, call for help. Lin Fan carried Jiang Yu on his back and ran over there. Swish, swish, swish. On the other side of the forest, the young master's escaped female bodyguard Xiao Yu was found in front. After getting the lady's permission, they quickly searched along the possible route. This area surrounds the forest villa, and she has found 3 places in a very short time. After finding no clues, they finally chose the deep forest. She initially thought that although Mr. Lin had only met him a few times, such a wealthy upstart would not choose the most difficult forest. Besides, although it has been said that this forest will be developed for a long time, it has not been fully developed yet. The area is very large and no one knows what is inside. I only heard that occasionally people who like adventure come here. However, now night fell and it began to rain. Although this was nothing to her, the training in the army was much more difficult than this. But now the rain had washed away many traces, making her search much more difficult. Do you want to go back and tell the lady? There is no cell phone signal. It seems that only satellite phones can be used. But who would have thought that these would be used? No, if I go back like this, the lady will definitely be angry again. This is my second mission after following the lady. She can't get slapped in the face again. I gritted my teeth and headed deeper into the forest. But the rain was getting heavier and heavier, as if it was going to swallow up the entire forest. Chapter 43, I stumbled upon a couple kissing while camping. I really didn't mean to see it. Hello? Is anyone there? Is anyone there? I'm really sorry, we just got lost in the forest and have no cell phone signal. My companion fainted due to a cold caused by the rain. I wonder if we can borrow your place to take shelter from the rain. I know I'm really disturbing. The rain was pouring down, and water kept flowing down Lin Fan's face. His body temperature dropped rapidly. Now I feel completely chilled. And the rain on the autumn night showed no sign of stopping. Lin Fan quickly came to the tent with the beautiful girl on his back and asked loudly and politely. But it would have been better if he hadn't come over. Once he came over, he found that the window of the tent was open, and a man and a woman were hugging and kissing inside. The key point is that when I looked inside, the woman also subconsciously saw me. I really didn't mean to see that. And judging from their expressions, both of them were immersed in the moment, and stopped when they were shouted at by Lin Fan. One can imagine how they feel when they see Lin Fan now. Sorry. Excuse me. I didn't mean to do that. They were startled and grabbed the blanket to cover themselves. The man inside was about to say something, but Lin Fan beat him to it. Lin Fan said again, I am really sorry, if my companions are not rescued, I am afraid something serious will happen. Can you help us? He immediately took the cold and unconscious Jiang Yu off his back and showed him to them. There is no way. Human life is at stake. Who could have thought that something like this would happen today? Fortunately, the two people in the tent at this time knew the seriousness of the situation. Seeing the person in front of them was soaked all over, they were anxious and moved. He quickly said, actually, we still have one tent. Otherwise, which one would you like to use? It was only when we got closer that we realized that what was parked there was not a motorcycle, but a professional cycling bicycle. The two people seemed to be cycling friends. Brought two more tents. Maybe the two of them decided to sleep together on a whim. However, this speculation only lingered in Lin Fan's mind for a few seconds before the man said, forget it. It looks serious. Let's clean up. You guys go to our tent first. Once the other tent is set up, you can go over there. Save the people first. Lin Fan felt warm in his heart. There are still many good people in this world. The two of them quickly put on their clothes inside. Lin Fan hugged Jiang Yu outside and shouted her name, but found that for some reason, her forehead was burning hot and she had a high fever. Bro, do you have any medicine? Yes, there are fever-reducing medicine and cold-relieving tablets. When the girl heard this, she quickly rummaged through her backpack and handed Lin Fan a bottle of mineral water and a few pills. Thanks. You're welcome. As soon as the two men put on raincoats and went out, Lin Fan carried Jiang Yugang in and started to wipe her with towels and tissues. He called her name and fed her water and medicine. But how could she eat now? With a bang. The girl outside was setting up a new tent. When she heard the noise, she quickly said, I see she is soaked all over. Let's change her clothes first. I have some here. Disposable towels are also provided. Wow, I'm really well prepared for cycling and camping. Lin Fan took them one by one, but when he was about to wipe the rain off Jiang Yu's body, he immediately asked for help. Sorry, ma'am, can you help me? This is my friend. Help her change her clothes. I will thank you later. After all, men and women should not touch each other. But I saw two people outside joking. No, you young couple should change your clothes by yourselves. We will just pretend that we saw and heard nothing. They are still shy. Did you just start dating? The two of them seemed to move a little further away on purpose. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. The girl was completely soaked, and her clothes were full of rainwater. If you don't take it off and wipe it dry now, it will definitely affect your body. Besides, there is no phone signal here, so I can't call for help. Forget it, saving lives is more important. It's not that I don't have a vision, just pretend that I didn't see anything. Inside the tent, Lin Fan closed the windows, dimmed the lights, and quickly helped her tidy up. Lin Fan looked at it blindly, pretending that he couldn't see. But actually, it felt pretty amazing. In an emergency, we must act accordingly. I didn't see it. I didn't see it. Lin Fan closed his eyes and said. There's still wet water on it. But the other person's body was obviously hot and the fever was getting worse. It would be too late if he was not rescued. Also, don't wake up yet. Lin Fan was thinking. Unexpectedly, just as I was about to put the other person's clothes on her, cough, cough. The beautiful girl coughed. Then he opened his eyes slightly. Lin Fan. Lin Fan, where are you? Why does my head hurt so much? At that time, Jiang Yu had just woken up and suddenly felt a hint of warmth on his body. Although his whole body was still cold, it was much warmer than before. My body also became a little drier. She opened her eyes, and the first thing that caught her eye was a tent-like ceiling rag, and then she looked down and saw a handsome and familiar face. It was Lin Fan. Jiang Yu subconsciously tightened herself, but tears almost flowed from the corners of her eyes. She was thinking, fortunately someone took care of her, otherwise her day would be over. Then she looked at the man in front of her who seemed to be doing something to her. She subconsciously lowered her head and cried out. Her body trembled instantly, and she screamed violently and hugged herself tightly. Where clothes? Where are my clothes? Lin Fan. At that time, Jiang Yu subconsciously stretched out his arms to block himself. But because she had used too much force, she had not yet recovered from the situation just now, and her arms were sore, weak, and in severe pain. Then she felt a chill on her legs. When she looked down, she found that the other person was holding a black slim skirt and putting it on her legs. Her gaze turned to Lin Fan in front of her again. A feeling of shame instantly enveloped me. She was embarrassed and anxious and immediately curled up her body, but then she found that her head was in severe pain, as if she had a fever. No strength at all. At this moment, the more Lin Fan feared something, the more it would happen. Obviously, as long as she didn't fully wake up and wasn't discovered, it would be over. But the other party woke up. Not only did she wake up, but she also saw what she had done to her. It's so annoying. Chapter 44. It's so cold. Lin Fan, can you lend me a piece of clothing? At that time, the couple who were setting up a new tent outside the tent heard the girl inside wake up and shout at the handsome guy what he was doing. The two of them looked at each other immediately. The expression is very subtle. I didn't feel anything at first, but later on I felt more and more overwhelmed. But after hearing this, the man immediately covered his mouth and made a hushing gesture. It seems like I want to continue listening to what gossip is going on. Unexpectedly, there was a scream inside. The two men hurried to the tent. Brother, do you need any help? The two of them stood at the door. He stared quietly at the lights in the tent, which were much dimmer than before. One of them was sitting and the other was half bent, which was exactly the posture of lovers asking for forgiveness after a quarrel. They really have something going on. No more, thank you brothers and ladies for your clothes. My friend has woken up. Thank you so much. Jiang Yu was screaming in front, but fortunately Lin Fan made a stop gesture to her in time. It's okay, the new tent is ready. Do you want to come over? Or should we just rest here? The woman asked cautiously. In the tent, Lin Fan glanced at Jiang Yu and found that she shook her head. Lin Fan immediately understood and said, sorry, if it is convenient, let's go here. My friend is wet and the sheets are also wet. I will transfer it to you based on the price tomorrow. Thank you so much. Yes, if Lin Fan hadn't met the two of them, he wouldn't know what to do now. The current situation is that Jiang Yu has wiped himself clean and taken antipyretics. Although his consciousness is still a little fuzzy, he has finally shown significant improvement. On the contrary, Lin Fan was so busy taking care of his ex-fiancee's sister that he forgot about himself. You're welcome. Everyone has hard times. No need to pay. Have a good rest. After the man and woman finished their instructions, they left with the sound of footsteps. At this moment, Lin Fan's back and legs suddenly felt cold, and he realized that he was already soaked. So he said to Jiang Yu, hey, turn your head away first, I want to change my clothes too. The camping guy seemed to be a considerate person, and the clothes he handed over were all brand new. Not many men are so prepared. A warm man. Lin Fan planned to quickly wipe his own body. Although I am a big guy, it is better to be careful. I don't, Lin Fan, just let me see what's wrong. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Lin Fan, your abdominal muscles are really impressive. Although her body was shaking, the beautiful girl Jiang Yu hugged herself tightly, curled up, and continued to joke with Lin Fan. What a pervert! After learning from the previous experience, the two of them would keep arguing, and Lin Fan was too lazy to argue with her. Okay, let us see. You won't suffer any loss anyway. Just don't be self-indulgent and get started. However, it was a bit embarrassing in front of a beautiful girl. Later, Lin Fan felt that this was an unnecessary psychological burden. After adjusting his mood, he quickly took off his wet clothes. He quickly wiped himself dry, changed into the new casual clothes handed to him by the camping brother, threw all the wet disposable towels into the garbage bag outside, returned to the tent, tidied himself up, and chose one of the sleeping bags to get in. He gulped down a bottle of water with his head tilted back. I lay down in the sleeping bag and shouted, "It feels so comfortable. It's just too cold. Jiangyu, go to bed early." After saying that, Lin Fan turned off the lights inside. At the same time, he shouted to the tent not far away, "Handsome guys and beautiful girls, we have just packed up, thank you for tonight, we will go to bed first." But what came from the other side was the sound of some love words. "Oh, that is true. Is couple camping so exciting?" He seemed to get the other person's point. In the dark night, the rain in the forest seemed to have slowed down a little. Feeling sleepy, Lin Fan turned over and planned to have a good sleep. But I don't know how long it took. Lin Fan remembered that he was asleep. Then he suddenly heard the sound of the girl's body shaking and trembling. "Cold, cold. Lin Fan, I'm so cold." When Lin Fan found her, Jiangyu was squatting on the sleeping bag and pillow, hugging herself tightly and trembling. Her distraught and lonely look is very touching. She shook her body involuntarily and spoke intermittently. "My head hurts a lot too. Still feeling a little dizzy." This is Jiangyu's personal experience. She didn't say much after seeing Lin Fan fall asleep. Lin Fan had been taking care of himself, so he must be tired. "I've been holding it in." Instead, after hearing the other person shivering, Lin Fan said, "Don't sit there like an idiot, get into your sleeping bag quickly, or you want to be frozen into an ice cube?" After Lin Fan entered the sleeping bag, he felt very cold at first, but it became warm after a while. To be honest, it feels pretty good to camp and sleep for a night in the mountains or woods occasionally. But he heard the other party's weak voice intermittently saying, "It's too cold, Lin Fan, can you?" When Lin Fan heard this, he thought the other party was going to make trouble again. "What can or can't give you a hug?" The clothes they were wearing were so thin that something bad would definitely happen if they hugged each other. So I didn't pay much attention to her. Unexpectedly, the other party said, "It's okay. Lin Fan, don't you feel cold?" In this situation, the best option is for a man and a woman to hug each other, right? The beautiful girl was obviously having a seizure. She has a slender figure and fair skin, and is not easily resistant to cold. She is really freezing now. As for Lin Fan, although he was in good health and was not seriously affected by the rain, it would be a lie if he didn't say that he was cold. "How come he isn't cold? My legs are extremely cold." But Lin Fan couldn't hug his ex-fiancee's sister for warmth. Not to mention, at this moment he really missed the time when he climbed Mount Hua with Jiangjin to watch the sunrise. The two climbed at night and reached the East Peak at 4 a.m., but they were so cold and tired that they looked like idiots. They hid in the blanket and hugged and kissed each other. It's really wonderful. How could he hug her for warmth now? No, absolutely not. It's not okay even if she comes over on her own initiative. Lin Fan struggled. Chapter 45 Loneliness and Opening Your Heart on a Rainy Night. Lin Fan. You can't let me freeze to death here, right? It's so cold to be alone. I'm a germaphobe and I don't want to sleep in a sleeping bag that someone else has slept in. The truth was revealed. This was the reason why she didn't want to get into the sleeping bag. Originally, Lin Fan wanted her to make do with it, but now it was already very good that they had such conditions. No matter how difficult it is, just get through tonight first. As a result, Jianyu's head suddenly shook and he fell down on the spot. Lin Fan quickly got out of the sleeping bag and supported the other person. Jiangyu. Jiangyu? Hiss. Oh no, why is she still so hot? Didn't the fever-reducing medicine I just took take a while to work? It would be great if there was ginger here. When Lin Fan had a high fever before, his mother would make ginger soup for him. He would drink a big bowl of it every time, take a nap, and then sweat out the toxins after waking up. Another thing is that she was disobedient and suffered from the cold. It's really a time when you're still obsessed with cleanliness. Keep warm first. Lin Fan, I'm really cold. I didn't mean to do this, but I'm really not used to getting into someone else's sleeping bag now. Lin Fan was worried. I found that Jiangyu not only changed his words and called me by my name, but also kept carrying it. This girl is really too obsessed with face and suffers in vain. There was no other way, so Lin Fan came up with an idea and stood up to take off his coat and put it on her. Then he turned the sleeping bag over and handed it to her. Now it's better, it's cleaner outside. Don't want. What if I put you on? You are cold too. The beautiful girl shivered and shuddered at first, then insisted on returning the coat to Lin Fan. Lin Fan glanced at her and said, "You have a fever, but I'm fine. I've been exercising since college, so I'm fine. Put it on." Lin Fan said sternly. Lin Fan, you were so mean, why can't you be a little gentle to me? What I actually want to say is that it's so cold today, even if you give me your clothes, I will still feel cold. How about I lend you my body to keep you warm? That definitely won't work. Although he is angry with the beautiful president now, for Lin Fan, he has decided to break up with Jiangjun. If she wants to say goodbye to being single in the future, it's okay for her and him to be together as long as they don't go too far. It's just a little fast. Maybe it's fate. Okay, the sleeping bag is turned over, you can get in, it will be better this way. Also, this sleeping bag belongs to the girl from the couple next door, and she also likes to be clean. Lin Fan gently resolved her emotions. No, I'm just not used to it. Lin Fan, my head hurts, what should I do? Okay, stop messing around. If you don't get into the sleeping bag, I'm going to put it on you. Well, with a little patience, it's absolutely fine. Look, I wiped you with a wet wipe. Now it works. Lin Fan continued to be warm and gentle, and smiled handsomely at her. At this moment, Jiang Yu didn't know why, but after seeing his gentle look, she was still mumbling, her whole body was hot, and tears had already slipped down quietly. Why is he so good? Why is he so popular? And I can only endure it? Obviously, he has already broken up with her. I was prepared, but he was still polite to me. If it were an ordinary boy, he would have pounced on her in this situation, right? He is such a nice person. Anyone who can be with him is lucky. In fact, Jiangjun was deliberately disobeying at this time, actually wanting Lin Fan to look at her more. If he thinks he's okay, then the two can get closer. However, whenever I tried to get closer to him, he would subconsciously move away. This made Jiang Yu clearly understand that he did it on purpose, even though he wanted to test it. Does he really have no feelings for himself at all? She was a little skeptical, and asked weakly and tremblingly, "Can we, Lin Fan?" Can't. But before I could finish my words, the other party seemed to know what I was going to say and immediately refused. At that moment, my heart really felt broken. Seeing that the temperature was getting colder, Lin Fan got into his sleeping bag and turned his back to himself. I was really almost unable to bear the cold, especially the cold air around me that was rushing in. She finally chose to get into the sleeping bag, then wrapped herself tightly in it, curled up, and felt the warmth it brought her. Lin Fan, let me ask you, do you think you and your sister will ever reconcile? It's late at night and everyone is asleep. Sure enough, after getting into the sleeping bag, I felt much warmer thanks to the heating of the sleeping bag. Her head was buzzing and she couldn't sleep, so she asked. Lin Fan, why do you ask? Am I not resolute? Of course I won't reconcile. Lin Fan got angry whenever he thought of that woman. He didn't even want to hear anything about the gold digger. I was actually thinking that after all, you and her were in love and had feelings for each other. What if she changed? Changed? Oh, don't think about it. I've reminded her before, but she just keeps asking for too much. It's better for both of us to break up. As he spoke, Lin Fan stretched his body and glanced at the beautiful girl behind him. I was thinking, didn't you often want to steal your own property before? What? Are you discouraged by being banned? From the time she was exposed and became a hot topic on Weibo, to the time her short video account was banned, to the time he called her but ignored her, and finally when he met her. Her dejected look made it clear that she had been dealt a heavy blow this time. Maybe I have some insights. Lin Fan thought so. Unless a person hits a wall, he will never turn back. Well, I can understand you. That is. When the beautiful girl Jiang Yu said this, she paused noticeably. At that time, Lin Fan was closing his eyes and wanted to go to bed early. It was so cold, as long as he could fall asleep and wake up, it would be great. But I was curious about what she was going to say. So I asked, what is it? The beautiful girl didn't answer directly at first. After Lin Fan waited for a while, she spoke softly, as if a little worried. That's it, that's what you think of me? I'm not bad either. I can admit my mistakes and correct them. I'm also young. Can we be together? This was the second time Lin Fan heard the other party say such words. The last time, she threatened to jump off the building, saying that she had been secretly in love with Lin Fan for a long time and couldn't live without him. But Lin Fan was puzzled. She had been imagining things on her own from the beginning to the end. I never knew it myself, and even if I knew it, it was a little too late, and it was impossible for me to be with her. If he compared her with the beautiful CEO Sunny, Lin Fan would naturally choose Sunny. Sunny was the kind of woman that made Lin Fan's heart flutter at first sight. And she loved him very much. Chapter 46 Something big happened. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin? How are you? Are you okay? The next day, early in the morning. At that time, Lin Fan was still immersed in his dreams. I was very tired and cold last night. The cold air from the icy rain seemed to have drained all my body temperature. I had never felt so sleepy and tired before. But he seemed to be dreaming at this moment. Still talking in sleep. Don't come over here. I've made it clear to you, don't be so self-indulgent. Jiang Yu. Stop messing around, you hear me? Lin Fan probably never thought that he would actually call out the name of the beautiful girl who slept in the same tent with him last night while dreaming. What happened later last night? I just felt extremely sleepy, and the beautiful girl kept chatting with me openly behind me. I can't remember how far we talked afterwards, as it was so cold all night. The two people seemed to be shivering from the cold. Mr. Lin? Who is Jiang Yu? I'm trying to comfort you, but if Miss Sunny knew you were calling someone else's name in your dream, she would be very angry. Is she Mr. Lin's ex-girlfriend? Hey! Suddenly, Lin Fan, who was sleeping, clearly felt someone hugging him from behind. Say love yourself. Lin Fan was startled, but found that he couldn't wake up even though he wanted to. It was as if I was fixed and couldn't move at all. Sleep paralysis? Lin Fan knew that someone was talking to him, and it seemed to be someone from the beautiful president's side. After I yelled a few times, "Get up!" I opened my eyes and saw lush greenery, an endless blue sky, and a chilly air all around. The person who was talking to him at this moment was a girl dressed smartly, with a long ponytail and a pretty face like a child. She was looking at herself. He kept calling out to himself. Is that you? At that time, Lin Fan was sweating a little. He subconsciously wanted to find someone, but found that the person in front of him who was calling him was not the beautiful president's new female bodyguard Xiaoyu. Who else could it be? But he quickly jumped up from his sleeping bag because the tent that had been covering him had disappeared. Not only the tent, but even the couple that had been set up next to it last night were gone. This also includes the beautiful girl. That is Jiang Yu, the younger sister of his ex-fiancée. At this moment, she is still suffering from violence on the internet. Isn't she still having a fever? But where did she go? Anxious Lin Fan subconsciously looked for his cell phone, and thankfully there was finally a signal. This means that the lack of signal last night was largely related to the rain. The signal is not good in the deep forest. How come you are here? After looking around and quickly understanding the situation, Lin Fan subconsciously looked around while adjusting his mentality and sitting upright to ask the person who came. Unexpectedly, the capable and childlike woman in front of him said, I have been looking for you all night, but you are so good at running that I almost couldn't find you. Lin Fan remembered that this was the place where he hid after encountering heavy rain after escaping last night. Thinking back to what her group of girlfriends had done to her yesterday, she instantly said angrily, Don't mention it, you ladies really did it. Let her tie me up again? Lin Fan had never been treated like this since he was a child. It's great to be rich. The lady may like you too much. Xiaoyu still had an indifferent expression. There wasn't a trace of fatigue on her face. Did she really look for him all night? Even if you like it, you can't do this. For women tied me up and interrogated me about something they hadn't heard of. How can this be possible? Lin Fan continued to protest. At the same time, I subconsciously found my phone and found that WeChat message pop-ups kept flashing on it. Sent by Jiang Yu? Did they leave early this morning? Why don't you wake yourself up? Lin Fan was a little confused at the moment. But I saw Xiaoyu had already said to me, Mr. Lin, the young lady has her reasons for doing this, and I am just following orders. Please come back with me. As she spoke, she stood up swiftly from her squatting position. Looking at Lin Fan meant that he should get up and follow him. Lin Fan asked, "Let me ask you, was there anyone else when you discovered me just now?" Xiaoyu nodded and said, "When I first arrived, a couple was packing up their tent and said they had something to do and wanted to leave. They also said they wanted to borrow your tent. Later, I saw that Mr. Lin was sleeping soundly, so I gave them the money and took away the tent. I was left to stay with you until you woke up." "Did you see anyone else?" Lin Fan asked. "Is there anyone else?" Xiao glanced at Lin Fan. She is fiddling with something on her cell phone now, probably reporting to the beautiful president. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Of course not, I was worried about this remote place. What if someone passing by stole my things?" Then he laughed at the reason he gave. "Jianyu, where did Jianyu go?" It is inevitable for people in society to test each other. But at this moment, Lin Fan had no idea that an extremely angry atmosphere was suddenly rising in the forest villa. It looks like something big is about to happen. Chapter 47, my husband Ex-Fiancee? What did you say? My husband's fiancé? On the other side, the forest villa. The morning sun shines on the earth, the nearby mountains and forests are lush and green, and the air is particularly fresh after a night of heavy rain. Standing by the window on the third floor of the villa and looking into the distance, the scenery is simply picturesque. Sunny, the female president of the listed company Culture, owns hundreds of millions of assets and is also the beauty of the big boss, a shareholder of this forest villa. I'm drinking American coffee with 2 sugars this morning. But I heard the housekeeper's sister Ya, who came to report, telling me what happened last night. I was stunned for a moment. Fiancé? A fiancé who appeared out of nowhere. Could it be that you are deliberately trying to scam me because my husband is handsome, has great potential and runs a good e-commerce company? This is not uncommon these days. Recently, I have been thinking about how to help my husband take his company public so that he can also experience the feeling of being on the Forbes wealth list. The beautiful President Sunny was changing her clothes while complaining in her heart. Her outfit today is a white wool coat, a suspender skirt and nude high heels. Under the long raspberry-colored wavy hair, there is a beautiful white face and beautiful eyes. The reason is simple. When I picked up my husband to go out for fun yesterday, I saw him looking at the beautiful girl on the street a few more times. She thought, it's just a sweet campus-style outfit. If she puts it on and matches it with her outfit, wouldn't her husband be charmed to death? That's what she thought. When I heard the housekeeper Ji suddenly say this, I was just thinking, my husband's fiancé? This sentence is not strange at all. Suddenly I remembered that I drank and danced too much at the happy party with my sisters last night, and my husband ran away. He suddenly became furious. Where is Xiao? I went out to look for her last night, and I will contact her right now. When Sister Ya saw that the young lady was angry, she immediately stepped aside respectfully and quickly picked up her cell phone. How do you do things? Why didn't you keep in touch last night? We did get in touch, but after Xiao went out to look for her, we were able to communicate at first, but then we couldn't get in touch anymore, and it said there was no signal. If she hadn't been a veteran with extraordinary skills, I would have definitely called the police. Sister Ya explained. Well, it's no wonder you're wrong. The signal tower there has been down for some reason and is under repair, so it's normal that there's no signal. Sunny responded calmly. Sister Ya searched the nearby news and found that it was just as the young lady said. Then Sister Ya suddenly realized. I thought to myself, this young lady is so amazing. She is worthy of being the youngest female president of a listed company. Afterwards, I was thankful that I had a good boss. Not only could I live in a villa, but I could also live in such a relaxing and pleasant place. The beautiful CEO was already acting vigorously. Now, immediately. Please mobilize all resources to bring my husband back. If you can't find it today, you can stop doing it. After saying that, Sunny walked downstairs on her own. Her little sisters will stay in the villa for another day, so she wants to go over and see them. Miss. What about the person who came last night and claimed to be the young master's fiancé? Let her go. Don't let me see her. It's just a scam. After saying that, the young lady left, leaving only Sister Ya alone. She quickly tried to contact Xiaoyu while announcing the boss's most urgent missing person incident in the villa work area. It was just before 10 o'clock in the morning, which was originally Qingya's resting time, but the whole villa was busy and bustling. Hello, where is your person in charge? I'm here to find someone, please hand over my fiancé. On the other side, downstairs. Jiangjin, the campus beauty of Hujiang University, dressed in a sweet and cool style, has been going to the front desk to urge people to hand in their money since she woke up in the morning. But the front desk kept apologizing and saying that the person in charge was away on some business. Seeing that it was almost noon, he didn't care and came again to ask for the person. Just then, Sister Ye, who had just come downstairs after receiving a task, saw me and said, "Sorry, we checked, and there's really no one here, ma'am, that you're looking for. If you want to stay here, please feel free. If not, please leave." Security guard. Different from her attitude last night, Sister Ye came downstairs today with a serious look on her face. Jiangjin screamed, "You want me to call the police? My fiancé and my sister are indeed here, if you don't believe me, just look." She thought she had evidence and was about to show it, but when she opened her phone to check their location, she found that they had already parted ways. Divided, separated? It shows that his sister has returned to the city. And as for her fiancé, he was actually on the other side. Oh. Did you break up after having an affair? She is still holding on and has a tendency to make a scene. Seeing her so persistent, Sister Ye ordered her to leave and said, "Security, why are you still standing there like an idiot?" The security guard was about to take action. But Jiangjin pointed at him instantly. "Don't touch me. You're being unreasonable, you know? Okay, I'll call the police now." But Sister Ye didn't find it strange. In the past, several rich second generations came here to pursue young ladies, but they were eventually taken away by the police for causing trouble. Besides, the young lady has a lot of resources in Shanghai. Not to mention herself, her father is also a well-known figure in the local area, a mysterious boss. What's so scary? He dotes on and loves his precious daughter the most. Just wait for the girl who was dressed in a sweet and cool style, wearing black jeans on the upper body, white miniskirt on the lower body, and a pair of pink sneakers on her feet, who walks out while talking on the phone. Sister Ye only instructed the security guards not to let her cause trouble again. Just go about your own business. But what people didn't know was that at this moment in the forest, a man and a woman were walking one after the other. The man was Lin Fan, and the woman was the female Special Forces bodyguard Xiao Yu. Xiao moves quickly and walks very fast. She was also looking for a signal, but she had just thought she could send a message to report to the young lady, but unfortunately the message was not sent. This made her somewhat unhappy. As for Lin Fan, he originally didn't want to come back, but he thought that it was a turbulent time. "I still haven't figured out what happened last night. When I woke up in the morning, Jiang Yu and that couple left without even telling me. I expressed my request to Xiao Yu, which was, go back by myself, and please don't treat me like that anymore. Otherwise, I would rather not see that conceited CEO again." Xiao Yu said that this matter needed to be discussed between Lin Fan and the young lady. She is only responsible for finding people and bringing them back. Lin Fan said, "What if I don't agree to go back?" Xiao Yu sneered, rolled up his sleeves and said, "Then Mr. Lin, please don't blame me." After he finished speaking, he actually predicted the direction Lin Fan was going to dodge, and subdued him with one move and captured Lin Fan. Lin Fan. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. Are you kidding? My sister is a female Special Forces soldier. It hurts. It hurts. Be gentle, be gentle. Lin Fan screamed in pain. The strange thing was that he didn't see how the other party attacked, so how did he subdue Lin Fan in such an instant? If I could learn this trick, wouldn't I be sure to subdue that evil female boss in the future? Lin Fan was making calculations in his mind. I told you, don't run. If you run again, the pain you may experience will be several times worse than it is now. Several times. This female bodyguard is really like a ruthless machine. She had just twisted and squeezed her arm, and it was already extremely painful. She couldn't imagine how much more severe the pain was. She felt like her arm was about to be broken off. But a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. Lin Fan told her, "If I don't run, why should I run? Escape is not a solution at all. I will face it when it comes." "Well, Mr. Lin, you'd better behave yourself." The boy didn't seem to be lying before the meeting, so the female bodyguard quickly released the arm that was twisting Lin Fan. As the force loosened, Lin Fan, feeling instantly free and relaxed, stretched his muscles and continued to ask. Can you teach me the trick you used to subdue him just now? To be honest, I didn't even see how you made the move." Lin Fan tried his best to remain humble. But the other party didn't say anything at all. That expression seemed to be saying, "Are you kidding? I retired from the Female Special Forces unit." I don't know if it's his personality or because he has been in the army for so many years. Wait for the other person to look at her, let herself walk in front, she follows behind, and hints to speed up. Lin Fan said, "Actually, I have learned it, which is good for everyone. For example, I will often be with your female boss in the future. In case you are not around for something, I have learned the grappling technique, so can I help you in times of danger?" The female bodyguard still ignored him. Lin Fan hurried over and subconsciously touched her waist. As a result, the other party immediately screamed as if it was a conditioned reflex, "Don't touch me! Don't touch me! Don't touch me!" He covered his ears while speaking. Although it was just a subconscious reaction, Lin Fan still found that something seemed to be wrong with her. After that, he waited for the other party to vent his anger, and then a pair of cold eyes looked at him again. Okay, no touching, there's a long way to go. Xiaoyu, please consider teaching me how to grapple. After he finished speaking, the other parties still ignored him. Lin Fan smiled. Just wait, when I become the husband of your female boss, will you still dare to disobey me? At that time, the golden sunlight was shining on the ground. After leaving the forest, the sun suddenly became bright and the air was refreshing. There was a motorcycle parked at the edge of the forest, and Xiao went over to ride it. It was only at this time that Lin Fan discovered that Xiaoyu seemed to have been looking for him all night. It must be because of the beautiful president's rage. Lin Fan, when I woke up this morning and went to the bathroom, I suddenly saw a cold-looking woman coming to see you. Worried you might get into trouble, I left with my camping buddies. Sorry. I should be very grateful to you. Remember to send me a message and let me know how you are doing. Let us meet again when we're free. Buzz, 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 buzz. Once out of the forest, the cell phone signal suddenly became incredibly strong. The phone kept vibrating, with WeChat messages and text messages constantly pouring in. Even the bank text messages were sent several times in a row. It's simple. As a legal person, he has more bank cards. It was only after Lin Fan read the WeChat message Jiang Yu sent him that he understood what had happened and why he was left alone. It turned out that she saw Xiaoyu and was worried about being discovered, so she took the opportunity to leave. But now there is a tricky problem. If others knew what happened last night, they would definitely misunderstand. It's best not to mention it. That's too funny. Okay, that's okay. I'll go get busy now. In short, test the other party's attitude first. If there is a problem, solve it. If there is a problem, don't be afraid. Anyway, she had a fever last night. Hey, Lin Fan, you're the last one to come out. I've already gone home. By the way, it seems she went to look for you. Not to mention, there was a delay in the updates on my phone, and suddenly there were several missed calls from strangers. At first I thought it was an advertisement, but now I think it might be my ex-fiancée Jiang Jun calling me from another phone. Come and find it if you want. Seeing that the other party seemed to be in a good mood, Lin Fan felt relieved and got on the motorcycle driven by Xiaoyu. He put his arms around her from behind and placed them on the fuel tank in front of the motorcycle. After putting on the helmet, I heard a voice, "Mr. Lin, hold on tight." Buzz. The motorcycle sped away and even drifted gracefully. If Lin Fan hadn't held it tightly, it would have flown away. Jinjin. Where are you? There's an urgent shareholder meeting you need to attend, and you're out of the office? The other side. Seeing that the security guard had kicked her out and got nothing, Jiang Jun was about to call the police. But just as I dialed the number, an urgent call came in. It was Vivian, a partner of the company. She is sick now, and just yesterday she agreed to let me manage the company for her. Who would have thought that I would find out about my sister and her fiancé? Something urgent happened, but I'll be right back. I am sorry, Vivian. Cough, cough. There's a cough on the other end of the line. And he said, I don't blame you. You are used to being at home. I'm afraid it must be very stressful to give you such an important position all of a sudden, right? Jiang Jun saw her best friend was about to lose confidence in herself, so she quickly said, No, I'm just taking care of some personal matters. Don't worry, I can handle it. Just wait for me. After saying that, she bit her red lips unwillingly and drove away in the 300,000 yuan BMW that her fiancé Lin Fan bought for her. What was even more coincidental was that she had just backed her car to the side of the road and sped away. Without even turning his head. The next second, as soon as she left, a handsome guy wearing a helmet and a dashing woman riding a motorcycle came rushing back from outside. The door opened and the locomotive sped away. Sister Ya, the housekeeper who was waiting anxiously in the living room of the villa, was startled when she heard the sound of the motorcycle. He hurried out of the living room and shouted, "Young master is back, young master is back?" As soon as she came out, she saw two helmeted men and women in the courtyard taking off their helmets. The first one took it off and loosened his long hair, revealing a capable little face with a natural childlike appearance. It was the bodyguard Xiao Yu. After the second one took off his helmet, he revealed a handsome and heroic boy's face. Isn't that young Master Lin Fan, the young lady's ideal lover, Mr. Lin, the handsome Mr. Lin? Who else could that be? Chapter 49 SSVIP Maid Service. Master, you are back. Oh, you don't know how worried the young lady was last night. She sent many people to look for you, but they couldn't find you. Look, I didn't sleep all night either. The housekeeper, Sister Ya, doesn't have a particularly high EQ, but she is eloquent. Know when to advance and retreat, and know the limits. When she saw Lin Fan getting off the motorcycle, exhausted, his clothes soaked and his hair disheveled, she immediately thought that the young master must have suffered a lot last night. He hurriedly said, "Master, please go to our SSVLP private room first. The water is hot, and the bath towels, toiletries, etc. are ready. Please follow me first." "Thank you for your hard work, Xiao. The lady is waiting for you upstairs." After saying that, Sister Ya winked at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu showed no expression as usual, as if from knowing happiness. Seeing her leave quickly, Lin Fan said, "Sister Ya, please let Xiao Yu wash too. If it weren't for her just now, I might have flown out from the back seat of the motorcycle." When Sister Ya heard this, she immediately burst into laughter. He said, "Mr. Lin, Xiao Yu is like this. She is good at fighting, which makes us feel safe. Come on, I'll get you another bottle of perfume. The lady is very obsessed with mysophobia." Lin Fan followed Sister Ya to the SSVLP private room. He looked upstairs along the way and found that there was no one there. "Why, that conceited CEO didn't come out to welcome me when he learned I was back. I feel a little uncomfortable when she doesn't take the initiative." But after Lin Fan yawned deeply, he complained to Sister Ya, a young woman in her 32s, who was leading the way and dressed in a professional suit, "I'm so sleepy, Sister Ya, you don't even know how I got here last night. There is no signal in the mountains." He deliberately raised his voice, subconsciously letting the beautiful president know that he was back. Sister Ya walked forward gracefully and responded gently, "The signal tower here is broken, we didn't know what happened, and it was Miss Morning who told us. The lady actually misses Mr. Lin very much. Also, please don't blame the young lady for what she did to you last night. She just likes you very much and is afraid of losing you. Don't you know that when she was a child, the master and the mistress were not at home, and the young lady was alone?" As Sister Ya spoke, she began to speak well of Sunny. Lin Fan just listened for fun. After he entered the SSVLP private room, he first retorted, "What does it mean that she tied me up? It would be fine if they just tied me up alone, but they also brought all her sisters over to humiliate me." No, oh, young master, you really misunderstood the young lady. The lady is just playing with you. This is the gift they gave each other. Young master, you don't know that one of the young lady's best friends had a boyfriend before. That guy was even worse off. When he met everyone, he was poured with a bucket of water, leaving him feeling cold all over. Wow. Lin Fan smiled in disbelief as he listened. Is this a meeting gift from my bestie's boyfriends? Are men treated as playthings or a so-called welcoming ceremony? Sister Ya said, "We have already informed each other in advance, there might be some mischief. Master, you may not have thought that after receiving the punishment, the man was not angry, but told everyone that he liked to play with everyone. That's all for now." Sister Ya, dressed in professional attire and with a plump figure, had already swiped her card and brought Lin Fan to the SSVLP private room. The interior decoration and design are indeed very unique, and once you enter, you don't want to leave. The view from the floor to ceiling windows is also very good, and you can see the forest and the lake. What's the last one? As soon as Lin Fan entered the house, he started taking off his shoes and changing into slippers. Sister Ya said, "Young master, let me do it." Lin Fan waved his hand and said, "I'll do my own thing." But Sister Ya insisted, "Young master, please don't be so formal. These are what I should do. The young lady has instructed that you should make yourself feel at home here. Besides, You will be the owner of this place in the future. I hope you can take good care of me in the future. What Sister Ye said made Lin Fan feel that she was very decent, emotionally intelligent, and generous. But her role here, apart from management, is like that of a personal maid serving her master. I don't know if Lin Fan is right. Anyway, there is a chance to enjoy it, so why not? So after he entered the private room, the maid Sister Ye first helped Lin Fan undress, then took off his socks, and handed him a set of branded clothes that had been prepared in advance. Wenru said, "Young master, please take a shower here first. I will dry clean your clothes and bring them here after drying. There will be a knock on the door later. It's someone bringing you food. If you need anything, just press this alert button." After saying that, Sister Ye took out a silver warning button from her pocket and handed it to Lin Fan. To put it simply, it worked on the same principle as an alarm. It really opened Lin Fan's eyes. It turns out that this is how the world of the rich works. All you need is someone to help you take a bath. The door creaked shut with a high-tech sound. Lin Fan, who had already changed into a bathrobe, quickly went to the bathroom and turned on the faucet to take a shower. The indoor temperature was adjusted just right. Hot water poured over Lin Fan. After he took a comfortable bath, he dried his hair and came out of the bathroom. He blew his hair upwards with his lips in front of the mirror, then looked at his handsome face in the mirror and sighed, "I never thought I was handsome before, but as I grew older, I became this handsome face that can attract women. It even has a bit of a male succubus feel. Oh, you are destined to have good luck in love." How is he now? On the other side, in the best friend's guest room. Sunny, who didn't sleep well last night, just came to her best friend's room. First, she received a message from Xiaoyu saying that her husband Lin Fan had been found, but he looked very tired. There was a lot of dirt on his body. It looked like he suffered a lot last night. But she was still angry with Lin Fan about his escape last night. So we arranged for Sister Ye to go and pick them up. After Sister Ye came up to report to him, the beautiful CEO Sunny, who was wearing a white wool coat with a white lace bra and white stockings inside, immediately asked, "Taking a shower?" It seems that the young master was also very tired last night. Sister Ye said respectfully, "Is breakfast ready for him?" "All right. Sending it to the young master now." Sister Ye responded, "Well, thank you for your hard work, Ye Fei, but do you think it's appropriate for me to go find him now? Several young ladies are putting on makeup." Sunny asked suddenly. But they didn't speak either. Only after a while, Chi-Chi, one of Sunny's best friends, spoke. "Don't go yet. He could have run away under the circumstances last night. Let him explain the matter with his fiancée first." Oh my god. One of the beautiful president's best friends, the sweet girl with long hair hanging at her waist, volunteered. Chapter 50 The Temptation from My Best Friend. Ha! What a coincidence. After finishing his breakfast, Lin Fan didn't like having unwashed items in the place where he lived, so he placed his plate of food on the dining cart, opened the door and pushed it to the door of the service room in the corridor. But I didn't expect that a slim girl would come towards me. Lin Fan knew that girl, or rather, he remembered her very clearly. When he was tied to the chair yesterday, it was she who suggested that everyone appreciate Lin Fan's abdominal muscles. There was a hint of playfulness in the words. Lin Fan felt that this world was really small. What a coincidence. The girl lifted the hair by her ear, glanced at Lin Fan, and then looked away. But Lin Fan doesn't buy it. Yesterday she played tricks on me with her words and fanned the flames to make everyone laugh at me. I haven't even tried to settle the score with her yet, but now she's showing up at my door. What a coincidence. Why are you here to apologize to me today? Lin Fan took the initiative to give her a warning, asking her to recall what she had done yesterday afternoon. Ha? Apologize? How did I offend you? The girl in front of him looked quite charming. She was Chi-Chi, one of the beautiful CEO's girlfriends. Lin Fan's impression of her was that she had a cute appearance, a slim figure, delicate and fair skin, and long black hair that fell to her waist, which made people marvel that she could grow her hair so long. I like to wear tight short skirts with loose socks. It was like this yesterday and it is like this today. It seems that you are a forgetful person. It was you who suggested that everyone treat me like that yesterday afternoon. Lin Fan didn't bother to talk to her. Who knew what she was doing here? So he pointed to his abdominal muscles and looked at her to help her recall. She was smart and immediately realized that the other person must be feeling a little offended because she had let everyone make fun of his abdominal muscles yesterday. So she said charmingly, "Oh, well, we girls just like boys with abdominal muscles. You and Nini are such good friends, and I heard that you are always messing around with other girls outside, so I spoke up for my sisters." Flirting and liking abdominal muscles. Lin Fan silently recited the 2 4-character phrases and said to her, "What do you mean by philandering? You are quite good at making up stories. As a friend of Ms. Sunny, you should at least be able to distinguish right from wrong, right? She's acting foolishly, so you guys are acting foolishly too?" Let me say it again, when Miss Sunny picked me up yesterday, I saw that girl. She was my college classmate. We hadn't seen each other for a while, so we chatted for a few more minutes. Isn't this normal? Lin Fan tried his best to point out the loopholes in their logic. After all, they had no substantial evidence and were simply using suspicion and seduction to force a confession from Lin Fan. Lin Fan felt that this kind of trend must not be allowed to grow. But as soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, the other party smiled and said charmingly, "Then why did I hear that she was your sister-in-law?" Sister-in-law? How could she know? When these words came out of the other party's mouth, Lin Fan immediately realized that the beautiful CEO must have known it too. Secretly investigated your own relationships and information? This group of people. But after the other party finished speaking, he quickly explained to Lin Fan, "Your expression means that I was right, she is indeed your sister-in-law. So, you still say you are innocent." The other party seemed to have caught Lin Fan's handle and kept putting accusations on him. Lin Fan said sternly, "Please, don't make random accusations without knowing the truth of the matter. She is indeed from our university. As for my sister-in-law, you are overthinking it. I have nothing to do with them. If this matter were to unfold, Ms. Chichi would probably know everything, and then if it were to reach the ears of the beautiful president, who knows what kind of changes would be caused by rumors. It doesn't matter, then it does matter. Don't worry, I came to you just to get to know the whole thing through you so that Nini wouldn't get angry." These words sounded like they were meant to convict him. Lin Fan laughed and said, "If you look at me with tinted glasses, then nothing I say will be of any use. Please don't talk to me. If you want to talk, let Sunny come. I'm waiting for her here." After saying that, Lin Fan gestured to see the guest off. Unexpectedly, Chi-Chi smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm just trying to understand the situation. It depends on what Nini thinks. In that case, I'm really sorry to bother you." After she finished speaking, she stood up and was about to leave. Lin Fan stopped her and said, "Helping friends is a good thing, but you can't be indiscriminate and not disturb them." Then she unlocked the door and went out. But before closing the door, she stopped again, and the God of War said to Lin Fan, "I am actually not as indiscriminate as you think. I just want you to understand that you are lucky to have a girlfriend like Sunny by your side." Lin Fan immediately retorted, "You are lucky enough to know me. I'm really obsessed with helping my bestie. You dare to say anything?" She was wearing a hot girl-style women's leather jacket and said, "Do you want me to talk to her for you? Although I came here to test your words, you don't seem to have any bad intentions and give people a very clean feeling. What I asked you is not important, what matters is whether Nini believes you. We will stay here for a while today. The weather is nice this afternoon, so we have prepared a pool party. You are welcome to come in the afternoon." Pool party? Didn't they just have a singing party yesterday? It looks like they will be busy again in the afternoon. As soon as Chi-Chi left, Lin Fan immediately took out his cell phone and sent a message to the beautiful CEO. And as to why she didn't come in person, ask herself. Are you also worried that the situation may be something you really can't face? I can understand that. But from this, it can be seen that she doesn't trust herself very much at the moment. Lin Fan, I'm back. Lin Fan, I just heard the news. I need to ask, how did you hear that the girl is my sister-in-law? Lin Fan, funny. Lin Fan, you wouldn't think so, would you? Lin Fan was the first to send a message to the beautiful CEO Sunny. Although he didn't know that his ex-fiancée had been here, he still made a fuss for a long time. But he also didn't want Sunny, the beautiful president, to misunderstand. So I wanted to make this matter clear quickly. Unexpectedly, after sending the message, the other party did not reply for 3 or 4 minutes. Nowadays, people carry their mobile phones with them at all times, except for some special professions. Sunny is definitely in the category of having her phone at her fingertips at all times. But Lin Fan didn't receive a reply from the other party. Damn it, did she believe that the other person was her sister-in-law? Chapter 51. The beautiful President Sunny dressed up carefully in high heels. Lin Fan now didn't quite understand what the beautiful CEO meant. She knew he was back, but instead of coming to see him, she asked her best friend to go ahead. She was clearly in the wrong yesterday, but now she still feels like she has been wronged. Seeing that 10 minutes had already passed, Lin Fan didn't give in to her. I still have a lot of things to do. The company's sales volume is about 1 million every day, and people are uneasy and waiting for me to return to take the helm. My female secretary Shirshir has sent me several messages in a row, but I haven't replied yet. So he gave her an ultimatum. Miss Sunny, I don't know what you want to do, but I thought I needed to talk to you about what happened yesterday. Since you won't reply to my message, I'm leaving. Yes, we encounter many things in life. But don't let yourself be too entangled. There are many things to regret and many things to cherish. Just have a clear conscience. After saying this, he didn't even wait for the other party to reply. Lin Fan yawned, thinking about going out to get a taxi, taking a good sleep in the car, and then returning to the company to do his own things. In order to appease the beautiful president, I bought several stocks on a working day yesterday without checking whether they would rise or fall. After all, Lin Fan wanted to cut the Gordian knot. But just as I packed up and was about to leave, my cell phone buzzed. You dare! Wow, it exploded. It was Sunny's beautiful CEO. Lin Fan had no intention of recruiting her. She hasn't apologized to me for what happened yesterday. Just come out and have fun, why tie yourself up for no reason? Do you still want your family status to be higher than mine in the future? Lin Fan, what's there to be afraid of? You still owe me an explanation for what happened yesterday. Lin Fan, I'm only chatting with you because we have a good relationship. If you continue like this, we'll just say goodbye. This was indeed Lin Fan's state of mind at the moment. There is nothing to worry about in the world, only mediocre people make trouble for themselves. Lin Fan had seen through it long ago. Sunny, you dare to say goodbye to me? Can you leave without my permission? Sunny, why don't you try walking? Upstairs, in my best friend's room. Sunny, the beautiful CEO who was originally waiting for news, was waiting for Chi-Chi to come back after testing her and was about to wait for her to synchronize information with her. Unexpectedly, just as the other party was about to speak, a WeChat message from her husband came to her mobile phone. It would have been fine if she hadn't read it. But as soon as she saw the content of the message, she immediately sat up from the bed with her legs crossed, and replied to the message quickly with a series of bobo bobo. Then he hurriedly said to Sister Yet at the door, hurry. Lin Fan said he was leaving and asked us to apologize to him. So arrogant. Let Nini apologize? Oh my god. How dare that kid? At that time, the 4 girlfriends of Sunny had all put on their makeup, and some were dressed up to look ethereal or delicate. In short, they are all very good looking, either cute, beautiful, or charming. The one who echoed the words was Wan Wan, the second member of Sunny's group of best friends. She originally wanted to be the first to test the boy, but she didn't expect Chi-Chi to take the lead. Now it seems that Chi-Chi's attempt was in vain. But Chi-Chi said, Nini, Lin Fan doesn't seem to have anything to do with that girl. He said they were just college classmates, so let's not make assumptions. In addition, he was very angry about what we did to him yesterday and did say that he wanted us to apologize. Wan Wan's opinion is that the boy deserves to be punished. Tie him up again and he will behave himself. Chi-Chi suggested that this should not be done. It would be fine if it was just for fun, but she was afraid that both parties would become serious. Then she looked at Sunny, the most beautiful woman in her group of girlfriends, both in terms of strength and beauty. Another internet celebrity named Zhang Yaro, who was retouching her selfie, said, Nini, you should explain this to him in person to avoid any misunderstanding. She is not tall, but has excellent photo editing skills. She is only 1.55 meters tall, but the effect of the picture makes people think she is 1.7 meters tall. And he has a tall face. In addition, there is the ridge of her E-cup. She is the type that every time you see her, you can subconsciously see her low-cut figure. Okay, I'll go see him first. You guys should get ready and go to the pool first. After we have lunch, we can start the party by the pool. Hey, do you think we are short of men? Sunny counted 4 women here. Among them, except Sunny who has the best hope of breaking the single status and becoming a couple, the other 3 beautiful girls are all single. One of them is particularly misogynistic. I don't know what to do. At this moment, Sister Ya's voice suddenly came from downstairs. Without saying a word, Sunny quickly ran up the stairs and came to the first floor lobby. As soon as she came down, she saw her husband Lin Fan, who was already carrying a backpack and about to leave. I hadn't seen him for a night, and when I saw him for the first time today, I felt quite emotional. I don't know why, but I feel like Lin Fan is already hers. I need him to be with me to feel at ease. Oh, are you leaving now? Sunny walked quickly forward, stood at a position not too far away, adjusted her breathing, and had an indifferent expression. When Lin Fan saw this beautiful CEO, he subconsciously thought he was seeing things. Sunny, is this still the beautiful president? I saw that she was wearing a white wool coat today. She had a beautiful face that was as pretty as a bee. Under her tall snow-white neck, she seemed to be wearing a white suspender and a short skirt under the coat. Figure in style. Wearing a pair of nude high heels. Looking at her, she is indeed still that outstandingly beautiful woman. Why stay here if you don't leave? Lin Fan was stunned as he admired her. Go ahead and make your own decision. At this moment, the bodyguard Xiaoyu, who had gone somewhere before, also came from outside to a place not far from Lin Fan. He subconsciously wanted to hide. Was this guy going to attack him again? Xiao, go back and have a rest first, leave this to me. Sister Ya, please go and look after the other guests and prepare things for the pool party for Chi-Chi and the others. You, and all of you, just go about yourselves. Sunny is the investment boss here, so naturally she has a lot of say. She even gave orders to the security guards and garden workers here. These people nodded respectfully and left quickly. The only two people left there were Lin Fan, who was using his cell phone to hail a taxi, and the beautiful CEO Sunny, who was wearing nude high heels. What the two of them didn't know was that at the same time, several girls suddenly came to the floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor facing Lin Fan and Sunny. I was looking down at what was happening here with great interest. No one knows what will happen next, but the girlfriends of these beautiful CEOs want to watch the show as soon as they see it. Chapter 52 Girlfriends Eat Melons. I want to come here. I want to come here. No, Chi-Chi, you have already tested Lin Fan, now it's my turn. No, it's precisely because I tested that guy that I want to be in the best position to observe what happens next. Humph, Chi-Chi, are you attracted to her? You little brat. Wan, don't talk nonsense. That's the man Nini wants to get. So, you're attracted to Lin Fan? Oh my. Stop talking nonsense, Wan. Wan, you're the one who is a bitch. The bitch with a fake butt. At this time, in the forest villa, in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor of the main building. Chi-Chi, Wan, Zhang Yaro and other close friends of Sunny did not go to the swimming pool to sunbathe as Sunny had suggested. Pool parties can be held at any time and bikinis can be worn at any time. How can it compare to the excitement of watching large-scale abusive love scenes nowadays? Chi-Chi and Wan were sitting on the sofa. In order to get a better observation position, they wanted to get to the middle. Internet celebrity Zhang Yaro was laughing beside them. She thought to herself, these two people have been single for a long time, they must be feeling depressed. Lin Fan is indeed good. She has a good figure and a good career, but if they want to compete with Sunny, they are probably no match for her. As for the two of them, they moved the sofa next to them over and knelt in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, both wearing high heels and tight skirts. Hey, they both have good figures and are very charming. They are the type that boys chase after but are not as good as them. It's strange, why can't I get a taxi here? Can you get in but not get out? Lin Fan, who was standing face to face with the beautiful CEO Sunny in the courtyard, took out his mobile phone to check the taxi situation, but found that the platform had not sent any cars, and the nearest car was still a long way away. Oh, you are so anxious to leave here. Sunny naturally saw Lin Fan's actions. She asked Lin Fan tentatively. Lin Fan didn't know how to deal with her, so he said, well, I have something to do with the company. What he meant was, if you want to say something, say it quickly. If not, I'm leaving here and taking a taxi. Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, the beautiful CEO in a white wool coat came to Lin Fan elegantly with a pair of beautiful hands and nude high heels. Lang Mei said, don't you want to explain to me what happened to you before? Finally, the beautiful CEO spoke. But Lin Fan took the initiative to counterattack her, then explain to me why you tricked me in and tied me up yesterday. Using torture to extract a confession. Lin Fan looked at her. TSK, I tied you up because I love you and I don't want you to run away with another woman. Besides, I have several close friends, so shouldn't I bring them to meet you? Sunny seemed very confident in her statement. But Lin Fan didn't buy her trick and asked, "What kind of logic is that? You tied me up because you loved me, so if I tie you up in the future, it also means that I love you, right?" Mess. Lin Fan responded to her rudely. "My husband, what you said does make some sense, but I know my limits and I won't do anything excessive. Besides, this is a gift for men that our group of girlfriends decided on. Chi-Chi should have told you that Wan had a boyfriend before. Shouldn't we make him suffer even more?" When Lin Fan heard this, he was amazed. A gift for meeting a man? He didn't like this very much, so he said forcefully, "That's someone else, I don't like this. If it's just the two of us playing, it's okay, but so many people are here, wouldn't I have any face?" "Ha, so you mean you want to be with me and play together? Pooh. This beautiful CEO might have some hobbies. I want to play KB. When the time is right, it will be enough to tie you up for fun. Don't talk about this, Miss Sunny, just tell me whether you are wrong or not." Here, Lin Fan was in the Instagram-style villa courtyard, passionately arguing with the beautiful president. The group of girlfriends who were watching the show above were so excited when they heard the message below. Not bad. The boyfriend that Nini found has a very open mind and can even do more intimate things with her. Lin Fan is indeed different from ordinary men. Wan, do you still remember what your ex-boyfriend was like? He is a bootlicker. He listens to whatever we say and does whatever we ask him to do. This is the most boring thing. John Yaru also spoke from the side. She seems to be very interested in the romance between men and women. Because she is an internet celebrity with millions of fans. She can easily get tens of thousands of likes when she broadcasts live or posts dance videos. There are also many big brothers who give me gifts and ask to meet me. But she was a little fed up. I thought all men were the same, but now that I heard with my own ears how Nini's boyfriend Lin Fan performed, I was a little surprised and curious. Oh, don't mention it. I just wanted to play with him at that time. He didn't get anything in the end anyway, so he might as well be a electronic pet. Electronic pet? Wan, you are really amazing. Please introduce one to me next time. The people upstairs were enjoying the feast. Compared to their initial curiosity, they were now even more excited and wanted to know immediately what the couple downstairs would do next. Ha, I'm not wrong. It was obviously your eyes that were wrong. You secretly looked at the beautiful girl's legs and then said you would contact me when you are free. Don't you think about my feelings? Only then did the beautiful president finally reveal the reason why she kidnapped Lin Fan. Lin Fan told her again, "He is just a college classmate." Sunny snorted coldly, "Nonsense, why did I hear that she was your sister-in-law?" Well, now we are on topic. Some things cannot be avoided. Lin Fan has a clear conscience and there is nothing he cannot say. So he told Sunny everything about himself and Jiangjun, and that if he didn't give her an extra 300,000 yuan in betrothal gifts, she would cancel the wedding. And her sister threatened her that she had been secretly in love with her for a long time, and if she weren't her sister, she would definitely be with her. And there was the matter of their parasitic parents constantly stealing his money. In short, the past was a bit bloody, but Lin Fan was quite glad that he made the decision to separate from them that day. After Sunny heard this, her originally cold expression suddenly turned into a TSK expression. The royal sister said, "Oh, my husband is so popular, one of my two sisters is in love with you, and the other one has a crush on you. It's a hot commodity. What are their identities?" Suddenly, the beautiful CEO Sunny changed the subject and took a few steps forward in her nude high heels, with the toes of her high heels just touching Lin Fan's toes by 1 centimeter. Her high heels are shallow-toed and open-toed. Lin Fan subconsciously lowered his head to glance. First of all, it should be noted that he didn't do it on purpose, he just looked subconsciously. She suddenly came over, so she must be on guard, right? As a result, the pair of jade feet wearing nude high heels were lifted up at once, and the toes instantly stepped on Lin Fan's toes. Lin Fan. Chapter 53. This conceited beauty. Is this how you play it? A cry of ah. Caught off guard, Lin Fan cried out in pain as he felt a sharp pain in his right toe. What are you doing, bitch? Lin Fan cursed. You did it on purpose. That is too much. Are you going to scold me again? Stinky woman? He really dares to scold her. At that moment, the beautiful CEO Sunny was thinking about how it would feel to let her man Lin Fan get close to her. Don't fascinate him. Stinky woman. Lin Fan is not afraid of her. Just continue diss. He also said arrogantly, you asked me to scold you, of course I have to listen. Stinky woman. Stinky woman. Now, I clearly wanted to make that guy shut up, but now I have provoked him to attack 4 times as much. Sunny, the beautiful CEO, stepped on Lin Fan's right toes with even greater force while wearing size 37 nude high heels. Lin Fan was about to hide, but at this moment, the beautiful CEO Sunny suddenly looked up and saw several familiar young ladies crowded in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the 2nd floor, with their curious and gossipy heads. Suddenly he shouted, how many of you? At this time, Chi-Chi, Wan-Wan, Zhang Yaro and others were enjoying the melons. They didn't expect that even though it was very secretive, it was still discovered by Nini. The floor-to-ceiling windows were of good quality and could be opened. After the people inside were discovered, they were not in a hurry. The best friend named Chi-Chi opened the window and whispered to the people below, don't stop, we are enjoying the show. Sunny. Are you leaving or not? In the inn-style villa courtyard, Sunny was a little angry. But Wan-Wan pulled Chi-Chi's arm and shouted to the bottom, Nini, we didn't mean it, you guys hurry up and chat, we'll wait for you by the swimming pool. After saying that, he quickly closed the window. Several figures disappeared quickly. The beautiful CEO Sunny felt a little relieved at this moment and continued to argue with Lin Fan. You did this on purpose, didn't you? The Lin Fan here refers to her close friends and sisters. But Sunny didn't seem to care, and said in a slightly ambiguous voice, so what if you did it on purpose? You really made me angry today. She instantly stepped on Lin Fan even harder. Lin Fan said angrily, okay, it is my great honor to be stepped on by a beauty like Ms. Sunny. I wonder if you could take off your high heels. I would be very grateful. Pooh. If she dares, Lin Fan will definitely make her pay for it. Still want to step on yourself? After hearing what Lin Fan said, Sunny first looked at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes thoughtfully, then opened her beautiful red lips and said in a soft voice, not bad, as long as you like it. Lin Fan. Ghost you're like. Do you think we're playing some role-playing game? I'm teasing you, do you know? Okay, since you enjoy it so much, then I understand. When you are with your husband in the future, step on him more often. My husband likes it. Lin Fan. Damn, you're like. Did she really take it seriously? Okay, so now you have to apologize to me. Seeing that the two of them were becoming more and more outrageous, Lin Fan brought the two back to the topic in time. If there is no apology, it should be you. Sunny relaxed her legs. A pair of jade arms hugged tightly, biting red lips. Then he seemed to have thought of something and continued, tell me quickly, what are the identities of the two women who like you? A woman who can be with you must be pretty good looking, right? Jiangjin, Lin Fan's ex-fiancée, had been here last night and before today. Sister Ye also reported this to me. The man said he was looking for her fiancé and sister. She didn't really believe it at the time. But now it seems that what that person said is true. But later he was driven away by himself. She doesn't have much status, she was just the campus beauty of Hujian University. Her younger sister is not much different from her in appearance, but they have different personalities. The younger sister is more lively and doesn't like traditional constraints, while the older sister is just a vase who likes to be kept. One sentence sums it up perfectly. Lin Fan had just said that when Sunny continued, you really said that, right? School beauty? Sister Ye. Sister Ye. Hey, miss, I'm here. When the beautiful CEO heard that the other party was the school belle, she immediately felt a little dissatisfied. He hurriedly called out to the housekeeper Sister Ye, and before she came over, he ordered, computer, check for me all the previous campus beauties of Hujian University. I want to see how beautiful she is and whether she dares to steal my man. No, what's wrong with this beautiful president? I have already gone with the so-called campus beauty of Hujian University. She looked up what the other person was doing. Of course, it is also possible that the jealousy and competition between women will far exceed Lin Fan's imagination. I just waited for Sister Ye to say, okay, miss, I will check it for you right away. I thought that Sunny, the female CEO, was about to leave here, but unexpectedly, she turned around, grabbed Lin Fan's hand and said to him, not bad. He actually found a school beauty as his girlfriend. You guys are engaged, right? Oh, it's time to get engaged. Did I show up at the wrong time? Lin Fan. What is she doing? How can it be so grand? Everything has been done since we got engaged, but it just didn't happen at the right time. What a fantasy! Seeing that the beautiful President Sunny was so angry, her graceful waist and proud body seemed to be a little breathless. Lin Fan had seen this scene last night. The beautiful girl Jiang Yu seemed to have behaved in a similar way. Lin Fan didn't quite understand why both of them felt a little breathless. Jiang Yu said that she fell in love with herself at first sight when she first saw her sister holding hands with her. She could only endure it and keep it hidden deep in her heart. She could understand why she was having trouble breathing. Why is the beautiful CEO Sunny in front of him? Is it the damn possessiveness and jealousy that's causing the imbalance? In terms of appearance, his ex-fiancée was indeed very beautiful, otherwise she wouldn't be with him, and there wouldn't be so many people coveting her. As for the beautiful CEO Sunny, in Lin Fan's heart, she is even better than Jiangjin, even prettier and more feminine. It's exactly what Lin Fan likes. Seeing her like this, and that she was indeed a little breathless, Lin Fan immediately said, all right. Don't push it any further, it's all over. I have broken up with her too. Am I not with you now? There are some things that the more you think about them, the more disturbed you will be. Okay, don't think about them. After saying this, Lin Fan went over to comfort the other person. But Sunny bit her red lips and said in a soft voice, don't think about it? How can I not think about it? Today, don't leave. Tell me about your love story. Lin Fan. Chapter 54 Explosion. Sunny wants to hear about Lin Fan's love affair with his ex-girlfriend. Sometimes, the past is over and there is no need to mention it again. But at this moment, the beautiful CEO Sunny actually asked Lin Fan to talk about his love story with his ex-fiancée Jiangjin, the campus belle of Hujian University. What's there to talk about? Isn't it just a wonderful story of standing out from a group of suitors and making the other party firmly choose you? Lin Fan thought for a few seconds and felt that he couldn't tell the other party about this kind of thing. Asking him about the love story between his current and ex-boyfriends was like stabbing himself in the heart with a knife and asking for trouble. So I told her, I don't have an ex and I have never been in a relationship. As soon as these words were spoken, a girl's uncontrollable sound of a ha 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 was heard in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor. I've never been in love. It was only after hearing the voices of her female companions on the second floor that Sunny realized that she had just scolded them. They did not leave at all and continued to watch the show. Sunny, stop lying. I want to ask you clearly in front of all the sisters today. I want to see how outstanding my husband's ex-girlfriend is. After she finished speaking, she walked towards the swimming pool without looking back, wearing a white wool coat and nude high heels. It's autumn now and the weather is a bit cold. Lin Fan felt a little cold even in his long pants, let alone her. So I said to her, hey, aren't you cold wearing so little? Want sexiness but not warmth? Sunny, it's nothing to do with us, it's none of your business. She didn't even turn around anyway. It happened that the warm autumn sun was shining down, illuminating the swimming pool in the villa courtyard and also on her. She stretched out her beautiful hand to block the sunlight, and when she found that Lin Fan had not caught up with her, she stopped and looked back at Lin Fan. At this moment, Lin Fan was looking at the taxi hailing app on his phone. So far, no car has received the order. Lin Fan, you really don't want to come? In the sunshine, Sunny looked like a young and elegant princess. The scenery was so beautiful that Lin Fan raised his hand and wanted to take a beautiful photo of her. But he said, why go there? I have to go back to the company for something. Sunny. I don't know if he is really stupid or just pretending to be stupid, but is it so difficult to get him to come over and comfort me? She was so angry that she snorted a few times, then seemed to think of something and said disdainfully, okay, if you have the guts, go back now. He walked towards the swimming pool calmly. At this moment, Sister Ya has arranged for the swimming pool to be filled with fruits, freshly roasted lamb, and wine utensils. When I walked over and took a look, it seemed that this was a popular check-in spot for internet celebrities. There are beauties, wine and scenery. Lin Fan thought, okay, now I can finally go back. The phone vibrated with a ding sound, and finally a driver accepted the order. He was about to be happy, but his excitement lasted only 3 seconds before the driver cancelled it. He was just wondering when suddenly a familiar, sharp and capable figure appeared in front of Lin Fan again. Little you? Lin Fan had a bad feeling. But the special female bodyguard came to him with a mysterious smile and said coldly, "Mr. Lin, I heard that you want to leave the lady and leave here, right?" "Okay, in that case, Mr. Lin, don't blame me for being rude." After saying that, Lin Fan quickly took a few steps back. I thought to myself, what is this cold girl going to do? After that, she rolled up her sleeves and was about to give Lin Fan a shoulder throw. Lin Fan quickly said, "No, I don't want to leave, I'm just about to go over." "Xiao Yu, you said that maybe I might be your master in the future, why can't you be a little gentler to me?" "Xiao Yu, Mr. Lin, are you calling me a dog?" Lin Fan. It's so desolate. Could it be that this little Yu is a straight woman? Lin Fan sighed and said, "Don't overinterpret it. What I mean is that I may become the actual owner of this villa in the future. We are partners now, and you will definitely benefit from it in the future." "Xiao Yu, Miss. Mr. Lin just said that he wants to take control of this villa and team up with me to bully you." "No, I give in. Xiao, aren't you a very cold and not very talkative girl? Why did you complain to that beautiful CEO Sunny?" Lin Fan immediately ran over to tell the beautiful president that it was not the case. Unexpectedly, she seemed to have heard it as well, but was not particularly surprised. Instead, she said, "Of course, if Mr. Lin marries me in the future and stays with me, the forest villa here will belong to Mr. Lin alone. Not only that, he can directly own many of my things." That's right, he seemed to dislike us very much and wanted to leave here and go to his company to meet the girls in his own company. Puff. Hearing this, Lin Fan was a little flattered, but the situation turned around later. She was hinting at herself intentionally. Okay, I don't mean anything else, I just feel that our relationship is a bit awkward right now, and something happens at the company, so I want to go back first." For the first time, Lin Fan discovered that Sunny, the beautiful CEO, was beautiful and cool and sexy, and found that she also had such a lovely side. I don't know why, but my originally gloomy mood suddenly became cheerful and comfortable. "So, you can leave me, your wife, and go away alone?" After Sunny walked to the edge of the blue swimming pool in high heels, she crossed her legs and sat on a white-painted internet-famous chair. Her face is as beautiful as a flying dragon and as stunning as a rainbow. She sat there with bright eyes and a little unhappy. "No," Lin Fan said calmly. "How could I leave you? I was worried about you and I was in a bad mood." "No, I'm in a good mood and am looking forward to you telling me your love story with your ex-girlfriend." Lin Fan smiled. "No, I was single before I met you." "Sunny, you're lying to me." Lin Fan, really? "Sunny, if you do this again, I will ask Xiao to lock you upstairs again." "Mr. Lin, can't you be honest?" Lin Fan, I haven't talked about it before." "Sunny, okay, if that's what you're saying, I'll ignore you. If you want to go back, go back. Anyway, I have my sisters here with me." After saying that, he crossed his legs. He lowered his head and took out his phone to look at it. Lin Fan knew that she was just saying this out of anger and waiting for him to comfort her. But what can one say after a relationship goes through something like this? It's better not to mention it. Why make yourself unhappy? At this moment, Sunny's sisters, who were eating melons in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor, walked out from the main entrance of the hall next to them. It's seamlessly connected to Sunny's subsequent words. "Lin Fan, Nini's point is that since she asked you to speak, she's naturally prepared. Besides, she just wants to get to know you better. Believe me, Nini is a very good person. After listening to me, she will make you feel that being with her is the best decision in your life." The person who spoke was the low-cut girl with the internet celebrity face, Zhang Yaru. Lin Fan subconsciously glanced at the other person. The next chapter will be posted soon. Chapter 55 One Man and Four Women, a love story? After thinking about it, Lin Fan didn't expect that the person who spoke for Sunny was the internet celebrity Zhang Yaru. I always feel that it should be the more lively Wan Wan, or the contrasting Chi Chi with long hair hanging down to her waist. Okay, if you want to listen, then listen. Lin Fan thought about it and decided that if he didn't tell them about his love story with his ex-fiancée Jiang Jun, they would not let him go. Besides, I have nothing to fear at the moment. I hope that after hearing what Zhang Yaru said, this beautiful president will love herself more. Afterwards, the four beautiful girls sat on the internet celebrity chairs by the swimming pool. Some took selfies, and some brought fruits to eat. Lin Fan looked at Sunny and said, "Then let's make a deal. This is what you want to hear. If you get angry, I'm here to warn you." Sunny snorted. Don't underestimate me. The real experiences I've seen are probably much more shocking than yours. Wow, he really does look fearless. Immediately, Lin Fan spent nearly 10 minutes to recreate the scene where he met Jiangjun, the campus belle of Hujian University. He fell in love with her at first sight, but she had many suitors around her, including rich men, handsome men, and muscular men. However, he relied on his excellent execution ability. Writing love songs, giving emotional value to each other, creating romance, camping together, etc., can warm up the relationship. When we were camping on the top of a mountain, we had sex for the first time on the roof of the car. Later, she became more and more dependent on herself, and her career was booming. Later, she became worse and worse, and she didn't even recognize herself. She also abused herself every day, and even her family began to pull her out. She told the whole story of how her relationship finally broke down. Anyway, he had a clear conscience and had helped her family many times. They have a cousin who is uneducated and has no job after coming to Shanghai. They asked her to introduce him to a job, and she helped her cousin find one. I can't say I'm 100% satisfied with what I've done, but I've been thorough and attentive in getting actual results. And when I finished speaking, I breathed a sigh of relief. The experience of being with the school beauty Jiangjun completely overturned his three views. He really couldn't imagine why a girl who was originally very kind, pure, sensible, and well-behaved became like this. What do you think was the fundamental reason for your breakup? As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, the emotions that had been pent up in his heart seemed to be released. It is always good to be able to express yourself. Just as she finished, Sunny bit her red lips and started asking questions. She has changed. If you don't make progress, are lazy and only care about food, you will lose all your dreams. Lin Fan spoke frankly. At the beginning, the two of them were able to be together because they were on the same wavelength, but later on things became more and more outrageous, deviated from the track, and were different from what I imagined. He added again. So, Lin Fan, do you think there is something wrong with you? The person who spoke was the internet celebrity named Zhang Yaru. She has a proud figure, and although she is wearing a thin knitted jacket, her charm can be seen at a glance. But she seemed to be used to it and was very calm. Yes, it's my fault that I have always spoiled them. Thinking that meeting each other was not easy, I kept tolerant and continued to be with him until we got engaged. But they started asking for too much again and I couldn't stand it anymore. Lin Fan also spoke the truth from his heart. Knock. If that's the case, then I think it's too late for you to break up with her. You should have broken up when you discovered she had changed. It's just outrageous. Are you still asking for an additional 300,000 yuan in betrothal gifts? If it were me, if I met someone I liked, I wouldn't need a dowry, and my parents would agree. We're just two people living together, so we should just do things according to the actual situation. Why would they force you into this? Although they look beautiful, noble, and a little difficult to mess with, when it comes to actually breaking up with Lin Fan, they still have Lin Fan's backs. Wan Wan and Chi Chi echoed and stood up for Lin Fan. Lin Fan said, when we were together before, there was always feelings for each other. I tried to change it, but you can never change a person. After saying that, Lin Fan mentioned his sad story and wanted to find some cocktails to drink. Chi Chi and the others were quite empathetic and knew that Lin Fan was feeling bad, so they took the initiative to help him open the bottle cap and handed it to him to drink. Lin Fan raised his head and took a sip, sighing, "It is rare for two people to meet, especially when both of them have feelings for each other, but love is beautiful at the beginning, and whether it can last to the end depends on whether 1 + 1 is greater than 2 after the two people are together." Wasn't trial marriage quite popular some time ago? There is some truth to that. Love is actually a bit like opening a blind box, but the most important thing is to stop the loss in time. After saying that, he took another sip of the cocktail. Afterwards, he smelled the aroma of someone roasting a whole lamb in the yard, and suddenly he felt hungry. Chi-Chi, the beautiful girl with long black hair hanging down to her waist, said, "It's like this, my future partner must have the same values as mine, otherwise I won't be willing to give myself to him." Wan Wan said, "I must find a man who can give me emotional value. I want this so badly." Zhang Yaru, an internet celebrity with about 1 million followers on her social media account, said, "I am different from you, because too many men send me private messages and messages every day. I feel that they are all the same. Suddenly, I don't like men anymore." Ha, Lin Fan, you came at such a coincidence. I talked about this with Nini before, saying that if we can't find someone we really like in the future, we can just be together. But I didn't expect you to get there first. When Lin Fan heard this, he was shocked. No, Jiang Yaro must be joking. Hate men? Judging from her appearance, she is indeed the type that many men like. Otherwise, she wouldn't have millions of fans following her. Lin Fan responded, my acquaintance with Sunny was purely coincidental. I was venting that night and wanted to sing with my friends to release my emotions, but you know, it's like you want to vent with a purpose, but you can't, so you come out. Then I met Sunny. By the way, she was squatting on the ground at that time, feeling lonely and sad. As Lin Fan said this, he suddenly remembered why did the beautiful CEO Sunny appear outside a shopping mall in black stockings and high heels, dressed so beautifully? Why is she sad and lonely? Regarding this point, Lin Fan did not quite understand. While chatting that day, Lin Fan turned his gaze to the beautiful woman, Sunny, who was sitting there elegantly and sexy in white stockings, drinking coffee with her legs crossed. Throughout, her emotions seemed calm. She didn't feel sad at all because of the heartbreaking words Lin Fan said. She has her own experiences, right? Lin Fan knew that it was her turn to tell her story. Chapter 56 The explosive story of the beautiful CEO Sunny One. If a person has not experienced great ups and downs or has sufficient experience, then some novel little things may cause his emotions to fluctuate. But a beautiful president like Sunny is so calm that she can even remain calm when her man encounters such a thing. Or maybe she had been the company president for so long that she had seen all kinds of things and people, and thought this was just a piece of cake. Or maybe she feels that her own affairs have nothing to do with her and her ability to control her emotions is better than that of ordinary people. For Lin Fan, looking back, she did not really understand Sunny, the beautiful sister, deeply enough. She is very mysterious. Hello, Miss Sunny, it's your turn. I have finished my speech. To be fair, you can also tell me yours. Also, everyone here has to share their emotional story, and I want to see whose is the most explosive. But Miss Sunny, when I first met you, you were squatting outside the mall alone. It seemed that you were in a bad mood, right? In a situation with one man and 4 women, only when everyone expresses their inner feelings can the group become meaningful. Besides, even though I have to go to work tomorrow, Monday, it's still early. It's nothing. I was just in a bad mood that day. Well, the beautiful president started talking. Although she somewhat restrained herself and said that she was just in a bad mood, Lin Fan continued to ask. There must be a reason. What is the cause? It was just a coincidence that day. If I had been a step later, I'm afraid you would have been dragged away by those 2 men with bad intentions. Hey! Drag away? What's the meaning? Lin Fan described their first encounter normally, but her best friends seemed unaware of it. After a few seconds, Lin Fan looked at their nervous expressions as they looked at the beautiful president, and instantly realized that she had not told her sisters at all. Nothing. If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten about it. Sunny, the beautiful CEO, smiled calmly. She didn't know why she was like that. She tilted her head and stroked her hair with one beautiful hand. Then she said in a soft voice, I was indeed a little willful that day, and I didn't expect that something almost happened. When Wan, one of Sunny's best friends, heard what happened last night, she immediately asked about the whole story. Sunny didn't really want to talk. She asked Lin Fan again. Lin Fan was finding it hard to believe the reaction of the beautiful CEO, Sunny. For a normal person, wouldn't he be very angry and even want to get rid of her as soon as possible? Her reaction was rather indifferent. Lin Fan looked at Sunny with her beautiful legs crossed and her profile exposed while answering questions from Wan and the other girls. After listening to the whole process, they felt a little blaming. Wan said, oh my god, Nini, do you still consider us sisters? Those 2 beasts sound like professional corpse pickers, and you were so drunk. If Lin Fan hadn't shown up, you would have been in trouble. Nini, I know that sometimes you have something on your mind and want to vent it alone, but we are all your best friends. If you go out for a drink, at least take us with you. Girls, especially a woman as beautiful and sexy as you, appearing in that kind of place, it's luck that you can come back safe and sound, you know? The person who spoke was the internet celebrity Jiang Yaro. Wan was standing up for her, while Jiang Yaro quickly came to Sunny, held her hand, and gave her urgent instructions. Chi-Chi, whose hair hung at her waist, could no longer sit still and came to Sunny's side. However, the beautiful president hasn't spoken yet. Lin Fan immediately said, your Nini may have her own ideas. What difficulties did you encounter? I'd like to hear that, too, Miss Sunny. At this moment, Lin Fan actually didn't want to put too much pressure on the beautiful president. After all, why she appeared there that night and why she was drunk and alone was still a mystery. Besides, her emotional experience has not been shared yet. Thinking of this, Lin Fan's heart suddenly started beating wildly. She was too mysterious and too abnormal. Come on, I'm fine. I go there just because I want to be alone and quiet. Sometimes I have troubles, but I don't really want to waste your time, so. Sunny glanced at the sisters. What she meant was that she just wanted to get things done and be happy with everyone. Lin Fan felt that with her personality, it was not surprising that she had such thoughts. She just suppressed herself too much. TSK, he went out drinking alone and didn't he even want to take us with him? Nini, we are sisters. We have all been through some things together that one person cannot handle well sometimes. Although we are not as good as you in our careers, we can always help you with advice on your emotional side. Lin Fan nodded and echoed. Yes, your relationship seems to be very good and you can become lifelong friends. Of course, friends are there to relieve worries. Sisters, please try to persuade her too. You don't even know what weird perfume those two bastards are wearing. The kind that can make you dizzy. In this way, Lin Fan confessed everything. Everyone felt even more worried and relieved for Sunny that night. Lin Fan's idea was simple. Sunny, you must protect yourself and never do such stupid things again. Chi-Chi, Wan, and Zhang Yaro were immediately furious when they heard about this kind of thing, and asked about the subsequent progress. Lin Fan suddenly remembered that since he reported the case last time, the police officer surnamed Zhao asked him to ask Sunny to go with him to take a statement. She hasn't gone yet. It's been a few days. Call the police. You must call the police. Nini, if it's inconvenient for you, we can go with you. Agree. Lin Fan echoed. That was his original idea. If you don't deal with those two bastards, they might attack other girls next time. Yes. The end result of this incident was that Sunny was persuaded. Eugene said, okay, I'll go with you tomorrow. I was also confused at the time and couldn't remember them clearly, otherwise I would have called the police. Lin Fan said, I remember. I now have an impression of what they look like. Do you want me to draw a sketch for you? At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Fan. Draw it? It's been so long, what a joke. Seeing that everyone had the same expression, Lin Fan laughed. Don't look at me like that, of course I'm not joking. When I was a child, I learned about right brain memory from others. I can remember certain specific things for a long time. You will know it later. Do you have paper and pencil? As he spoke, Lin Fan was about to show off his skills on the spot. When Sister Ye, who was standing by, heard this, she immediately said, of course, I'll get it for the young master. I didn't expect the young master to be so talented. Now, everyone began to look forward to Lin Fan's paintings. The next chapter will be updated soon. Chapter 57 The explosive story of the beautiful CEO Sunny 2. When Lin Fan was in college, he followed a person. The most amazing thing about that person was that he could, in front of a large crowd, have a random student say a string of numbers and write them on the blackboard. He only needed to look at them for a few minutes, and he could memorize all of them and recite them on the spot. The power of this method lies in your brain's image memory, which has several key nodes that can outline a general picture. Just then, Sister Ye, dressed in a professional suit, quickly took paper and pencil from the workbench and asked if she needed to get an easel. Lin Fan shook his head. I saw him spend about 10 minutes, holding the pen in his left hand, painting on the paper in a very casual and freehand manner. There was no clue at first, but the more I looked, the more I realized that the outlines of two men had been outlined on the drawing paper. One of them is easy to spot because of a mole on the left side of his philtrum, and he is slightly fat, while the other one has a sneaky look and doesn't look like a good person. They are so lifelike. When Lin Fan finishes his task, regardless of whether the drawing is correct or not, the faces depicted with outlines look professional. Wow, I didn't expect that our Lin Fan is so talented. He actually drew it. Nini, take a look, do you have an impression? Wan spoke first. I thought to myself that I didn't expect this guy to be so capable. After all, how could a woman of Nini's level choose a weakling? He really has both talent and good looks, and looks very suave. It's very popular with women. Yes, Nini, take a look. Chi-Chi, wearing gray stockings, gave up her seat. Sister Ye placed the sketch that Lin Fan had just drawn in front of the beautiful CEO Sunny. Sunny, the beautiful president, didn't quite believe it at first. I thought that since he was so confident and he was the man I liked, he wouldn't brag, right? I didn't expect he had such skills. When she saw the painting up close, she subconsciously exclaimed in surprise. I remember this guy. He seemed to be the one who approached me that night. Although I had a little too much to drink, I still remembered him. What about this person? The beautiful CEO seemed to have suddenly realized something. After the other party confirmed it, Lin Fan stood up and pointed at another person. The beautiful CEO stared at the painting and said, I don't have much impression of this, but the outline you drew is accurate. These should be these two people. Afterwards, Chi-Chi, Wan, and Jiang Yaru, Sunny's three good sisters, all looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. So awesome. Chi-Chi spoke first. Yes, if you have this ability, wouldn't you be able to remember what each of us looks like? This is Wan, who was wearing a baseball cap, joking. Lin Fan laughed, that's easy to say. I just hoped that if I drew it, you wouldn't all worship me. Now it seems to have come true. Lin Chi-Chi and Li Wan both glared at Lin Fan with their beautiful eyes. Said, Lin Fan, after you are with Nini, don't bully her. If we find out that you bullied her, we won't forgive you. Well, this is about best friends helping each other and standing up for each other. Lin Fan smiled and said, No, I have nothing to do with you Nini now. You kidnapped me yesterday. TSK, didn't I tell you, kidnapping you means I like you. Most people don't have this opportunity yet. Li Wan said this to Lin Fan. Lin Fan immediately refuted, come on, don't CPU me. If someone falls in love with you and ties you up in his house, does that mean he likes you very much, and you are willing to accept it? What I mean is that Nini likes you very much, so don't let her down. You. Wan was joking with Lin Fan. The internet celebrity named Jiang Yaru, who was wearing a lace in her top and had an indifferent expression on her face, came to the beautiful President Sunny and solemnly wanted to make a promise to her, saying, Nini, you have to promise us that we will be together if we have anything to do in the future. If you don't agree, then we can just stop being friends. She seemed to say this on purpose. When Sunny heard this, her expression was slightly surprised, and she said in a soft voice, Yaru, what are you talking about? Okay, I will tell you everything I have in the future, okay? Besides, I actually told you about what happened to me that day, but there was nothing you could do. I felt so sad. Come, Miss Sunny, please tell me about what made you sad at that time. Seeing that the time was almost right, Lin Fan hurriedly guided her. But it was not until the beautiful president finished telling what happened to her that day that Lin Fan realized that the reason why she had sex with him that night was not only because the strange perfume made her feel hot all over and she urgently needed Lin Fan, but there was actually another reason. It's my dad. It seemed as if Sunny was finally willing to say what she had been holding in her heart for a long time. He has been abroad all the time, and he separated from my mother a long time ago and found a new woman. But for some reason he suddenly contacted me and said that the son of his colleague in a New York investment bank was very outstanding and he wanted me to meet him and, if possible, arrange a marriage. I refused, but he called me every day. After I explained the situation to him, he stayed quiet for a few days. But unexpectedly, he showed up at my door with the other person's son. Tell me if you're angry or not. Sunny said this, still seeming to be furious about what happened. A man who separated from my mother a long time ago, abandoned me when I was a child, and married another wife, hasn't contacted you for several years, but as soon as he contacts you, you arrange a blind date for you, as if you want to tie me up. I'm helpless. Sunny gave a wry smile. She was very elegant and thought it was hilarious. Then Lin Fan said, is it because of this that you went over there to drink? This is the reason. It's really hard to tell. This beautiful CEO hides herself very well. But he immediately added, you dress so beautifully even though you drink. Don't you know that you are not afraid of women lifting their hair but are afraid of women wearing stockings? Do you know how dangerous it is for a girl to dress so beautifully and be alone in that environment? There was actually some anger in Lin Fan's words. No, there were other things that all came together. There were a lot of bars over there, so I wanted to try it out. I've never been there before. After the beautiful CEO said this, Lin Fan understood. A woman who never goes to a bar went to a bar because she had nowhere to vent because of the pressure on her family to get married and other things piling up. As a result, I never went there, and the first time I went there, I was targeted by bad guys. I am so lucky. Don't look at me like that. Sometimes I just want to be alone. At that time, the beautiful president named Sunny bit her red lips and then said, I know, I want to do it again. It was just at that time that I met Lin Fan, and he saved me. Then we slept together that night. Lin Fan? Chapter 58. Chapter 58. This woman is so bold. The air froze for several seconds. Then the girls at the scene started knocking me. Asleep? Asleep? Nini, you slept with this guy? The most excited person was Chi-Chi. She was wearing a super short white dress today and almost stood on the table. He looked at the words spoken by Sunny in front of him with an unbelievable look on his face. Although Wan and Jiang Yaru's expressions were not as exaggerated as Chi-Chi's, they also covered their mouths and looked surprised. They all agreed that Nini was such a chaste person. She was the first one to taste the sweetness. Originally, whether they were together that night or not should have been some private conversation between the two parties involved. Or maybe it was just a joke when the two of them were alone, and Lin Fan did admit that he was with her that night. The whole night was unforgettable. The cause and effect of the incident are a bit bloody. Yes, just sleep, there is nothing to hide. The beautiful CEO was very graceful and confident. When she said this, a blush appeared on her face and she looked a little shy. She also lifted her hair, with her legs tightly together, as if recalling something. After hearing about it, the slim and beautiful Chi-Chi secretly asked Sunny about the details of that night. Sunny was also playing and whispering in her ear, which made the two sisters next to them unhappy and they scrambled to get Sunny to share. Sunny blushed and said in a soft voice, "Oh, you will know when you date each other later, that's how it is." "What's going on?" "Wow," they almost said in unison. It seemed as if several people just wanted to make fun of Sunny. But Sunny herself has an energy field, otherwise she wouldn't be able to manage so many employees and become the president of a listed cultural company. She snorted, and the others didn't dare to ask any further questions. Instead, they couldn't get an answer from her, so they all turned and focused their beautiful eyes on Lin Fan. "Don't ask me, I don't know." Lin Fan thought it would be better to avoid such things as soon as possible, to avoid the gossipy girls asking him questions non-stop and asking him to describe the details of the process, which he would not be able to handle. "If you have the guts, go find a boyfriend." But they were not willing to let Lin Fan go. When they saw that Lin Fan was trying to hide, Chi-Chi, a beautiful girl with long hair hanging down to her waist and bright eyes, stood up and admired her figure. She looked at Sunny and Lin Fan at the same time and said, "Nini, if you don't tell me, I won't be polite. I heard that boys like girls with beautiful figures. I wonder if Lin Fan likes someone like me." After saying this, he didn't wait for the beautiful CEO Sunny to react. Chi-Chi was like a dancing female anchor in front of Lin Fan, showing off her figure, coming close to Lin Fan and putting her arm around his shoulder. "Amazing. Is this how all the pretty girls in this city play?" And looking at Ms. Sunny, she didn't seem very angry. Lin Fan quickly blocked them. "No, don't play with me. Boys like to see beautiful women with graceful figures, but not everyone likes it." "Oh, Lin Fan, you mean you don't like it?" "I heard that people are not afraid of women lifting their hair, but they are afraid of women wearing stockings. Do you think I am beautiful? Come again." Lin Fan was a little overwhelmed by the girl's sudden action. He was almost sitting on Lin Fan. "Chi-Chi, don't be like this." Sunny finally spoke. But she thought her little sister was just joking with Lin Fan and didn't take it seriously. "Why do I insist on doing this? It's because you two didn't tell me. Do you know how excessive it is to start a topic and not finish it? Cutting off someone's food supply is like cutting off their life." "I don't care, I want to hear your story about that night." Chi-Chi is a very persistent girl. At this moment, Lin Fan was thinking of some tricks to repel the opponent. Unexpectedly, just as I was about to speak, Wan, Sunny's second best friend, also came over to join in the fun, and said with a smile, "Yes, I support Chi-Chi this time. You two are going too far. You were already asleep, but you still lied to us." Only the internet celebrity Jiang Yaru advised, "Okay, after all, it is Nini's personal matter, let us forget about asking." As a result, she was strongly opposed by her other two best friends. Finding the right opportunity, Lin Fan exchanged glances with the proud beauty Sunny. He thought the other party might come up with some tricks to help him escape, but unexpectedly, not only did she not help him, she also gave him a rather wry smile. "Does that mean that Sunny can't do anything to them normally? Oh my god. Do you really think I can't do anything to them?" Seeing Chi-Chi and Wan looking so imposing and trying to seduce Lin Fan subconsciously said, "Are you sure you want to do this?" I won't be responsible if I hurt you later. I used to be a boxer, so I'm just saying hello to you first. Lin Fan's strategy is to use courtesy before force. After all, if he gets together with Sunny in the future, he won't be able to avoid these close friends. Sometimes, if she deals with things well with her besties, things can be done more efficiently. TSK, Lin Fan, don't scare us. We're still practicing yoga. Come on, if you're brave enough. It seemed that Chi-Chi knew for sure that Lin Fan would not dare to touch them. Lin Fan was also ruthless. Seeing how aggressive they were, he first pulled her over, gathered his strength, and instantly held her petite body and lifted it up high. Chi-Chi seemed to have not figured out what was going on before she appeared in the air and screamed in fright. Lin Fan, weren't you very arrogant just now? Continue. After all, Lin Fan had been exercising for a long time, and his biceps were extremely developed. This made her want to thank his female coach, Teacher Wang, for her fierce supervision of him. Without her, I wouldn't be able to develop this muscular body. No, Lin Fan, you bastard, put me down. The ground was just around the corner, but he had already lost control of his body. Chi-Chi is screaming. Her frightened hands immediately touched Lin Fan's head. Lin Fan didn't fall for her tricks. She had a slim figure, was light and nimble, and weighed about 80 or 90 kilograms, which was enough for a high lift bar. It was a little difficult to punish her and force her to beg for mercy at the same time, but it was still possible. His actions not only caused everyone present to scream in surprise, but Wan even screamed, "What a great boyfriend! I also want a boyfriend like Lin Fan in the future." By the way, Lin Fan, didn't you just deny that you were with Nini? In that case, how about you take a look at me? Handsome guy. I'm impressed. How dare Sunny and her sisters joke like that? Is it the distortion of human nature or the decline of morality? Or open? Lin Fan gained a lot of knowledge today. Chapter 59. She just owes a man to teach her a lesson. No. Deny sleeping with Sunny? Have you denied it before? Where did this girl Wan come to this conclusion? When Lin Fan punished Chi-Chi, he glared at Wan the next second. I realized later that she was just there to stir up trouble. He immediately looked her over. Okay, stop making trouble, Mr. Lin, just let Chi-Chi go. I guarantee she won't dare to do it again. You should let her go. The current situation is in chaos until the beautiful President Sunny speaks. Only then can the current situation be stabilized. But before letting the other person down, Lin Fan jokingly asked Chi-Chi, "Do you still dare?" Wow, this is the girl called Chi-Chi. When Lin Fan hugged her, she seemed very scared and her body was shaking slightly. I don't dare anymore. Chi-Chi looked like she was obedient and begging to be spared. She just owes a man to teach her a lesson. Well, I'll spare you for now because of your sincere attitude. But if you dare to do it again next time, I will definitely not let you go. Well, I don't dare anymore. After Lin Fan achieved his goal, he let the other person go. You. Lin Fan, you are really capable. I never thought that not only can you sleep in the same bed with our Nini, but you also have so much strength. Nini, your husband is totally the dominant one. After Chi-Chi was put down, Wan quickly supported her. The flush on her face relaxed for a while, and she was panting and a little angry with Lin Fan. Lin Fan glanced at her and joked, "It seems that I didn't lift you long enough just now." You. Nini. Chi-Chi was afraid of Lin Fan, and quickly went around behind Sunny for protection. Sunny looked at her with her beautiful eyes and said, "Don't talk about you, I can't do anything to him. Here, only Xiao can subdue him, is that right, Xiao? Xiaoxio? Xiao Yu is a female bodyguard newly recruited by the beautiful president. She was previously a retired Special Forces soldier. Specifically opened a high salary to protect yourself and do things for yourself." Lin Fan naturally knew Xiao's strength. This capable girl with a baby face who looks like Korean actress Han Ji-eun has been staying nearby, and no one knows what she is observing. Seems to be on habitual alert? The two of them had fought against each other, and Lin Fan was no match for him, so he didn't say anything. I just feel that in such an environment with so many beautiful women, besides her, I can also thrive and find the right opportunity to counterattack them. Xiaoyu said respectfully, "No problem, miss, although Mr. Lin is sometimes cunning, it is no problem to subdue him." As she spoke, she flexed her wrists and fists. This made Lin Fan quickly look at her coldly. She really has some skills. The sun sets and the afternoon is about to pass. Lin Fan finally led the group back to the topic and asked about their love history. After all, Lin Fan had already said what he wanted to say. He would feel very guilty if he didn't listen to them. Fortunately, the beautiful CEO Sunny didn't seem to mind Lin Fan's previous relationship experience. Instead, she frankly said that it was a pity that Lin Fan broke up with the school beauty. Lin Fan almost glared at her. What did she mean? What did she mean by it was a pity? Are you so careless? However, she hasn't revealed her own story yet. Instead, Wanwan took the lead in talking about her love history. She said that there was a boy who had been pursuing her relentlessly, but she didn't have any feelings for him. Then, one day, this boy came and blocked the door. She is very angry. Then he did something particularly exaggerated. That means she dressed up beautifully and went to the nightclub, standing alone in the middle of the nightclub, which means she was mentally prepared that she might be asked out tonight. Lin Fan sighed and asked her, and then? Were you asked out that night? Although Wanwan can stir up trouble, she has a good appearance and figure. Wanwan smiled awkwardly and said, I was thinking so. After standing in the center of the stage for a while, she couldn't bear the inner pressure and left. He. Boring. Lin Fan said this somewhat deliberately. I thought you had sex with a boy. Wanwan immediately called out hello. Why don't you just say that she is still single? How can it be that easy? So you haven't been in love since then? Lin Fan asked directly. Wanwan shook her head embarrassedly, I just can't find the right one. Bah! You can encounter anything. You can tell at first glance that this girl likes to keep people hanging. Lin Fan despises girls like this the most. In the past, it would take only minutes. This is Wanwan's love history. After Wanwan solemnly told the boy who had been harassing her that he was not her type, he still wanted to pursue her, but then Wanwan deleted him. As for Chi-Chi, this girl kept her mouth shut and said nothing. She just said that she wanted to listen to Nini first. When Lin Fan heard Chi-Chi's reaction, he knew there must be a story behind it. But she was determined to hear what Sunny had to say first. Lin Fan glanced at her and gave her a look that told her to figure it out herself. Sunny was trying to smooth things over, worried that the two would start arguing again, so she said that Chi-Chi's emotional experience was a little special, and asked Mr. Lin to ask her later. Okay, I'll ask you when I have time. This slender and graceful beauty now has to avoid Lin Fan when she sees him. It was halftime at that time, and Sister Ya, dressed in professional attire, had prepared delicious food. Everyone drank red wine and ate the lamb that was finely roasted. As I dipped the food in the sauce and tasted it on the spot, I looked at the sunset and the beautiful scenery of the forest villa, and my expression became more and more comfortable. However, it wasn't until the beautiful CEO Sunny talked about her past relationship experience that Lin Fan suddenly realized that the person she was talking about who she had an ambiguous relationship with online was so much like him. The beautiful President Sunny started by saying, actually, I don't know if my experience can be considered as a love relationship, but we used to communicate frequently by voice. There was something ambiguous between us, and I felt melancholy and worried about him at that time. It's the first time in my life. When Lin Fan heard this, he was stunned at first. I was studying abroad at the time, and I met him by chance in a writing group in China. The opinions he expressed were good and insightful. We added each other as friends, and our conversations became more and more in-depth, and we seemed unable to stop. We originally planned to just be friends. But I was in a foreign country and didn't know anyone, so I didn't have many friends. I looked for him during my evening break, and he happened to be there too. We kept in touch like this for a long time, until one day he suddenly sent me a voice message and yelled I love you. On my birthday, he wrote the lyrics, composed the music and sang the song himself and gave it to me as a birthday present. I was very moved and listened to the songs he wrote all night long. Afterwards, you know the kind of sentimental situation, we often contacted each other by voice. Until talking about his only emotional experience when he was young. Sunny still feels quite touched when she thinks back on it. But now, after she said it carefully, the first person she observed was Lin Fan, the man she had a crush on. He won't be angry, right? After all, if someone who cares about you is dead, especially your boyfriend or girlfriend, you will be sad. But Sunny found that the more she talked, the more surprised the boy looked at her. What's that expression on his face? Why was he staring at himself? Or, he doesn't care about himself. This brat saw that I didn't deal with him when we were alone. Originally, when Sunny, a beautiful woman wearing a white wool coat, exquisite dress and nude high heels, said this, she planned to stop immediately if the other party was not right. But he just kept listening with incredible interest and showed no signs of interrupting himself. I really don't know what he is thinking. Chi-Chi, who had just recovered, asked, until what? What happened to you guys later? Are you still in touch now? Sunny shook her head and said in a queen-like voice, no, at that time I had a lot of schoolwork, and he also had to get up early. After the summer vacation, we were both busy. It was okay at the beginning, but then we gradually lost contact. He said I didn't love him. Actually, I just a little. When the words came to this, Sunny, the beautiful president, seemed to be thinking about what words to use to describe it. Lin Fan continued to ask, just something? You are just a little attached to him, right? You are not sure whether you love him or not. After all, they have never met, so there is no question of love. They just accompany each other and treat each other as electronic pets. No, that is not the case. It would be a lie to say that I have no feelings for him. After all, we have been in contact for so long and have become close friends who can talk about anything. But ours is an international relationship, and it's on the internet, so it seems to have no results. Sunny expressed his views when he was young. She didn't know why she started arguing with her man Lin Fan. So when the other person confesses to you, you don't respond, that is called violence, right? You don't love him, you're just playing with him. At this moment, Lin Fan's blood was boiling. The more he listened, the more outrageous it seemed, and the more it brought back memories from many years ago. When I had just been admitted to university, didn't I meet a lonely girl who was studying abroad during the summer vacation? At that time, he contacted the other party through voice every day and talked about everything. Later, it developed to kissing and hugging each other through voice every day. Neither of them could stand the ambiguity. Later, because I confessed my feelings to her and she was reluctant to give me an answer, I told her flatly that we should not contact each other anymore. Blocked her. I get angry when I think about it now. But the person Lin Fan blocked was actually Sunny when she was young? No, there is absolutely no such coincidence in this world. Chapter 60 I'll teach you a lesson. Oh, Nini, stop talking. Look, Lin Fan can't stand it anymore. The girl Chi-Chi, who was wearing a little white dress and looked sexy, sounded as if she wanted to make fun of Lin Fan. It was understandable. After all, Lin Fan had just punished her in a playful way, and she was now trying to find ways to retaliate against herself. This is exactly the same as when Lin Fan had a Maltese dog he raised before. Whenever he treated it aggressively, it would react in the same way. Nini, that is enough, stop talking. John Yarrow, the internet celebrity who had been silent, tugged at Sunny's wool coat. What I mean is, if you keep talking, that guy will definitely get angry. Wan was eating cantaloupe while watching the show. She looked at Lin Fan, who seemed to be lost in thought. Forget it, it's all over. Sunny seemed to want to see Lin Fan's reaction intentionally. She looked at him while talking, then picked up the red wine glass and took a sip to cover up. Lin Fan kept staring at her. Very good. You were so hesitant and kept flirting with me back then, but when it came time to take actual action, you just disappeared. I was really angry back then. I never expected that the confidant I met when I first entered college was actually her. Not to mention, I still have a few photos of her in my photo album at that time. Lin Fan subconsciously opened his own space to search. Because it happened a few years ago. I just found it out, and if I didn't look closely, I wouldn't have realized that this beautiful CEO Sunny does look a bit like the photo. After flipping through several photos, Lin Fan became more and more shocked. It was her who had been flirting with him online before. There wouldn't be such coincidences in novels, right? Yes, it's all in the past. Let us look forward. Who hasn't moved on yet? Internet celebrity John Yarrow, who was wearing a lace top, tried to smooth things over and remind Lin Fan that he also had a past, and that she was his ex-girlfriend. Everyone has a past, so just cherish each other in the future. She looked at Lin Fan, telling him not to take it too seriously. But she, they, and even the beautiful CEO Sunny, could never have imagined that what Lin Fan cared about was not what they thought. Yes, look forward and cherish each other in the future. Lin Fan spoke mechanically, looking at him meaningfully. He once swore that if he met that woman someday in the future, he would definitely give her a good beating. Now the chance has finally come. Okay, our party trip today is unforgettable. Let us have a toast. It's so annoying that we have to go to work again tomorrow. Wanwan continued to dominate the atmosphere. Seeing that it was getting late, she wanted to leave. But Lin Fan continued, fortunately, it's only 5:30 now. Our love story will be told by me, Ms. Sunny, and Ms. Wanwan. Ms. Chi-Chi and Ms. John Yara haven't told their stories yet. We have listened to it all today. Then I have something to say to Ms. Sunny. When the time comes, please make way and give us some private space. Oh, you're embarrassed to kiss Nini in front of us, right? This was originally a serious matter. But Chi-Chi suddenly interrupted him playfully, describing the story vividly. The other people at the scene immediately started to make a fuss. Yes, we haven't even gotten married yet, but you're already thinking that we've delayed their intimacy. No, I want to see you kiss live. I want to see it too. Wanwan raised her hand. John Yarrow also took 2 steps forward and said softly, count me in 2. What is going on? Why do these good-looking girls all like to observe Sunny's private affairs? No, that won't work. You guys are envious. Go find a boyfriend too. I want to be alone with her for a while later. After saying that, Lin Fan walked over to the beautiful CEO, took her hand and walked away. But she looked at Lin Fan with a little surprise in her beautiful eyes, and thought to herself, why is this kid so proactive today? Have you figured out that you want to be with yourself? But looking at his subtle expression, I felt a little uneasy. He won't punish me too. The boy just now had amazing arm strength. Although I am more plump and fair-skinned than Chi-Chi, I think it will not be difficult for that boy to conquer me in a private space with me. No rush, didn't Mr. Lin just say that he wanted to hear the love story of Chi-Chi and Yaru? Let them finish speaking first. Ha! Nini, forget it. My money is nothing. When Chi-Chi heard that she couldn't get away with it, she hurriedly bit her red lips and told Sunny something explosive. Lin Fan said, why not? Everyone has said it. Look, Yaru is ready. Don't try to get away with it. In fact, Lin Fan didn't know whether the internet celebrity wearing white lace innerwear was ready. He just wanted Chi-Chi to face the reality and tell the story. No, I still don't want it. Chi-Chi, wearing a little white dress, was very resistant. He waved his hands vigorously. That's too embarrassing? Do any of you know this? Feel free to share. The girls looked at each other, and Lin Fan immediately knew that one of them must know. Oh, I see. It's also possible that you don't like boys at all and you are in love with a girl. Sure enough, after Lin Fan said this on purpose, Chi-Chi couldn't sit still anymore. It's not good at all, right? Never mind, it doesn't matter if I tell you again. I had a relationship before which was also an online romance. I originally thought that the other person was a handsome guy, but in the end I found out that the handsome guy was a girl in disguise, and she even said that she loved me. I was terrified. With a puff. Lin Fan almost burst out laughing. He advised, it's nothing, as long as you two really like each other, then it's fine. Chi-Chi responded with disdain, no, I still like boys. As for girls, I really don't have that kind of fetish. Oh no. Every time I mention this, I get so angry. Lin Fan, that's because Nini is here today, otherwise I wouldn't talk about my past. You said that on purpose to provoke me, didn't you? Lin Fan thought she had experienced something explosive. So that's how it is. So I said, I'm not interested, just treat it as a story. Don't worry, if we meet again in the future, I will definitely not bring up this matter. Taking the initiative to mention it is a puppy? This girl made an agreement with Lin Fan. Well, puppy. You are a puppy. Chi-Chi initially thought that Lin Fan was a man of his words and was going to give him another chance, but now he suddenly said this. Suddenly, he screamed in anger and annoyance, Lin Fan. Lin Fan. You. Do you believe that I will give you a good beating right now? Lin Fan was not in a hurry. Her so-called repair was just a show and could not cause much harm to him. He was not afraid of her and responded, okay, let's see who can beat the other one. With your small body, you can only massage my feet and give me a foot massage. Lin Fan dissed her. As a result, Chi-Chi suddenly erupted like a volcano. Yelling loudly, Lin Fan. I hate you so much. Chapter 61 Hug by the swimming pool. Chi-Chi, don't bother with him. Mr. Lin is quite good at manipulating people. If you continue to argue with him, you will be completely dominated by him and lose yourself. Mr. Lin, we are having a party here today, please stop teasing her. The beautiful president spoke. Seeing that her best friend was about to get angry, she quickly stopped her. She knows her man a little bit. Lin Fan laughed, Ms. Sunny, you are too kind. We are just having fun, don't you think? Chi? No way. Nini, he's too irritating. No one has ever irritated me like this since I was a child. Lin Fan, if you're brave enough, let's practice solo. Look, what he said really came true. I'm addicted to it. Sunny immediately said, okay, if you two want to fight, do it in private. Lin Fan glanced at her and said in his heart, okay, you are so generous, right? Don't waste your kindness. Then Sunny made her closing statement, okay, we have talked about almost everything today. Yaru, she is new and doesn't have much love history, but it is true that she doesn't like boys very much. She looked at Jiang Yaro who was sitting next to her. Jiang Yaro, the internet celebrity, although she dresses boldly, has a well-proportioned figure and a delicate, baby-like face. Looks very adult. But she does give people an inexplicable sense of distance. Seeing that it was getting late, Lin Fan also suggested that they disperse, and those who needed to go home should go home, and those who needed to do their own things should do their own things. He also wanted to talk to the beautiful CEO Sunny alone. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stood up, everyone else stood up and prepared to go into their rooms. Chi, the girl with long hair hanging down to her waist and wearing a little white dress, came closer to Lin Fan and said, hey, do you dare to add me on WeChat? We have an appointment for this battle today. We'll see who is afraid of whom. Lin Fan laughed and said, of course, you are very brave, Chi. You definitely can't beat me. Chi bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, glared at Lin Fan angrily, and said sternly, I'm not in good shape today. Wait until I recover and then we'll see who can beat whom. Wan, let us go. He grabbed Wan's sister's hand and left for his room. As for the beautiful CEO Sunny and the internet celebrity, when Lin Fan saw them together, he took the initiative to say, Yaru, the battle between Miss Sunny and I may be intense later, so that's fine if you want to listen. When Jiang Yara heard this, she smiled and said softly, okay, I got it, but you are not allowed to bully Nini. Lin Fan nodded, looked at the beautiful president and said, don't worry, I won't bully her. Miss Sunny, could you please take Xiao and Sister Ye away? These are Lin Fan's original words. He has something to settle with the beautiful CEO, Sunny. I thought she would refuse. After all, she also knew that she was no match for Lin Fan, but for some reason, this beautiful president actually nodded, sent everyone away, and said to Lin Fan, okay, now they're gone, what are you going to do to me? She stood up too. It was just stretching my back. Walking towards the swimming pool in nude high heels. It seemed as if she was not afraid at all of what Lin Fan might do to her. Then Lin Fan said, Ms. Sunny, you are great. You actually had such an unforgettable love history in the past. He said that on purpose. Even though, it was me who was having an affair with Ms. Sunny at that time. Oh, I knew you were going to tell me this. It wasn't really a relationship, at most we just contacted each other more frequently at that time. This is my first love with you. The beautiful CEO just opened her red lips and finished speaking. Lin Fan immediately folded his arms and followed her to the edge of the swimming pool, saying, Bah, what do you mean by more frequent contact? Frequent contact between a man and a woman means they are each other's type. It's very ambiguous, right? Didn't you also say that there was something ambiguous between you two? Okay, Mr. Lin, what is done is done. You seem to like listening to my past. Nothing happened between him and me. We were so far apart, in two different countries. Even if we wanted something to happen, it couldn't happen. The beautiful president's words now meant to comfort Lin Fan. But Lin Fan just wanted to laugh. Back then, the two of them did everything in ambiguous conversations. At that time, I had just started to contact a girl who was in love with me. I like her very much. In the end, I started to miss her every day and night. She also took the initiative to call herself. What moved her at the time was that Lin Fan had to pay for phone calls every month. She was kind to Lin Fan and knew that Lin Fan had just started college and had little money, so she took the initiative to call her every day. How nice she was then. Who could have thought that she would be like that later? Don't lie to me, I don't believe it. You must have done everything on the internet. They contacted frequently at night, and if they talked every day, they must have kissed. Still in love. Lin Fan's words were quite explosive. As the name suggests, Ki means that men and women interact intimately by listening only to the sounds. That's what he and Sunny did almost every day back then. There had been so many nights of crazy kissing, and I don't know why the two of them stayed together like this. Lin Fan couldn't stop. She couldn't stop either. But now, she didn't want to admit it. But Lin Fan felt like laughing as soon as he finished speaking. Yes, Sunny now must feel that that was something that happened a long time ago. Even if there is, it is my own secret and I will not tell anyone. She didn't know that the boy who had been so ambiguous with her and stayed with her day and night was the person standing in front of her. But what made Lin Fan angry was why she ignored him later. Propose a meeting without refusing, expressing an opinion, or taking any action. It can make people angry to death. After Lin Fan said those explosive words to her, the beautiful president turned her head and looked at Lin Fan with a charming face. Yu Jian said, "You know a lot. Stop imagining nonsense. I like you now. Whatever we want, it will be just the two of us in the future. Then you admit it. So you say you love him?" This sentence is equivalent to Lin Fan asking on behalf of his former, immature self. He was confused for a long time. "Hey, Mr. Lin, you seem to be so concerned about my past." "It's strange." Lin Fan said, "There is nothing strange about it, I just want to know." "I forgot, it's been so long. Mr. Lin, don't you know why I suddenly started calling you Mr. Lin today?" Lin Fan said, "Because of my ex-girlfriend and her sister." "Sunny. This kid really knows everything." Lin Fan said, "Answer me quickly, were your feelings for that boy real? Do you love him? Why did you just disappear when he confessed to you in the end?" This question troubled Lin Fan for a long time. Later I even thought that she might just treat herself as an electronic pet. But you never imagined that the electronic pet back then not only sleeps with you now, but you also call him husband every day, stick to him, and want to fall in love with him. "Sunny, I don't want to say." She took 2 steps forward in her high heels. In the afterglow of the setting sun, her figure was stretched out very long. This conceited beauty is probably still enjoying her time comfortably. As a result, the next second Lin Fan grabbed her beautiful hand and pulled her over in an instant, holding her waist with one hand and her beautiful back with the other, looking at her red lips and beautiful eyes closely, and said domineeringly, "If, I must make you say it. Tell me, do you love him?" Lin Fan almost kissed her red lips hard. Chapter 62 Humph, is he going to kiss me? Is he going to kiss me? Kiss quickly. What a scoundrel. I really like him kissing me. Although it was the second close contact, the feeling of him suddenly pulling me in and hugging me tightly was so wonderful. My heart started beating wildly. My body is still shaking a little. At this moment, Sunny looked up at Lin Fan's sharp eyes and complained in her heart. Also, when I suddenly lost control and was controlled by him just now, I got goosebumps all over my body. Then he didn't say anything, just stared at her fiercely. I liked it very much, so I made a joke about it. "Why are you hugging me? Do you want to kiss me?" The beautiful CEO in a white wool coat, with her beautiful eyes rolling, quickly adjusted her mood and asked him back. "Don't be so naughty, answer the question." Lin Fan said seriously and solemnly. "Oh, so between kissing me and answering the questions, you chose to let me answer the questions. It seems I'm second. You see, once girls start debating, it's easy for people to get into their other person's way of thinking." And this beautiful CEO seemed to be deliberately provoking Lin Fan. This caused Lin Fan to hold her waist even tighter with his arms the next second. "Don't bother me with this nonsense. Watch out or I'll punish you." Lin Fan doesn't indulge her. If he felt a little awkward when he pulled her into his arms just now Lin Fan's hands suddenly seemed to have endless strength, and he hugged her waist without hesitation in an instant. "Ha, you are the one who is being unreasonable. I am just testing where I rank in your heart." Lin Fan was too lazy to pay attention to her. Now I just need to teach her a lesson. "Let me ask you one last time, do you love him or not?" Unfortunately, I haven't finished speaking yet. Then I heard the other party say in a royal sister's voice, "Well, that's good, Mr. Lin, please hug me tighter, I like the feeling of being hugged tightly by you, it feels like love, and I'm beautiful, right?" After saying that, he winked at Lin Fan. "Bah! Bah! Bah!" She started using her succubus powers again. She just didn't want to answer the question. To be honest, Lin Fan originally wanted to tell her the truth about why he questioned her like that. The boy who had been intimate with her on the phone for so long was herself. But when he saw that the other party didn't respond, Lin Fan looked her up and down carefully and thought to himself, one day, I will make you say it yourself. You wait. Boring, if that's the case, there's no need for me to stay here. Lin Fan dissed her. You are boring. What do you mean there is no need for you to stay here? Didn't I say that you are the future master of this place, and everyone here will respect you as much as they respect me? That was your unilateral statement, I didn't say I would accept it. After saying this, he released his hand on the other person and planned to leave. Until the beautiful CEO suddenly said in a sweet and icy voice, didn't I tell you that the past is the past? The one I like now is you. As she spoke, she stretched out her beautiful hands to help Lin Fan straighten his collar, like a gentle wife taking care of her husband. Her beautiful eyes are full of affection and she is gentle and kind. Come on, you say one thing to one person and another thing to another person. That's what you said to the other person when you were together. Lin Fan looked down on her. Back then, she said she loved herself every night. Hey, you are really something, what can I say about you? Sunny was very angry and stood there with her hands on her hips, but then she looked at Lin Fan's stubborn expression and suddenly chuckled. I get it. Mr. Lin must have fallen in love with me, so he is jealous because he remembers my past. Husband, you are so cute. How about this, I will hug you and let you feel my aliveness, let you feel that I am with you, and I belong to you exclusively. Sunny hummed in a royal sister's voice. It seemed like he was confessing his feelings to Lin Fan. Hearing such a gentle voice, Lin Fan's heart changed, but he still stared at her with a cold gaze. This beautiful CEO really understands human nature. She knows when I'm sad and can immediately think of ways to help me resolve it. But thinking of what she had done to him in the past, Lin Fan wanted to teach her a lesson. Miss Sunny, don't think that what you did to me, who is very considerate of a man's feelings, can be written off. I remember everything. I still haven't settled the score with you for using the honey trap to kidnap me. You can just get over it in front of others, but you have to settle the account when you are alone. Lin Fan was now filled with rage. Ha, it's your fault that so many women are staring at you. Can't I just take care of my man? Next time I see you flirting with another woman, I will tie you up again. Lin Fan immediately quit after hearing this and immediately hit back. What do you mean by flirting? Just a normal greeting should be fine, right? TSK, who made you so handsome? Oh, by the way, don't go back tonight, stay with me. Sunny is a bit overbearing. Lin Fan resisted firmly and said sternly, no, I have to go to work tomorrow. Sunny, I'll ask someone to take you there. Xiao Yu came from the organization and is a very steady and skilled driver. Lin Fan, that won't work either. I have other things to do tonight. Sunny, humph, you can't leave anyway, so stop struggling. From today on, you are mine, day and night from now on. If Lin Fan hadn't heard what the beautiful CEO said with his own ears, he would never have believed it. Is she going to be violent towards herself again? No. At this moment, Lin Fan clearly felt that this beautiful CEO seemed to want to completely dominate him. I immediately objected firmly and said, you should know that for two people to get along harmoniously, it is best to get along freely. Don't make me feel uncomfortable when I am with you. Lin Fan is expressing his views. Unexpectedly, the beautiful CEO Sunny burst out laughing. Oh, it's really hard to get you to say that you want to get along well with me. Well, since you have decided to get along well with me, I will let you feel more comfortable. After saying that, she turned her head to look at Lin Fan and continued, I have just told Xiao Yu that it is difficult to get a taxi here. If Mr. Lin wants to go back, let Xiao Yu take you there. Of course, if Mr. Lin wants to live here, that's fine too. But you have to share a room with me. Well, now Mr. Lin is free, and Mr. Lin finally said he wants to get along well with me. Happy. After saying that, the beautiful president walked away smiling in her high heels. Only Lin Fan was left alone by the swimming pool. No. Did I just say I wanted to get along well with her? No. Why does it feel so much like a trap? But Lin Fan quickly recalled what he had just said, and found that sentence, two people need to get along harmoniously. It's over. If you just pick out this sentence, it will really cause misunderstanding. Is she trying to trick me? No. She was slowly guiding me to like her and fall in love with her. This was the first time Lin Fan felt it so clearly. Chapter 63 Message from the Beautiful Girl. Not long after Sunny left that night, Xiaoyu came to her with the keys to her Rolls-Royce and asked her if she wanted to go back to the city. It also reassures me that driving is a piece of cake for her. The sudden action of this beautiful CEO made Lin Fan less guarded against her. She still treats herself well. He could feel this particularly well. But what's a bit bad is that I just spent a night camping with Jiang Yu last night. Although there was a reason for it, she had a fever. She left very smartly in the morning, but Lin Fan always felt that something was going to happen. This led to Lin Fan originally wanting to leave here immediately, but Sunny treated him so sincerely that he didn't want to go back. Oh, am I a little bit controlled by that beautiful president? She didn't let herself go, but she always wanted to go. When she asked herself to go, she didn't want to go anymore. Human nature is so despicable. Wait a minute, I'm a little tired, let me rest for a while and then we'll talk. Lin Fan said to Xiaoyu. Okay, then Mr. Lin, I'll add you on WeChat. Just send me a message when you plan to leave. I'm always here. Lin Fan nodded, and after adding the contact information with a ding sound, Xiaoyu turned around and left neatly and efficiently. Retired female special forces soldiers have a unique temperament. Afterwards, Lin Fan asked Sister Ye to help him book a room. Sister Ye smiled and said, "Do you need a massage, Mr. Lin?" Lin Fan thought about it and said, "Forget it, I will wait for the next chance to let Sister Ye help me." Sister Ye nodded. Said she could wear a cherry blossom kimono next time. Lin Fan was so scared that he ran away. After Lin Fan swiped his card to enter, took a comfortable hot bath, and lay down on the soft and comfortable big bed, his whole mood finally relaxed. What happened all day? How about we go camping next Friday if we have nothing to do? While lying on the bed, Lin Fan opened his phone and subconsciously wanted to find someone's chat box to see if she had sent him a message. But then I only saw Lulu post a selfie of himself picking up the car in my brother group, which caught my attention. The originally quiet group suddenly became active. Offing, oh, Mr. Lu has picked up the car, congratulations. Zhang Zi, congratulations, Mr. Lu. You can go to the university gate and wait for beautiful women to get in your car. Offing, at Zhang Zi, it's you who wants it, right? You can drive there and try. Oh, and where's Lin Fan? Is he having a breakup recently? This brotherhood was originally formed by a group of like-minded friends who chatted, boasted, and expressed their daily feelings. If Lin Fan wanted to talk, he could talk all day. What I experience these days is exciting enough to write a novel. Brothers also care about themselves. So Lin Fan popped up in the group. Lin Fan, we've broken up. I even blocked Jiangzhen. I heard she's still trying to contact me. Lin Fan, it's funny, when I was praising her before, she didn't show any genuine concern for me except asking for money. Now that I'm gone, she can't care about me even if she wants to. Lin Fan, people cannot just tolerate. Lulu, are you sure? Aren't you already engaged? Lulu, one of Lin Fan's best friends, was a little anxious. Lin Fan, I stopped the loss in time and asked them to return all my betrothal gifts and hardware. Lin Fan, at that time, I actually suggested that we get the marriage certificate first and then get engaged, but Jiangjin said that her mother didn't want to agree so quickly, so we should hold the engagement party first and get the marriage certificate later. Lin Fan, now I see, her mother was really farsighted. She wanted me to give all my money to them before she allowed me to marry Jiangjin. I have to thank her mother. Lulu, congratulations, it's a blessing in disguise. Perhaps they sensed Lin Fan's emotions, and soon, many words of comfort to Lin Fan appeared in the group. Lin Fan replied. Don't worry, it's a good thing to find out about the problem early. If you get a marriage certificate, that would be troublesome. After saying that, Zhang Zi made a proposal in the group. In that case, let's go camping on Friday night to welcome Lin Fan and relax. After that, the +1+1 messages started lining up in the group. Lin Fan also agreed with this. Later, the group started discussing Lulu's feelings about picking up the new car. Lulu kept complaining about the 4S store, saying that it was really cunning. Lin Fan was not interested. When he felt a little sleepy and wanted to take a nap, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. Lin Fan, what are you doing? He actually sent a message. But Lin Fan walked and sat upright. It looks like she should be back and is doing well. I just laid down on the bed and was about to go to sleep. You went back? Are you feeling better? Lin Fan had just sent the message and the other party replied immediately. Well, that was a close call. I was afraid there would be a misunderstanding, and my mom even asked me where I went last night. I said I went to a classmate's house and described camping with them in a very vivid way, so I got away with it. Lin Fan, are you okay? At this moment, Jiang Yu was applying a facial mask in her boudoir, thinking about the scene she saw when she woke up in the morning and went out to urinate. A very capable person came to find Lin Fan. If I hadn't been smart enough to leave quickly with the couple next door, I would have been in big trouble. It's okay, everything is fine. But how are you doing now? This girl's short video account is currently in a banned state, and it's constantly on the trending searches, which makes her feel a little upset. Unexpectedly, the other party seemed to have adjusted his mentality and said, I can't be defeated. I've figured it out now. There's cause and effect. I'll definitely only share positive and uplifting content from now on. Lin Fan laughed and said, That's right, wait until the punishment is over, then we can start filming good content. Lin Fan replied. Jiang Yu on the other side quickly sent himself 2 animated emoticons indicating that everything was fine. Thank you, Lin Fan. It seems the trending search has gone down. He. After hearing the news, Lin Fan quickly opened the internet trending search, and sure enough, the trending search related to hashtag a female anchor named Jiang had already sunk. Nowadays, unless you actively find similar topics, most people won't see them. After the chat, Lin Fan stopped talking. That was enough. This is the end of my relationship with your family. He wished he had no further contact with her family. So after waiting for a while and seeing no message from the other party, he lay on the bed and yawned. He hadn't slept well for 2 days, and he fell asleep as soon as he touched the pillow. But what he didn't know was that in the second half of that night, a soft and gentle voice suddenly came from the courtyard of the forest villa. Then, Lin Fan's door was suddenly opened from the outside. Then, it seemed like a woman came to his bed while humming, and said angrily, You hooligan, I said, if you don't want to leave tonight, you have to sleep in the same room with me. Or you can let me do it. I actually slept like this alone. Too much. After saying that, the quilt was lifted and the woman crawled into Lin Fan's bed. Chapter 64 What a sin! A beauty actually crawled into the bed? The next day, I woke up. I originally set the alarm for 7 o'clock because I had to go to work early, but after waking up and checking my phone, I immediately jumped out of bed. It's already 10 o'clock. But fortunately, since I founded the company myself, no one will say anything if I arrive a little late on Monday morning. The only difference is that the weekly morning meeting will be postponed. Just then, Lin Fan got up from the bed and took out his cell phone. His female secretary Shirshir called him several times and also sent him WeChat messages. Shirshir, boss, are you coming to the company for the weekly meeting today? Shirshir, boss, you didn't reply to me. How about this? I'll ask the heads of several departments of the company to hold meetings separately. Then I'll send you the work report of the previous week. You can decide when you come back. Is that okay? Shirshir, boss? Shirshir has always been well-behaved and sensible. She first met Lin Fan on a flight. He was sitting in first class at that time, and she was very considerate and squatted down to serve Lin Fan. What a coincidence, I originally thought I would only meet him once, but I met him a second time. Then, she knew that Lin Fan was a promising young man with a good background, so she took the initiative to give him her contact information. Later, Lin Fan learned that she often had trouble sleeping, and flying flights was crowded and dangerous. Lin Fan felt that as a flight attendant, her appearance, figure, voice, and service were all very good, so he brought her to his side and became his first-level CEO assistant. It's been a while. Lin Fan, well, that's a good arrangement. Remember to do the same next time you encounter a similar situation. Lin Fan, also, please help me keep an eye on the heads of each department and ask them to submit their work reports in a timely manner so that they don't slack off. Lin Fan had just finished speaking and wanted to sit in the quilt, but he got up immediately. But as soon as the message was sent, there was a reply from the other side. Shirshir, okay boss, when will you be back? Cute.glf. This person was formerly a flight attendant's secretary, and she also sent herself 2 cute emoticons. Lin Fan, in the afternoon, I had something to do yesterday. Shirshir, okay, I'll wait for you in the office. I've already made coffee for you this morning. Lin Fan ignored her afterwards. As a boss, you are not like a little boy in love, and you can't stick with him all the time. A man should put his career first and be successful in it. He will have everything he wants. Otherwise, a well-behaved, sensible, beautiful, well-built and loyal stewardess like this would not stay by his side all the time. I don't know when I fell asleep last night, but I actually had a good sleep. At that time, Lin Fan lifted the quilt and got up from the bed, sighing, finally making up for the sleep he missed the night before. Just about to get dressed and wash up. But just after he lifted the quilt and got out of bed, Lin Fan seemed to see a woman out of the corner of his eye. No, it must be my hallucination. How could there be a woman in my room? Unless I saw a ghost. Then he took another closer look. Inside the open quilt, there was a pair of slender, snow-white feet like a girl's. Lin Fan was startled at first, and then he saw a beautiful woman with long wavy hair lying on the other side of his bed. He muttered lazily and turned his body to the right. Sansani? That beautiful CEO? When Lin Fan saw the other person's mature and beautiful face, he subconsciously felt a little breathless. Specifically, a little bit of choking. Because he really couldn't imagine when there was a woman in his bed. I slept here the whole night, why didn't I feel anything at all? No, it's a dream, it must be a dream. Lin Fan laughed foolishly. I must have been too worried about the company's affairs when I replied to Shershur just now, so this scene appeared. However, just when Lin Fan was about to go back to bed and cover himself with the quilt, thinking that everything would be fine after waking up. However, just as he returned to the bed, he was hit by a sweet fragrance, and a beautiful woman turned around and came to Lin Fan. One of her beautiful hands was hooked around Lin Fan's neck. Husband. No. Why does my neck still hurt when her nails touch it? This is also a dream without any reason. I don't care. But then the woman next to her seemed to wake up as well. She first rummaged around for her cell phone, then took out a pair of black thin-framed glasses from somewhere and put them on her face. Then Lin Fan heard her beautiful voice speaking. Humph, it's already 10 o'clock. It feels so good to sleep with my husband. I just fell asleep last night without doing anything. Husband, are you awake? It doesn't seem right. Why did I hear that beautiful CEO Sunny talking to me? The way she called her husband in a sweet and domineering voice looked very much like she was acting coquettishly. Then Lin Fan opened his eyes and turned his head, and found that on the other pillow of the bed, an elegant and delicate beauty was looking at him through her black thin-framed glasses. Delicate and tempting red lips. Pretty face. Snow-white neck and jawline. Are you talking to me? Lin Fan pointed at himself doubtfully. Yes, honey, are you going to work today? I really want to stay here with you for another day. Everyone else is at work, so we can just spend Monday here together. Hey. Damn. Not a dream. But if it wasn't a dream, how could a woman appear in my bed? It's still that conceited beauty Sunny. She has a rather plump figure. Lin Fan was a little bit unbelievable about what he saw. Then he quickly slapped his head hard and pinched his arm. Ouch, it hurts. Damn, it doesn't seem like a dream. It seemed as if the beautiful President Sunny really appeared in his bed. When did she come into her room? What's wrong with you, honey? Is this your first time sleeping here and you're not used to it? How about this? I'll call Sister Ya and ask her to cook you a bowl of wolfberry and white fungus porridge. Her cooking skills are very good, no worse than Aunt Shin's. After saying that, she called Siri and gave the phone to the housekeeper, Sister Ya. Lin Fan quickly stopped him. Said, no, my mind is a little confused now, you are Sunny, right? No, didn't I ask Sister Ya to book a room for me last night and sleep here alone? When did you come? Lin Fan questioned her. But the beautiful CEO Sunny seemed to be particularly angry. She bit her red lips, stared at her man Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes and said, what else is there to say? Didn't I ask you to sleep with me last night? Fortunately, I woke up in the middle of the night and knew you didn't leave. If you didn't leave, you must want to be with me. Then I asked Sister Ya to open the door of your room and I went in to sleep. Lin Fan. The next chapter will be updated soon. Chapter 65 A Beauty on Earth, a Stunning Lady. Tell me, how should I punish you? There actually was a woman who crawled into my bed last night. At this moment, Lin Fan was in disbelief and even found it funny that he had just done something stupid. The beautiful President Sunny doesn't want to let go of such an opportunity. You've punished me, but I haven't punished you yet. Lin Fan was not polite to her. You are so unreasonable. You clearly promised me last night that if I didn't leave, you would come to sleep in my room. But not only did you lie to me, you also didn't keep your promise. Sunny is worthy of being the young daughter CEO of a listed cultural company. My mind works very quickly. Unfortunately, the person she met was Lin Fan. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Fan retorted, "Come on, when did I promise you last night that I would not leave? You said it all by yourself. You are quite self-indulgent." Lin Fan admitted that his words were a bit direct. It won to make the other person angry. But the other person suddenly laughed and said, "Husband, you actually said that I was being sentimental, but I was obviously telling the truth. Besides, in your eyes, am I not good enough for you to stay with me?" After saying that, Sunny lifted the quilt. Lin Fan exclaimed in surprise, not knowing what kind of beauty he saw. "I saw a beautiful woman in a red suspender nightgown lying on the bed, looking dazzling." He even posed towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan felt that if this woman took private photos, it would definitely be a blockbuster. It's a pity that I didn't bring a camera. She is truly a stunning beauty, a stunning lady. When I was playing with a SLR camera, the lens alone cost me 200,000 yuan. Okay, that's enough. It's so early in the morning, and you are so cruel. That beauty is truly the most stunning beauty in the world. Lin Fan found that he couldn't just look at the other person. As soon as he looked at the other person, he would be attracted to him and couldn't help but get closer. What is before my eyes is simply the succubus itself. She is so beautiful. Humph, then husband, you admit that you were wrong last night, right? I hate it. I didn't sleep in my new bed last night. I was hoping my husband would come along. I also bought a Van Gogh painting to hang above my bed. Turning on the ambient light at night creates an indescribable pastoral feeling. I want to enjoy it with my husband. As she spoke, the beauty in the red suspender nightgown moved closer to Lin Fan and then rested her head on his shoulder. She opened her red lips and said happily, "To be honest, honey, this is the first time I lie on your shoulder. I feel so safe. I also want to snuggle in your arms in the future. Husband, give me a kiss." Bang bang bang. Just as the beautiful CEO Sunny finished saying these words, Lin Fan's mind suddenly appeared a scene of a mighty general in armor on an ancient battlefield. He didn't know why such an image appeared in his mind. Just as I was thinking this, I felt a light kiss on my cheek. Then, a beautiful hand with 5 snow-white fingers pinched Lin Fan's lips and moved closer to her. She twisted her body and said to Lin Fan, "Husband, don't be so cold. Isn't it normal for lovers to kiss each other in the morning? Come, I want to have a sweet kiss with my husband." After saying that, Sunny, the 28-year-old young and beautiful president, the woman with a proud figure and a royal sister's voice, even half stood up, with her long red hair hanging down. A few strands of hair still fell on Lin Fan's face. Then a pair of cold red lips kissed Lin Fan's lips. Then another kiss. What does that feel like? It was like the frozen ice was melted by the warmth. Lin Fan responded by kissing her a few times. Afterwards, the two of them ate a lot. Humph, husband, you are a hooligan. Get up, get up. About an hour and a half later, it was already 11:30 a.m. Lin Fan just felt that time passed so quickly. He just woke up and it was only 10 o'clock. After kissing the beautiful CEO Sunny for a while, an hour and a half had passed. I have to pack up and go back to the company immediately. Otherwise, if I am not in the company for a day on a weekday, who knows what kind of trouble might happen. Lin Fan glanced at her. She had just leaned forward, her graceful figure like a mermaid. What's wrong? My husband can't bear to leave me? Do you still want to kiss me? Okay, let us kiss again. Lin Fan didn't say anything. The beautiful CEO came over, tilted her head, and playfully kissed Lin Fan lightly. She leaned close to Lin Fan's ear and whispered to him, "Husband, I am so happy to be with you. I want to be with my husband every day from now on." After that, she dressed quickly and elegantly. Lin Fan turned his head and glanced at her. Sunny's face suddenly turned red, and she said in a soft voice, "Husband, don't look, turn your head away. I'm just embarrassed." Good fellow, she looks very cold and stern, a mature icy beauty. But in private, she is actually a contrasting and somewhat clingy little goblin. If I hadn't seen how Sunny, the beautiful CEO, could behave properly in front of everyone and take charge of the overall situation. It's really hard to believe. Are you still shy? Lin Fan subconsciously questioned. The other person quickly sighed and said, "Of course I will be shy. I am a human being, and humans will be shy. I just rarely show this side of me in front of others. After all, it's a bit uncomfortable to be looked at by my husband." "Well, I won T watch it then," Lin Fan said. "TSK. I wore it specifically for my husband to see, but he didn't even look." Lin Fan. What he actually wanted to say was, "What should I do?" Unexpectedly, before he could open his mouth, the beautiful CEO Sunny said, Okay, it will belong to you exclusively from now on anyway, so you can see it if you want." She is quite generous. Wearing a red suspender nightgown, she walked barefoot on the wooden floor, dancing around the ground like a dandelion blooming. "This is art." Lin Fan clapped his hands. "It really looks good." "Okay, honey, just look at this one." "Honey, turn your back, I want to change clothes." "Really?" The morning performances were so rich. However, Sunny's every smile and frown makes people feel that it is a blessing to know her and be close to her. Lin Fan didn't say much, turned around and continued to pack up his things. When both of them have packed up and come out, Sister Yi especially entertained Lin Fan and Sunny and asked them to have dinner in the main restaurant, and then they packed up their things and moved them to the car. At some point, Xiaoyu, wearing sunglasses and camouflage clothes, drove a blazing red Jeep and parked it handsomely in the courtyard. "Miss, I just tried this car and it's fine. After I send you and Mr. Lin to the city, this car will be given to Mr. Lin as a gift, right? Mr. Lin is so lucky." Lin Fan. Chapter 66, Doting Husband Mode. Sunny gave Lin Fan a Jeep Blazer? Wait. What does Xiao mean by this? Is this fiery Jeep she is driving now a gift from the beautiful CEO Sunny? No, I have my own car. A real man never accepts food given out of pity. Well, I bought it a while ago and originally planned to drive it for fun, but I'm more used to driving my Rolls-Royce. I'm trying to figure out what to do with it. Husband, this car is a gift to you. You can ask Xiaoyu to help you with the transfer procedures. I have authorized her. No, do you really want to give it to yourself? After saying that, without waiting for Lin Fan's reaction, Sunny put her slender and beautiful hand together with Lin Fan's fingers and crossed them. An instant and wonderful feeling came over them. Sister Ye, who was in uniform, had already helped open the car door and let Lin Fan and Sunny get in one after another. "Sister Ye, miss, please feel free to send me a message whenever you come. I am here at the Forest Villa and will run it well. Last month's villa revenue has been sent to your email. Please remember to read it and give instructions. Mr. Lin, welcome to come and play often." Sunny, the beautiful CEO, was indeed generous. Lin Fan only remembered that he had just followed her to a hot spring kimono shop she invested in a few days ago to experience a red wine bath. Now, the Forest Villa here was her asset. She seemed to be born to be so successful, if Lin Fan hadn't seen her right next to him. And she really couldn't believe that everyone around her was so respectful to her. "Thank you for your hard work. We had a lot of fun." Sunny smiled and nodded, but didn't respond much. But Sister Ye was greeting Lin Fan, so Lin Fan needed to respond. As soon as the car started moving, Sister Ye, who was standing at the door watching the car go away, couldn't help but sigh. As expected, this place may really belong to Mr. Lin in the future. He is really lucky. The lady really dotes on him. I have never seen the lady treat others like this. Let us talk about this. A red Jeep was speeding along the tree-lined avenue ahead. Because such a Jeep has a large enough space and a relatively fashionable interior, the beautiful President Sunny wore a fur coat today, paired with stockings, black boots, and a small leather skirt. After she got in the car, she asked Lin Fan to sit next to her. Then he took out his tablet and started working. Lin Fan took a quick look and saw that she was looking at her company's financial report data from last week. And quickly browse and reply to emails one by one. This is probably her daily work routine. From time to time, she would take the phone to call people and inform them of areas that need improvement. Lin Fan listened quietly on the side. He originally wanted to tell the other party that he didn't want the car, but as soon as she got in the car, she started to get busy. In addition, Lin Fan is not an idle person. Although the monthly sales volume of the company he founded is only a small scale of about 10 million. But we also dare not be careless. So I opened my email and started browsing the weekly performance reports of each department. After I finished correcting the reports, I found that the sales of one or two anchors were unstable. I immediately sent a message to my female secretary Shersher to share the situation. Together with Ruby from the Human Resources Department, I went to talk to them and discuss solutions. It took about half an hour to complete. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Sunny also breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. She finally turned off the tablet, picked up a bottle of mineral water next to her, opened her red lips, tilted her head back and took 2 sips. While rubbing her temples, she sighed, "Husband, even though I am the president of the company, some other shareholders in the company are sometimes really difficult to deal with. If they didn't hold a lot of shares, I wouldn't pay any attention to them. I'm sorry, honey. I was busy just now and ignored you." Sunny has a sweet voice. Unlike her serious expression just now, one could feel that she became very gentle when she saw Lin Fan. "Don't be polite to me," Lin Fan said. "Just now you were busy working, and I was busy working too." "Humph, not bad, my husband is quite ambitious. In fact, in our family, it's okay if only one person is busy. If one day my husband doesn't want to go to work and wants to stay at home, that's no problem. I will just support him." Pooh. Ordinary people might be moved when hearing such words. But as a man, Lin Fan knows the importance of career. It is better for men and women to be evenly matched. If she works all the time and you just stay at home, in the long run, not only will the relationship deteriorate, but your hard-working life will also be eroded. "Goodbye," Lin Fan said. "I like the feeling of being in the company. Besides, our company is thriving now. Well, it can be seen that with a talent like my husband around, his company will definitely get better and better." When Sunny finished speaking, she continued to look through her phone and check the data. Seeing that both parties were free at this moment, I said to her, "Ms. Sunny, forget about the car, I have my own car. Also, although I know you call me husband sincerely and passionately, I haven't accepted it that quickly. If you want to date me, can we talk slowly? Do all the things that couples should do together." She's actually pretty good. She is the type that Lin Fan likes and is very nice to him. Just a little jealous. A bit unscrupulous. But now Lin Fan thinks she is quite cute. "Oh, what? You dislike me being too strict with you?" As she spoke, the beautiful CEO turned her head and looked at Lin Fan proudly with her beautiful eyes. Lin Fan remained calm and ignored her. She was counting some numbers and responded, "I know. Didn't you say yesterday that I was too strict with you? I will give you holidays often. You and your friends and classmates can come to visit the hot spring hotel and forest villa we have invested in. Let me tell you, although our forest villa is located in a remote area, in fact, many young men and women come here to play every weekend. There is also an introduction to our forest villa on the internet." Lin Fan nodded and said, "Of course I know about this. Why do I feel like there were fewer people yesterday and today?" Unexpectedly, just after he finished speaking, Xiaoyu, who was driving, said, "That's because she knew that Miss and Mr. Lin were coming, so sister you turned off the order-taking mode in advance, and only a few people came." Lin Fan instantly felt how the rich played. The villa is open for business, and it can be closed if it is not. I use it to hold a party for my little sisters. The daily profit here is at least 10,000. So willful. The car sped all the way and finally stopped in the basement of Lin Fan's office building. "Sunny, it's so fast. We're already at my husband's company. I'll let Xiao leave the car here. Honey, remember to drive it to and from get off work. Also, I have a meeting at the company later and can't accompany you. Honey, I'll contact you after I get off work." After saying this, Lin Fan was just about to get off the car. But he heard a roar in the basement outside and a pink Rolls-Royce came. Lin Fan was a little surprised. Then, a pretty face appeared inside the Rolls-Royce window, calling out, "Nini." "Here, Lin Fan. We meet again." It turned out to be her best friend Chi-Chi. "When did she come here in Sunny's car?" Chapter 67. Sunny, you're leaving now and you won't even kiss me? Before getting out of the car, the beautiful CEO Sunny and Lin Fan were affectionate with each other for a while in the back seat. Sunny said, "Honey, I'm really leaving." Lin Fan nodded. She is a bit too harsh on herself. But you can really feel that she is sincere. "Oh, you won't even give me a kiss after you leave?" At this time, Xiaoyu had already gotten out of the car and closed the door. Just as Sunny was about to open the door, a beautiful hand was placed on the armrest of the car. "Give me some time, I always feel like we are moving too fast," Lin Fan said. Humph, others are eager to do things quickly, but you want to talk to me slowly. All right. Anyway, if you don't look for me, I will look for you. See you tonight, husband. After saying that, she got out of the car skillfully and greeted her best friend Chi-Chi, who came to pick her up. A pair of black patent leather boots wrapped around her slender legs, and her upper body was covered with fur, giving her the feeling of a mature beauty and a fresh celebrity. Lin Fan heard Chi-Chi calling him and quickly got out of the car. Nice to see you again. You guys came back so quickly. Lin Fan was also talking to Chi-Chi, the beautiful woman with long hair that fell to her waist. I can't compare with you guys. You all have companies, but I'm still working there. Luckily, my boss is my uncle, otherwise I wouldn't be able to leave during working hours. Is this in Versailles? After hearing what Chi-Chi said, Lin Fan didn't know whether to praise her or not. Well, it's not easy to work, but my boss is my uncle. It's a bit difficult to comment. Lin Fan's years of work experience were not wasted, and he immediately said to her, "You are welcome to start a business. By the way, our company is in need of female anchors. If you are willing, you can come to our company." This is the truth. Lin Fan Company has been recruiting high-quality anchors. Although the company's anchors' business capabilities are currently okay, anyone who has started a company knows that true success still requires talent. Sometimes the emergence of a talented person will bring great honor to the company. Ha, that's what you said. If I lose my job one day, I will go to your company. Nini, do you think it's okay? Chi-Chi's words sounded a bit like a joke. But Sunny just smiled and said, "There is nothing wrong with it, as long as you are willing." After saying that, Lin Fan said, "How about this, let us not talk about it later. Now that you are free, you can go to my company and talk to our human resources director. If it's okay, come to work directly. Our top anchors have a guaranteed monthly salary of 100,000 yuan, plus a 3% commission. If the month is good, they can get 150,000 yuan. 150,000? Real? After hearing that Lin Fan's company offered such generous treatment, Chi-Chi, who had originally come just to pick someone up, unexpectedly became really interested. But she obviously knew why she came here today. So he first told Lin Fan that he would look for him later, and then said to Xiaoyu, You come and drive? Xiao nodded. After Lin Fan waved goodbye to Sunny and Chi-Chi, he entered the elevator of Building 7 and felt a little more relaxed after entering his own independent office in the company. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiangjin, who had just finished her busy work, finally took a breath. After learning that her sister Jian Yu had returned home, she immediately called her, questioning her whether she was with her fiancé Lin Fan yesterday. Unexpectedly, my sister did not admit it. She just said, "I went out alone yesterday and didn't meet anyone." Jiangjin didn't believe it, so she sent the other party a screenshot of her and her fiancé appearing together at the Forest Villa on a small island northeast of Shanghai yesterday, forcing him to admit it. Unexpectedly, the other party was even more surprised than himself. "Sister, is this the role of my brother-in-law? What a coincidence. How come we are in the same location? You know, I went to see my brother-in-law yesterday. So, doesn't my sister know that I am in the same place as Lin Fan?" Because my sister's answer made things seem a little subtle, as if she really didn't know. Jiangjin pressed her. The other party kept saying no, and said that he just went camping yesterday, and it rained in the middle of the night and he was freezing to death. He didn't mention a single word about what happened with Lin Fan in the tent last night. Later, Jiangjin thought that it was indeed possible that her sister didn't know that she and Lin Fan were in the same place. Because I was the only one who could see the complete location of their two cell phones, I didn't say anything for the time being. Just ask her to go to the hospital to see her mother if she is free. I had refused to go before, but today I unexpectedly agreed. Although her abnormal behavior made Jiangjin feel a little strange, she didn't think about it that way. Until the other party said, "Sister, do you really want to break up with your brother-in-law? If you miss a man like your brother-in-law, you will never meet him again in your life." When Jiangjin heard this, she seemed to know what this girl wanted to do. So I said, "I know, I'm trying to figure it out. I bought Yao's cosplay costume a few days ago. Your brother-in-law likes this. Then I hope my sister can make her brother-in-law come back." After the chat, Jiangjin, the campus belle of Hujian University, originally wanted to contact her fiancé immediately. Unfortunately, I suddenly remembered that he had blocked my number and social media accounts a long time ago. I was getting anxious. Then he had an idea and sent a message to Lin Fan's good friend Lulu. The other party immediately said, "Come on, do you really want to apologize to him? If you say it's a pity, then it is indeed a pity. But if you say it's not a pity, then you both have your own problems. Let's put it this way. We have watched you two go from campus to the engagement party. Relationships are not easy, so as a brother I naturally have to help. Otherwise, you prepare and plan, and I will set up a plan to create an opportunity for you. As for whether it will succeed or not, and whether he will forgive you or not, I can't guarantee it. Okay, as long as you create an opportunity for us, I will definitely make him change his mind. Thank you, Lulu. If possible, let's do it this Friday. It's his birthday." "Birthday? Oh, it's true. This Friday, December 6th, is indeed my good brother Lin Fan's birthday. We'll really have to celebrate then." I didn't expect that Jiangjin, the girl who was often complained by Lin Fan, would remember Lin Fan's birthday so clearly. Okay, let us help them. Inside the company, Lulu looked at the calendar. But he is actually in a bit of a difficult situation now. The difficult situation was that Lin Fan had been complaining about Jiangjin and her family in their private group for a long time. And she unexpectedly had an affair with a beautiful CEO. It seems he went there yesterday too. As a friend, it is natural to encourage reconciliation rather than separation. Oh, forget it. Lin Fan shouldn't enter into a relationship so quickly. If Jiangjin still acts like that arrogant gold digger, Lulu will naturally not help her. But she was pleading with herself now. It can be considered as helping a brother. As Lulu finished speaking, he immediately revealed the plan to Wafeng and Zhang Zi, another mutual friend of Lin Fan. They also agreed that Lin Fan was the school belle, and the two of them had loved each other madly, and they were all classmates, so they should help her once. It depends on their luck. After that, both sides have begun to prepare. Chapter 68. The female secretary as thoughts. Lulu, at Lin Fan, Lao Lin, it's your birthday this Friday. Shall we go to the mall to have some fun? 2 p.m. The company employees had just finished their lunch break and resumed their afternoon work. Lin Fan, who was sitting in an independent office on the 18th floor and staring at the river view in a daze, suddenly felt that his boss chair was not good enough and his back was hurting, so he asked his female secretary Shirshir to assign him a new one. Shirshir, who was wearing a professional suit, nodded and said gently that she would help the boss find it now. Then, Lin Fan heard his phone vibrate. "Birthday, are you going to celebrate your birthday? If it weren't for my good friend Lulu reminding me, I would have almost forgotten my birthday. It was a long time ago that I last celebrated my birthday. In the past few years, I only remember celebrating birthdays for my ex-girlfriend Jiangjin, her mother, her sister, her father, and her cousin. They never mentioned my birthday." Lin Fan, okay, then we have to celebrate properly, and everyone will come. Lin Fan tagged everyone in the group. I have been working in Shanghai for so many years and have met many people, but in the end, only these few good friends stayed with me. Zhang Zi, brother Fan, can I bring my family with me? A phone, oh my god. You have a girlfriend? There is gossip in the group. Lin Fan dived, and they were cheering, saying that Wubi should let Zi bring his girlfriend over. But Zi said, haha, we haven't confirmed the relationship yet, but I feel that the other person is acceptable. Lin Fan responded, brother, I will help you to vent your feelings when the time comes. After the birthday party, I will create some space for you two to be alone. Be brave and express your feelings. Lulu, congratulations to Mr. Zhang for getting a girlfriend. Affing, congratulations to Mr. Zhang for getting a girlfriend. Well, the other two brothers have already set the pace, and Lin Fan also congratulated Mr. Zhang on his girlfriend. Although it hasn't happened yet. To put it another way, no, it would be awkward if you celebrate in advance if the time comes and it doesn't work out. Lulu said, why think so much, just live in the present. Actually, Lin Fan's friends are all nice people. Later, in the group chat, Lin Fan said to Shirshir, please make a reservation for the VLP room at Crown Mall K this Friday. I have some friends coming over to celebrate my birthday. Let's prepare in advance. Here is 10,000 yuan, please help me manage it. After saying that, Lin Fan turned around and took out 10,000 cash from the safe in his office and gave it to Shirshir. Shirshir looked at Lin Fan with a faint smile. Mr. Lin, why are there still US dollars? Lin Fan said, I used to give it to a beautiful woman for business trips. Do you like it? If you do, I'll leave it as a souvenir for you. After saying that, Lin Fan didn't hesitate and directly took out a few more from the safe and gave them to the female secretary. Shishi's face suddenly broke into a smile, and she said in a sweet voice, "Then, boss, I'll take it without hesitation. Don't regret it." Lin Fan smiled and said, "Whether you will regret it or not depends on your performance. Don't neglect your work. By the way, are the performance reports of each department out last week? Are there any problems?" Lin Fan's idea is to train his female secretary Shishi into a young and outstanding beautiful entrepreneur. Although she comes from an airline company, she completes the tasks assigned to her quite well. She reported the situation to Lin Fan, and in the afternoon she called the leaders of several other important departments of the company to her office to question them about the situation. After comparing the financial statements, I found that the discrepancies were not that big, and the net sales from last week's e-commerce activities actually reached 10 million. There is a breakthrough. Afterwards, Lin Fan called the HR director to his office and asked him about the bonus distribution. He said he was preparing it, and Lin Fan asked him to finish it quickly and announce it. When 3 p.m. arrived, it seemed that there was nothing to do in the company. Lin Fan took his female secretary Shishi to the cafe downstairs to have coffee together. "Boss, how many people are coming this Friday? Is the KTV room big enough for 30 people?" There were also singing performances. There were several female college students who had just graduated, several elegant sisters who had retired from airlines, and some dancers performing ancient style dances. In the afternoon, Lin Fan thought that given the current situation, he might as well apply to a business school. "I don't know if I can be admitted. If you want to make it in Shanghai, ability is one thing, but resources and connections are more scarce. Shanghai Merchants MBA seems to be good. A sister with good temperament," Lin Fan said. "Ancient style dance is also acceptable." Lin Fan was consulting about MBA, and Shishi quickly helped him make the reservation according to his instructions. After paying the deposit, there was still 5,000 yuan left, and he asked Lin Fan what to do with it. Lin Fan said, "Take it, in case there is anything else missing." "That's a lot." Shishi, dressed in a professional suit, tied a Korean-style lazy shark clip on her black hair today and wore a very pure makeup. Lin Fan glanced at her and said in disbelief, "Just take the extra ones. I just want loyalty. But if you want to pursue your career elsewhere, I respect that. Just don't be too restrained when you're with me." After saying that, Lin Fan continued to ask when he could go for the interview at Shanghai Merchants MBA, so that all the information could be sorted out in the afternoon. The requirements are roughly, corporate executive or above, annual sales starting from 10 million, and bachelor's degree. When Lin Fan saw that he met the requirements, he asked the other party. The other party responded that the submitted materials have been reviewed and you can come over tomorrow afternoon. The mission was accomplished. Lin Fan stood up and was about to go outside. Unexpectedly, Shishi suddenly shouted, "Boss, wait a minute. In fact, you don't have to worry about my loyalty. I know how good you are to me, and I don't believe there is another boss who would treat me so well. Don't worry, I will always follow you." Lin Fan laughed and said, "I was just joking, you took it seriously, do your best." After saying that, Lin Fan walked away handsomely. Only the back of a successful man was left to the female secretary. But, the female secretary Shishi seemed to have something else to say to Lin Fan, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. I found that the other person had left. After Lin Fan left, the former flight attendant Shishi sat elegantly for a while, sipping her black tea and milk coffee, and muttered to herself. What to do, still no chance. Now the boss has broken up with his ex-girlfriend. Mr. Lin, he must be in a window period, right? No, I have to act quickly. Although my status is a little different from his, can't I just hold Mr. Lin Fan's heart firmly? After Lin Fan left, the female secretary drank the cup of milk coffee very quickly. She was thinking about something, then she took out a makeup mirror, sat on the sofa, looked at her young and beautiful face, and put on some pomelo lip gloss. Then he sighed, "It's strange, I dress very nicely, why doesn't Lin Fan look at me more? Am I not proactive enough?" After saying that, the female secretary Shishi suddenly saw the key to Mr. Lin Fan's Mercedes-Benz on the table, and then she ran out of the cafe in high heels. This is an opportunity. Chapter 69 Explosion. Sunny Mima is in a hurry to go home to see her son-in-law Lin Fan? Where are my car keys? After coming down from the office building to the underground parking lot, Lin Fan was thinking about future plans while preparing to start the car. But he found that his car keys were not with him. Did he leave the company? He thought subconsciously. When people focus on something, they tend to lose focus. Lin Fan had no choice but to rub his head and go back to the company to get his keys. Just as he was about to go up, Shir, who was formerly a flight attendant and is now his secretary, called him. "Boss, car keys, your car keys." She was still panting on the phone, as if she was running. Lin Fan realized it belatedly and was about to ask her to help bring it down when he heard the familiar sound of high heels on the stairs. It was her female secretary. "Wow, look at my memory. I was just thinking about my car keys, and you brought them to me. Good performance." The other party handed it over with a beautiful hand, and Lin Fan quickly took it. The female secretary in an OL professional suit covered her chest and panted, saying, No, the boss lost his key, I must bring it over. Mr. Lin, you can call me if you have anything in the future, I am always here." Shir's voice was intermittent. Lin Fan asked her to slow down and come slower next time. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, she, dressed in her professional attire, immediately squatted on the ground and said in a delicate voice, "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I ran a little too fast just now, and I feel a little uncomfortable. If you have something to do, please leave first." "Why?" "I think I need to exercise more in the future." The female secretary raised her head and gave Lin Fan an innocent look. "Lin Fan, blame me. Next time, take your time and just call me in advance." "It's okay. Sure, that one tea work. Mr. Lin is so busy. He makes money by the minute. If I waste Mr. Lin's time, I will just delay him from making money." Okay. Although I could clearly feel that the female secretary was trying to compliment me. But she was right, she really had to start calculating the speed of making money in seconds. The weekly net sales are 10 million renminbi 7 days, which is 168 hours. Am I earning more than 50,000 renminbi per hour now? There is still some distance between us and some big guys, we need to work harder. Okay, sure, you have a high EQ. I may have to go to Hainan on a business trip next week, so you can come with me then. After she finished speaking, the female secretary seemed to smile happily and immediately stood up from the ground. With a smile on his face, it seemed as if all the tiredness he had just felt was gone. What Lin Fan didn't expect was that after she stood up, she looked happy, as if she felt that she had been exposed, and immediately squatted back down, her high heels clacking on the ground. She said delicately, "Mr. Lin, thank you for giving me the opportunity. I will start yoga exercises when I go home tonight. Okay, remember to send me a message if there is anything happening in the company." Originally, she wanted Lin Fan to always take her back to the company. Although she didn't achieve her goal this time, Shir still won the favor of her boss and he could take her to Sanya for a trip. Sure enough, opportunities are earned by one's own efforts. Today's Shir was probably the happiest she had been in a long time since she followed Lin Fan to the company. Boo. "Sunny, honey, I want to go eat pasta later. I'll come pick you up." On the other side, the beautiful CEO Sunny, who had just finished her busy work, had just finished the shareholders' meeting. When she saw that it was 3 o'clock, she immediately remembered that she had not been to the Italian restaurant for a long time, and immediately typed a message to her husband Lin Fan. Unexpectedly, just as I was about to click to confirm, a phone call came in. Then I looked at the note above and it said, "Mom." Sunny slapped herself on the head. "Hey, why is Mom Sangchin calling at this time? Hello? Sangchin, what's up?" Wow, the relationship between the beautiful CEO Sunny and her mother is that although they love each other, she has been urging me to get married. So when I picked up the phone, I sounded like I wanted to see what she was going to do. "Humph, instead of calling me Mom, call me by my full name. Nini, don't you love me anymore?" Sunny's mother used to be a high school Chinese teacher. Later she went to the United States to study abroad. She said she would be gone for half a year, and it seems that the time is almost up. "Sangchin, can you please stop using moral blackmail on me? What do you mean by I love my mother or not? I have always loved my mother." Sunny just finished a shareholders meeting. There are a few troublemakers in the company. After being suppressed by Sunny in the name of the female president, they already had emotions that needed to be resolved, and when they heard their mother say this to them, he immediately said rudely, "Oh, okay, Nini, be good. It's Mama's fault. Alas, being a stranger in a foreign land, I miss my family even more during the holidays. Besides, you are my only good daughter." Sangchin was also sad. She knew that her daughter had a hard time and her father left early. Lack of fatherly love. She was strong-willed when she was young, and the love from her family was strong, which made her very hardworking, beautiful, and stubborn. After Sang-Chin said this, she subconsciously felt that she had irritated her daughter, so she quickly changed the subject and asked her how she was doing recently. Have you found a boyfriend? Have you met a boy you like? But I heard my daughter was silent for a few seconds on the phone. Then she said, Mom, you must take good care of yourself abroad. If things really don't work out, come back. Your daughter will have no problem supporting you. Sang-Chin was immediately moved and said, I know, I have been abroad for quite a long time, I will be back next week. A mother naturally knows how to take care of her daughter's emotions. Although I felt sentimental myself, I quickly adjusted the atmosphere and changed the subject. Well, then I'll pick you up next week, Sang-Chin. The mother and daughter smiled at each other. After that, Sunny slowly told her situation and said, I did meet a boy recently. I like him very much. Sunny was talking to her mother on the phone. Real? Sunny's mother, Sang-Chin, was obviously happier than herself to hear her daughter's good news. You know, Nini never talked about boyfriends before and always focused on her career. Now I suddenly heard my daughter say such words. I said it more reservedly, do you like him very much? Oh my God. You naturally know your daughter's personality. If your daughter says that she met a boy recently, it means that they have already met. If you say you like him very much, that means she wants to try to have a romantic relationship with the other person. No, I have to go back to my country as soon as possible. See what your future son-in-law looks like. Sunny was stunned for a moment. I could only hear the person on the other end of the phone mumbling something to himself. So I asked, Sang-Chin, what are you doing? Are you looking for a boyfriend? But I heard someone say immediately, oh, your mother is looking for a boyfriend. How old is your mother? I mean, since you have met someone you like, I will definitely check it out. How about this, I will come back tomorrow and change the flight. Nini, please come to the airport to pick me up tomorrow night. Chapter 70. It's difficult, both sides have appointments. Tomorrow? Sang-Chin, why don't you come back next week? I have something to do tomorrow. Although they are mother and daughter, Sunny didn't expect that her mother would be more excited than herself. She really didn't know whether she had a partner or she had a partner. But shouldn't her study tour end this week? There are still 4 working days left this week. No, this is my beloved son-in-law. I must meet him as soon as possible. If I think he is good, Nini, you two can arrange to get married. Mom! Sunny sighed and was about to tell her that she didn't want to act so quickly. Although Lin Fan was the man she liked and she kept hinting and showing her affection to him, this guy still needed to be taken care of. Besides, her love affair had just begun and there were still many beautiful things to do. But the call was already hung up. My dear mother, sometimes, it just makes you speechless. However, Sunny realized that the organization where Sang-Chin was studying had a strict study abroad plan, and it was impossible for her to come back early. So I was worried that something might have happened to her abroad. The vice principal is with them. So I left a message on WeChat, Sang-Chin, please finish your study tour well. I want to inspect the results when you come back. If I find out you're taking advantage of the situation, you won't even be able to see me when you come back, let alone your son-in-law. Wait until the message is sent. I originally thought that my mother would not respond. Unexpectedly, the other party replied as soon as he saw it, little girl, how dare you not see my daughter, but not seeing my son-in-law, that's not allowed. The communication between mother and daughter finally ended with the topic of meeting the son-in-law. After she sent the message that she originally wanted to send to her husband Lin Fan, husband, I suddenly want to eat pasta today. I'll pick you up to eat pasta. I looked at the time and it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Hey, does it take so long to make an international call to the Queen Mother? At that time, Lin Fan was actually waiting for news from the beautiful CEO Sunny. Didn't she tell him in the morning to wait for her after work? Did she want to be with him? But there was no news from her all day. I don't want to be too proactive. Nowadays, it is not good for boys to be too proactive, as it will put them in a low position in the relationship. This led Lin Fan to want to find his former physical trainer, Teacher Wang, in college. If she hadn't trained him so hard during college, he probably wouldn't have such a strong body. I heard from my classmates last time that Teacher Wang quit his job as a physical education coach and switched careers to become a DJ in a nightclub. I don't know if it's true or not. Teacher Wang, long time no see. I suddenly thought of you. Would you like to have dinner together if you are free? Boo boo boo, Lin Fan sent the message quickly. After finding teacher Wang's WeChat in the address book, he sent the message. Just at this moment, a message came from Sunny, the beautiful president. Pasta? To be honest, Lin Fan wanted to eat it. He hasn't eaten pasta in a Western restaurant for a long time. The atmosphere is nice, with candles and roses. Well, let us wait and see if teacher Wang replies to the message. If not, let us go eat pasta with Sunny. Lin Fan had originally thought so, but unexpectedly, as soon as he sent a message to teacher Wang immediately sent a message back. Lin Fan? Ah, rare guest. Remember when I trained you? How long has it been since you graduated? Why are you only contacting me now? We haven't been in touch for a long time, and the profile picture of the female coach, teacher Wang, is still the same hot girl with abs as before. This made Lin Fan feel that teacher Wang was always consistent. But as soon as she finished speaking, her profile picture changed to a picture of a hot girl wearing headphones and standing at the DJ booth in a nightclub. Well, female coaches are very fickle these days. Fortunately, her WeChat nickname has always been Teacher Wang. I've been busy with work. Lin Fan responded awkwardly. Excuse. Well, since you want to see me so badly, I happen to be on the late shift today and I'm a little free now. Can you come to my house to see me first? No, can I say no? I just wanted to thank my female coach who had trained me so hard. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been in such good physical condition when I encountered some emergencies before. To a certain extent, what teacher Wang has done for me is like rebirth for my body, which will benefit me for the rest of my life. Oh? Don't say anything. That means I agree. This is my home address. I'm going to take a shower first. The door key is under my mat. When you get there, just open the door. Depend on. It's not that I'm not talking, it's that I'm typing. But the other party had already sent the message and remained silent. Going to take a shower? But they had already given a list of community locations without any zoning districts but with very detailed addresses. The phone rang, and Lin Fan looked and saw that it was Sunny's charming and beautiful CEO calling. Lin Fan adjusted his breathing and answered the phone. A queen-like voice immediately said, "Husband? Why don't you reply to the message? Wait for me downstairs of your company, I'll pick you up." "Ah, no need, wife, bah. Miss Sunny, just send me your location and I'll meet you there." Oh my god, I really didn't mean it. Why did I call out wife? I clearly feel that I am moving too fast with her and that relationship should be taken slowly. But the pleasant female voice over there began to smile. What old? Husband, can you say it again? Lin Fan, it's nothing, just a slip of the tongue. Sunny, humph, you just shouted, and today I want to hear you shout. Lin Fan. Oh my god, I really don't have it. Oh, the husband has left the company early without saying goodbye to his wife. Well, I will be magnanimous and send the address to the husband. He can come and meet me later. Oh, by the way, honey, do you prefer places with a lot of people or quiet places with just the two of us? Actually, both are fine. It all depends on my husband's interest. Lin Fan slowed down and said to the other party, let us go to a place with many people. Sometimes the smell of fireworks can bring you joy. There were two sounds from the other end. I sent the address to Lin Fan, and he navigated and planned to go there. But now he was in a bit of a dilemma, because teacher Wang had just sent him her home address and asked him to go there. Long time no see. Actually, I have gained a little weight recently, and I plan to continue training with teacher Wang. I don't know if she will agree. Then, seeing the current situation, he quickly sent a message to the other party. Sorry, teacher Wang, I have a last-minute appointment. I can only come to see you next time. Thank you, teacher Wang, for training me so hard all those years ago. I'll treat teacher Wang to a meal some other day. Having said that, since the decision has been made, only one can be sacrificed. Lin Fan started the engine, drove the car out of the garage, and drove towards Jing'an District. Chapter 71 Teacher Wang or Beautiful CEO? The car is speeding. Lin Fan felt that the beautiful CEO's excessive behavior might mean that she really liked him. The reason why the beautiful coach teacher Wang was so excited was because she hadn't seen Lin Fan for a long time. Her style of doing things was very sharp when she was training him before. From this point of view, Teacher Wang and the beautiful President Sunny are quite similar in some aspects. The difference is that the beautiful president is a typical intellectual and beautiful sister, while Teacher Wang is a typical beauty with a six-pack. Each has its own charm. Each has its own characteristics. But now Lin Fan is quite curious about both of them. Just as he parked his Mercedes-Benz in the open-air parking lot in front of the Western restaurant and was about to get out of the car, Lin Fan saw from a distance a beautiful lady with wavy hair wearing a white wool coat, a sexy white lace miniskirt, high heels, and sunglasses. Alas, I'm drunk too. It seems like every time I do something, I always run into the beautiful CEO Sunny. Her charming appearance always attracts attention. But just as I was about to get off the bus, a message from Teacher Wang suddenly came on my phone. Any date? My girlfriend. She posted this news at the perfect time. Not really. Lin Fan replied. That means I haven't thought about it yet. Lin Fan subconsciously sent the content over. It's okay. If you're free tonight, I'm on night shift. Come see me after your appointment and I'll treat you to a barbecue. Let's just chat. When Lin Fan heard this, he immediately laughed and sent a voice message saying, Teacher Wang, you really went to a nightclub to be a DJ. Of course. This was the last conversation between Lin Fan and Teacher Wang before midnight. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiangjin, the campus beauty of Hujian University, had just taken a break from her busy schedule. She had just taken over the leadership position of the fashion company founded by her best friend, but she never expected to encounter so many troubles on the first day. Human Resources, Design Department, Live Broadcast Department, Factory Department, Finance Department, and Customer Service Department. It seems harmonious, but there are conflicts everywhere. There are also those who resign as soon as they have a disagreement. On the first day she took over, she found out how her best friend Vivian had gotten here before. After the meeting, she immediately sent a message to Vivian to complain. At this time, Vivian had just been discharged from the hospital due to illness. She said, It's okay, Jinjin, you will get used to it slowly. Resolve every small conflict, and the big conflicts will be resolved. Do every small thing well, and big things will fall into place. I can't do it anymore, and I want to use my last time to travel around the world. I will leave for Switzerland tonight. After saying that, she also sent me the plane ticket she had booked. Jiangjin looked envious. Then Vivian said, Jinjin, actually, your current work focus should be on the upcoming show. At that time, leaders of various departments and the entire Magic City internet celebrity community will come to watch. If this show is done well, it will be very helpful to the company's performance. Our performance in recent years has all depended on the fashion show. After finishing speaking, he sent himself a message of encouragement in Japanese. Considering that Vivian has worked so hard for so many years, she was diagnosed with such a serious illness. Jiangjin didn't know what to say. I can only wish her a speedy recovery. I wanted to go home early from get off work, but now I can only hurry up and move forward with the show. Vivian said, I have worked hard for so many years. I am an orphan myself. I have never had a boyfriend and I don't have children. Among my friends, I trust you and Jinjin the most. Lin Fan is actually very good. Sometimes you don't have to push him too much. He really loves you. You two should stay together well. After that, Vivian went to the international airport, and Jiangjin continued to work at the fashion design company. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, she finally finished the work at hand. The theme had been determined, the models were all finalized this week, and the haute couture dresses were being completed by the design department working overtime. The only thing left was to book the venue. But she tried many ways and still couldn't find a suitable one. Either too expensive or too remote. So he thought of asking Lin Fan to help him find it. However, after I sent him a message, I suddenly realized that he had blocked me a long time ago. Oh, really, I need to persuade my fiancé to change his ways. But then, the middle-aged man Chin who was pursuing her sent her a message again. Chin, girl, are you off work yet? Jiangjin, no. Chin, what is wrong? Are you in a bad mood? Jiangjin, yeah, I'm just worried about the company's affairs. Chin, let me tell you about it. Jiangjin, no, I'll look for someone else. Jiangjin used to treat Chin, an old man who looked very rich, as a backup. It would be best if he could give her money, but it didn't matter if he didn't, she would just keep him hanging. He tried to take the opportunity to help himself several times. Since you refuse it yourself, can you please stop talking nonsense and be practical? But the other party always gives such vague greetings. At this moment, Rooftop from the design department knocked on the door and came into the office to ask about her venue. Because we have to rehearse and try out the show on December 10th, before the big festival, I am quite anxious. Jiangjin nodded and said she understood. She would handle it. Then she asked casually, Teacher Qin, I wonder if you, with your great powers, could help me find a venue for the fashion show? We are about to hold a theme show. Unexpectedly, as soon as I said it, the other party immediately responded. Venue? How big should it be? It can accommodate about 500 people. The guests are all famous people in Shanghai, and some internet celebrities will also come. That's easy, leave it to me. The other party actually agreed. Although Jiangjin was a little nervous, she also saw hope. But what she didn't know was that even after Teacher Qin agreed, he was still unsure. Although his account has more than 1 million followers, most of them are attracted by his elite persona, and then he sells them for money. As soon as he agreed, he sent a message in the workgroup, asking if anyone knew someone who could rent out a venue for a fashion show. A young man immediately raised his hand and said that my brother is doing very well now, so he should have the resources. Qin immediately put him in charge of contacting and executing the plan, and promised to give him a big red envelope if he succeeded. The young man nodded and said, Teacher Qin, don't worry. After the young man nodded, the colleague next to him who was in charge of copywriting said, Lin Bei, didn't you just graduate? I didn't hear that you have a brother in Shanghai. The young man smiled and said, I didn't want to let my brother know, I just wanted to try my best first. But I found that it was still possible to walk faster. The person who spoke was a young man who looked a bit like Lin Fan. Chapter 72. A guy who looks a bit like Lin Fan? Brother, are you busy recently? I'm here in Shanghai. Western restaurant, candlelight dinner, slow jazz music, swaying lights are romantic and ambiguous. At that time, Lin Fan came here after making an appointment to meet with the beautiful CEO Sunny. Today's beautiful president wore a red silk shirt, tucked into a white silk slit hip skirt, and a pair of red high heels, looking charming and tasteful. Ha! It's Xiao Bei. Lin Fan was surprised when he received the news. Lin Bei was adopted by Lin Fan's parents when he was a child. He was a few years younger than Lin Fan, but he was very independent. After he went to college to study computer science, he never asked his family for money. His stubborn and obstinate personality led to him rarely contacting himself. Maybe it's because he knows that Lin Fan's family is not related to him by blood. But this guy actually contacted me at this time, he is really a rare guest. Fortunately, Xiao Bei, when did you come? Why didn't you come to see me? Of course it's a pleasure for two brothers to meet each other, and my parents would definitely be relieved if they knew about it. I was thinking of trying my luck first. By the way, brother, I'm not here to ask you for living expenses, don't worry. I just arrived in Shanghai and joined a company with a decent salary. Suddenly, our boss assigned us a task to help find a venue for a model show. Do you have the resources? Wow, this kid really cares about this. In Lin Fan's opinion, he was kind of hoping that he would ask him for it. This kid always felt guilty about spending their family's money, even though Lin Fan told him many times not to feel any psychological burden because they were all family. But Xiao Bei is still the same. Once I bought a massage chair for my parents, which cost more than 5,000 yuan. You don't even know where this kid gets the money from when he's clearly in school. Model show venue? When I heard that Xiao Bei came here for this matter, Lin Fan muttered subconsciously. He had originally planned to ask his secretary Shirshir to ask if there were any relevant resources. Although his company is performing well now, he still lacks a lot of connections in Shanghai, which is why he is anxious to study for an MBA at a business school. It is said that there are big guys inside. Or she is the daughter of a wealthy family. Well, brother, I'm just asking casually. If you don't have the answer, then forget it. I'll think of a solution. This was the first time Xiao Bei spoke to him. Lin Fan naturally wanted to help, but he just said, Xiao Bei, wait a minute, I'll ask my secretary. Afterwards, the beautiful CEO who was sitting opposite him with her legs crossed took a sip of red wine and quickly said in a royal sister voice, What's the matter, husband, do you need a place for the catwalk? Sunny's big waves are the color of tree mold. The curly hair hung down to her waist, and she had a fair and delicate face. When she looked at Lin Fan could always feel her beauty. Not to mention her tempting red lips and her sharp and bold eyes. Lin Fan nodded and said, "Well, I have a younger brother who has been in the Magic City for a while, but he has never contacted me. He just contacted me and wanted to ask me for help. It's okay, I've asked someone in the company." Lin Fan lowered his head, took a bite of the delicious pasta wrapped around his knife and fork. My taste buds were immediately enveloped by the delicious taste, and a smile appeared on my lips. "Oh, it's my younger brother, my real younger brother? Let me put it this way, I actually just acquired a piece of land a while ago, and was originally planning to invest in concerts or sports events. The decoration should be completed by now, so let's go there. Invest in concerts. Sports events." Lin Fan looked at the beautiful CEO in front of him with some disbelief. "You know, how much money is needed to invest in a concert venue, and also sports events? What kind of sports events? Don't CBA. That would make you a truly wealthy tycoon. Besides, if it was a venue like that, it would be too big. My brother said that the venue can only accommodate about 1,000 people at most. It's too big, Ms. Sunny. How many people can your so-called concert accommodate? 15,000 people. Is it because I haven't seen enough of the world? Why does Sunny, the beautiful CEO, always downplay such things when she says them? Forget it, it's too big." Lin Fan declined politely. But Sunny quickly said, "It doesn't matter, the decoration has just been completed, and we won't be open for business until the end of the year. If you think it's big, I can arrange for someone to reserve an area for you that can accommodate 1,000 people. It's empty anyway, and I just want to see the lighting effects on site. I can give you a discount." Sunny said this with a smile on her face. A beautiful hand held the red wine glass, and she tilted her head slightly to pour the red wine into her throat. Lin Fan looked at her seriously. This beautiful CEO is wearing a red rose necklace diagonally around her neck today. Sexy, beautiful, and elegant. Never mind, I'll look for another venue. As Lin Fan spoke, he felt that it was a luxury to use such a large venue for a small show. Unexpectedly, as soon as I said it, the other party said in a soft voice, "Husband, do you still want to be polite to me? Besides, since he is your brother, he will be my brother in the future. It is not easy to come out these days, so we should help him. You don't want him to be rejected the first time he talks to you, right? Just let him develop well in the company in the future. If it really doesn't work out, he can come to our company and I will let a CEO of a business unit to guide him." Okay. This beautiful CEO always makes it hard to refuse her kindness. However, Lin Fan didn't really want to use her resources. Although her resources are excellent. Moreover, Lin Bei has just arrived. If he tells him from the beginning that he has such powerful resources, he will probably become proud in the future. What should he do? So I told Sunny about my concerns. Sunny picked up the red wine glass, clinked it with herself, and said in a soft voice, "You are right, what should we do?" Lin Fan said, "Ms. Sunny, your venue can be used as a backup. I actually want to see if my resources can do it. After all, I'm not bad, right? Sunny is better than me now. Of course I know it, but there are some things that I can do well by myself, and the self-confidence that comes from having her do it for me is still different." After Lin Fan finished speaking, Sunny, who was wearing a tight skirt and a red silk shirt, giggled and said, "Okay, but honey, don't go home tonight, come to my house. I haven't been able to sleep alone at night lately. Come back and hug me." Ah, what are you doing? Is this beautiful CEO about to start? I just said that if I want to be in a relationship, I want to take it slow. She wanted me to go to her house when she spoke. What should I do if I am tied up in her house and can't get out? After all, there are precedents. Lin Fan looked at the other person carefully. The next chapter will be posted soon. Chapter 73. Sunny asked Lin Fan to go to her house to accompany her in the evening. What are you doing? Are you afraid that I will eat you? Stay with me at night. The beautiful CEO crossed her legs and in the candlelit Western restaurant with jazz music playing, she looked at Lin Fan with a pair of beautiful eyes, arrogant and domineering. Lin Fan said, "Let us do it another day, I have something to do tonight." As a result, I just said it. Sunny's beautiful CEO high heels tapped on the ground and said, "Is there something wrong? What's the matter?" "Meet a friend." Lin Fan said. "Oh, a friend, a girlfriend." Lin Fan immediately glared at her. This beautiful CEO is good in every way except that she is easily jealous and prone to making unfounded accusations. And after saying that, she added, "That means that in your husband's eyes, I am not as important as your girlfriend tonight." Oh my god. Lin Fan thought he was just meeting a friend, but he never expected that things might develop further and lead to a jealous war. Don't think too much. It's just a friend of mine from college. She just asked me out this afternoon, but I thought I had made an appointment with you first, so I turned her down. But I haven't seen her for a long time, and she was very nice to me back then. I would feel bad if I don't go today. The more you explain, the more you cover up. To be honest, Lin Fan felt a little regretful about saying this. Because of a small detail, it is very likely that the other party will magnify it and the two of you will end up in a quarrel. But then Lin Fan said, "How about you wait for me at home? As soon as I finish, I'll see you." He thought this was better. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the beautiful president said, "That one tea work. If you want to see your girlfriend, I will follow you." Lin Fan was so angry that he burst into laughter. What girlfriend? She's not a girlfriend, okay? But she insisted and said she was her girlfriend. Lin Fan was left in a state of confusion. In the end, Lin Fan told her, "When it comes to love, you have to take it slow. We said that we would not interfere with each other's freedom. I think you will naturally come to me, and if I want you, I will naturally send you signals. Miss Sunny, I actually bought 2 tickets to Disneyland and plan to invite you to go with me in the next few days or next week." As he spoke, Lin Fan opened his phone and showed her the message. I thought she wouldn't look, but she looked very carefully. After reading it carefully, she said, "Well, that's pretty good. I thought you didn't love me anymore, husband." You are right, 2 people in love do need freedom. Lin Fan nodded. After dinner, Sunny went to the bathroom and touched up her makeup. When they walked out, they walked side by side, and their fingers accidentally touched. Sunny immediately looked at Lin Fan. "What, do you want to hold my hand?" You know what, the feeling of accidentally touching it just now was quite wonderful. President Sunny's fingers are long and white, with pink diamond manicure, which looks very pleasing to the eye. Lin Fan really wanted to hold her hand. But she quickly pulled away and said, "You have to stay away from me for at least 2 hours, which is 120 minutes, 7,200 seconds, as a punishment for you. Okay, go on a date with your girlfriend, I'm going back first." When the beautiful CEO said this, there was a clear sense of sadness in her voice. Lin Fan explained, "She is not my girlfriend, you always have wild thoughts." Sunny said, "Oh, now I start to think that I am overthinking. If we are together in the future, one tea you blame me every day?" She snorted in contrast, and Lin Fan almost wanted to slap her and give her a good beating. He really needs to be disciplined properly. When I sent her to her Rolls Royce, I felt that she was about to leave, and I suddenly felt reluctant to let her go. He blamed himself. What the hell is wrong with me? I want to meet the beautiful coach teacher Wang. Isn't this beautiful CEO attractive? Send a message to teacher Wang and we can make an appointment next time. He was just about to think so, but after getting in the car, Sunny obviously regained her previous cold and beautiful appearance. She closed the car door, turned her pretty profile to Lin Fan, and said coldly, "Sir, please move aside, I have to drive away. I wish Mr. Lin have a good time tonight." The engine started. She left without giving Lin Fan a chance to change his mind. Alas, one misstep can lead to eternal regret. I felt that when I saw her again, she would definitely punish me again. But slow things go on. Since I have agreed to meet with teacher Wang today, I will go quickly to strengthen our relationship and go home soon. But that night, Lin Fan never expected that such a difficult thing would happen. First, at 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Fan showed up at the nightclub where he had agreed to meet with teacher Wang. Teacher Wang has taken a leave of absence, so he can leave the class at around 9 o'clock. But she said that her temporary sister had something to do and didn't come to work, so she had to continue to replace her. Well, after receiving the message, Lin Fan thought about going back first, but when he went in, teacher Wang suddenly sent him a message and said, "Lin Fan, I'm going to dance on stage later, see if you can recognize me. All your drinks tonight are mine." The explosive music started, the lights were colorful, and then everyone in the nightclub suddenly started to cheer wildly for several times. Then, a tall beauty wearing a tight-fitting cheongsam dress with a halter neck, holding an ancient folding fan, wearing ancient high heels and half-tied ponytail appeared on the stage in the middle of the nightclub. Hey! Why does that person look so familiar? When Lin Fan saw the cheongsam beauty dancing, with her dignified and indifferent profile, makeup on, fair skin and slender limbs, he felt that she was inexplicably familiar. And it's a little bit unbelievable. She has a tall figure, but she is wearing a halter neck cheongsam miniskirt with a willow leaf print on the upper body. She is controlling the DJ booth in the center of the stage while dancing a very sexy dance. This caused the audience below to exclaim in surprise, staring with eyes wide open. Some people even used their mobile phones to record the video. Very sexy and open-minded. Lin Fan secretly exclaimed in surprise. Then, Lin Fan squeezed through the crowd and walked to the front of the center of the dance floor. I finally squeezed to the front. The people in front are still dancing to the rhythm of the music. The beautiful woman on the stage wearing a cheongsam and a half ponytail seemed to be looking for Lin Fan as well. She took a few steps forward and began to show off her hot dance moves in front of Lin Fan. This is not a show. A flashing light shone on her face and body. Looking up at her, Lin Fan recognized her immediately. Wang Qian? ISNT, this is female physical education coach from college, teacher Wang? She actually came here to be a sexy DJ dancer? Still a sexy ancient beauty type. She is so beautiful and has a great figure, she is really open-minded. Chapter 74 Teacher Wang, DJ Ancient Style Cheongsam Beauty 1? If Lin Fan hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would have been hard for him to believe that this was the beautiful sports coach, Ms. Wang Qian, who used to be the head coach at Hujian University. No, she really did this? And it seems that she is now very skilled at doing this. She was dancing sexy dance on the stage, no matter how the audience cheered, she just danced her own way. But the other party was working at the moment and there was no way to talk to her. I could only wait until she got off work, so I booked a seat at the nightclub, but the price started at 2,000 yuan. He had no money when he was a college student, so now 2,000 yuan is just a drop in the bucket for him. He ordered and spent 8,000 yuan, even for a premium private room. Because Lin Fan could just sit over there and watch teacher Wang dance. You know what, it tastes really good. She is also a charming type, but it is obvious that she knows how to please the audience when she wears a tight cheongsam. There are also huge crowds of people now. In this situation, Lin Fan drank a cocktail, ate popcorn and fruit, and admired the graceful dance of the cheongsam beauty. It feels a bit like listening to music in a brothel. It was around 2 o'clock in the evening. The nightclub began to slowly disperse. During this time, Lin Fan was a little bored and played several games in a row. After finally reaching the Endless King rank, a familiar voice immediately came to his ears. Lin Fan. You kid. That's really nice of you. I asked you to wait, and you actually waited. The person who spoke was teacher Wang Qian, who had been dancing sexily on the stage. She was wearing ancient-style high heels and walked over as lightly as a dragonfly skimming the water, exuding the aura of a mature woman as she greeted Lin Fan. Lin Fan raised his head, and what caught his eye was a sexy woman in an ancient cheongsam with graceful posture. If my guess is correct, I remember she is 28 years old this year, but I didn't expect her to be so charming. Well, of course I have to do what I promised you. We haven't seen each other for a long time. I was a little worried about her condition at first, but later I realized that I was overthinking it. After she got off work, many employees here called her Sister Qian. It seems that he has a considerable status here. Okay, since you are so well behaved, I will take you to eat barbecue. Let me tell you, there is one place that is particularly delicious. I guarantee you will want to come again after you finish eating it. Let us go. Come with me quickly, I'm so tired after dancing all night. Wang Qian touched Lin Fan's head. Just like when he was just a sophomore and was still relatively weak, after he found her and told her that he wanted to exercise with her, teacher Wang also touched Lin Fan's head. In a sense, he is Lin Fan's master in the field of fitness. Lin Fan nodded and said okay. He was also a little hungry. However, when the two were about to leave, she suddenly turned around and said to the staff who were working, by the way, all the consumption of this kid here today is charged to me. If he swiped a card, remember to return it to him. Please remember to help me take care of things. Several young men nodded respectfully. Lin Fan was about to say no, but thought to himself, Teacher Wang, you must be working here because you are short of money, right? Otherwise, why would I suddenly think of coming here? But just as he finished speaking, he heard the cheongsam beauty next to him say, why don't you need it? You come to my place, why should I let you spend money? It's all so cool. I thought the two would take a taxi to leave or ride on Lin Fan's mount. But just as Lin Fan was about to speak, teacher Wang led Lin Fan to the parking lot and rode out her cool black motorcycle. She was wearing a down jacket and handed Lin Fan a helmet. He said, Fan, we haven't seen each other for a long time. I don't have work tomorrow, so let us have a good chat tonight. Lin Fan felt the same way. Since graduating from college, Lin Fan has rarely contacted her because of work and love. I didn't expect that she felt the same as me. Needless to say, it feels great to ride a beautiful woman's motorcycle. After she started the engine and put on her helmet, Lin Fan did the same. He subconsciously wanted to put his hands behind the car seat, but he felt that it might be a bit dangerous. Wang Qian laughed and said, "What? Are you afraid of touching me? When riding a motorcycle, isn't it like this now? You lower your waist a little and put your hands on the fuel tank in front of me." "Hey, kid, I thought you would be a little bolder after graduating from college and entering the society, but I didn't expect that you would still be so nervous when meeting a beautiful girl." Lin Fan said that it was not nervousness. Wang Qian, who was wearing a slit cheongsam and a down jacket, said, I know all the little thoughts of you little boys, so don't pretend with me." "Okay, sit tight and hold on. I'm driving quite fast, be careful not to fall off." Buzz. Lin Fan admitted that he was not fully prepared. Fortunately, he was leaning forward with his body tilted and holding the fuel tank with both hands, otherwise, he would have really fallen. 2:30 in the morning. The streets of Changzhou Road. A man and a woman, wearing helmets, disappeared in the city streets in an extremely cool manner. Didn't even message me. On the other side, on the 20th floor of Villa Building 17, Beigu Houting. After returning home, Sunny ate, played the piano, took a bath, and did her skin care. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening when she finished everything. She thought that the boy might not be done yet, so she decided to lie down on the bed and sleep for a while. But it didn't matter that I slept. When I suddenly woke up, I looked at the time and it was already 2:30 in the morning. I was a little thirsty, so I called out softly, "Sister Ya, can you pour me a cup of hot water?" It turned out that this was not a forest villa. Although the nanny, Aunt Shen, lived here, she lived downstairs, so I had to get up and pour water for her. After finishing a drink, he picked up his phone and looked at the empty chat history between the two of them and the empty phone number. I suddenly felt a little angry. "You little bastard, even if you didn't come, you didn't even send me a message? Am I being too strict with him?" Although I call him husband, he seems to have never officially agreed. She originally wanted to call the boy right now, but then she remembered what he had said to her, "Miss Sunny, don't restrict me too much. If I like you, I will be with you." With this thought in mind, the beautiful CEO Sunny lay on the soft and comfortable big bed and watched Korean dramas for a long time before falling asleep that night. In the dream, she and Lin Fan became the male and female protagonists of the plot. Kiss each other passionately and love each other deeply. It was a good dream. On the other side, Jiang Jin, the campus belle of Hujian University, could never sleep well. Last time, her fiancé Lin Fan was so heartless to her that he even blocked her. He doesn't talk to me at all now. I don't know if preparing a birthday for him carefully this time will make him change his mind. In fact, the two of them have been in love for several years and have long been accustomed to each other. When I am alone at night, I miss him quite a lot. "Fan, I really want to be hugged by you." Jiang Jin suddenly felt a little sad and took out the sweet photos of the two of them and talked to herself. Chapter 75 Teacher Wang, DJ Ancient Style Cheongsam Beauty 2. Achoo! 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 The Magic City, the night market, is brightly lit. Although it is already 3 o'clock in the morning, there are still many people chatting and eating and drinking on this snack street. It's just that business is booming at night. What? After just one night out, a woman thinks of me like this? After Teacher Wang, who was wearing a cheongsam and had a slim figure, ordered many skewers, the proprietress was working hard to prepare them. Lin Fan sat face to face with her on a small stool on the street, opened 2 bottles of ice-cold beer, and chatted while drinking. "Hey, Mr. Wang, stop teasing me. What woman would miss me? It's probably the barbecue smoke that's choking me." Lin Fan sat on the bench and subconsciously fanned the nearby cigarette with his right hand. "Don't be so modest, kid. You'd only been in my training room for less than a day, right? And a girl confessed her love to you, even though I didn't know you. You're really handsome, and you're definitely popular with girls. The quality is pretty good." Gulp, gurgle, Wang Qian tilted his head back and started drinking. When about half of the beer flowed down her snow-white neck and throat, Lin Fan looked at her in shock. "Teacher Wang. Drink less at night. You drink so much, aren't you afraid of a cold uterus?" Unexpectedly, as soon as I said it, the other party started laughing. "Cold uterus? You kid, I just danced for so long and I'm all irritable. This iced wine just happens to suit my taste. Come on, are you going to work tomorrow? Let's drink together. Lin Fan probably understood this state as well, just like when we finish our busy work, we also want to relax. Lin Fan drank it sip by sip, but the female owner of the barbecue restaurant first served him grilled lamb kidneys and grilled oysters. Teacher Wang raised his hand and handed one to Lin Fan, which was still a little hot. She opened her red lips slightly and said with a smile, "Hurry up and make up for it. Now is the time for you to make up for it. By the way, how did you and your school beauty girlfriend become? Are you married? Or are you already expecting a second child?" Lin Fan smiled bitterly and said, "We broke up." Separate? The beautiful female teacher in Cheongsam, revealing a pair of beautiful legs in high heels, suddenly asked in surprise. No wonder, she was quite optimistic about the perfect match of Lin Fan and Jiang Jin at that time. Lin Fan could only tell the other party everything that had happened between him and Jiang Jin, the campus beauty of Hujian University, in the past few years. Teacher Wang suddenly sighed and said, "No wonder, you were so nice, but she still makes such a fuss. It is her loss if she separates from you. Don't be afraid. There are many beautiful girls here. Although this is a nightclub, there are also many female college students. Do you know one of them? A female PhD in philosophy. I think you two are a good match. I'll introduce you to each other later. That girl is very nice. Teacher Wang loves to eat grilled lamb skewers. The barbecue restaurant owner serves him grilled corn, grilled vegetables, grilled eggplant, and grilled sausages. You know what? It tastes really good." The sausages were grilled until crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and Lin Fan also ate one. Lin Fan said, "No need for now, Teacher Wang. I've been having a headache recently. I met a beautiful female CEO, but she is a little controlling and always wants me to live in her house." It's no wonder that Wang Qian started laughing as soon as he heard it. Really? You mean it? Lin Fan nodded and said, "Is it that funny?" Wang Qianzi said, "Of course, but from the perspective of you boys, this feeling is like you meet a very beautiful girl, you like her very much, but you are afraid that she will run away. What would you do? Maybe you also want her to stay with you forever. Not bad, not bad, you actually found a beautiful female CEO. By the way, how much assets does she have?" Lin Fan laughed and said that he had read their company's financial report. She was even on the Forbes list and her net worth was probably at least 1 billion. He is really sharp in his work. Well, then you have to pay more attention to dating others properly. However, you can't be too humble. Her wealth is her business and has nothing to do with you. You are just in love with her. Not so fast. Lin Fan muttered. Huh? I already told you to sleep at someone else's house, and it's not that fast? Lin Fan said, "I'm annoyed. I feel like we are not in love, but we have directly entered into a deep relationship mode. Teacher Wang, do you know? Love needs to be discussed slowly. It felt like we were both a little too fast. So, just talk slowly, keep your demands on the other party, and be yourself. Sometimes caring too much can be tiring, so it's better to be yourself." Lin Fan nodded and said that was it. Indeed, you cannot be humble. Besides, I'm not bad either. Although the company currently established is still relatively small, it has considerable profits, and the next step is to continue to expand. Teacher Wang said you are amazing. He knew you had a bright future when we were in school. Now you have even started a company. He will visit your company someday. Lin Fan nodded, then took out a cool and textured business card with the words Fanshan Technology, CEO, and Lin Fan printed on it from his pocket and handed it to her. Wow, cool black, not bad, quite young and promising. After Wang Qian put Lin Fan's business card into the Chanel bag she was carrying, the two began to talk about things before college. However, apart from his feelings and nostalgia, Lin Fan still shifted the problem to the other party. For example, why did she become a DJ sexy dancer? How dangerous. There are so many people with bad intentions. But then Wang Qian smiled slightly, ate grilled leeks and said calmly, "It's nothing, my mother is sick. It costs money. You can earn more here." Get ill? Lin Fan asked subconsciously. Well, it's already in the late stage, and my mother also supports me to come here. She said that as long as you don't steal or rob, work hard and ensure safety, you can live your life according to your own wishes. You said, I am a master's graduate after all, but I went to university to be a teacher, and I was only paid 5,000 yuan a month. How can it be enough to cover my expenses? I actually kind of regret going to school. My parents have spent a lot of money on my studies and taking the master's degree exam. Lin Fan said he understood. I didn't expect that the other party really came here to make money because his family member was sick. Then Lin Fan asked, how is Auntie now? Actually, I'm planning to set up a foundation to contribute more to society. If Auntie needs money, I can donate some. And Teacher Wang, you are very inspiring. Would you like our team to package and create it for you? Teacher Wang, your story is enough to touch many people. Let me help you. Lin Fan said seriously. Just as he finished speaking, several men who were originally sitting behind Lin Fan's table suddenly stood up and came over. They were drunk and said, "Beauty, can you add my contact information? Nice legs. Look at what she's wearing, so sexy." Lin Fan. Chapter 76 Drunks and Harassers. In fact, it is conceivable that Teacher Wang had no choice but to perform as a DJ in Cheongsam in order to pay for her mother's medical treatment. I'm afraid I'll encounter many similar incidents in my daily life. Moreover, did this suddenly drunk man really think that the man who was having barbecue with Teacher Wang could not protect her? Roll. Seeing that the other party was coming, Lin Fan jumped up and cursed the drunk. He quickly stood in front of Teacher Wang and protected her behind him. Unexpectedly, just after I finished speaking, I thought the drunkard would speak first, but it was Teacher Wang who said from behind, "Lin Fan, please move aside." "It's okay, they just want to have a drink with you, I can handle it." After saying that, Teacher Wang Qian, who was wearing a slit cheongsam and high heels and had a slim figure, comforted Lin Fan and asked her to come. But just as she was about to come over, she was blocked by Lin Fan behind her. "No, if this bastard dares to do this to you the first time, he will do it the second time. If you don't teach him a lesson, he will continue to harass others." Lin Fan took 2 steps forward. The man seemed to be watching a show. He took a long puff of cigarette and wanted to spit on Lin Fan's face. Lin Fan quickly covered his nose and shouted, "Get away. The other party doesn't move." Lin Fan pushed him. Then the man was furious. "Huh? What are you doing? Where did you come from? You have nothing to do here. You are a beautiful woman. You are dressed so sexy. Are you just looking for a man because you are lonely? Go away. Don't disturb my mood. Yes, this guy is really good. A habitual offender, has he developed confidence?" What's more, when Lin Fan stood up to protect Teacher Wang, there were 3 or 4 men at the table next to the drunkard, drinking and watching the show. I'm afraid they are in the same group. All eyes turned here. However, they seem to have underestimated Lin Fan, the man who stood up quickly in front of the beauty. Not only did Lin Fan not move, he pointed at the other person and said, "Watch your mouth. Your mother came out to eat and people said that she was lonely and came out to find a man. Are you happy? Or are you a piece of shit with no one to support you or love you?" Lin Fan has never been in a good mood when dealing with people like this. And he also knew that he could immediately anger the other party. Sure enough, Lin Fan just said that, and this time he successfully diverted the other party's attention to himself. The man soon became drunk and pointed his finger at Lin Fan. "Damn, are you tired of living? Who are you scolding?" He came up and stretched out his hand to slap Lin Fan. Unexpectedly, no one expected Lin Fan's extremely fast speed. While grasping the opponent's wrist, he stepped directly on his ankle with his right foot. The other party let out an ah. Severe pain in the foot. In a flash, Lin Fan threw him over his shoulder, twisted his arm and pushed him to the ground. The other party screamed and cried out in agony. "Bastard! Bastard! Let me go! Let me go! It hurts! Brothers, what are you doing? Beat him! This guy is about to lose his arm, but he still wants to bully others." Lin Fan said to Teacher Wang, "Teacher Wang, you go first, leave this to me." As for the other people who were eating, they immediately left their seats as they saw the scene and started fighting fiercely. Seeing this, the lady boss, who was holding the barbecue she had just made, begged, "Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Oh, who hasn't encountered something? If you lose the fight, you will be hospitalized. If you win, you will go to jail." Not to mention that the proprietress is quite resourceful. Unfortunately, Lin Fan wanted to keep things quiet, and now that the punishment has arrived, he almost apologized to the Cheongsam beauty, Teacher Wang. But Lin Fan didn't care about what he said, so he said, "Listen carefully, I will forgive you this time, but if I find you doing this again next time, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Fan let go of the other person's arm and explained to the barbecue restaurant owner what had just happened. The boss lady understood and said, "Don't be like this, you must respect each other. Please pay attention to your words and actions. Things should end here." Lin Fan turned his head to look at Teacher Wang, but found that Teacher Wang was crossing his arms and snorted coldly, "What, are you worried that I can't handle it well? After all, I'm a sports coach, hey. Be careful." However, the two of them had just been talking when Teacher Wang shouted urgently and his head was about to be pulled away. The next second, there was a buzzing sound, and Lin Fan felt as if he had been punched on the scalp. If Teacher Wang hadn't reminded me in time, I would have been hit hard on the neck. He covered the back of his head with his right hand and quickly turned his body to adjust his alert posture. He saw that the person he had just let go of was about to hit him with another fist. Lin Fan suddenly jumped up and kicked his fist. "Ah!" the man screamed. The people who were originally at the same table with him immediately gathered around him, and someone shouted, "Good job, you dare to beat my brother. Then you won't live tonight." After saying that, one of the more agile men was about to kick up, but Lin Fan dodged it. He then tried again. Lin Fan slapped him in the face. He said, "I didn't mean it. It was you who wanted to attack me, and I was acting in self-defense." Self-defense? What the hell is self-defense? The man was not convinced, so he took off his coat and rushed forward to be rude to Lin Fan. Lin Fan dodged one move after another, finding the right moment to punch him hard. The man suddenly cried out. He squatted down and covered his face. And he said to Teacher Wang, "Teacher Wang, call the police quickly. These bastards are habitual offenders who specifically pick on girls." Wang Qian was also unambiguous. "I was just thinking about how to get out of this situation, and I forgot to call the police. I started dialing immediately, and saw one of them panic and said, 'Brother, I just got out. If I am arrested again, I will be in trouble. Run.' Someone suggested. Lin Fan immediately said, 'Teacher Wang, record the video. And everyone here, please bear witness for us.' For a moment, many onlookers started recording videos with their mobile phones. But then the drunk man stood up abruptly and shouted, 'You kid. Okay. I'll remember you. Don't fall into my hands. I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Walk.' He was about to run. But Lin Fan was very agile. Even the drunk man moving his body was not as fast as Lin Fan's lightning speed. He first grabbed the drunk man's sweatshirt and pulled it back hard. He then stepped on the back of the person who had just tried to attack him without knowing the consequences but was now covering his face. He shouted, 'You guys are not innocent either. Do you want to go to the police station for a few days? What kind of bad friends are you making? If you don't want to get into trouble, get out of here.' After he finished speaking, several people were stunned. Then he ran away angrily while looking at the drunk man's expression. At this moment, the patrol police also arrived. Lin Fan informed the police officer about what had just happened. Chapter 77, A Hero Saves a Beauty and She Actually Lives Here. Oh, your skills are getting better and better now. After understanding the situation, the patrolman made a quick judgment and, based on the reactions of the people at the scene, immediately called his colleagues and took the two troublemakers away. Lin Fan straightened his clothes. The patrolman said, "Don't fight. If anything happens, call the police immediately." Okay, you guys continue eating and drinking." Lin Fan was naturally a law-abiding citizen, and Wang Qian also explained the situation. After the police left, all the tables here were overturned on the ground. Lin Fan said to the boss lady, "I'm sorry, boss lady, look at how much loss there is here, I will compensate you for it all. After saying that, you need to open your WeChat balance. There is about 800,000 yuan in pocket money, which is used for daily food and drink expenses." The boss lady said, "No, it has nothing to do with you, it was the gangster who started the trouble, and I'd better put the sign in a more obvious place to prevent fights in the future." She insisted on not asking Lin Fan to pay compensation. After having someone clean the place, Teacher Wang said to Lin Fan, "That's it, the proprietress is also a kind person." Lin Fan had no choice but to give up. However, the proprietress is very righteous. If it were an ordinary person, she would at least ask for some compensation before letting it go. "Thanks to you. I was very weak when I was in college. If it weren't for Teacher Wang, who trained me every day, I wouldn't have such good physical fitness." Teacher Wang, wearing a tight-fitting cheongsam, praised Lin Fan. Lin Fan naturally knew how to be grateful. Although, it was just to help me lay a good foundation back then. I started practicing boxing after I graduated. But Teacher Wang's kindness to Lin Fan lies in building a solid foundation for him. You kid. It seems that if I'm with you from now on, I won't be afraid of anyone. Come, drink, don't let them disturb our fun. Lin Fan nodded and chatted for about 40 minutes while eating the roasted lamb, roasted corn, and roasted eggplant on the table. At that time, Lin Fan looked at the time and saw that it was almost 3 o'clock in the morning. You can go home and rest now. But then I heard Teacher Wang say, well, it's late enough tonight, if you don't mind, come back with me. Lin Fan declined politely. But it's really late now. Furthermore, his car was still parked in the parking lot of the nightclub where Mr. Wang worked as a DJ. It does take some time to get there. Lin Fan first tried to take a taxi, but found that there were many people in line. Teacher Wang, who was wearing a cheongsam and had a slim figure, said, don't think about it, you can't get a taxi here, I will still take you to my house. We are not strangers anymore, really. After saying that, Wang Qian grabbed Lin Fan's hand and asked him to follow her. Well, if it was someone else it would be fine. Wang Qian was kind enough to rebuild my body. It was really late and I couldn't get a taxi. I just thought about going back with her first. But what he couldn't have imagined was that Teacher Wang Qian lived in such a remote place, and that it was a place that was being demolished. Some places have already been completely demolished. In some places, construction was stopped halfway through the demolition. The place where she lived was a place that was half demolished and construction had stopped, but the lighting was very bright. Come in. There is a bathroom over there, you can take a shower first. There is a sofa in the room, you are a boy, so you can sleep on the sofa and I will sleep on the bed. That's quite straightforward. But after she let Lin Fan into her house, she didn't show any sign of being aggrieved, and was as casual and free-spirited as she was back then. No, Teacher Wang, you live in a place like this now. Isn't the money you make in a nightclub pretty good? When Lin Fan came here, he felt that this place was more like an abandoned place. Not to mention how the living conditions are, the key point is that it is not safe. There is no one else here. This place is nice. It's quiet, no one will disturb you, water and electricity are free, and the rent is only 500 yuan a month. However, in a few months, the conditions for demolition will be negotiated here, and you won't be able to live here anymore. We'll see then. As for the money, I used it all for my mother's medical treatment. She is at Xihua Hospital. What a sin. Fortunately, Lin Fan came here tonight, otherwise, he would not know that the beautiful coach who had been so kind to him before had now fallen to this state. The key is that she doesn't seem pretentious at all. Where is your dad? Doesn't your dad care? Lin Fan still felt that something was wrong. Even if her mother was sick, there were other people in her family. Relatives, grandparents, etc. died early. That family was not nice to me and my mother. When we were young, we escaped from Suzhou and Hangzhou to Shanghai. Well, the more I listen, the more shocked I am. It is foreseeable that Teacher Wang indeed has a hard life. And she seems rather indifferent now. With such a background, Lin Fan suddenly understood why the former beautiful university teacher could be so relaxed and dance sexy in front of so many people in a nightclub. It's all for life. At this time, Lin Fan decided to find out the situation first and help her himself. Besides, he is also planning to set up a charitable foundation. Although it will benefit the general public, the first priority is the families of his employees. But Teacher Wang has done me a favor, so I must help her. Unexpectedly, just as I was about to speak, Wang Qian said, go take a shower quickly. What are you standing there for? Look at me taking off my cheongsam. Perhaps it was because of this indifferent state that Lin Fan clearly had not gone to the bathroom yet. Out of the corner of my eye I saw that she had already started to unbutton her cheongsam. Lin Fan shook his head and hurried to the bathroom. But the annoying thing is that it's full of girls' toiletries. Bath towels are also women's. Why, do you want to dry yourself with the ladies' bath towel? Lin Fan reported the situation to the other party and told him that he could ask someone to bring over the towels. But then I heard Wang Qian say in a sweet voice outside, use mine. Just bought it not long ago. You save some money. No one can always be successful. When you need money, you will realize how helpless it is to live in this world. Wait for the other person to finish speaking. Lin Fan turned on the shower head, and the hot water poured down, feeling quite comfortable on his skin, which had been tired all day. He was about to scrub. But I heard the other person outside say, "Are you done washing? I'm a little tired and want to come in and wash too. By the way, Lin Fan, tell me more about your story with Jiangjin. I remember that you two were such a talented couple and so beautiful that many people envied you. It's a pity that people can't remain unchanged forever. The love in student days is still precious, right?" He originally wanted to take a bath for 20 to 30 minutes, but now the beautiful coach Wang Qian was waiting outside, so Lin Fan sped up. After rinsing once, he immediately came out wrapped in a bath towel. When she walked out the door, Wang Qian had already changed into a set of pink bunny pajamas. Under the long hair, there is a beautiful face wearing glasses. The two looked at each other, and then the beautiful coach glanced at Lin Fan and said, "It's okay, your chest muscles and abdominal muscles are all there, Lin Fan, you are quite sexy. Please return my towel to me later." The hairdryer is in front of the dressing table. As soon as she came in, she turned on the shower head without even closing the door, and the rhythm of her taking off her clothes and taking a shower always made Lin Fan feel that she didn't care anymore and had completely let herself go. Is she reduced to this state now? Chapter 78, Faintly Visible Through the Gauze Curtain. Lin Fan? Bath towel. Help me get the bath towel. I'm so sorry, it's cold here, isn't it? I've tried my best to keep it warm, but the outside of the next door is demolished, and there's still a piece missing from the top of my head. In this regard, Lin Fan could only use a line from an ancient poem to describe it. This is a humble room, yet my virtue is fragrant. Well, I'll give it to you. But Teacher Wang, is this really appropriate? Lin Fan, who was drying his hair, turned around and saw the willow leaf cheongsam that the beautiful coach Wang Qian had just taken off. Warm and delicate, neatly folded, the beds have a soft and elegant tone of ancient style, which makes people feel good. Oh, I've said it so many times, today's event is really too sudden. If you want to come again in the future, I will buy it for you. Lin Fan said nothing more. After tidying up the bath towel and walking towards the bathroom door to hand her that beautiful little hand, the bathroom suddenly smelled of the fragrance of shower gel. It smells really good. But really, I feel so unfair for her. How could she have encountered such a thing? After changing into thermal underwear, Lin Fan carefully returned the pink bath towel to Wang Qian. I thought the other party might have misophobia or something, but I didn't expect that when he took it, he was apologizing and said, "I'm sorry to make you wait so late. Usually not many people come here, so just make do with it tonight. Wait for me, I can go to bed after I finish washing." Lin Fan nodded, returned the towel to the other party, and immediately went to the sofa where the mattress was already made. By December, the weather was getting colder. Same here. There is no heating in the south, so we can only endure it. Lin Fan lost no time and crawled into bed covered with a pink quilt with ancient charm. His body felt the strange sensation, which reminded him of the scene in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber where the Mongolian prince needed his guards to wrap a beautiful woman in a soft and fragrant quilt and carry her into the house at night. He was not an ordinary man, and he was really sleepy. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning. When the beautiful coach, Teacher Wang, came out of the bathroom, she grabbed her wet long hair and said to Lin Fan with a smile, "Are you still asleep?" Lin Fan hummed. "It's strange that I can't sleep." As a result, Wang Qian said jokingly, "You must be thinking about women. It's normal for men. You should find a girlfriend soon." Lin Fan smiled and said that sometimes he was disappointed with human nature and hoped to meet someone who was truly suitable to be with him in the future. She nodded and got into her bed in her pajamas. There was a layer of gauze between them. At night, Lin Fan could only vaguely see her lying there out of the corner of his eye. Then they said good night to each other. They all fell asleep. As for what Lin Fan did before going to bed and what Teacher Wang was thinking while working at night in a sexy cheongsam, neither of them knew. On the contrary, after the other party teased him, Lin Fan immediately thought of the beautiful CEO Sunny and the campus belle of Hujiang University, his ex-fiancée Zhang Jinlai. Oh, by the way, I didn't message her so late. I had originally promised her that I would send her a message if I went back, but it's already so late, forget it, sending her a message now will definitely disturb her. With this thought in mind, Lin Fan fell asleep. On the other side, after Wang Qian got into her bed, she felt a little cold because the quilt was given to Lin Fan. She curled up for a long time, but it was still the same. But there's nothing I can do. Ever since I left school and knew what happened to me, the only people who came to see me, besides those rich people with bad intentions, were this guy. Oh, it's so cold. Is Fan Fan single now? She turned sideways, and through the dim gauze curtain at night, her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Fan's figure for a long time, her face drooping. Later, by diverting my attention in this way, I felt extremely sleepy and fell asleep. This situation continued until the next day, when one woke up at 11 o'clock and the other woke up at 11:01. And they both screamed at each other. "Hey! Where did this dog come from? Where did this dog come from?" Lin Fan is a little afraid of dogs. The reason is simple: he was attacked by a mad dog when he was a child. It was now bright outside and the room was well lit. The dog with big brown eyes suddenly appeared next to Lin Fan. "Qilin. Qilin? Come here. This is your brother Lin Fan, please don't bite him." When the dog heard its owner calling it, it immediately turned around and ran towards her. Before Lin Fan could get surprised, Teacher Wang said, "Ha, this guy must have run away yesterday. I was wondering why I didn't see it. It's a pet dog I raise here. How about it? Isn't it cute? Ugly and cute." Although Lin Fan didn't raise the dog in front of him, he knew its breed. It was a pug, commonly known as a mangy dog. He has round glasses, an axe head, a short nose and long legs. It doesn't look like a purebred starling. It was a bit scary when I first saw it, but now when I look at it from a distance, it looks at Lin Fan as if nothing happened. The expression is really cute. Then Lin Fan said, "Did you raise this?" "Yes, a stray dog. I saw it once and fed it a few times. Then it started waiting for me to come home from get off work every day. It is my guardian beast." After saying that, Wang Qian, who woke up from the bed wearing a pink pajamas, gently stroked the other person's head. Afterwards, the other party seemed to realize something. The phone rang. It was about her mother in the hospital. She had a youthful and beautiful smile on her face, but soon her expression became serious. She almost tried to suppress her sadness but said stubbornly, "What, I have to do dialysis again?" "Yes, if we don't do it, the condition will become very dangerous again." "Are you sure you want to do this?" "Of course." The person on the other end of the phone was urging him, and Wang Qian hesitated for less than a second before suddenly becoming strong. "Okay, then I'll wait for you at the hospital." The voice on the other end of the phone sounded like that of a male doctor. Wang Qian hung up the phone and immediately raised her beautiful legs from under the quilt. This made Lin Fan look in surprise. Then she said, "I'm sorry, I'm afraid I don't have time to treat you to breakfast. My mother's illness has relapsed. Xiaofan, you must stay healthy in the future. I'll go to the hospital first." After she finished speaking, she seemed to be pretending to be relaxed, but she was already panicked and terrified when she walked. However, she had to be strong and quickly put on her clothes and tidy herself up. Lin Fan has some assets now. Although this situation has nothing to do with him, he still wants to help her. So he said, "Teacher Wang, you are short of money, right? See how much, maybe I can help you." But the other party immediately smiled and said, "Thank you, Xiaofan, this is my fate and I have to bear it. Thank you for your kindness." "No." After saying this, she had already packed up simply and was still wearing the willow leaf silk slit cheongsam. Wrapped in a coat, he left quickly. Chapter 79 Iceberg Hot Spring. TSK. "You little bastard, it's almost noon and you didn't even reply to my message?" On the other side, after the morning meeting and assigning tasks, the beautiful CEO Sunny closed the office door and sat in the CEO office on the 33rd floor of Lujiazui Cultural Building. While taking a sip of coffee, she looked at the empty chat history between the two of them and scolded them tenderly. Today, she wore a snow-white fur coat with a white lace suspender skirt underneath, and 10 centimeters glittering pointed heels on her feet, looking like a celebrity and beautiful. But it also seems lonely. She was thinking about sending a message right now. Suddenly, the words that boy had said to me before came to my mind, "Don't restrict me too much, let us fall in love slowly." I subconsciously stopped myself from doing this. She continued to scold, "Humph, if you don't send me a message before 1 p.m., I will come to find you immediately. Brat. Oh, why do I miss him so much? It's only been one night." Sunny crossed her beautiful legs, sipped her coffee, and turned her head to look at the blue sky and white clouds outside the window. She suddenly wanted to go to Turkey. Just when the other person was planning to take a short break and chat with her best friend. Just opened my own small group. Then I found that the boy had sent me a message. "Shui Fan, what are you doing?" "Shui Fan, sorry, I drank a lot of wine last night and it was already past 3 o'clock when I got home. I just woke up. Shui Fan is the nickname that the beautiful President Sunny gave to Lin Fan. Maybe it's a bit narcissistic. I always feel that this is the only way to show the other person's excellence. Moreover, every time I see this name, my heart is always moved. But I didn't reply to him immediately. I slept alone last night and played the piano for quite a while before I felt sleepy. Don't you know that women are most likely to feel lonely at night? Whenever I think of this, I want to deal with him. Wow, so cute, I want to raise one too. In the sister group, Chi-Chi posted a front-facing photo and video of a Korean-style Bichon Frise. P.S. We are on our way to Hangzhou to pick it up on site. After Sunny took one look at the cute and sweet little Bichon Frise, a smile suddenly appeared on her face. I just feel so healed. Chi-Chi, then just raise it. Chi-Chi, we just set out not long ago, shall we meet up here? Chi-Chi, the owner of this pet club, has a Maltese and a Shih Tzu with noble bloodlines that cost 80,000 yuan. Both are very beautiful. I think the Maltese and Shih Tzu are quite suitable for your temperament, Nini. Let's get one. Wan, wow. So cute. I met the girl named Wan last time at the Forest Villa. She seemed to have just seen it and immediately let out a sigh. Afterwards, internet celebrity John Yaru also suddenly showed up. John Yaru, I just bought one yesterday, also a Bichon Frise. The boss wanted me to pay 30,000, but I got it for 24,000. Let me show you. As she spoke, she posted another video of the dog that was already being raised at home in the sister group. This is another super small Bichon Frise. Lively, cute and sweet. She is indeed very pretty. Although Sunny had heard of it before, but today she saw that her sisters had all bought it. Judging from their reactions and how much they liked it, it was really like having their own sweet baby. Needless to say, she also wants to raise one. Humph, after I raise it, when the brat is not around, I will sleep with my little pet in my arms. Sunny thought so. The group is already bustling with activity. Everyone says they want to get one. Sunny Bobo, a pair of slender fingers with newly done cherry-colored manicure, were about to reply. Unexpectedly, the boy sent another WeChat message. Shuifan, why don't you speak? Humph, it seems like he is getting anxious because